Hello, casters, and welcome to today's January 24th premiere webcam event. I am Kaylin, and I am absolutely out of my mind excited for what is bound to be an incredible day of clashes. And I am, of course, not alone. I am joined by my two wonderful co-commentators. We have Artemis loves him. Apros fears him. Andrew, how are you doing today? Are you excited about today's tournament?
It is a new format for both the stream and the game. It is a glorious day, and I'm excited with Fawnletier to have it all unveil. How are you feeling this morning, Kay?
I am excellent, but I would be lax, not to mention our other co-commentator here, Swole. Hello, how are you doing? You keeping warm over there?
Well, trying to a little bit. Listen, I'm getting frozen out there, but I'm trying to heat up a little bit with the Elestrals action today. So I'm excited. You know, new ban list, new me, and hopefully a lot of new players too. We'll see what people cook up today in the kitchen.
Well, some of you watching at home may have noticed that things are a little bit different today. We are switching things up. We are currently in the midst of round 2. Our casters have already been clashing away, and we are now here to have a bit of a yap with you, a bit of a chill morning discussion, for those of you time zone depending, about the current state of Elestrals, what's been going on, what's going to be going on, our feelings on it, and probably a little bit of nonsense in there as well, knowing us. But we are here on the back of the first tournament of the year, which happened, I believe that was on January 6th, with our first winner of the year, Adam, who won with an absolutely incredible snowball strategy and kicked off the year in a chilling way, I gotta say. It was almost a little bit fortuitous given the weather that I know a lot of our casters are enduring today. And we have a lot more action ahead of us today, as we are going to be crowning our next champion, the next caster who is going to be securing themselves an invite to the ever-present, ever-looming Elestrals World Championship in Las Vegas, happening in March. But for now, we are still in January. We have a couple events left, and I can't wait to see what they have in store. And I have to ask, Andrew, I know that there are a lot of shifts that are happening. What are you thinking about today's event? Do you have any predictions? What's going on? What are your feelings there?
Well, my personal prediction is crab supremacy. I want to see my station champ come out into this new world and do some crazy things. But I know casters are going to surprise us today, and they're going to have another opportunity to surprise us on February 7th. If you're not playing today, you gotta get registered for the 7th when that goes live. And don't forget, you have one last opportunity at Vegas itself if you get there early to play in the last chance qualifier. But personally, Kay, I just want to see what all the casters bring to shake things up. What about you, my friend Swole? Where are you after today?
Ooh, honestly, I think there's a lot of decks that, post-ban list have still remained at the top here. And I think that's one thing I'm curious to know how a lot of these players, both niche and also known factors that we get to see shine today. I'm also curious to know, too, again, these really out there strategies from a lot of playing groups. Some people say, no, we're back in a very simplified way to go. But I think these high-end strategies, really explosive stuff, kind of similar to what we saw Adam bring in the last tournament, could also shine today. Kay, what are you thinking for today and also for this February 7th premiere too? Last two before Worlds. We're thinking we're going to be here for a while. What are your thoughts?
Well, I know our casters are definitely gearing up for that Worlds event. I know that a lot of them are looking at the number of events that we have left and saying, doing the math real quick, moving the numbers, carry the one. Let's see, how can I get qualified for Vegas? Of course, that last chance qualifier, which we have gotten some information on now, is going to be a huge benefit to that. We have our global leaderboard here, which features all currently qualified for Worlds players here. Bean Soldier, as ever, in that #1 slot. I don't think, again, running the numbers here, I don't know that anyone is going to be able to overtake him in that #1 slot. But in the lower ranks, they're a lot closer, and that means that every single event matters. Every single point that you get, every single placement, whether that be a top 32 or a first place, could be the difference maker. Are there any casters who are standing out to you here, Swole? Anyone who's jumping out to you, someone to watch, anyone that you've been interested in seeing, whether it be things that they're cooking, or what they might be playing today. What are you thinking?
Well, I could be a little bit mean, and the one player that's currently standing out to me is, of course, Trishula on there. Hope that Divine's sitting well with him. But honestly, from what's really interesting is across the board here, I think we just see consistency, right? I think it's not necessarily one player that's standing out to me, but again, we see Trenton, aka known as Sir Tractor. We see Y Rebellion. We see Cobalt Sanderson, Perky, and of course, like you mentioned, Bean Soldier, who, again, we could split into 5 different casters to easily take up these slots. And so that's one thing that I think is great about Elestrals, and of course how the meta has shifted, of course, over this season, is that we see a lot of card changes, yes, we see a lot of deck changes, but it's really our players here that shine out in the best ways possible. Andrew, what about you? What are you seeing from our leaderboard here? It's really scary stuff, honestly.
I mean, 67 different casters qualified. I think Worlds is shaping up to be such an exciting experience. But I think we should take a look at what we've seen in past events to start getting a better idea of what we're going to see today. So maybe we should go ahead and pull up some of that past data. What do you think, Kay?
Well, I think that a lot of this, for those of you who have been playing in this live stream format, this is looking very familiar. Lockagon at the top. No surprise to anybody. We've seen a lot of Latagon, although has not been able to have as much presence actually placing top cut conversion rate wise, but presence wise, it's there, which means, hey, maybe today's the day. Maybe it is Latagon's time to finally shine. We have the ever-present burn strategy, Cryo Frost, which with the help of Morfrost and the fact that it has been so dominant, we've had so many different variations of this list, is also not surprising to see there. Hestia is a really fun one that we have here as well. I know that that's a strategy that just in recent tournaments has been sort of on the up. Now, I can't get to this last one without throwing it back to the Lunar caster among us, Andrew. Posthumous Suppression. Lunar has been in such an interesting, I would say, complicated place in this live stream format. Tell me about that.
It's been a complicated relationship. Dense Fog went absolutely to the moon in usage. Suppression became so good. We got Like a Void back, which then makes Suppression worse because one of the prime things you're worried about actually can't get hit by things like Dense Fog, which does not affect Lunar Enchanted things, of course. But also made it easier to get into these big Lunar 3 drops. We, of course, have the big meta shakeup we will be getting to, but you can see here that Like a Void was in the top usage our last event with the other Lunar staple Spectrus, so it really gave you the substrate you needed to get into some of those big Lunar 3 drops. But enough about me and my Lunar love. Swole, what are you seeing that stands out to you in this data?
Well, I mean, once again, not to be the funny guy in the room, but Lavalith, and of course, Like a Void taking up these larger slots, these ever-present large bodies that do so much in the game of Elestrals, right? I think one thing that we'll talk about here in a moment is, of course, this is a new format entirely, huge new ban list that we just dropped. But what I love from this list is, of course, our returning factors from other formats, right? We have Equilinx, we have Galaxy Champ, even Lockagon, which of course got a lot of new support within the live stream. It has been a really large deck that a lot of players have been experimenting with since the very beginning. It's very easy to pick up, it's really friendly for the combos, and you know what? It's a lot of fun to play too. So not a shocker that we see a lot of water on here either. But yeah, shout out to Spectres on this one for their Lunar casters out there holding it down.
I think that it's so interesting that having looked at those top Elestrals, it kind of felt like a last hurrah with that ban list ever imminent. But we have our top 12 runes represented, and I'm curious this event, how much this is going to change. I feel like the top 12 runes are usually the most consistent. In terms of the meta, we'll see certain niche cards, like the fact that we have Lunar Phases present here was, of course, indicative of the Like a Void of it all that was happening in the last premiere. But in terms of our staple, the Omni runes, most of them I think are pretty consistent. Of course, with a notable exception going into today, and that is that number 2 card represented there, Ambrosia. I wonder how much we're going to see that change. Andrew, do you think that having it be limited is going to make much of a difference, or do you think it's good enough that it is still going to have presence today?
Well, that is an interesting question, Kay, because Ambrosia was a card that was already weirdly starting to disappear in a lot of ways. Now, there are two things that go into that, I think. One is that strategies were becoming more and more mono element, so to speak. You were seeing higher and higher numbers of a single element in a deck, which means you needed less flexibility, which Ambrosia gives you in the late game to return some of those spirits from your deck to replay a strategy if you don't have enough spirits for it. And different elements getting in element strategies to be able to heal things back. Cards like Guardian of Light that are new in live stream, which lets you get some solar back in addition to doing some protection for your things on the board. But I don't know about you, Swole. I think it is time we stop beating around the bush and actually just let's take a look at that massive list of restrictions. The biggest shakeup we have seen outside of a set release in Elestrals history. What are you thinking of it, Swole?
Ooh, I mean, honestly, he's big, right? Like, look at this large list. It's funny to think about this in particular, right? Because before, Elestrals has had a couple cards at a time. Maybe we're going for a few key indicators of health from like the Dratayas, the Sparkets, really early cards that are hit on this list. But this is the largest shakeup we've ever had, right? We have not only some combo starters, some combo enablers, some big finishers. I mean, Kay, talk to me about this iWoolly here. I know you were a caster for Frost recently. Shout out to that first place regional, by the way.
Hey, I just want to say, I want it on the record for everyone watching here that I was not the one to bring it up first, and check our watches at least a significant portion into the stream before I mentioned that. But yes, we did have our regionals happen, and I did happen to win one of my local ones, and I won it playing iWoolly Moorfrost. And you know what? I gotta say, there were a couple times that I was playing against my fellow casters at that event, and I said, you know what? I get it. You know what? This is really good. There were a couple times that it's like, I hit the iWoolly and then I bring back the Catarant, which is then foretelling getting another eye. So, you know what? I understand. I think that Frost is still in a pretty good position. Having Bat been unlimited, Moorfrost Lycan being limited, of course, is a little bit more difficult in terms of not being able to stack your hands with exactly the Moorfrosts that you want to see. However, I don't know if that means that we're going to be shifting towards a more pure Moorfrost package, like some of our casters. Shout out to Bo, who I know has been playing a lot of Moorfrost this format. I don't know if that's what we're looking at, or if Frost is going to have a completely new identity. The other deck in the room that I think that we must talk about in terms of hits is Lockagon. People are saying, was this a targeted hit? Are we being paid off by Big Latagon? What's going on? Andrew, do you think that Lockagon still has legs or fins or flippers or whatever it may be? Do you think it still stands in this current format?
I think it certainly can. We saw in early live stream decks that Lockagon was a big move to pull out and not necessarily the whole deck. Shout out to the initial open and start of live stream where we saw decks that focused more on the Aphoros engine, the fish, and they would play maybe one or two Lockagons to pop out as a form of removal and a big thing to swing into. And then as live stream continued, the decks really became, how many Lockagons can I fit into my deck? And the answer was always 6, it seemed like. And so I think we might be returning sort of to grassroots Lockagon, so to speak. Those decks did perform admirably in the start of live stream, and so I think there is a real chance they can come back. Obviously, with Tadpuff gone, casters are either going to have to take it a little slower to get the Latagon onto the field, or they're going to have to start teching in some other interesting things. We have things like Peliquarius, Champion of Aphrodite, which can Nexus and Ascend. So there are some other interesting strategies you can pull in to still get into your Lockagon, but you're only going to be able to get the big Lockagon once. So are they going to rely on Aphrodite Soulmates to recycle the Frostfall Lockagon, which gives them the ability to pop cards? Are they going to play Cracking Champion of Poseidon, which can add water cards back to the hand to recycle the Latagon? I don't know. Ooh. I'm super excited to see what they're going to do with Lockagon. And of course, I believe we now have current data ready. So Swole, why don't you take us away on our first peek of that?
Yeah, the top decks, I think, for today's event specifically, something new to our broadcast here. And as we see here, this is an insane lineup, right? As we are diving in straight into our new format. Things like Chronodile and Fish Nexus, I would never have seen it, but I know that's been performing a little bit at the regional level, and some players have been experimenting with. Champions of Zeus deck, this thing is, of course, electric, and I mean that in every sense of the word. We saw it perform at the last event, too, in our top players. That Volt Tempest jump scare is nothing to mess at. Hey, there's Dionysus for the big Latagon as well. Wasp Ivy's been something the Australians have been cooking up for a while. And, Hat, too, to mention that. I know Hat's pretty excited to see that one on there. Yeah, Kaylin, talk to us about here. I see the big Fish and Lockagon still right there. I heard this deck was hit very hard, but I see it from there. Tell me your thoughts on that.
I think that we just had this conversation, and you know what? Here it is. It's come to fruition. Who can say? Yeah. But there it is. We have just what Andrew was talking about, this more grassroots, fish-focused version of Lockagon still hanging around here, lurking in the depths, along with, I guess, our pal Chronodile over there in the #1 represented slot. I gotta say, this is a very exciting combination of decks. The one that my eye cannot stop going to is Solar Mill. What do you mean? We are playing Humbust. This is so exciting to me. Mill is a strategy that I think has really only seen success in exactly Frost and probably Cinder Shade or Millmaster Mike. We have had a couple pretty strong representatives in the community for this strategy, and it looks like we've added a few more to our ranks here. Now, it's not lunar, but it is solar. Andrew, what are your thoughts on that?
I want to see a match go to deck out. I mean, what else can I say, Kay? I mean, we got to see someone connect the dots there and get the Mill going. Now, I am interested to see how well Mill can actually perform in this format. If you think about it, in some ways, the previous format that was a little faster with casters using their cards more quickly might have been more advantageous for Mill because your opponent was almost helping you deck them out. But maybe a slower format in a weird way is actually what Mill needs, because it buys you a couple more turns to get cards into the underworld. Now, another thing on this chart that I'm super interested in is the fact that our top represented deck is 7.5%. I think that's the lowest we've seen in recent history, which tells me that we have a very interesting and diverse day today. Casters have really gone out of their way to do some fresh cooks, and they have apparently cooked a lot of fish. Apparently, we have 19 different fish Nexus decks today. Just here, we have for you your high tide fishing forecast for the day. Swole, tell us what people will be reeling in.
Well, I'm excited to see this for a few different reasons. Of course, I'm a big fan of Starbit. That's my boy. Shoutouts to the Starbit Supernova, by the way. And yes, of course, like we said, we saw Chronodile up there, and a lot of players are saying to themselves, Chronodile, this big heavy hitter that has won a premiere before, can maybe do it again. Caprigal, I'm super happy to see this one too. Interesting tech option that was available to Aphrodite before, but it was usually always more advantageous to play Lockagon just because of the repeatability and some of the recovery efforts. But I think Caprigal can offer a lot of tools to our players. Of course, Lycovoid, not the big bad wolf that we saw on the ban list, but this lunar variant of the OG, which is still very strong, still very explosive for a lot of players. I know Justin T famously loves this card in almost every single deck that he's ever playing. And the last one, for one that I'm super excited to see if we can have it perform, is this Fish Nexus Zephyrog deck. Big fan of Zephyrog, and I think I might know who is on this one. I have a little bit of an insider on this, but wow, this I'm curious to see how this does. I love this card so much. Kay, what are you noticing across the board here with our creative players?
Well, you shouted out that Starbit deck that is represented. I think that that's one of the more exciting things. And I am really curious. One of the cards that when I saw the ban list and I was looking back at, well, what have people been cooking in the past? What has worked? I wonder if we're going to see Bubloon, Champion of Aphrodite, come back. As the last time that we saw Chronodile perform very well, the enabler for that is, and I think almost solely rested on the shoulders of Bubloon, Champion of Aphrodite, never to be seen or heard from again ever since we actually moved into this format. But clearly our casters have been diving deep and finding these cards and saying, hey, maybe this is good, maybe this is good. So I know that you in particular have been cooking a little bit with water and saying, what about Rise from the Depths? What about some of these cards that we might not have looked at, especially? But I actually, now that we are saying that, speaking of cards that we might be seeing, top 12 Elestrals represented. Here is some data that we have here among our, by the way, 93 casters that we have playing today. An incredible turnout. And you know what? Looking at this, it is not all that different than what maybe we've seen in the past. A few notable exemptions are not here, but looking pretty watery, looking a little grassy. Really, really incredible to see also Nabi present on this list. That is a card that I know people have been cooking with and saying, you know what, this just kind of eats Morfrost alive. And I wonder if that is still a consideration. Andrew, is there anything here that is jumping out to you specifically?
Asked Rabbit has returned. The bunny has reclaimed its position in the top used cards. We've done it. Congratulations to Asked Rabbit. Asked Rabbit, having disappeared for a while, looks like casters are now cooking with it again. And of course, its fellow base set 5 compadre Viserys. Viserys going back to 3 with the new ban list, or I should say unban list for Viserys. Casters stopped playing Viserys as much, even though you had the Firestorm Viserys, which had the attack boost ability, but not the ability to cast out another Viserys from the deck. Viserys fell off because you only had 2 of the Viserys that could cast from deck, which is, you know, kind of the one you wanted to see in your hand. With 3 of them going back in hand today, and with Dio being in the top, our Dionysus party boy, that makes a lot of sense. Cyprong's very popular as well. I predict Cyprong is going to eat a lot of bugs. But what I'm really curious to see, I think, is what are the runes that casters are pairing with these Elestrals today? Because all of these, you know, our top represented Elestral here is only in 28 decks, Saya Nectar, which represents the kind of diversity we are seeing today.
Yeah, I think that's also something to speak on, like with Sign Nectar specifically. Are players opting to play, like you're mentioning, these runes, PTA, Artemis' Arrow, and we can see them here in our top represented runes across the board here. 77 players are picking up the OG PTA, and that 21 slot for that poison-tipped arrow, Artemis' Arrow, has been a nice tech option, not only to just suppress things and have that attack and defense debuff down for Elestrals to hit over things you need, potentially can take out some nasty effects there. Of course, Gorgon's Gaze is our top represented rune on this row. One of the most powerful cards in the game, load bearing, some would say. But that number 2 slot, Kay, you were talking about it before in the pre-show, is still there for Ambrosia. What do you think casters are thinking there? That Ambrosia down to 2, didn't really think it did too much? What's going on?
As it turns out, Ambrosia is in fact still good. And, you know, in a game where what you pay to play is your life total, I think a card like this is always going to be good, regardless of if you're using it to get back specific spirits to play specific runes. Like we always see the 2 Earth spirits go in the first round, and you say, okay, so they have Ambrosia in hand. Okay, so they're going to be getting those back if they see the Earthquake at some point in this game. Which, by the way, Earthquake still very much present. And I think that is going to be a card that is always going to be good, especially when you have all of these big boss Elestrals running around. of course, with a fish meta, something like that just keeps bringing things back, I think that removal, especially expensive removal, is not as good. So then we see things like resting on your laurels still represented, still good, which is designed to help you if you're in a pinch. And Poison Tipped Arrow, Artemis's Arrow, is one that, as we saw, Cyanectar being one of the most, if not, I believe it was the most represented Elestral. It is an incredible tech option to grab, in addition to the Poison Tipped Arrow being searchable with Cyanectar as well. Now, we do still see Aphrodite here, which, considering the amount of fish going around, I think that makes a lot of sense. She still reigns supreme. She is the #1 divine that we have represented today. And with that, I think that begs the question, what have our casters been preparing for? What are they worried about? What do they think we're going to see? And nothing tells us that information better than a look at our top 12 side deck cards. Andrew, what is this telling you about what our casters are thinking about this current meta and what they believe they're going to be contending with today?
Well, it looks like we have oops all tech runes in the side today, Kay. I think casters are experimenting with the format. You know, we see a lot of Pandora boxes and dense fogs, which we didn't see in the top runes by itself this time. Whale looking like, Whale is Galaxy Champion of Poseidon, is the only Elestral to have made it into the side cards today. So I think into this kind of unknown format, it looks to me like casters are hedging their bets and putting the runes into the side deck that they didn't choose to put into their main deck in case they end up regretting it mid-tournament today. But what are you reading from this, Swole?
The big one that's standing out to me is Cryoblast. Cryoblast is kind of this interesting card that we've seen in and out of these side decks. I think you mentioned this a few tournaments ago, Andrew, but Cryoblast has to be one of, if not the biggest side deck cards inside of Elestrals since its release. And what I love about seeing this is that I think players might be catching on to specifically what we'll see inside of today's game. We saw a lot of fish, of course, being represented inside the meta versus frost, as we saw in previous tournaments. So Cryoblast is a perfect option for players here, while before, I think people were not necessarily wanting to play this card because of the frost immunity.
I think that you are absolutely right there. And even just looking at the top 12 Elestrals represented, the thought that was going through my head was, oh, Cryoblast bait. Every single one of those was easily answered by Cryoblast. And speaking of what our casters are thinking, what's been going through their head, the cooking that we have been doing, we have been talking about it all morning so far. Let's talk about the casters themselves as we have our players to watch here. Out of 93 total casters, again, an incredible turnout today. Hello, everyone. Hello, casters. Thank you so much for showing up today and really coming with your A game. In the #1 spot here is our previous tournament winner, Adam. And of course, being on a list that was, I would say, pretty heavily hit by this new ban list, I wonder what he has cooked up and what he's on today. Now, Andrew, are there any casters here that you have your eye on, that you're excited to see what they're on? Maybe that you even have an inkling, some insider knowledge about what they might be playing?
Well, I can say Adam ran over me in the last tournament on his war path to victory. So congratulations to him. He told me in the match, funny enough, that he actually didn't like the deck. It just did too good to not play it, so to speak. So I think he got what he wanted in a weird way. So I'm excited to see what he has brought now that he is liberated from playing it, so to speak. And, especially we have our champion of Pinter, Ari. Whenever a new format drops, one of the questions on my mind is, how did Ari break Pinter this time? So I think we need to see Ari drop a Pinter or two today, would be my hope. But these casters are playing for some amazing things today. So let's go ahead and pull that up. Swole, these casters we're watching for and all the other 93 in the tournament today, what are they after today?
Well, a big one is going to be those qualifying points. Mentioned it before that there's only a few tournaments left for players to get to those top spots. I think our second place from last tournament, Gwen, was fighting for just a little extra points to make it to Vegas. So the big one is, of course, going to be those QP, the champion of today, walking away with an immediate invite into Worlds. But hey, second and fourth and third and fourth place, get a sizable amount of points to maybe boost themselves a little bit, maybe go for those last chance qualifiers. Of course, we got some excellent premier packs for this tournament too. The premier packs come with amazing looking spirits and alternate arts Elestrals. Those marble borders are just gorgeous, and specifically they're gorgeous on those top 16 foamies and that Centaur, which I think we've handed out a few of those already, and I'm so jealous. I know if Helen could get one, if Helen could get her hands on just one of those, I think that would be just the wish of the world. But the foaming and the Centaur specifically are ones our players are going to be buying for today. Like we said previously, Fish and the Aphrodite decks are in a lot of relevance right now for the meta, so that foamy slots in quite well. It'll be Centaur's day eventually in the Sun, I'm sure, on the representation list. But outside of those, we got some. I'm really curious to know how our casters are going to be incorporating maybe some of these cards into their collections, or maybe into their decks if they're Bo and are playing that championship Rabbit today.
Yeah, with Rabbit back on the represented list, that Bo saw that and said, this is my time to open up my champ S Rabbit every single match somehow. It is just that champion difference. Now, all of this yap, and what does it amount to? I would say what is going to be an incredible day of casting. For those of you who are watching at home, we have a lot of action ahead of you. As I mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast, our casters are in the middle of clashing it out in round 2. We're going to be getting into round 3 whenever they're done with that. We, of course, are just yapping at you in the meantime. And there is a lot of influence that you all can have on this stream today. So be sure to hang around. Be sure to interact with predictions for those of you who are over on Twitch. That is one that we've been running for a little bit, and I know a lot of casters have been having a great time with that. And if there are any moments today that you find particularly exciting, any thoughts you want to share, be sure to throw it out there on social media with the hashtag #PlayElestrals. We want to hear from you. We want to see your thoughts, what you're thinking about the current ban list. If there are any matches, if you're playing, that you think need to be talked about, that you want the community at large to see. And Andrew, I can't help but notice that you're joined by an adorable friend here today. As one of our viewers, Owloon is here with us. And how is Owloon feeling today? A lot of people say who, but I am asking how.
Who, that is such a good question. And I think this little Owloon today really hopes that Lunar has its chance to shine. It really just wants to show up on every caster's field and help lead them on their path to getting a Centaur today. Much like the Centaur champion full art that you can get by winning today, that is on top of a Locagon it has defeated. Owloon helps to lead you to mini fried fish today, I think, Kay. And, if we're really lucky, we're going to see someone put a Theraheart on field, a Theraheart champion of Artemis, and do amazing things. But I don't know. Those are Owloon's hopes and dreams shared through me. What are your hopes and dreams, Swole?
Hopes and dreams for today? Well, I mean, I have to ask myself here, out of all the things I want to see, I'm hoping to see some big 3-drop Elestrals, right? I think that's one thing that, though we see a lot of Fish, I'd be excited to see those big high-end strategies, those really explosive game plans come through. Though I am really curious to know how Hermes is going to perform specifically, one of the largest tech option decks we have inside of the game. We have prominent players like Y Rebellion taking that to championship status, and it's got a lot of different tools for a lot of different players, and it's still strong. I think a lot of players might discount it because of its difficulty curve, but I would love to see it, honestly. And I have to ask too, if we have and we can see so many decks like this perform, then why just limit yourself to Fish? I'm not quite sure. Kaylin, what are you hoping to see from today as we're hopping into our matches sometime soon?
Well, I think that I've already seen what I was really hoping for, which is a diverse meta. Our casters cooking, coming up with all kinds of surprising things. And just based on the data that we've seen so far, those dreams are certainly coming true. People are coming off of the back of regionals. And, I had to show it at some point. But they are not at all. There's no speed bump here. We have gone full speed ahead into this new meta. They said we are actually fully prepared. We've been cooking unimaginable things, and to the point where we can't even quite wrap it up in a simple bit of data. Not just one single graphic can encapsulate the nuance that our casters have been cooking with, whether that be the red fish, blue fish, however many fish we see all over the place, or I don't know. I can't wait to see some mill happen. Hopefully we can watch that on stream at some point, which, by the way, casters, those of you who are watching right now, we are currently setting it up, but be sure to stick around because imminently, as we are getting into round 3, you are going to be able to have a say in what we watch. You don't want to go anywhere because for round 3, it is going to be an audience pick. We are going to be given 3 decks, and you are going to be able to say that one sounds the most exciting. It is going to be representative of what the meta is looking like today, which, good luck. I do not envy the task of sort of encapsulating what is a very complicated meta into 3 top representatives here, but you will have a say in that. And, I know that we have been doing a lot of yapping here today. I know that we've encouraged briefly some yapping from all of you. I can't wait to hear what you all think about the meta, about today's tournament, about how things are going, and also about this new intro format. This is something that we are trying out today, this bit of a more informal yap to talk about Elestrals, to talk about where we're at. And I think that today was a perfect time to try that with so many new things going on, so much to discuss that we simply could not fit it into the 20 minutes before round 1. We needed to say, wait a minute, everybody. This was the biggest ban list of all time. People have been cooking crazy style. There are fish flying, there are fish in the sea, there are fish frozen, all kinds of fish going around. And that is what we are here to talk about today. So be sure to also share your thoughts on this new format. We want to know what you think of this. And with that, Andrew, how have you been feeling about this? How do you like the discussion? How are you liking this casual hangout with all 3 of us here today?
It is a true blessing to be able to hang out with 2 beautiful and intelligent casters such as yourselves. It's been a delightful morning to just really dig in to the data together and see what kind of fish we can expect to fry today on stream. I'm excited. I didn't really realize this morning I was going to wake up and go to a fish fry, but we're here now, and I need all of my casters out there to warm up their air fryers and their deep fryers and get ready to cook some fish today. How are you feeling, Swole?
Oh, honestly, I got the Sunny D ready. We got some spices, and the boil's going already. It's 0 degrees outside, but I'm hoping to get that on the grill soon. I'm also pretty excited about how these changes will end up shaking things. I think a lot of players initially, when they sit there and think to themselves, how can I configure these decks to perform, right? These known quantities, what is left out there for me to explore? I'm always curious on the why. That's a big one that I'm always curious about, is why these players are choosing these options. And that's something that I'll love in in post-tournament. I'll love it during the matches, and maybe we'll get a lot more indicators of that while we're watching our players play. One thing that you can always tell from our top players is not only what they're looking for in terms of fish, in terms of their side deck cards for strong options on the day, but typically while we're watching them, it's one of my favorite parts of Elestrals, their moment-to-moment choices are always so interesting. So again, it's not really about, for me, the what they're playing often. It is about that big why there. It's that heart and soul that I really love about Elestrals here today.
Now, we've discussed a lot about this current ban list, a lot of things that came from that new sort of podcast format video that we got from both Hat and A Drive, as they discussed a lot of the reasoning behind the choices that they made, why they were made. And one of the things that I think was really big and prominent in that we have not yet discussed is sort of the philosophical discussions that we had. The things that we heard from them about, well, we're hitting this because we're wanting to send a message. Things like, we want to send a message to those of you out there at home who may be cooking. We want to let you know. So we did have some philosophical hits. One of those, of course, being Nectar of the Gods, and the other Ambrosia, which we talked about. Talking about this shift towards a slower play style. Andrew, you shouted this out a little bit earlier about the more niche tech cards, about saying, well, we want people to play Guardian of Light so that we can be getting our solar spirits back and having them teched into our in-element decks and people exploring these different cards. What are your thoughts on this philosophical discussion that we've been having around Elestrals lately?
Okay, well, first off, how dare they take away my Nectar of the Gods? How am I supposed to play bad decks if I can't double Nectar of the Gods to fix my hand? Of course, that doesn't mean anything if the good deck can also double Nectar of the Gods into a better hand than my bad deck. So I get it. You know what? I think, Livestream intentionally sped up the format, and A Drive has gone and talked about this before. I think even in an interview with you, Swole. But so I think it is good to manage the gas pedal, so to speak. We get a little bit of the speed up. We see what breaks when we go a little too fast, as A Drive and Hat have talked about, and then we find the parts that aren't working in that sped up format and kind of reel them back so the format can continue to be a little bit different than the fives we're used to, but not so fast that you're getting a board full of big bodies on turn 3 or whatever have you, right? I've personally been playing a fair amount of this new format, and I love the changes they've made to it. I've been playing a lot of crabs personally, and I would love to see the crabs today, but I would love to hear what the community wants to see today. Kay, I think we are hearing that they are ready for us to start getting it in. Do you want to let the community know what they can do here?
Yes, and I am actually just as excited as all of you to see what our options here are. The poll on Twitch is going to be live for 5 minutes. We have 3 decks for you all to choose from for our round 3 feature match. And okay, listen, I'm not going to use my influence here, but we have 3 decks represented: Champions of Zeus, Solar Mill, and Dionysus Waspivy. I am you are going to want to vote on this one. Like I said, you have 5 minutes, probably less at this point, as I have been staring at one of these options in particular for a little bit of time now. But be sure to hop on over to twitch.tv/Elestrals. Pick one of these. Your vote matters. And don't let me influence. Don't let me
No, do it. Vote for Solar Mill.
I'm about to say, wait, we're beating around the bush a little bit. There's a big standout, of course. Solar Mill on the thing. This is just you at this point. Yeah, run, do not walk to twitch.tv/Elestrals. Champions of Zeus can hold it down. I swear. Listen, I'll fight for Thunder. A little bit. Hera, I mean, our girl's coming out soon. That's, we got to shout out a little bit. Maybe we'll get some preview what to see for our eventual Sunstrike here in a couple months.
Yeah. No, everyone, don't worry. Dionysus and Zeus, they can hold their own. We gotta see Solar Mill. Come on.
Well, you know what? With that, it's interesting because with these decks represented, it begs the question: did any of us see this coming? Could we have predicted it? Let's look at our predictions now. I'm going to go ahead and start. I have my predictions up here. I have both Sluggle and Jolton, my favorite particular Jolton art, represented there as well. That was a special request from yours truly. My ideas here were, well, if the format is slowing down, heal control is back, right? Heal control's good again if it's slow. So, hey, maybe we'll see some little slugs making their way in their own pace, their own time at the bottom of the seafloor. Also, Jolton here, I think that this, for me, represented a couple different things. One of those being that I do think that Thunder has legs, 4 of them specifically with our little pebble here. But I also think that stadiums could play a big role in our current meta where stats are not quite as far away from each other. Suddenly that +1, +2, that could be the difference maker in who controls the stadium, could control the match. And Swole, I'm looking at your predictions here. I feel like you are fondly looking back at a time when in the past we were argoing to people's Argo. I gotta hear your thoughts here.
Yeah, did y'all know Argo can cast from hand? I think from my picks specifically here, it's more of like you said previously, like a philosophical difference. And I, as a philosopher here, sat there and thought to myself, one, Hermes as my first prediction here. Again, I've talked about it a little bit at length. I gotta give faith to casters like Y Rebellion out there who play this deck ad nauseum and can do a lot with this. A really skilled player can really, really show out. And it didn't get hit. It still got everything it needs, and it is nice and sitting pretty for this meta, I think. And just like Argo is also really interesting to me. Again, this is purely philosophical. If the fish are good, the fish stats are strong, but you know what's stronger? A nice Necklace of Harmonia that gets slapped onto anything during combat. Combat is so back. Shield of Achilles, Argo could be in there. So I'm hoping we get to see a little bit of the action in there. And of course, like you said, near and dear to my heart is, of course, this beautiful format. Shouts to our Moonrise throwback the other day, by the way, too. I'm going to throw it back over to you, Andrew. Talk about Moss Station and Theraheart here.
I absolutely will, but before I do that, do not forget to get your poll votes in. You got about a minute left here. But, Swole, you and I are sharing a brain cell today. The Argo is in the Moss Station deck. Trust me. You want your crab to be able to hit things. And, Kay, you know what? You put your Sluggle in defense. That's totally fine. I'm going to hit you for 2 damage, piercing damage with Moss Station. Your heal stall will not heal today. I will simply pierce you into the sun with 7 spirits on top of Moss Station. This is a deck I have been playing a lot. All through live stream, actually. I really love the crabs, and I feel like it's even better in this format. You get a Feloy Forest on the field, you get an artifact on your crab, and you hit for a bunch of damage over a fish or a defense position. Elestral, and you go to town, and it's a good time. And how could I not have Theraheart on the predictions? Look, I'm not going to lie. My predictions today are actually just my own decks I have built for this ban list. I want someone today to show up and play the decks I would have played and have a good time. You know, Theraheart, I'm not sure Theraheart is quite off to the races, so to speak. It is a new format, so in untested waters, strange strategies can do much better. So I have some hope for Theraheart today. But I think Lunar might still struggle a little bit into an onslaught of fish and Viscerai. So we shall see if any actually show up in the meta today. But probably won't see it in the first match. I guess we only know one of the decks that we will be seeing. So it's a complete wild card on what their opponent will be. Maybe we'll get Solar Mill versus one of our other decks. I mean, or it could be Zeus or Dionysus, but Solar Mill. Solar Mill against one of these decks.
I gotta say, Sluggle is over here being like, what'd you say pierce me for? Like, listen, get creative. Argo onto your Sluggle. Who is stopping you from making your Sluggle a 7? No one. That's all I'm saying. Now, I love all of our predictions here. I think that we are all painting either sort of what we dream, what we hope to see in the world of Elestrals, or just sort of a cautionary, like, yeah, we probably will see a little bit of this emerge. And we have a pretty healthy mix there. With that being said, I think based on timing, if my watch is correct here, we may be at the end of our poll on Twitch. That means imminently we will be finding out what our round 3 feature matches, what you have all selected. I gotta know. I at this point, I am just like, tell us, let us have this information. Is it going to be Solar Mill? And you know that it's a really exciting format when I would genuinely be thrilled with any of these three choices. Like, what do you mean Wasp Spivey was one of them? And we weren't immediately like, whoa, Wasp Spivey's over there. That's crazy. Because we also had some other incredible decisions. And I can't wait to see what our community was excited about. Now, Swole, you said Champions of Zeus would be what you're rooting for here. Do you have a particular love for this deck? What are you thinking? And do you think we're about to see it when we have the results announced here?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. I'm curious to know one thing specifically, right? You know, we made philosophical threats on the ban list of, you know, got to send a message. We're going to see if these decks are going to be sleeping with the fishes. That's all I really want to know. And I think a deck that can easily swim inside of this format has got to be Zeus. That Voltempest jump scare, like I mentioned, it's huge. But I think that we're going to check out and see what everyone's voted for here. It might not be Champions of Zeus, my ringer deck. Let's take a look at how the community wants to see today shape out. Shocker of all shockers. Solar Mill. Beautiful. Honestly, I'm really hyped for this strategy. It's something that I think has been theory crafted for a while. At Kissimmee specifically, I remember playing against Fronet or Millmaster Mike, as legend has it. And I was terrified. I saw a Humbust pop down and I was like, what do you mean I'm milling 12 this turn? Oh, that's my Celestlio. That's my Comfort Celestlio there. Ridiculous.
Well, it's safe to say that these other decks are out thanks to Solar Mill. And that is what we're going to be seeing going into this next round. Andrew, with what you know about Solar Mill, what do you think this match is going to look like? What action are we in for?
You know, I'll be honest, I have no idea what Solar Mill looks like in this format. Solar Mill is not something I have actually seriously conceptualized since the start of live stream, when everyone was like, okay, look, there's a 7-card combo and then you mill your whole opponent's deck. But in a Solar format, maybe the 7-card combo can happen. We haven't seen Corvishine in quite some time. Corvishine, Champion of Apollo, which extends your foretells, right? At the very start of live stream, it was kind of everywhere, and then it kind of disappeared. Are we going to see a Corvishine drop a bunch of foretells into a bunch of mills today? I would love to see the birds and the bugs go crazy. But Swole, I know you're a bit of a Solar enjoyer from this format. What do you foresee in Solar Mill?
Well, what I foretell, in fact, is I had to take the opportunity. I think one thing that I am curious about, again, is these sort of like unknown factors, is how Solar Burst going to 1 will affect this deck. You mentioned the 7-card combo for foretelling and for milling, and Solar lost a really big piece of its removal suite in Solar Burst. Not only that, but something with that Corvishine pairing, you get to foretell 7 at that point. And so I think that's maybe going to be a large factor here for our players. We'll see how Solar Mill goes, but I'm again, on the day, I think this is really exciting too. Kay, as another Solar player yourself, are you excited for Solar Mill?
I am. I'm excited, and I think I would rather have us show rather than going to be here with you for round 3 for Solar Mill. I will see you all in round 4, and we will be right back with Solar Mill in round 3.
contemplated. And welcome back, casters, to our round 3 on the day. Again, part of our new format here for the morning, our quick little 7-hour yap session for today. Shocker, it's Solar's in there twice. We are going into our round 3, so our casters are warm and ready to hop into the action. Andrew, talk to me today about this one. Solar Mill on the community poll, about to witness certainly some greatness.
Certainly some greatness. The question on my mind now becomes, what kind of Solar Mill are we going to see? Is it going to be foretell as hard as you can to get that Humbust mill going? Are they going to be trying to ascend into Humburst Champion of Apollo off of their foretells today? Are they playing other mill cards? They're going to drop an avalanche to put the pressure on even more. Who knows what the mills could be doing today, Swole? And it will be curious to see who they are going against. You know, if they are playing a low to the ground deck, mills may not hurt that much. You know, if they are playing a deck that is teching fish though and only has like 2 Aphoros, Champion of Aphrodite, they use one, the other gets milled, or maybe do Chronodials play more than one Chronodial in this format? I don't know. If your Chronodial gets milled, is it just game over? So I'll be really curious to see what deck the mill deck is going into and whether or not it's going to be able to hit those key cards. In my opinion, that's one of the most important things about mill, is eating up some of those critical resources early on so that you have the longevity to outlast your opponent and either mill them to nothing or expend them to nothing, depending on which way it goes. What are you thinking, Swole?
Yeah, I could not agree more. That's one thing that I think we saw time and time again with things like Pandora's Box, right? Which I imagine this mill deck will also be running as sort of this counter. We saw it in our top runes before. And so with cards like that throughout the meta, what we see is the milling of Cryoverns, Cryo Scorches, these big heavy hitters. You mentioned the Chronodile too. I hope that these casters are coming prepared, playing more than one. But I've only ever seen that in like the Australian decks are like, I'll just see it, go Bubbloon, easy peasy, right? So that's one thing that I completely agree with. Mill as a strength and strategy is really dependent on the matchup. And so maybe those Earthquakes, maybe those big one of removals, maybe some of those Divine Runes, some key cards there will hurt a little more in the long run. And it will be about how much it can grind out as far as this underdog deck and underdog strategy. But let's not forget, though, that in the Solar Mill deck specifically, we have cards like Humburst and Humbust, which are champions of Apollo titled forms. And with that, things like Lyre of Apollo can boost those attack stats and do some nasty stat swap shenanigans. So that's something I think we might see in play here as this game and as the match develops. That's something we haven't seen in a while. You know, Champion Plucky too is of consideration with some removal of Heliolith. A lot of different options for Solar Mill, not just even in Mill as the win con. Again, Solar being the first term in there, right? Which is a little bit silly, but maybe some Cinder in there. I don't know. What do you think about the Fire Engine there?
You know, the Fire Engine, you already have it going to get your Humbust and Humbursts out. Salashade being a fire and a lunar 2-drop, which will mill, I believe it is 3 cards every time an Elestral is cast, and gets attack bonus for all of the Elestrals in the Underworld, could be a real threat. When you have cards like Rise from the Shadows, which can allow you to bring back something that was destroyed and sent to the Underworld by your opponent with a lunar on it, maybe there is a line there where you get to Salashade after one of your lunar Elestrals gets outed, surprisingly enough. You know, you called out some of these key Champion of Apollo cards, so allow me to double click on that for a minute, help give our audience, you know, a little bit of an idea of what to expect here if they're not familiar with this kind of lunar mill strategy. You mentioned Lyre of Apollo, which is really common, but we haven't seen, or it was common earlier in live streaming. We haven't seen it a lot lately. It was also very common in Firestorm, but it swaps the stats of the empowered Elestral, right? And it gives you +2 to all of your champions of Apollo, allowing you to just kind of across the board give yourself a buff that is searchable with Plucky, Champion of Apollo. The searches are going to be a lot more critical in this format, where generic adding cards to hand like Nectar of the Gods is gone, I believe. Of course, if you drop a Corvishine Champion of Apollo, you're going to extend your foretells significantly. You get to reveal an additional 3 cards, which combos with Humbust Champion of Apollo, the titled version that you mentioned, which is going to make your opponent mill 1 per card you foretell. So some very powerful combos we can be looking out for here today, Swole. Is there any extra tech cards like Salashade that we haven't mentioned that you have your eyes on in particular? Maybe not even on the mill side, on the solar side as a solar enjoyer. Is there like a big solar surprise you think they can pull out?
Well, I don't know. I mean, like back in the day, right? Back in the day being like, what, 4 months ago, we had you could combo that out with the Rise from the Ashes, which I think would get a player immediately banned if I saw that card as a jump scare. That'd be hilarious. No, I think that I don't know if I can predict any sort of solar inclusion outside of maybe Corvishines, like you mentioned previously, some more historical cards that we haven't seen in quite some time. There could be a possibility that there is like a small like Draco Ray package and maybe just some maybe solar stacking cards to maybe help shape the hand a little bit more. One of the solar's key features is the foretelling to do so. So I think
and
that
to
could
interrupt
be
there for a second, you called out Draco Ray. We saw a bit of that in some of the last tournaments. What would Draco Ray be doing for the caster today if they chose to tech that in?
Yeah, that's it's so. I think one of the things that in the last couple tournaments that we saw Solar reincorporate out is something like a Cryovern-esque card. If y'all don't know, Cryovern's big 7-stat body and really ease of access with the Cryolings allowed Frost to not only have a Diabolical Force in the Morphrost, but an additional back end with this nice dragon. And so I think it'd be something quite similar. Solar, kind of like we mentioned previously, doesn't have a lot of heavy hitters, and something like Hum Bust and Hum Burst have some slightly underwhelming stats. So you stack that on top with either the Liar stat swaps or maybe slapping that 7 body for Draco Ray, give a little more heal on top of that. I think there's some utility there for sure.
And it looks like we have the information for our casters here now as well, Swole. We're going to have Lord of Architect, who got top 64 at the Dallas Open, going against Couch Potato, who has a premier top 16 in 2025. So I think we have some expert casters we're going to see go into it today. I don't think we know which of them is on Solar Mill yet or what the other person is playing. So I will be excited to see once the first few cards get cast. Unless they're Asked Rabbit. I mean, Asked Rabbit's back in the top. Maybe we'll just see turn one of 2 Asked Rabbits pass like days of yore. But we will see. They are both 1-1 currently. So plenty of opportunity to still go strong today. That means Solar Mill has gotten at least 1 win today. I think it is going to be amazing, Swole. What if you could have anything you wanted? What do you want as the second deck? Are you hoping it just surprise it's actually Champions of Zeus anyway, or is there something else you would like to see go into Solar Mill?
No, I'd love it to be Fish. That's what
Fish.
I in my most like sadistic of ways, my Schadenfreude truly, I would love for Fish to either one. I would love for a Fish deck to get shown up. I think a lot of players go into these tournaments thinking, wow, it's over for me. I'm just playing against the best deck and going from there, not actually seeing what a lot is under the surface, which is a lot of different ways to fry a fish, if you will, right? And so I think that's one thing I would like to see is Fish. Let's see, can Fish perform? Can Fish actually prove itself as well? We've been talking about Solar Mill this entire time, saying what can Solar Mill do? But what can Fish do? What has Fish done for us lately? You know, getting a little Janet Jackson up in here a little bit. So I think between both these players too, their accolades, you know, show us that they are both skilled players at this game of Elestrals. So I don't doubt whatever deck they're choosing, they might be able to show us more than the actual deck itself. But as we're getting into this third round here, Couch Potato is going to be hopping in here, going first inside of our third round. I think we're ready to kick it off for today, Andrew. What do you think?
I think I'm ready. Let's see what she's going to cast on her first turn here.
Yeah, this is the fabled Solar Mill versus X deck. We're getting some Hum Burst on the start, and then maybe some Foretell action here. That could be really dangerous. I think Solar Mill's biggest advantage could be going first here. So if we see Couch Potato on this as well, just to our 6-7 here on the on the day, a little bit of our patterns here. Normally I just see smiley faces from these cards.
Is that what that is? Is that a 6/7?
Oh yeah, my brain rot is deep in there. My classic brain rot. It's actually really funny. I was thinking about this the other day as I'm constantly just sitting here thinking. That new Aeolus that we've seen pop up every now and again. It's got a face like the old meme videos for the what's up for non-blondes. And so this one here, I can see it distinctly. This is a combination of both.
You gotta love the leaks from #1 community leaker Dan A. Drive.
I know, right? You can trust no one, not even yourself.
All right, they've picked up their cards here, which means I think we are ready to get casting. Oh, I think Couch Potato is the one on Solar Mill because they are going to expend 2 solar here for a mulligan. And we're seeing, I believe it was 2 Earth from Lord of Architect for a mulligan as well, starting on an evenish playing field. Now, getting some solar in your underworld can actually be advantageous for cards like Guardian of Light. If you're playing them, you actually want some solar in the underworld to be able to pull back. If Lord of Architect is on crabs, maybe the mulligan is simply a strat to get the Earth in underworld for massive damage turn 1. So we're in an interesting format where these spirits in the underworld aren't necessarily lost. They might be coming back to hit the opponent in the face very soon. We will have to see what exactly the formula of these decks are. And we're going to open with a original Plucky here. That is going to allow Couch Potato to search out an Apollo, start getting their Foretell engine online. Humbust Champion of Apollo does also count as a Solar Elestral when foretelled, so it's possible that Apollo here could be putting the Humbust in hand to start that mill engine and get some burning off to the races on the next turn. I think the real question for Couch Potato here will be how many back double Apollo?
Yeah, and there's that hum burst.
Oh, okay. That Apollo was foretold. My bad. I thought they were playing a second one there. But we do see the Humbust foretold. You're right, Swole. What does that mean for Couch Potato going into turn 2, you think?
Well, this is a nice little setup, right? Plucky is a pretty decently defense-statted body, so you have to have the specifically 5 or boost to go into this duck. And with set 2, your defense is pretty strong. Means that unless there's a distinct answer or even a Gorgon's Gaze, which doesn't feel particularly good from Lord of Architect, I think Couch Potato's sitting pretty on getting that mill engine online. It's so important to get it off early because it does snowball. The avalanche, so to speak, is incoming. We'll see how Lord of Architect can respond. Lord here has thinking over their options. This first cast is going to be important. As Earth Spirits, we could see that Viscerus pop in early, but opting to go for an Ardbud here. Bug strategy online. Love to see that.
Now, an Ardbud, weirdly, you think, oh, that means Antitan deck, but that's like 5 different decks. You could have the Suppression Antitan, which is trying to use Champ Spectrus to special cast and turbo out into Antitan. You could have Hermes Antitan. There are just so many variations of this deck here. Now, of course, we see a poison-tipped arrow from Couch Potato here, which means she's essentially betting on the idea that they don't have what they need to combo into something like an Ardvarum this turn.
Yeah, and that Ardbud in defense is a key indicator of that. And I guess as this match will shape out too, let us know from y'all over on twitch.tv/Elestrals, who do you think is going to take this round? Couch Potato on Solar Mill or Lord of Architect on, so far, this Ardbud Bugs strategy. And there's an Artemis coming down. Oh, that's pretty big for a suppression here. Do you think they have in hand the Champ Spectrus? This is a card that will allow them to maybe even contest this Plucky.
They must, because they searched Cyanectar. So I can only imagine that means the Spect was in hand all along. The only other option would be that they are suppressing the Apollo here to prevent foretells on the next turn and slow down Couch Potato's ability to get her mill engine online, which is a distinct possibility.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one too. Artemis's big advantage here, outside of being an excellent commentator, is the fact that you can foretell any card, not just, Elestral. And so I think typically a lot of casters will say, I'm going to suppress your whale here, bring it back down to a 2. the Apollo being suppressed can be pretty staggering. So we did see on top, there was a foretold Apollo. Maybe there's a second one. Oh, there's a Champ Plucky coming in here from Couch Potato's turn, though. That's going to help take care of this Ardbud. Oh, do you think they forgot about the PTA?
I think they forgot about the PTA. That is what it looks like, Swole. Now, maybe there was a plan in store, although I don't know what Couch Potato would be comboing that would require the destruction of an Elestral. Maybe simply the fact that Lord of Architect didn't play any back row meant that Couch Potato knew they'd be getting over the Ardbud this turn and thus didn't want to waste the extra spirits on it. So it might not be forgot, it might be strategy, but it remains to be seen, I think.
Yeah, that's one thing here I am curious about. I know we have our champion of Apollo Plucky. Again, a little bit of attack boost from this Lyre of Apollo. I wonder if the Lyre is actually on the OG Plucky, in fact, to make it a 4 instead of that 1 attack. Make it a little more of a better offensive threat here. Pretty commanding start from Couch Potato, even though, again, we saw the mill engine a little bit earlier. I think you're right. That suppression on the Apollo makes this a little bit of a slower start. As the Synectar OG coming in here. That's a beautiful art, by the way, by Daniel Reyes. Love this styling. That's maybe an indicator of what we're seeing here. That's a Wasp Ivy and a half, if I've ever seen one.
Now the question is the poison tipped arrow in hand?
Yep, absolutely. Yep. You bet your sweet Artemis on that one. That's going to be all poison tipped arrows are good here. That poison tipped arrow shop paying out dividends to the Synectar.
Do we have the Gorgons? We have the Gorgons from Couch Potato. She's going to be able to stop the Synectar. This is key for Couch Potato. If Couch Potato did not have that Gorgons, that Synectar would have special ascended into Wasp Ivy. Presumably the original Wasp Ivy. The original Wasp Ivy is a big bungus attacker that is immune to counter runes if it ascended from Synectar. And if you manage to destroy it in battle, it expends you for 2, which is quite rough. So Couch Potato really buying herself a key moment of pause and breath here to ensure Lord of Architect does not get off to the races with Wasp Ivy.
Yeah, and taking out that champion of Apollo Plucky, which did have the Lyre attached with an Earthquake out here, going a little bit down in spirits and not saying to themselves, I'm going to use this Earthquake on maybe a larger body or a bigger threat, just saying, I'm going to try to keep tempo and advantage. 1 card set here from Lord of Architect. It's possible that there's a PTA incoming from their turn to maybe ascend to that Wasp Ivy now. Couch Potato is in a really interesting position as a really big, strong start with the 2 back row, more defensive, but now seemingly has to make a choice on the offensive play. And I also noticed Lord of Architect did not re-suppress the Apollo, so that Fortell and Mill is still potentially online. There might be the case to where we can see a Fortell and a Mill, but a Champion Plucky coming down here too. First verse, same as the second.
Another Lyre out of the deck. Some good deck thinning there. Going to get a heal off of playing a Solar Rune on the Plucky, and we do not see a PTA from Lord of Architect. So there is a good chance, I think, that this Synectar is not long for the world, unfortunately, for Lord of Architect. It's really interesting to see Couch Potato choosing to play the kind of slower, aggressive route here. I think she's making a good decision. You sometimes get excited to really pull off the strategy of your deck. That Humbust has been sitting in the hand all game, but Couch Potato choosing the kind of turn over turner board state advantage over just going off to the races with Mill.
Yeah, I think as the game goes on, that does get a little more advantageous as more searches happen. You do thin out the deck just a little bit. I think in a deck like Wasp Ivy, you're maybe hoping to hit those Wasp Ivies early just so they can keep them off a little bit of these ascensions and tempo. And with no back row from Couch Potato, that means that if you have another Synectar and another Artemis's Arrow, you do threaten a big 8-drop body that is immune to counter runes. So we'll see how Lord of Architect can respond here to Couch Potato's assault. Kind of even out the spirits here, though, a little bit. This has been an expensive game so far.
So far, yes. I mean, a Wasp Ivy in a late game state, even if you can remove it, might just burn you to expend yourself into nothingness with the fact that you have to expend if you manage to destroy it in battle, almost demanding something like a Resting on the Laurels or Earthquake to safely remove it. Lord of Architect here is going to drop what I believe to be a beautiful stained glass Spectrus here. The suppression is not going to do anything special, but it is going to be a 5 that can go bird hunting.
Yeah, heading over that Plucky there, which we do see that this Liar is attached to. And whoa, -2 be upon ye. Until we have a champ of Apollo, Exaltos, coming down here. This is a nice little tech option with the amount of foretelling this deck does. That might be able to be a 6, but the Artemis notably did suppress back the that Apollo there, I think, to make sure that this foretell engine is still on ice.
Well, there have been enough draws. I believe Couch Potato absolutely has Apollo in hand now, right? Or did perhaps the Liar Search shuffled it away?
The Liar Search did shuffle, but they might have pulled out here as we see pulling the trigger for that Hum Burst coming in. This little guy is quite the cutie. I like this new champion of Apollo a lot. There's a second Apollo coming down here using those solar spirits. Gonna go ahead and try to foretell here, even to get this mill ongoing. Plucky's gonna heal 1. Let's see if they have a Gorgon's Gaze even.
Wow.
Take the Plucky from the hand off those foretells, and they're gonna mill 4. Get this ball rolling.
So there's a Gorgon's Gaze and a Guardian of Light on top of the deck for Couch Potato, which means future turns are going to be in a good position. Couch Potato is milling, I believe, a Wasp Ivy champ, a Cyanectar champ, a rune of some kind I didn't catch. And I think that might have been another Artemis's arrow there. So some good hits from Couch Potato, maybe hinting that there were 2 Wasp Ivies in the deck all along, though.
I'm opting to go for defense here on these Elestrals now. I think that the Spectaris is going to reap havoc and do some slicing and dicing with those big claws of it. I think one thing to watch out for if you're Lord of Architect, though, is going to be sequencing, right? Do you have something that can accurately deal with the threats on board? And do you have the spirits to even manage this? You're down in presence, but you do have a larger offensive threat here. What do you think that maybe the Lunar Engine can do as they reach for an Earth Spirit, of course?
And what is that? Another Ardbud?
I think it is. That's Ardbud again. Ardbud coming in to search an Elestral and can now threaten Ardvarum and Intent Titan, because unfortunately, and I think this is one thing that is maybe for this matchup a little bit rough for Couch Potato, is that Hum Bust is an Insectoid Elestral. This means that we get some free Ascension line if Lord of Architect can see this. Let's go for an Artemis here to suppress and express a card, and we're instead going to go for a special cast of Champ Specs.
Yes. We're going to see the Ardbud Conga line, I think. I think we're going to go into Ardvarum. Ardvarum can pop the Humburst and go into Antitan, and that will leave the Spectrus on field to protect the Antitan.
Love me some Antitan action. You know, this was prediction from, I think, Zero from the last premiere, and then I know for me at some point in time, and Grandpa Old here, whenever I did that. But this deck had, I think, a lot of life as that, I think it's the Stellar Ardvarum coming in here to get a search off. These cards, I think, are very strong inside of into a lot of the decks inside this meta. Into Fish, you know, you have a little bit of the suppression mechanic to help deal with those kind of tricky stats. Ardvarum coming in here has a 6 body to search your bugs, which can search things like Nabi, can search things like Spectrus. And Ardvarum, most importantly, can take care of things like Insectoid Elestrals, destroy them. A Humbust on the field going gone for the full Art and Titan coming in here, the big 3-drop body.
Now, this is going to be an interesting position for Lord of Architect. They spent a total of 5 spirits, I believe, to make this possible, putting them very, very into the danger zone if they don't have something like an Ambrosia in hand, giving Couch Potato the ability to maybe win this game just by doing something funny like poking over the Spectrus for a couple of damage. If you're Couch Potato in this position, Swole, what are you looking for?
Ooh, I'm looking to not have that Apollo get destroyed, but it looks like Antitan's going to be doing some work here, discarding those Synectar Champs to dismantle the board. It's a possibility here that there could have been an argument to destroy potentially both Elestrals and just swing in for as much damage as possible, like you're mentioning, but can't have those Ambrosias really play a tricky play here in these end of times. That Artemis, too, to point out something that's been happening for the past couple turns here, really enabled this sort of slower strategy into this big bug, not allowing this big bug to be milled either. And Couch Potato coming in here with a big 5. There's that Corvishine.
Unfortunately, what would Couch Potato be looking for off of Corvishine to stay in the game here? Sure, foretelling 7 is helpful. Presumably, Couch Potato has Gordon's Gaze or Guardian of Light in hand, depending on what they decided to stack on their deck. But this does look like a really rough position for Couch Potato to be in. She's going to really need some divine intervention, maybe like an earthquake to the hand or something like that to stay in this, I think.
Yeah, you got to hope for those solar bursts. Again, that's just the one of, but maybe even the Nova Core on the following turn could have been it. There's that Ambrosia and Humbus and the Nova Core. I think you might just be trying to play a little defensive. If you can be on the read that Lord of Architect does not have enough bugs to dismantle this board, a Tsunami in the back could maybe do it, but you're so low on spirits that I think that you are almost hoping that this next draw into that Foretold Ambrosia can heal you back for one more turn to drop a Nova Core. And that's maybe the only line I can see here. Once you drop Antitan, it's looking like it's eating time.
Yeah, Couch Potato might be able to buy a turn if that's Guardian of Light face down and there's no bugs in Lord of Architect's hand. We've seen them burn through a lot of bugs. Then Guardian of Light to stop Antitan from swinging over Corvishine not only would heal Couch Potato and buy another turn of Corvishine on field to try and do something this coming turn. Maybe a Nova Core from hand with a Temple or something like that.
Ooh, discard. There's Viscerus coming in here. Again, that same glass. And it was a Guardian of Light. You call it out. Oh, wow. Just like Shield, never resolving. 3 spirits left from Lord of Architect and only 2 from Couch Potato. Now, notably, you do have to maybe swing in with this Antitan over the Corvishine, meaning that you have maybe only 1 spirit that you can really do something with. Ambrosia coming in here to peel back some spirits and play in. If there's another cast that can potentially put on some pressure, I think that we might see a close game 1 here, but the discarding of the Viscerus means that Antitan's going to swing in over the Corvishine, and only 1 damage for the Spectaris, leaving Couch Potato on 1. We saw a Foretold Ambrosia. Let's hit this next play. Yeah, Ambrosia.
Yeah, there it is. There goes the Ambrosia. Now the question is, what does Couch Potato have in hand? They have exactly enough spirits for a Temple plus a Nova Core, but Lord of Architect does have 2 back row, and we are just going to see another Corvishine.
Lord of Architect debating on flipping a card. Gorgon's Gaze here, opting to pay 2 extra spirits to the Corvishine and say, I'm not going to allow you to foretell much more and much longer. Couch Potato is going to scoop it up there. That's the concession going into game 2 of this round 3. Lord of Architect taking that with Antitan. Wow, I didn't think we'd see the big 3 drops that soon, but that was pretty killer.
That was pretty good.
Thank Apollo that thing wasn't milled, right? That would have been extra hairy for Lord of Architect. Solar Mill, though, I think showing not only that it has some scary stuff. I think Lord of Architect had to deal with those Apollos. They had to really manage the fact that they had to slow down that strategy. But the solar portion put in a lot of work early on.
It's tough. I think, unfortunately, this is maybe one of the worst possible matchups for Solar Mill. Having your own bugs that you kind of rely on for Ardvarum to come out and go, thank you for the delicious snack. Now here is an Antitan. If you're Couch Potato, you're going to have to think real hard about siding here, I think. How do you pivot to help protect yourself better against those bugs? Or are you simply praying to Apollo and saying, please just give me a Gorgon's Gaze to stop this from happening.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a key indicator of sometimes in those game ones, you can hit those, like you said, kind of rough matchups and say, wow, I wasn't quite prepared to start because I didn't think I was going to hit this today. But key cards of those side decks, we saw Cryoblast, which does hit the deck pretty hard. Spectaris has a measly 2 defense. Ardbud, of course, has a very strong and mighty 1 defense. And so those key cards, yes, you can stop them for a turn, slap that down, and get rid of them. The Synectar and even Wasp Ivy, again, share the Ardbud defense line of just the 1 point. So that could be a key card and a key indicator of this next match if removal wasn't quite seen in the last one. Or alternatively, this could be a smokescreen. We don't quite know, but the mill portion of it could be taken out entirely for maybe a more favorable engine. What do you think could be, if that's an option for Couch Potato, what do you think that could be?
Well, if you're on Fire and Solar already, you are a couple pivot cards away from just playing Draco Ray heal beatdown, right?
There you go.
So Draco Ray we referenced earlier, right? Being a 1 solar, 1 fire like Humburst. You can special cast it out if you have a Cock Array into First Light, or you can just Hard Ascend over something. It's going to heal you some spirits when it comes down, and it's going to be a big dragon chicken beater thing. So that's a possible pivot here. Whether or not Couch Potato is on that, we'll have to see. I am curious though, Swole, do you think if Couch Potato had said, I'm going all mill from turn 2, that they would have done any better? Or do you think their kind of slow board state strategy was the right way to go, and unfortunately Lord of Architect just had the right answers to combat it?
You know, I think that is kind of an excellent question here. Like, as we pivot into this game too, would Couch Potato fire that off earlier? I think you might, just for the small chances of hitting those Aardvarms, of hitting those Antitans, which were key players in that last game. And again, do threaten your Hum Bust and your Hum Burst. So as we have the mulligan here coming in from Couch Potato, I think you're right. I think it's definitely, do I consider that early? And for my answer, I think yes. I think you kind of have to. You say, I can't afford it. But opting to go for a similar start of Plucky for Couch Potato inside this game 2 to get our Foretels online with Apollo, that's still really nice. Again, get your Foretell early. If Lord of Architect has that of Artemis, though, to help slow this down, we might be seeing a repeat.
Why, what are the chances they open Artemis 2 games in a row? Well, the statistics, the numbers, they just don't add up. Certainly, Couch Potato will have a turn to get her mill engine online. I think we only got to see 1 mill last game. So I'd like to see at least a couple more this time. We are going to see a Glimbat, a Ambrosia, and do you know what the card was they just grabbed? Was that the Exaltus champion?
Absolutely. That's going to allow them to have even extra protection here and potential 6 body that can maybe even rival that Spectaris, which was a little bit tricky last time. Lord of Architect opting to not mulligan. That hand must be pretty sweet. Only 1 back row from Couch Potato, though. Ardbud loves to see 1 back row coming. But what are the odds there? Like you were saying previously, here we go with the sweet Artemis coming in here to suppress and slow down. This is a little bit, again, we saw that Couch Potato did manage this pretty well in the last game. So we'll see how they respond here. 2 back row from Lord of Architect. And yeah, casting out here with an Earth Spirit. Viscerus coming in, classic.
Oh, Viscerus is a scary, scary guy in this format. 3 of them are backed. He's been unchained and released. This Viscerus being able to hit over Plucky if there's no back row to defend it, and get a second Viscerus for Lord of Architect, leaving Couch Potato with a pretty scary board to stare into going into their next turn.
Yo!
Exaltus!
Double Exaltus all the way across the sun. That's a one thing that you can always count on is 1 Exaltos, but the second one's always that gets you. And here's the crazy part too, right? Viscerus, with 2 Viscerus out, 1 defense, 1 an attack. The big key thing is that Viscerus becomes a 6. Exaltus can say, yeah, I can do that too. And one of them's in defense for this other Viscerus, but opting to not go for the effect on Lord of Architect here, I wonder why.
I am also curious what the logic on that would be. Oh, was there a face down we saw from Couch Potato?
Ooh, potentially that Gorgon's Gaze coming in here, potentially to stop the effect, but saying okay on the attack just to be able to get those 2 Exaltus down. Yeah, absolutely. I guess that answers my question of why.
Yes. Now, Apollo being suppressed means the foretell to get the Exaltuses to a 6 is going to be a little more difficult, but I am sure Couch Potato just has another way to do it. Temple of the Sun and Nova Core does just solve the problem, though.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, hitting that Viscera with the P-Box and coming down with the Nova Core, that's going to put on a lot of pressure here. And even if, you don't have the... Even if you don't have the Gorgon's Gaze, but you now have to contest with a 6 body and a couple 4s. One more, if you have a Foretell here at all for Couch Potato, those Exaltus go up to 7s. This is going to be a little tricky. We'll see it. There's a Solar Burst, there's a Foretell. These 2 birds become our 7s, and there's potentially just destruction on the way. This is a commanding position, even though you're down almost half of spirits. That's crazy.
Yep, we do get a Glimbat on the Solar Burst foretell. Solar Burst letting you foretell and send one of the Elestrals you foretell to the Underworld and pop a opponent Elestral with equal or lower cost. That's going to clear out Lord of Architect's board and allow Couch Potato to walk in here for just massive damage on this. What is this? Turn 3? Turn 3 full Solar board. Let's go. The mills were never needed. They were just to scare the opponent.
And these potatoes are frying in this sun. And I think if you're Lord of Architect, you're still in a very nice spot here, right? There's no counter runes from Couch Potato, so your Ardbud and Ardvarm combo could potentially even go off here. That Champ Spect can help you combat the Nova Core at the very least. But do you maybe opt to go and hit the Stadium with Destruction? That way you don't have to deal with another Nova Core? We'll see. You can go for a Suppression here. And that's a little bit of key to note is that I think the Apollo one to slow down a little bit might indicate that Lord of Architect's taking this nice and easy.
I believe Champ Spectrus requires a Elestral to be suppressed, right? So by going for Apollo, you are basically signaling that you are not comboing that this turn. It looks like we did have a pass from Lord of Architect going back to Couch Potato, who's going Plucky plus Liar. You got a field of Champion of Apollos here. That Liar is going to give everyone +2. The Temple's giving +1. So you got +3s across the board, basically. Couch Potato building a very, very scary board for Lord of Architect to look at, even if they do manage to get to Antitan at this point in the game.
Yeah, looking like more Frost out here. Look at all these 5s and big bodies. The nice part, too, the foretelling, you don't quite have that unless you have another foreteller here, but these Exaltus get the attack boosting from the Liar. And so they get beefed up by the Stadium, they get beefed up by the Liar. Sometimes stats is all you need. Do you even really need counter runes when you got a big body on board?
I believe the board state we're looking at from Couch Potato is 2 7s, a 5, and an 8, right?
Yeah, that's something that's huge, right? Well, 2 7s, a 6, and the 8, right? Like I think, or maybe is that an 8 as well? The across the board, I don't know outside of a mass dense fog, and maybe on some level Artemising the Temple of the Sun here.
You can Artemis the Liar to take away the +2s across the board.
That's true.
You could Artemis the Temple to take away the +1s. There are some options here for Lord of Architect, but those options only last for 1 round of play. So unless that suppression is going to help them really clean up the board, they're just going to find themselves in the same state again, and without an Artemis, because there's only 1 spirit left on it now.
Yeah, that means that at this point, too, Couch Potato can threaten that mythical mill that we've been so eagerly awaiting for. And Lord of Architect on 7 spirits, Ardbud, like we were saying last time, can take potentially 5 spirits to do. Do we have a 1-time for the 1-time, dropping on an Earth Spirit, milling over some options, so to speak? Tyrantlus is not going to attack here, despite the wiggle that we see.
Declare attack with Tyrantlus, yes.
Yeah. Gonna go for Ardbud.
Where's the Ardbud?
Ardbud gonna search out for. I imagine it's gotta be Champ
Spect is
Spect.
full combo here, but they have to suppress an Elestral instead of one of the attack boosting items here. which means they're still in a rough position. Notably, there is not a bug on Couch Potato's board to pop this time. So they can go Ardbud, search Champion Spectress, special cast Champion Spectress, pop their own Champion Spectress to ascend to Ardvarum, search another Champion Spectress, special cast it, pop it again to go to Antitan. The problem is that leaves no bugs on board to activate Antitan's protection.
Yeah, and that's going to be a little scary here, too, with how you maybe have to leave the Stadium Rune up, right, to help clear out some of these boards. But there's double Champ Spect, big and easy, and an Ambrosia to help heal back some of those spirits. This is an explosive turn from Lord Architect, and we haven't even seen the Ardvarum or Antitan drop yet. I think that this is... Oh, wow. Well, I mean, they keep on saying where there's a mill, there's a way, but I think if there's an Ardbud that's blocking the path, then, I think that this might be it. Let's see how Lord of Architect can do this. Again, a lot of options here. Ardbud has to go into Ardvarum here, taking out one of the Champ Spectresses. Got to pick a favorite. It was the left one.
We'll get the Ardvarum. Ardvarum, do they play a third Champ Spectress? Maybe all along this was going to work because they had two in hand and they're going to search the third one.
Honestly, I wouldn't doubt it. That Champ Spectress has come in pretty clutch. I've attempted and played around with the fact that you might just want to run 3, but it looks like they're going to search out the Viscerus, the classic that was denied from the P-Box earlier. Liking the stained glass inclusion too, by the way. Nice and uniform on these rarities.
That's going to mean they're going to get one pop with Antitan if they so choose. What are you hitting here, Swole, when you ascend to Antitan and you pop something looking at this scary board? Are you going to choose the Apollo to slow down Foretells, or are you choosing the Liar to make the board more manageable?
See, that's the weird part, right? Like you said, if there's a third Champ Spectress, then I think this Antitan can maybe pop that Liar, but maybe it's the Apollo, swing over Nova Core, and then hope that you can't out this Antitan with a second Nova Core. I mean, Lord of Architect also has 2 face downs, so potentially that could be Gorgon's Gaze or something silly. But that's a tough choice. What about you? I might even opt to go for the Apollo. Yeah,
looks like seeing the Apollo go here. So the question is there more bugs in hand? There is a second bug in hand. So the answer all along was, I will take both, please.
Yeah.
Leaving. This is really interesting. They have chosen to leave the Liar on the field. I think that signals they're going to go over the Plucky to take. They're leaving the Plucky and the Liar on field. That is a really interesting choice to me, because that means Exaltus is still a kind of big threat. It can get really big this coming turn if Couch Potato has a way to foretell.
Yeah, I think maybe on the Antitan play, you say, I'm just going to take care of 1, and you got to hit 11. If you can get up to or above 11, and you know what? I'll deal with it. You got to be this tall to ride this ride. And with, looks like seemingly 1 card in hand from Couch Potato, that's got to be an Earthquake or bust. Bust, specifically.
Ha! Yeah, no mills this game so far. We saw the Solar Burst from Couch Potato already as well at the start of the game. Is that... Oh, defense. Okay, I thought we were going to see an Ascend there for a second.
Ooh. You have an expended draw from Couch Potato, leaving them on 1 spirit. And Lord of Architect draws for turn, sets another back row. This Antitan can now start eating the birds alive. It's evolving. It's no longer eating bugs. It's now consuming the birds and the dogs. It's going in there and discarding after an expended draw. A champ or a regular Spectre is now clearing this Exaltus only on 1 spirit. Now Couch Potato has got to see a Miracle Ambrosia into some destruction, or else this Anteater is going to be sitting pretty. That's going to be a concession from Couch Potato. Yep. Solar Mill goes down to the big bugs.
Oh no! Well, the big bug eaters, really.
It's really the eaters that get you. Real eaters know on this one. It's crazy because I think that in this matchup, like you were saying, it does limit the options you have available to you. And despite the fact that we saw a large solar onslaught from Couch Potato, Lord of Architect was able to come back from that and say, I'll let you build a board that's 4 Elestrals wide. All I need is 1 little bug. One little Ard Bud, excuse me. But what a match in itself. I liked the Solar inclusion from Couch Potato. Solar putting a lot of work there, and Couch Potato putting Lord of Architect on the ropes consistently for that entire match, I think shows the power of that strategy too. You know, you're a Lunar enjoyer. Talk about the impact of Artemis and the suppression in that one.
I mean, you know, shout outs to Best Element. We're doing good out here today, really. You know, I think seeing Artemis turn 1 was one of the most important things that happened to Lord of Architect. You know, having the champ specs in hand was helpful, all these things, right? But that turn 1 Artemis, both games, prevented Couch Potato from getting off to the races with their Foretell engine. It prevented them from fixing their hand, which is, you know, something that Solar really likes to do and is kind of built to do, you know. To me, I feel like even though you're going into the scary bug eaters, which is really hard for Humbust and Humburst being bugs themselves, Couch Potato kind of had what they needed to be able to deal with that, but not when their whole foretell options were disabled. You know, Couch Potato spends the whole first turn on a Plucky and getting an Apollo for Lord of Architect to immediately go, actually, you're not going to use this Apollo for the rest of the game now.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think even myself, when I'm theorizing on Titan, when I'm saying, hey, for the Ruminous Rumble tonight, I'm going to bring in the Bug Eaters, I sit there and I think, is Artemis really worth it? You know, there's several times where I think Artemis is maybe not that great because the cards people are playing aren't strong, and maybe the suppression's not there. Toxiri is nice, get the dense fog for sure, but I think I myself even undervalue the consistent Artemis suppression to control. Suppression control is real, and they can't tell you differently. Necrolith surely is incoming, but I think it's a pretty big indicator that Artemis in itself has a lot of different utility, and maybe this is the deck to see it done. Do you think they're playing Fawnlets to get to that?
I don't think so. Based on what we saw from their deck between mills and play, it really looked like 3 of every good bug. You know, we had 3 it seemed like we had 3 Cyanectors of each flavor, 3 Viscerus, 3 Spectorus, 2 Champ Spect maybe. The Ardbuds, the Ardvarum, the Counter Rune Suite, the Artemis's arrows. After you account for all of that, I don't think there's room left in the deck to throw down a Fawnlet. Fawnlet also not being an insectoid itself is kind of a slowdown for the strategy. Really playing Cyanectar Champion of Dionysus to search Artemis Arrow, which also gives you a suppression, is a better search and a little more synergistic with the deck, in my opinion.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. I mean, I don't know. I'm holding out for the 1 copy of Terraheart. Maybe the Rise in the Shadows, bring something Lunar Enchanted. You go back in with the Terraheart, bring in those Artemis's arrows. I think there's a lot there that maybe we don't know. But I'm excited to see how Titan plays out and Titan moves on in the tournament today. And for Couch Potato too, the run is not over. Maybe Solar Mill can do it. We Mill win. I thought that was really interesting to see so early, and I'm glad that players are experimenting with that strategy, specifically utilizing things like the Lyre to help boost up attacks. And Nova Core Champ is still insane. The removal, non-targeting, maybe I was wrong about the impact of Solar Burst going down to 2. Maybe Nova Core Champion covers that nicely.
It does, and you know, it was really interesting to only see 1 mill out of Solar Mill. Based on what we saw, I don't think Couch Potato pivoted into anything. We saw a Humbust in hand at the end of the game there, but maybe there's a world where you do the Draco Ray smoke screen so you can handle this matchup better in the future. I honestly feel like Couch Potato did a pretty good job with what she was given. I don't see anything where I'm like, oh, I would have done this key moment differently. I really think that at the end of the day, sometimes your opponent just opens the right cards to get you. And I mean, shout out to Lord of Architect, who masterfully piloted their way into Antitan 2 games in a row. I mean, if you have played Antitan, you know it is one of those decks where it's like, you really got to have kind of like a vision for where you're going and where you're spending your bugs. How many bugs are you going to throw out of your hand? Et cetera, et cetera. It's a real kind of resource management deck, in my opinion, and I think they played it masterfully today.
Yeah, it's very challenging to do so. I think, consistently for turns after turns. And as we're jumping into round 3 too, still impressed on the 1-1 finish, now going on to this round 4. And I think that as we are heating up on the action today, I'm going to hop off and I'll leave it to you and Kay to discuss, talk about, and go over our exciting round 4 on the day for this Elestrals premiere. So stick around, more exciting action on the way. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, welcome back. It's so good to have you here. Did you get a chance to watch Solar Mill? I say Mill singular, sadly, but I was very happy to watch Titan perform. What did you think of our last game there?
Yes, I did get to see the Solar Mill. And oddly enough, after seeing Solar Mill, my takeaway is, oh my gosh, I think Titan's crazy in this format. I think Titan is really good. On top of that, Artemis was, I think, one of the, if not the key card in that matchup, which was really cool to see. I mean, hey, I am sure that you, of all people, were very happy about that one. What are your thoughts on that? I know you've been yapping with Swole about it a little bit, but It was really, really fun to watch this very, I would say, unexplored, underutilized divine have such a big impact.
Artemis is one of those divines that has so much utility that is just has not exactly been relevant yet. Artemis is super unique in the way that, one, it can suppress anything. There are only a couple of cards in the game that can do that. Most cards suppress explicitly Elestrals. So the ability for your opponent to go like, oh, I have a stadium, and for you to go like, well, not this turn, actually. I am going to hit over everything you thought was safe, is quite surprising. And there's a lot of value in being able to perform weird maneuvers like that, where you go, I've turned off your liar, surprise, surprise. The thing you thought had big stats no longer has big stats. And the other very unique thing about Artemis is it is one of perhaps the only cards that suppresses not just during your turn, but the following turn for your opponent as well. A lot of cards like Dense Fog, the opponent gets the abilities back immediately on the next turn. But Artemis here saying, okay, I'm going to turn this off for my turn and your turn, which is critical for things like Temple. As we continue to get more Elestrals who provide passive benefits like Corvishine and stuff like that, things like Artemis are going to have even more value, I think. And I always love to see a good Antitan. I know there are a lot of community members who are absolutely in love with Antitan. Shout out Log. But, I was a little sad we didn't get to see a Wasp Ivy hit the board, though.
That would have been very cool. I was definitely waiting. I was watching for that. I think that this specific matchup is one of those in Elestrals that you don't get to see very much, where you have an active predator-prey situation. And that being that one deck literally eats the other one. And so I think one important conclusion that we can come to is that we cannot come to a conclusion about Solar Mill based off of that. Whenever you get matched into something that genuinely eats your deck for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, it is a bit hard. I liked your shout in the transition during the siding about, hey, maybe they could transition into Cockray Drakeray. I think that was very fun and something that could be explored in terms of side decks moving forward. I would have loved to see that. That being said, the Novacore Plucky Parade honestly put up a pretty good fight.
Hey, you get a board of people who have an average stat of like 7 or something. That's a crazy time. And you hinted at Ambrosia earlier when we were talking about the ban list and popular cards and stuff. Maybe it's going to be less popular now that's restricted. Maybe people are going, no, just keep playing Ambrosia. Just in both of those matches, Ambrosia was really critical. Lord of Architect getting down to basically an empty tank of fuel, one poke from Couch Potato. She could have got the game over Lord of Architect, but Lord of Architect going, actually, I do have the Ambrosia in hand though, so now I'm back up to 4 spirits or whatever.
Yeah, I think when you have a card where there are so many games where you say, let me see what my top deck is. If it's Ambrosia, then we keep playing. If it's not Ambrosia, then I concede. That is the only card outside of maybe exactly like Earthquake or something that is the case for. And there's a reason. So I'm with you. I think that we're going to continue to see Ambrosia. I think that Couch Potato did a great job. Having been washed by Couch Potato myself on stream in the premiere that I played in December, I was excited to see her back, excited to see what she was playing. I think actually, funny enough, Couch Potato was on Antitan, if not in Earth Strategy, when I played her. So, that was a deck that once she was like, oh, I see what we're doing, there had to be a little bit of dread going into it.
Yeah, but sometimes the opponent just opens Artemis both games in a row.
Hey, apparently best card in the game
Good
right
card,
now.
Good card.
Who knows? I had a little bit ago when I was actually practicing for that premiere, a conversation where I was like, we need a card that suppresses more than just Elestrals. And it was like, okay, wait a minute, Monsoon. Wait a minute, Artemis.
Monsoon, Artemis, and Kokore, Champion of Hermes, I believe, can suppress anything when it goes to the... I think those are the only 3 off the top of my head.
Yeah. So, hey, you know what? That could be something that could be cool to explore a little bit more. I'd love to see more of that. If not, start putting Artemis in your deck, I guess.
Hey. You know, let's talk about forbidden techs and weird decks. I don't know if you've ever heard of Hermgorix, the Fulgorix Hermes, combination where you use the Wind and Lunar of Hermes to go from Doppelganger into Fulgorix. Send your Cockatoodle Champion of Hermes to the Underworld, suppress something on the field, special cast a Spectrus, get off to the races. Someone out there go cook wind suppression. I think wind lunar suppression can be a real thing.
Hey, I think that sounds like a perfect A-Drive Tuesday casual deck. That sounds like exactly something that he would be playing. I don't know if you've been able to either play in or have been watching those Tuesday casual streams that A-Drive has been doing or play in the events, but it's been so fun to see what casters are cooking up. And, A-Drive is always going to show up with Stellars, something unconventional. I feel like as we get closer to Sunstrike, it's only a matter of time before we start seeing cards being played early. That is my current prediction, is that it's only a matter of time before we have spiders happen again, where everyone's like, I'm sorry, what card did you just play?
Yes, like I said to Swole, shout out #1 community leaker, Dan A-Drive, for bringing us all sorts of fun things as we get into Sunstrike reveal season. I believe we're exactly a week away from official reveals for Sunstrike starting. Despite Hat doing his best to keep Dan A-Drive under wraps and not leaking things, he has got a few things out to us, but they're going to open the floodgates starting in February, which is going to be exciting. But honestly, this ban list has shaken up the format so much, at least for me personally in the games I've been playing thus far, that I haven't been as angsty for Sunstrike, so to speak, because I already feel like I got like a new, fresh, interesting format in my hands to be cooking with, to go back to the board and go like, all right, what am I doing with Thera Heart this time around? Okay.
Exactly. Hey, you know what? I am with you. I want to let this one marinate for a little bit. Let's see what people come up with. Let's see if it continues to get more and more diverse, or if all of our casters, as we have in the past, that hive mind come together and they all land on, I don't know, Galaxy. Who can say? I think that it will be interesting to watch this format shake up. And I personally can't wait to see it. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
I mean, what defeats a fish? A whale. You flip the stats of the fish and then you hit over it with your whale. Not champ whale. We go back to OG whale, right? We just flip the stats of everything that is water.
Hey, you know what? I have been saying this. Back when I was practicing with Lakagon, I said, you know what? I don't think that Lakagon on its own feels good enough. It doesn't, for some reason, I'm watching Julian play it and it's not doing for me what it does for Julian. I specifically said, I want Galaxy. I think Galaxy could be good. And what did we see the next tournament? Pope coming out and winning it all with a bit more of a, honestly, modern, in terms of right now, current ban list for Lakagon. So, hey, our casters had already been thinking on that, cooking up those things. That being said, as we're prepping right now for round 4, I'm excited to see how this shapes up. Round 4 is one of those sort of middle child rounds where it's like anything can still happen. We still have people fighting their way to the top. We still have some of those fringe decks possibly fighting their way into a top cut for the possibly first time. So you're not going to want to miss the action, because you never know when something spicy is going to come up as we are preparing for this round. Is there anything that you personally are hoping to see, thinking we might see? What are you feeling?
Chronodial Fish being a top represented deck today, apparently. We gotta see some more Chronodial in premieres, I think. I being a bit of a Daybreak head myself in terms of where I started really digging into the game. I have a love for Chronodial, as many players do, and it always delights me to see someone do something absolutely crazy with it. I will forgive you if it's fish. Just play a Chronodial, get a Croc attack going. Maybe we'll even see Livestream Chronodial, something we haven't seen very much of. Livestream Chronodial and Nomodial being more of a control-centered strategy where you can get extra draws or prevent draws or skip phases, right? I think it would be delightful to see someone do some kind of weird, funky time control thing with new Chronodial. But of those top decks, we've seen Solar Mill, we've seen kind of Wasp Ivy now. It was in the Anti-Titan deck, so kind of counts. Was there any on that top list that you are hoping we see in this next matchup?
I'm with you where it's like, okay, I'm looking at all of these fish variants. I know we're going to be seeing it today. Just statistically speaking, it's going to happen. I would love to see that Starbit list. I think that Starbit Supernova is one of those cards that people have been trying to make work for many formats now, and it's never quite popped off. And hey, you know what? This could be the time. Maybe Starfish is the combination that finally makes it happen. That being said,
Starfish.
Hey, Starfish, there we go. That being said, I would love to see from any of the decks that we've talked about, whether that be Champions of Zeus, whether that be, we kind of saw a little Wasp Ivy adjacent, and I'm just curious as to what these decks are actually looking like. Some decks that have new identities, new formats, and it looks like we're about to find out because we now have our casters for round 4 lined up, and this is going to be an incredible matchup. We have Perky versus Shurit. Tell us about our casters, Andrew.
Well, Perky has several premier accolades under their belt. Top 16 multiple times, a champion, a runner-up to the champion, and Shurit, of course, all over the place. Just a plethora of tops ranging from 4, 16, and 8. Top 32 at Kiss Me as well for sure. We have 2 very experienced casters here who are going to be clashing. So, Kay, I know no matter what deck they have brought today, both of them are going to give us an absolutely stellar of a showing, I think. Is there one of these players you have your eye on in particular?
Well, speaking of stellars, I have to say that one thing I am hoping our caster Perky has said is, you know what, maybe in this new format, I should bring back the stellar Nixamera line that he used for that premier champion win. We saw the X of 10s, we saw the serialized Phonics. It was absolutely gorgeous. And, hey, Frost is looking at a new identity. It's not quite so woolly heavy anymore, and it might be time. That being said, Shurit is one of those casters that I always love to watch. Shurit did one of my favorite things that I've ever seen in Elestrals, and that is the Infinite Ash Rabbit, where we had 3 Ambrosias in grave, and every single turn, Shurit simply just said, I'm going to re-enchant Ash Rabbit and get one of these Ambrosias back. And, I still have not stopped thinking about that. So, team both of these casters, honestly.
And it looks like we're going to have Perky going first here, which is going to be exciting. You mentioned the possibility of Nyx making a comeback. I myself have cooked plenty with Rise from the Shadows and Morfrost as a way to hard ascend into a Nixamera Fallen form, which is a Frost and a Lunar. I'll put those energies into the clash. Maybe we'll see it. But what we are going to see is that just a fish turn 1 from
looks like Narpoon?
Narpoon, actually. Yes.
So, hey,
okay.
It could be happening. And we have that Morfrost Lycan. Hey, is it really limited if you can simply search it? And there we go. We have the Lycan pitch going off. And it looks like we are still doing a Morfrost strategy here. Getting Bat and that Chimera. Both stellar.
Just Bat? Wait.
Like we're rethinking things. Hey, you know what? I have heard whisperings of a Morfrost Nixamera list. So, hey, don't rule Bunnix out. It could still happen.
And a Kione to get the Lycan back, I assume. Wow, Lycan, who said Lycan was limited? We will simply search and reuse. We are a very conscientious, recycle-minded people here.
And I want to point out that not only did we use Kione, but Kione, which has so far been used almost as an invoke rune with only one Frost Spirit under it just to get one back, in this situation was loaded up with 3 Frost Spirits, which makes me think that Perky is playing a much more extensive Kione package, or at least intends to continue bringing Elestrals back throughout the course of this game.
It's possible they simply want to threaten bringing back Lycan form every turn. It's also possible they're playing, Obama Ursa, Champion of Kione. If it kills something, you Nexus to it and go to Glaciursa. Like, who knows?
Ooh,
we are going to see fish from Shurit, though. Aphoros, Champion of Aphrodite, and Aphrodite to be able to search another fish. So we're going to have a board of 5s from Shurit's side today. Perky going to be hoping that they have the power they need to freeze dry some of these fish and ship them out of here.
Let's hope so, as we didn't see any set cards from Perky, so no counter runes able to stop this from happening. And at this point, we might be seeing a flood. At least that is what things are looking like. And sure, going to be going ahead and setting 2 cards here, and I think effortlessly swinging over this Narpoon, setting up what could be anything, as we know there are so many diverse water strategies swimming around out there that feature this fish. So we'll have to keep an eye on Shurit as this game continues to develop to see which one of those he's playing. As we come over to Perky here, I do want to point out, for those of you watching over on Twitch, the prediction is now live. So based off of these first couple turns, let us know what you think is going to be happening here as Perky casts out that Morfrost Chimera form.
Chimera being an interesting choice here because the Lycan was left back to hand with Kione, right? Oh, but it went back to the Underworld for another search. So maybe they are just going to bring the Lycan back here.
We did see, instead of it being a bat pitch, it's actually that terror form.
Okay, so maybe Perky forecasting that they want to set up their field to go Chimera into a terror form on the following turn. And is that an Argo from Shurit?
Whoa! Okay, let's get Swole a point for that Argo prediction, as we are currently Argo gaming. And it looks like with those 2 spirits there, it is going to be a Necklace of Harmonia, which means, yes, indeed, that Chimera form is in the graveyard.
It's going to be really interesting. I'll be curious to see if Shurit has an Ascension in hand to ascend the Apheroses into to get rid of the necklace, a rune to play off the necklace potentially, or if they're just going to simply eat the cost of having the necklace. If you don't have a way to get the necklace off the field, at the end of your turn, you're going to be expending 2 spirits for the price of having it.
Oh, actually, so what we do see here is an Aphrodite to go and get Aphoros, but not the champ Aphoros. This is base Aphoros, which means that we are going to be getting some draw power going here.
That will do the job of getting rid of the necklace. Like I said, we see a poison-tipped arrow from Perky, though, so Shurit's going to have to really consider where they want to nexus those spirits, because this Aphoros is not long for the world. Who needs Nectar of the Gods when you simply have fish?
Very, very true. And we're probably going to be seeing that Nexus here pretty soon, like you said. And it looks like it's actually coming off of Aphrodite. Oh, maybe rethinking that.
I think ideally you would just move the 2 from Necklace to Aphrodite, right? Oh, or you put them all on the fish that's going to die from Poison-Tipped Arrow. Interesting choice.
It looks like we are just going for maximum damage here, but I'm with you. It's like, it seems that we could have moved it to maybe one of the other fish that isn't just imminently going to the Underworld here, unless we are specifically trying to get water into the grave. But I'm really not sure on that one.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Maybe there is a Locagon or something that is in hand for this turn. I'm sure it was trying to load up the graveyard for multiple heals. We'll find out.
Well, we do know that Kione has 1 on it still, and it looks like Instead, we are going to be going with, it looks like it's a stellar. I think
It's Scorpio.
The Scorpio Morfrost. There we go.
That's going to let one of the fish's defense get set to 0. At the end of the turn, Perky will be able to expend 2 to destroy it, kind of like a PTA. They're going to send a bat form, which is going to allow them to special cast from the underworld. Welcome back, Chimera. Presumably, we can now use the Keone here to recycle the bat and even get a third. We eat a PTA on the Chimera, so the Chimera will not be able to contest a fish, and it probably won't be long for this world. But that's okay. If Perky can get another bat to discard, they can continue to fill out their board here.
It looks like we're just going to be... There we go. We had the bat in hand. So activating that Morfrost Chimera effect, discarding bat, and getting back that Terraform that we saw pitched in the first turn.
Terraform will be helpful here, syncing the stats of Elestrals. They're not going to be able to contest with Chimera with its sunk attack from PTA, but they will be able to get rid of one of the 2 fishes, dropping the attack buff when there are not 2 fishes on the field.
And I think that we need to see the draw from that Chimera form as well. I don't know that we've seen that at this point.
You got to remember your draws on Chimera, folks.
Yep. Seems as though we might have missed that, but we do have a back row set here, and looks like an Ambrosia coming in, getting activated. After all this conversation we've been having today about, I don't know, do we think people are still playing it? 2 rounds in to our broadcast here, and yes, the answer is yes.
It's everywhere. It turns out dragon fruit is really delicious, and it's hard to forego it. You need a little snack mid-match sometimes.
Or Argo it in this case, as we have those floating around here as well. And it looks like we are going to be paying out that PTA, or rather paying out the the Morfrost Scorpio form there, getting rid of the fish and paying out the PTA on the Morfrost Chimera, which is now in the graveyard.
Yep, and we saw a Gorgon's Gaze to, I assume, stop the attack of the Chimera. I'm not sure how the math worked out there. I didn't think the Chimera had enough to get over a fish, but it is now over to Shuret's turn, who I assume is now just going to search yet another fish.
I mean, we have Aphrodite still active, and not a lot on Perky's side is going to be able to stop that from happening. We have that Terraform hanging around, but even that cannot stop the deluge.
There is one back row, so there is a chance of something like a Gorgon's Gaze or another Argo coming in here to protect Perky, but we do see the whale, the original whale. Oh, wait, no, that's Champ Whale, actually.
Whale.
I'm wrong.
Yep, so hey, listen, I was with you. I was hoping for it, but in fact, we do see Champion Whale. Looks like maybe grabbing that other Aphro, so we are in fact flooding the field here. And what looks like so far, based on what we've seen from Shuret, this is a more classic low to the ground strategy, focusing around that ever-present 5s stat line. As we have whale, we have fish, and we had other fish, and we're simply just going to keep doing it.
Yeah, so the stat math here is going to be interesting. The whale with flip stats is going to be a 5. The Aphros that was already on the field will not be a 5 because it has flip stats, but the Aphros that came down after Champion Whale will still be a 5 because it wasn't present to get its stats flipped when the Galaxy came down. So some real good sequencing and arithmetic going on from Shuret's side, a real mastery of making sure they have all the right stats they want on their turn.
Exactly, and that is what we expected going into this round with these 2 casters, as we have a Morfrost Chimera coming down, and it looks like we are bringing back that bat form with Keone, only to immediately be pitched with the ability of Morfrost Chimera, casting out that Terraform again, and hopefully remembering that draw this time.
Let's see here. What are they going to choose from the underworld here? They could go Scorpio again to simply remove something. Sure, it will be out of champion fish at this point, or they could go Terraform.
Yep.
And it looks like they are going Terraform here to sync the stats.
Yep, so we've got Terror here, and like you said, we are now out of fish. And it seems that we are just swinging over, getting over that whale, and there goes one of the 2 fish, which means that the Aephros remaining is no longer a 5.
Yes, a real who's who of board builders here. The snowman versus the fish. It's quite interesting to see them both go wide here and how they try to manage with each other's board stage. Sure, here, water has a lot of things it can pivot into still. It looks like we're going to get another champ whale, though. The whales are so back, Kay. I'm sure you're excited. But we haven't seen any ascensions from Shurit. So yet to be seen if there is a surprise Locagon that's going to pop out here, maybe as a frog, or if the 1-drop Conga line is really all Shurit is after here today.
I think that the card that really tells us what the identity of this deck is that Argo. With Argo present, you don't really need those 2-drops. You can just invest in putting out strong 1-drops that could threaten a +5 at any given point in time. And it looks like we do have a concession here. Sure, taking game 1, the fish proving why they are so represented today, as that was our first showing from them. Now, in this strategy for Perky, what do you think needs to be different? What are we going in the side deck to get? What are cards that you are seeking out in this particular matchup?
Well, if you have Tsunami, throw it across the room. That leaves immediately. We saw Dense Fog was a popular choice in the side. I think that would definitely come in here. A Dense Fog on a fish attack to sync their attack so they're no longer 5s would be very helpful. Dense Fog, unfortunately, does not stop Champ Whale, though. So you still got to worry about that a little bit. I don't think a Cryoblast is going to be very useful here. There's not a lot of 1 and 2 stats in the fish strategy, as I recall. So I think the real thing here is going to be maybe bringing in Dense Fog to have some extra ways to sync the stats of those fish. We saw Perky trying to use Terraform to sync those stats, which worked to some effect, but they weren't able to keep the stat syncing long enough to get the board fully cleaned up. Shurit getting much more fish on the field. But Kay, Shurit here, using your own Frost knowledge to try and kill Frost here. What if you're Shurit, are you changing anything going into round 2 to do even better, or do you think you're just running it back?
Well, I think that in a lot of ways you can just run it back. However, if you take Perky's Tsunamis that are getting pitched from that deck and you put them into your own, Frost is Tsunami bait. It is one of those cards that it's like, okay, well, sure, you can deal with my entire board here, because as good as some, and I'm looking at exactly Chimera attack stats are in Frost, the defense stats leave a lot to be desired. So if you're able to get a Tsunami off, able to just swing over, not much that you can do from Frost. I think that both of these strategies, as ever, are very vulnerable to Pandora's Box. You don't want to get Pandora's Boxed on your Aphrodite. I think that that's a huge one. You don't want to enable that continued search, those special casts of the Aephros. That's when things start to get very out of control, especially whenever you let Shurit develop to the point where he can say, which Aephros do I want to go grab today? Do I want to Nectar of the Gods? Do I want to simply get more guys on board? But I think that we are about to find out as we are getting into game 2 here.
Yep. Excited to see what we see from Perky that's going to be different. The first thing we're going to see from them, though, is a mulligan. Mulliganing water spirits, which tells me that almost certainly the Tsunamis have left the deck.
Yeah, I don't know. We did have that Narpoon, so it's like maybe not so much, or maybe we only need to save 1 in there in the event that we see the Narpoon. Because, hey, Narpoon for Lycan form, being able to then Kione get the Lycan form back, it made it feel like Frost was never hit in the first place. We are simply just so back. That Kione being, I think, a really key card in that last game, being able to continuously bring things back, enable more bats, more Lycans, all of those things. And it's really cool to see Frost develop in a Kione forward way. And hey, you know what? We were just talking about you, Narpoon. And here we go. Looks like we are going to be getting Lycan, that Frost Spirit already prepped for the pitch.
We are just running back game one, potentially. We'll see if Perky has the Kione in hand again. They are going for some different picks this time, though, the Chimera and the Bat. So I expect turn 2 is going to be a very classic Chimera pitch Bat, bring back Lycan kind of turn, unless Perky has some extra strategies. So I think the real question becomes now, does Shurit have the fish turn 1 again, or are we also going to see a setup turn using something like Peliquarius to get into the cards they need?
I think that with a strategy like this, you just go whale. All right.
Just whale.
You, when in doubt, whale it out. And here we go. It looks like that one is actually, hey, the base Galaxy. We were just talking about you switching the stats of that Narpoon and making it quite easy to swing over here.
And searching a champ whale off of the Aphrodite. So we are about to have a whale pod instead of a fish school on the board, I think, here. Perky not having any back row in hand for their turn 1 is going to make it quite tough going into turn 2 here, I think. No real mechanisms to protect themselves.
No, although we saw this last game where clearly Perky doesn't value the Narpoon enough to protect it. We're saving things until we have this Morfrost package go live, which, as we know, from that Lycan form last turn, it is ready. And we see immediately, oh, actually, hey, that's not Lycan.
No, that is a Indus, right?
It looks like Indus form. So those back row that Shurit set are actually not as safe as he may have thought.
That's also going to allow Perky to load up the Underworld with extra Morfrost, maybe hinting that there is an Abominable form in hand, in sight for the near future, which gets boosted attack based on how many Morfrosts are in the Underworld. Or maybe they are betting on getting a Kione to start adding some of those Morfrosts back to hand. You know, Indus may not be Lycan form, but it's kind of Lycan form when you think about it. You know, Morfrosts in the Underworld may as well be in your hand.
I agree, and we see Mountains of Boreas coming out here too, turning this Morfrost Indus into a big 3-2. So look out there, Galaxy.
That will be enough to hit over this whale, but certainly does nothing for the whale that is on the way, I think.
And, you know, this might be a situation where Perky doesn't even go to attack, just leaving this Indus out there saying, hey, if you want to destroy it, say goodbye to your face down runes, pal. And I mean, we've seen this strategy a lot from Bo, is a caster who's really favored Indus form in a meta where I think a lot of people were just playing sort of a core of the Lycan Bat and Chimera form.
We just saw Indus go to the Underworld there, and I'm not quite sure what happened.
Did we have a swing into the Galaxy sacrifice?
Oh, swing into the Galaxy with... Yeah, I see. Okay.
So I think that we sacrificed the Indus to get rid of one of those back row, and we are already fishing for, well, fish, as we have Aphrodite going and grabbing another Aphoros that is going to be able to special cast itself from hand and flooding the board once more. Although with this Galaxy on board, those fish are not actually 5 attackers. Here we go. Whale arrow question mark. Whale fish question mark. Do these fish stay at 5 attack with the whale on board?
Well, okay. The way stats work in Elestrals is first you set stats, and then you add stats, and then you swap stats. So Aphoros does a set operation, which happens at the beginning of the stack, which means at the end of the stack, the whale is going to flip it, making the Aphoros 5 defenders and 2 attackers.
Whale, whale, whale
indeed,
as we have it coming back here. I know that PK is watching somewhere saying, he's back. And speaking of he's back, we have Morfrost Chimera form coming out here Wondering if we have that bat to pitch.
Oh, but doesn't matter. There's a Gorgon's Gaze on
Oh.
Shuret's field. Sometimes the opponent simply has double Gorgon's Gaze.
Sometimes it does happen, and despite the fact that you sacrificed an Indus in the interest of being able to take those out, it doesn't matter.
Now, Chimera is still going to be a 6 here, so the 5s on Shuret's board aren't necessarily a threat, but the Chimera can't attack this turn, so Shuret's going to be allowed to continue to build out their board. We know there is a Champ Whale in hand, so they can double swap themselves here, making their Apheroses 5s again, and the Moorfrost a 2, making it kind of easy to get over on their turn if that back row is not something like a Gorgon's Gaze to help protect themselves.
Well, and speaking of, we do have that whale coming out. I was wondering if we were maybe going to see an Ascension over the regular whale just to get rid of that stat swap now that we've started this fish strategy. But it looks like we are simply doing what you were just talking about. We're going to be switching the stats of everybody and going in and grabbing, I imagine, another Apheros since we have the Aphrodite activation to do it.
Or perhaps another whale to keep the hand full up. We are going to see another base whale.
It looks like.
Yep. So I think they are battening down the hatches, so to speak, to ensure that their following turn is going to be just as whaleful as this one.
It really is just a flood that we have been seeing so far. As Shuret has another back row set there. This Moorfrost Chimera form, not long for this world. I think if we didn't see the Gorgon's activation at the beginning there, we are instead going to see an Altar of Stars. Very interesting. Going to be nexusing off of the stadium and moving, Moorfrost Chimera into defense. And because of the activation of Champ Galaxy, the defense stat of Moorfrost Chimera is in fact a 5, which means it's safe.
Yep. Now, if Shuret has another Gorgon's Gaze or a Dense Fog that they had set already, they could turn off their own whale and still get over the Chimera form. But hopefully for Perky, that is not the case here.
We could also Argo, as we've already seen that. However, it looks like we are simply just going to allow Chimera to survive another day, which is now, I believe, double enchanted here.
That is correct. Something like an A-Bomb Ascend, bring back the Chimera, discard a bat, bring back another, could build a full board in one turn. The power of Moorfrost.
There's just snowballs flying all around, certainly. But with this full board from Shuret, Perky needs to get some motion going, as the deck that I think up until now has been known for doing what we are seeing Shuret do is facing itself in the mirror and saying, hey, this was not a great time all along. This has been difficult to deal with, and I don't like seeing my own reflection.
Are the fish simply just melted Moorfrost snowballs? The world needs to know.
We need that Elestrals lore, certainly, because I think that that's what we are looking at here.
Perky considering heavily landing on a terror form to sink some stats on the board here. That's going to help effectively remake the Chimera a 6. Now, do we have another Moorfrost in hand to pitch for Chimera effect, or are we going to end there? Let's see what Perky has in store.
Interesting to see that, we're actually just going to Earthquake. And I think, we are going for that base Galaxy. As we know, there is another one in hand, though. Sort of exactly like Moorfrost, where it's like you get rid of one, but they just keep coming back. They just keep swimming up from the depths.
It's a pretty tough choice with Aphrodite on field, and 2 sets of 2 cards. Because it doesn't matter what you Earthquake, Shuret can simply search it again.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. And Narpoon actually coming out here, going and grabbing that bat so that we can activate the Chimera. As you were saying, do we have the Moorfrost in hand for the effect? Well, now we do.
I am confused. How did we get the Terraform on field. Was that a discard bat to bring that one out?
It looks like that was the case, and we are simply setting up for a future bat turn as we are grabbing. Can you tell what that one is?
That is Morfrost Abominable. So
Okay.
Morfrost Abominable being a
Stellar.
1-drop that is secretly a 2-drop. You ascend over one of your Frost people on the board. You disenchant from Abominable to bring something back from the Underworld and have 2 guys, basically. Allows you to recycle things like Chimera or a Scorpion and do some really threatening pivots on your turn.
Now we do see the pay off of the Morfrost Chimera, that spirit that was enchanting it from that Altar of Stars, to pay for this Ambrosia to go ahead and get maximum value out of that there. And we are going to be swinging in to this field, which, as long as we can deal with this Aepharos first, with that Terraform on board, it looks like this is going to be a board wipe unless sure it has something spicy set.
There's 2 sets. We know there's an Argo in the deck.
There it
Speaking
is.
of which,
There is an Argo on board. Another point to our co-commentator Swole, who cannot keep getting away with it.
we're going to see another necklace, I assume. There's the necklace. Okay, dokie. That is one big fish. Well, goodbye, Chimera. Now, I believe the Narpoon can still swing into the other Aepharos if Perky chooses.
It looks like that
the
is
problem
what
is,
is happening.
Yep. Obviously, that doesn't deal with the fish that is now a 9, why it has a necklace equipped to it. But we'll see. I'm kind of expecting from sure we're going to see a search base Aepharos Nexus off of necklace once again.
I wonder if Aphrodite's feelings are a little bit hurt that the necklace is not Aphrodite's necklace on her champion here, but instead the Harmonia. But hey, maybe at some point we could see more Necklace of Aphrodite action. That's a card that I have been excited to see pop off at some point. But
Look, if she wants her necklace to get searched by Argo, it's got to give attack stats. +3 defense is not doing anything on Argo, friend.
Hey, take
But
that up
we
with
are
her.
seeing the play I predicted. We are getting the base Aepharos, and now I assume a free nexus off of the necklace onto fish for what I expect to be massive damage this turn.
Yeah, this is a run back of last game, only instead we didn't see the PTA onto that Aepharos, so it is gonna stick around and is going to be doing big damage with Perky only at 7 spirits right now.
If sure it sequences this right, which I'm sure they will, they should be able to hit over the Terraform, which will bring their stats back, and then go over the Narpoon, and also another fish because fish.
Yeah, by the way, in addition to fish, and in addition to fish, also fish. So here we go. Let's see that sequencing. You are right. There goes that Terraform first, and we have now cleared the board. Perky without a single card to his name, set or Elestral. And we need to start doing some work here soon if we want to make things happen.
Shurit is absolutely serving up a 3-piece of battered fish and chips to Perky today. I'm not sure Perky is quite enjoying the meal, but luckily they do have the Abominable that we knew was in hand. That thing is going to have approximately 100 attack right now. I'm not quite sure how many Morfrosts are in the Underworld, but Abominable getting +1 per Morfrost in the Underworld. Sure, having used 2 Gordon's Gaze already means that Perky is relatively safe from having to worry about that. An Argo, a necklace, 2 Gordon's Gaze in the Underworld, all of the things that would normally be used to deal with something like Abominable. Putting Shurit potentially on the back foot here. Oh, what is that, Kay? What is that beautiful card?
It looks like that back foot was a lucky rabbit's foot, as we see Estravit coming out here, going to be looking at those top 3 cards of the deck, seeing if we can find something here. As you mentioned, those Gorgon's Gazes we've already used 2, but hey, if you can search 3 cards, maybe the third is going to come up here. And Perky over here, I have to say, I have never seen the Stellar Abom. Very cool. I always admire Perky's Stellar decks, and this is no exception. And hey, you know what? We saw Astravit come back on the top 12 Elestrals leaderboard in a real way. And you know what? There it is. There is the rabbit.
Sure, passing the turn here, not able to get over the big, jolly, abominable snowman. Perky now going Chimera pitch to bring back the terror form. And now you wouldn't have known Perky was on the back foot just a turn and a half ago. They are off to the races here with a formidable army of snowman.
Yeah, abominable, even terrifying, in fact, as we have all of these Morfrosts snowballing onto the field. Fish not long for this world. You mentioned battered fish, and I think that battered they are going to be getting. Opting for terror in defense here.
That's fine. Not trying to go all in. I believe Perky should still be able to get most of a board clear. The rabbit being a 5 defense means that Perky would either have to waste a bomb tack on it or focus on getting rid of all of the fish. And I think getting rid of all the fish, I'm wrong. No, getting rid of the rabbit was the goal here.
You know what? After how many games I've seen over the course of my life in Elestrals, ouch, my back hurts. Anytime a rabbit sticks around, it's bad news. As I have often asked and been asked, hey, is re-enchanting rabbit a good move? In fact, yes, it is, and you don't want to let that happen. As we see Shuret going in and using this ambrosia. Hey, you know what? Good card. Good card. Doesn't matter that it was hit. It's still here. She is still present, still felt, getting back 3 water spirits.
It'll be interesting here to see what Perky chooses to do on their turn. With a bomb on board, it is possible to re-enchant a bomb and dig into the underworld for more Morfrosts here. Shuret definitely on more of a back foot now. They'll have to see if they have something in hand to immediately deal and contest with some of these big Morfrosts, or if the Ambrosia is simply here to buy them a turn.
Honestly, looking at what I'm looking at, knowing what Shuret has already used, I think that, well, we do have Champ Whale coming out here. That might be the thing that does it. Perky looking at those back row there saying, is either of these a Gorgon's Gaze? And based on the fact that we didn't see that flip immediately, I'm thinking not.
Even if they have a shield, it's possible to pay 1 off of a Morfrost on field and then expend the last from deck to shield the whale. The fish is only going to have 2 attack here, so that's not going to do much. So the real question is, do they have the shield / Gorgons for whale? And they do not. They're simply going to lose their Chimera to this.
Yep, and there goes the abominable form as well. We only have terror on board with 1 spirit in the spirit deck. Do we have Ambrosia? Do we have something to help us here? Instead, we are casting our last one here, and that being...
I think that's Brummelinx.
Yeah, that's the champion Brummelinx coming out here, grabbing... Well, it's
Boreas.
Never going to be cast, but there it is.
Hey, this is probably enough. Perky is going to be able to get over that whale no matter what and hit for 1. Even if Shuret decides to use a back row here, that will put them on 0, and they would still lose the whale unless the back row is exactly Tsunami. It is exactly Tsunami.
Hey, you know what? What did we say? Take those Tsunamis out of Perky's deck, put it into Shuret's, because Frost does not like to get Tsunami'd, and now whale.
Whale, indeed. That might be all she wrote for Perky here as a second whale comes down.
As it turns out, it is the second whale that gets you, as our casters are known to say. And it looks like Shuret is going to be taking this game. Round 4 goes to Shuret. Perky coming out with this classic Morfrost strategy that, as it turns out, Fish is a little more Frost than more Frost.
It would seem that way. The fish is thawed and it's not going back into that freezer, okay? It's quite interesting. I feel like the whales put in the most work of the Elestrals in Shuret's deck here, and not the fish. The fish were definitely useful, but it really feels like the whales were the pivots.
The reveal! We got the Chronodile reveal all along! Listen, hey, we thought we knew what was going on. We thought we knew what was lurking in the depths. We were fools. We were, both of us, deceived. or there was another water beast crafted in the depths of it. It was Chronodile. Chronodile was there all along.
Okay, honest question though. Did we see a single solar spirit in Shuret's deck? I don't remember seeing one the whole match.
Yeah, wait a minute. We have some questions. Although, to be fair, maybe it was just the last spirit every time. Maybe it was always there being saved for the day that we might have seen Chronodile.
Literally just one solar spirit in the deck for Chronodile sitting around. Okay.
Incredible. Okay, so listen, we were talking about those variations of fish. As it turns out, we did just see one. Kinda. We saw Chronodile. Kinda.
Yeah. We saw whales featuring fish and a Chronodile cheering in the background. Honestly, that deck was whales. That deck was whales, in my opinion. Fish did some work, but what surprised me out of both of those matches, where was Magnaros? I literally just thought that Shuret was not on Magnaros and went pure fish, and then the rabbit came down with a Thunder Spirit, and I was like, well, there is thunder in this deck. There must be Magnaros in there somewhere.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, because the Magnaros is so vulnerable if you're able to take care of the Aepharos on the board, that it is just a stronger strategy to go Aepharos, Aphrodite, Aepharos. And if you have that option, go for it. And that's what we've seen from Shuret. The Magnaros is a nice option to get us into that strategy. I don't know that we saw Soulmates. Hey, maybe it could be in the side deck, but something that a lot of people forget, it also searches Soulmates. So could be one of those cards that maybe isn't all that it seems. And I don't know, it was cool to see a Stravit come out. It was cool to see base whale. That was fun. I know that both of us were looking at that champ whale saying, what if that was the base whale? And wow, did we get our wish?
We got multiple base whales. Well, if I think about the deck there, we saw about 6 fish, about 6 whales, 3 Ast Rabbits, your normal litany of back row. That's most of the cards in a 40 card deck.
Yeah.
I think the Chronodile might just be there for fun. I'm not quite convinced that was a real part of the strategy.
As it turns out, the white whale was actually a crocodile all along in this deck. And, hey, it was cool to see where Morfrost is at. It was cool to see a pure Morfrost deck playing as it always wants to play, despite the fact that Lycan was hit. With Kione, was it really, though?
Now, that is an interesting point. I don't feel like we saw any turns out of Perky where they weren't doing something. I feel like what really got Perky in this match was not that they didn't have enough Morfrost resources. We saw them expertly every turn just fart out Morfrosts onto the board. 2 every single turn, snowballs rolling. There was no stopping the Morfrosts. I think what really got Perky here was the lack of back row in both games, not opening any back row, and then many turns just dying to whales and fish hitting over uncontested.
I heard most of what you said there, for sure. You didn't lose me halfway through that at all. I didn't get stuck in the middle of that sentence and freeze there for the rest of time by any means. Anyways, yeah, I agree with everything you said there, Shirley. Unbelievable. Yeah, hey, Frost, really cool. And hey, it was only a matter of time before we heard from the fish. Who knew it would be in round 4 of our day? That being said, looking at the future of today, what do you think we're going to see? More and more fish? More and more frost? What do you think?
Well, it's really interesting because we're talking about like, well, of course we're going to see fish today, but fish is less than 20% of total decks if you take all of the fish variants mushed together. There's 90 some odd people, only 16 total fish decks. So like, what are the other decks that are out there? What are the other like 80 some odd decks? We know there's a couple of Solar Mill. We know there's a couple of Wasp Ivy. We've kind of seen those already. Like, what's out there? Is there a Therahard out there? Where's the Zephrog player? There's one person playing Zephrog today. How are you okay? Are you still in this? Where has that gone for you? You know, there's some really weird decks.
Wellness check on the Zephrog player. How are we doing? One thing that we didn't talk about that we did see represented in our top decks, because I think we were all admittedly a little distracted by Solar Mill, is that Solar Fortell with Celestlio is still here, still present. The Lion apparently cannot be taken down. They thought they got him with Rise from the Ashes. We thought we got him with Solar Burst going to what? But you know what? Here he is.
There are just some certain 3-drops. There's Celestlio, there's the Moose, there's the Camel. There are just these 3-drops that, like, you keep cooking with. Yes, mine is down over here. I'll have to grab it later so we can surround Swollen them. But there are just these 3-drops where you're like, man, to get them out is like so much effort. But it's like, yeah, but if you get it out, what's your opponent going to do about it? You know, like top deck Earthquake. Good luck.
Hey, you know what? Even if they do top deck Earthquake, I hear that people aren't even playing the Earth Spirits. So, hey, you know what?
Shout out Swole.
And hey, you know, one Elestral that we haven't heard from too much, except for exactly Ari, who has been trying to Aura Farm from the beginning of this format, is, you know, Gambit. It's so interesting that I feel like this being the Elestral with one of the most arts in the game being not represented as much as I think it could. This was not a thinly veiled excuse for me to show this. This was, in fact, an important conversation topic that comes all the way from the top. They want to know, chat, why aren't we playing Gambit? Andrew, in your opinion, why do you think Gambit is not in every deck?
I mean, who doesn't want to risk a 50-50 on losing the game? That's always a fun thing to do. You know, Gambit is really tough because Lockagon pops things when you heal. So I think that made it really not popular early in the format because you were basically going to give your opponent free pops against your stuff, which is never something to do. And I am not looking at my camera here for definitely reasons right now. It's because I'm pulling out like a conga line of Gambit arts here. That are all just so wonderful, and it's like, come on, you gotta reach in, you gotta get the Gambits, you gotta have a really good time with all of the different variations of Gambit you can be playing. You have so many options, you gotta just pick one and flip a coin sometimes. Come on.
Do you have every Gambit art?
I don't have the Serial Stellar.
Okay, that is what I was wondering. I had to know. For my own sake, I was curious. No, I think that it would be cool to see more Gambits. And honestly, I think it would be cool to see the Elestrals coin sets come out more, whether that be for Dazed and Rage, Dionysus shenanigans, whether we're flipping heads, flipping tails. I would love to see a little bit more of that. And you know, another topic of conversation here, while we are discussing water, the future of water, fish happening, one thing that I think that I discussed, that I predicted very bravely a couple tournaments ago was the return of Eddie. How do you feel Eddie is positioned in this current meta right now?
All right, give us Champ Eddie so we can play 6 Eddie to search off of Aetheros, and I think we're gaming. I think that's it. Especially in the Aphrodite decks, where you can just keep searching things. Being able to have 6 of a thing to get in your hand so you have the Aphrodite search target is a really powerful ability. You know, even if you don't want OG Well and what you actually want is Champ Whale, we'll put out the OG Whale, do the Aphrodite search, get the Champ Whale in hand, and now you're all set for future turns. I think there is some hope for our boy Eddie. You know, Eddie having its sibling Drakid. They've both been stuck between a rock and a hard place. But number one leaker Dan A Drive has revealed to us that a Drakid champ is coming. So maybe there is a Eddie champ coming as well. I think at the end of the day, only having 3 Eddie to put into a Aphrodite deck just makes it a little less desirable because it's less likely you're going to find it and be able to search it. But, Eddie champ win.
Hey, you know, I personally cannot wait and I'm very excited. And you know what? Looking at that last match, another card that I'm looking at and I'm saying, actually, this is even crazier than we were even shown in round 3, Artemis. Artemis completely shuts down Aphrodite. It completely shuts down that entire strategy. And hey, you know what? Maybe this is Titan's time. There's only one way to find out, and that's to continue watching today's premiere. Our broadcast is going to take a little bit of a break, and when we come back, I will be joined by Swole. Andrew, go take a much-needed rest. Dream about Artemis and all of her pop-offs that we are sure to see come, and we will see you for round 5. Hello, casters. We are back getting ready for round 5. I am once again joined by Swole. Swole, how are you doing? How was your break? Did you see that last match?
I was keeping a close eye on that one. You know, Shirt and Perky are two of my favorite players to watch into this game. And I was talking about this earlier in the pre-show about watching the individual decisions behind a lot of these card choices. And I must say, not to toot my own horn just a little bit, I know we do that on the broadcast quite a bit, but Argo coming back in a big way. That is a big whale, I should say. That was kind of crazy. I mean, did you expect to see this kind of like big brawling matchup? Frost, as I know that you're a previous Frost caster yourself, how does it feel to get the snow melted just a little bit?
Well, ironically, given the weather that a lot of our casters are dealing with today, as it turns out, I don't know, water might have it. We might need to melt that snow a little bit. Although, hey, that last game was so close. I think that just given a few different circumstances, a few different turns, a few different, maybe if Perky had had this card in Gorgon's Gaze, it could have been different. So excited to see Fish finally show up. We know that it's out there. We know that people have been cooking. And that Chronodile jump scare at the end there was quite interesting as well.
Yeah, I'm curious to know how that plays into Shuret's deck. If that was a side option brought in, we've seen previous players like Julian do something very similar with Lakagon, where it's Chronodile on top, Lakagon in the back, or swap vice versa. And in Elestrals too, the game is either Vanessa Carlton 1,000 miles to a game, or it's inch by inch. And so maybe that's to cover both of them. You have your Chronodile for your big pushes, and you have your Fish in the back end to help win those moment-to-moment gameplays. Though you're, like you said, Perky keeping up there quite a bit. More Frost being this deck that can easily combat the Fish boards over and over again. We saw the Terraform put in a lot of work to help really decrease those stats, even if Argo was on the board.
Well, it's interesting with Fish specifically because you are always just one Siphon Ascension of 2 fish away from a Chronodile. And I think that that's probably the idea there. And cool to see at the end that bit of a, oh, by the way, this was here. And in a situation where Frost did get out of control, I think you're right that when it became a different kind of game, being able to swap, have the versatility of, oh, I don't just do 5s, I also have this giant tower. I know you're a bit of a Chronodile aficionado. Would aficionado, is that the right term here?
Yeah, at the time that I was playing Chronodile out 30,000 feet into the air, I think that was maybe I wasn't quite seeing the Fish tech, but a lot of players have been experimenting with it, like we saw previously. It's our most represented deck and a lot of different versions of it today. So 100%, I think that special cast, Siphon Ascend is real and can hurt you. The only curious inclusion/exclusion that I wonder if Shirt is teching in is stuff like Nomadile, the middle ascension. Maybe you just go for a 1, you don't even have to siphon the Fish itself. Plus, it's a 5-stat body, could be pretty okay, but unsure if it's the Solar Spirit investment is worth it at that point.
I mean, we'd have enough fish stick comedy today, and I know that it's been quite a topic of conversation. That being said, are there other decks that you've been keeping your eye on, things that you think we'll be seeing as the day goes on and we get into our final rounds of Swiss here?
Well, honestly, there's a couple key players that I know we highlighted in the very beginning of the cast that I've been keeping up with just a little bit. Obviously, we have players like Wire Rebellion, who's here, which I might be on for one of my predictions being there for Hermes. We also had Stellar Kristoff, who's also in contention and doing quite well today, who I know has been championing Cypron. I have a latent DM that I haven't responded to on that one. But for the most part, I know a lot of casters are looking at not only Fish and not all these known quantities, but maybe some things that are lurking under the surface. I haven't quite heard a lot from Heal today. I don't know if you've seen any Sluggles, but the Jolton, I can believe Jolton too. Jolton's on the way.
Hey, those predictions came from the heart. They really did. And Sluggle may just be inching along at the bottom of the ocean. Maybe just give the format a little bit. He'll get here eventually. He's just a little slug. And as for Jolton, hey, we haven't heard from Champions of Zeus, and who's to say, could be an inclusion in there. And with a lot of these Astrabbits being teched in, it's not that too far of a reach to say, well, hey, do you remember the day when every deck included Elichick and Astrabbit? Maybe we could say Elichick or Astrabbit and Jolton?
Yeah. when you're building your deck, if you put could you also, yeah. I completely agree. Yeah, there's a lot to be said about today's tournament specifically. Again, we have over 90 casters in attendance today, duking it out for those champion Centarbers and also for those champion Foamies, of course. But the big thing that a lot of these players have been, I think, recognizing is what is going to be the game plan. Is it a build wide? Is it a build tall? We've seen both and Titan. We saw Crocodile, kind of. And we have a little bit of a glimpse into that. Which one do you think that these players are preferring overall inside of a format like this?
I think that build wide is absolutely what we are looking at, just from the overall deck view. That being said, Artemis and I were just talking about it. I personally think that Titan is really well positioned right now. And Artemis specifically as a card. Hey, what do you do if your Aphrodite keeps getting suppressed? You can't have your strategy pop off. You can't go wide unless you are drawing exactly what you need. And in this nectar of the godless mess that we're in now, this godless land that we live in, hey, you better hope that those top decks are good, or that you have your base Aphros, I suppose.
Yeah, we found fish in a godless place, really, is I think the mantra for today. No, I think the analysis is sound there, right? Like, as someone who's playing iWooly previously, the building wide, as you know, is extremely explosive and can do so much in just one turn. And a lot of decks like the Fish engine can special cast 2, and Titan in itself can also special cast 2 or 3, depending on the champ specs and the suppressions that you have. So I think that's a very interesting thing this game has right now. You were talking about Eddie previously in the broadcast, and if Eddie can come back and be good. And I was experimenting a little bit with this, right? Rock and Hard Place and Kerberos don't look too far off from things like Cryoling, Cryovern, like the Draco Ray Cockray. And so I don't know if anyone's going to be pulling those out on the desk today. I do think that there is a world where maybe your powerful one-drop card at a time, is that too slow for the game of Elestrals?
Hey, maybe there are Schnarks in the water.
Well, there's definitely alligators. I mean, we know that for sure.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll see them in a while or later. One of those.
After a while, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. No, I'll have to check my sundial to see when that might be.
Oh, yeah. I'm out of puns. I'll say that. I'm out of puns. We got crocodile, we got alligator. Get the sundial in there, of course.
Of course, yeah. I had to take that last one.
Yeah, we'll go back to whale, whale, whale. And that should surely do it. Surely do it. There we go. Okay, we're back in there.
You found another one.
The single last one.
That being said, we are currently gearing up for round 5. Who's to say what we are going to see? I know out of all of the decks that I saw, whenever I looked at it, I said, that's a swole deck and a half if I've ever seen one. Starbit Supernova.
Oh, yeah. A big fan of the Starbit Supernova. I've been a big supporter of decks that utilize the little starfish, and I love to see that we have the champion form on the way. These cards are really interesting. Again, the 7-drop body, its stats do matter, and as we've had a lot of 5s in the meta, they look pretty good. Atlantis, Tuku popping up, and some Rise from the Depths action. Just saying.
Hey.
Rise from the Shadow's good, and so why isn't Rise from the Depths? I think with Water's time to shine today, not only could Starbit perform, I really hope it does. So, yeah, we'll have to see if the little star bit that could be cute.
Well, we were doing our wellness check on our Zephyrog player. I think that we also need to do that on our Starbit player as well, see where they're at in this competition and who's still in. I know that we're preparing for round 5, and every round today specifically seems like a little bit of new information for this mystery that is unfolding, this mystery being the new format. And I think that each round so far that we've seen has made an argument in different directions. We were talking about building wide versus building tall. We saw Titan really pop off, and we've seen Fish really pop off. We also saw Solar go wide. We know that Solar is going tall as well, with Celestlio being represented. So this question seems to be one that our casters are asking themselves as well. And I don't know where they're going to land. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that here's the key, right? Whale, arrow, question mark, to the question everyone's asking themselves. I think that a lot of people might look at the format and say to themselves, oh boy, the 5 digits are back up, right? But here's the thing, and the key indicator of, I think, a very diverse and yet interesting format in Elestral's time period. once you get rid of a lot of the more high variance cards, right? Things like Lavalith, things like Cedar Sword, even taking those Ambrosias down a little bit, which to the impact that mattered so far. But you take out some of those cards. You get a little more consistent across the board. You would think that 5 stat is like the baseline, the end all be all. But so many decks can handle that now, right? We maybe to ourselves last time we said, yeah, we can handle Like a Void, but we definitely can handle the 5s.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's going to be about managing that. It's going to be about how do you balance the wide board of 5s, the wide board of stats, and can your deck do that low end? And if you have some top end in there, maybe sprinkle it in there a little bit too. Not everyone can top and bottom, but I think that the decks that can, that'll be the key.
I agree. And we keep asking wide board when I think that it would like to be asked how board, you know? And and how all of our casters out there are doing today. I know that some of you are dealing with inclement weather. I hope you're all keeping warm. Thank you so much for sticking with us today. Thank you for being here despite all of that. That being said, we do have some data to look at. We are going to be getting our top 16 here. This is, of course, a work in progress. This is going to be changing as we go through our final rounds of Swiss here. And we have a few undefeated casters, including the return of Justin T.
Ooh.
This man came in, swept 2 tournaments, and it hasn't been seen since, only to, I don't know, maybe run it back?
We can only hope that this is the return of the king. You know, Justin T, a fabled caster in his own right. I find it so funny too. Justin's one of those players that won't have the time to play for months on end. Come back, go 4-0, and do the most insane things with the deck you've ever seen. Before Trinajin was banned, I was practicing with Justin and saying, oh, you know, like what's the key here with Trinajin? And he's like, I'm just gonna hard ascend it every single turn. Like, what are you gonna do? I'm playing 3 of them. It's like, you're playing 3? Yeah, why not? You can see the mindset here and why that card even got banned in general. But it takes key players like that to pick out the most powerful cards here. And we have some returning on the board. Sure, Adam, our previous champion here, to shout out our last event as well. Gwen, too, from the previous runner-up. And we have Win the Scent, longtime Krakatuga Burn Goat, coming in here for the 9th spot. So this is a nice board. This is a incredibly seasoned pot, so to speak.
Yeah, When the Scent saw Eruption get hit and said, I'm gonna make it work anyways.
It was
took that as a
holding me
personal
back.
challenge. This is really cool to see. I always love to hear from Stellar Christoph, which I gotta say, the last time that we heard from him on stream, I went into that saying, oh, we're in for some really cool Stellars. Not a single Stellar. Didn't play a single one, Christoph.
No Stellars, just Christoph?
Yeah, or as they called him that day, Christoph, exactly.
No.
But hey, maybe that Cyprong that you were talking about, which, hey, you know what? We talked about that 5 stat line and the ways that we have to deal with it. That is definitely one of the new tools that we have to deal with 5 drops. Exactly.
Yeah, and I think that if Stellar Christoph is going for the highest rarity possible, you know, it's definitely that top 16 from Kissimmee. It's also a beautiful mat too. All the championship and like store mats are all really, really nice for that. And just a small note on that, but
yeah, I agree.
Lovely.
As someone who, you know, I haven't had too much opportunity to get too many of them, but you know, I have had a small opportunity because you know what? I've been going to my locals. My locals, anyone who's watching that from my locals is like, you went to 1 and then you swept and you've never been seen since. That being said, this is our production saying, hey girl, stop talking about it. We do have our casters for round 5. Swole, tell us about them.
Ooh, I think, you know, Kreiber is a name that I recognize here. And we also have a new player of the Burku, I believe, on the opposite side here. So first Premier Buraku is the first Premier they have entered here. So again, it's seasoned veteran versus a new addition to Elestrals, a time-honored tradition here. And Kreiber, I know Kreiber for playing some of the most insane solar and thunder decks alive. Someone even put wind in there as well. Duck Duck Ghost was a deck that I know they piloted for a long time. And at some point in time, Kreiber also swapped over to Hermes as well. So rivaling Wire Rebellion, I think, in another top 8 for that matter. So this is both players at 3-1 right now. I think that goes to show like the skill gap and the skill curve for Elestrals is really accommodating for both new players and old alike. And so I am curious to know how Breaku can bring forth maybe some new blood and some new energy into this match.
Would be very cool to see him break his way into Top Cut on his first ever premiere. I think that would be fun to see. That being said, Kryber, again, a name that we are very familiar with. This is bound to be an incredible match, and I can't wait to see what we're playing. We have the mats here, which, hey, maybe that Latagon. I was talking about Latagon earlier. Maybe that's a sign. Maybe it's time to see what Latagon is up to. And, you know, hey, if we're doing a full Dionysus strategy, we were also just talking about that Cyprong. Could be very well positioned in this current meta, but it looks like we are getting ready to go. Kryber going to be starting us off first here. So let's get into round 5 of our premiere event. Take it away, Kryber. Let's see. Immediately with a mulligan? Who's to say?
It looks like it'll go on 2 Frost Spirits, it looks like. So maybe an indicator of what that is. Or is that a Lycoris for wind?
It looks like Lycoris. And that could be interesting. I swear if you 2 games in a row get your predictions and we see a Hermes after having seen the Argo, I'm going to call favoritism and say that we're picking decks on purpose here.
Hey, if we're picking decks on purpose, Perky definitely had the upper pickle pepper piper. The alliteration ruining here for Kryber on the wind could be indication of a Hermes list. And one deck that I know does want to tech in a little bit of Hermes is Findust for Habufin. It looks like Findust is going to go here and disenchant from itself. That's OG Findust to grab. And it looks like that is, in fact, Hermes.
Yeah, okay. So it looks like there is, in fact, favoritism happening here, although I love watching a Hermes match. I think that they're very fun. There's so many different things that you can do, including Habufin, I guess. So...
Habufin is a great strategy to pair with Hermes for a few different reasons. And while maybe some of our casters could have predicted that this matchup would have occurred on the desk after Argo, let us know what you guys think over on twitch.tv/Elestrals. We have our predictions live right now. Again, twitch.tv/Elestrals. You can vote and let us know who do you think is going to take this one, our seasoned veteran Kryber or our newcomer, Breaku.
Brother, going to be going ahead and Hermes going for Aviolith already. We saw all of those wind spirits hit the underworld, and with Aviolith, actually not that big of a deal. Able to get them back immediately with 2 back row set here, and going to be going ahead and passing over to Breaku.
Yeah, this is an interesting board, I would say, because sometimes you think of the OG Findust, very cute card, but at the same time a very liable cards. 2/2 stat lines, not super impressive, and you have to disenchant it for its effect. A little bit scary, especially when you're staring down something kind of tried and true like a Psynectar champ.
A Psynectar going to be going in, searching out a PTA, making sure that whatever Kryber wants to develop this next turn, not going to make it too easy to have it stick around. So if it be Habufin, although apparently it be the PTA Artemis's arrow, not the classic poison-tipped arrow, which is very interesting. Makes me wonder if we're on Antitan. Are we trying to set up some kind of Antitan build here? But there's nothing to poison-tipped arrow on board here. What are your thoughts on that choice over the standard poison-tipped arrow?
I like it. It's one thing that might call to a little bit of telegraphed OG PTA in the back row here as Breaku sets 2, but I think it's also a little scary. My heart goes out to Y Rebellion from the Ruminous Rumble. I remember pairing into Y Rebellion and being like, oh, cool. You are playing the deck that a hard counter is my deck. Hermes is historically playing things like Spinosect and Spy Nymph, which are insectoids for Antitan. And if they're searching an Artemis PTA, maybe they can do it.
And that is, in fact, delicious anteater food there. You are so right. However, hey, if we're haboofing, then maybe we don't have as much to worry about. And we are instead just going to be going for the champ carry-on.
Yeah, this also could be very advantageous for Kryber here, knowing that you have a special ascend fodder here after the special cast of the carry-on. and a little risky because of the Artemis' arrow being searched. There could be a poison-tipped arrow in the back, but Kreiber here reaching for the carry-on, potentially a Ascension into Habufen would be really nice. Like you said, that's not quite Anteater food. That's not quite for the real ones. So see how Kreiber responds to just a simple bug.
You know, I did for a second. I was like, you know, Habufen kind of looks like a bug. But yeah, in fact, no, we are safe. But we do see that Ascension. It's an Earth Spirit. It looks like it is going to be Habufen, or is it? Oh, okay. We are instead just going right for that Spinosect.
Yeah, that's going to be a key player here inside the Hermes strategy, but a very, very utilitarian card in terms of what it can do. Not only your laundry for you, but opting to just swing over the Synector here is a very... okay, maybe just a miscommunication on that one. Adding it back to the hand, as Spinosect does bounce a card back to the hand instead of destroying it. So that's going to be a little bit of a better position now if you're Kreiber putting on some pressure, but you're down by 10 spirits. That's so much.
Yeah, this has been a very expensive game so far, but with a full back row, hopefully there's something to protect it. But Bareku has a lot of game left to play, a lot of potential and Titans left to build. And if we get to that point and Kreiber is out of spirits, there really isn't much to do.
Cyprong touches down here. That's going to be able to take care of that 5-stab body. And I think this is not a bad position either if you're Bareku, just taking it really slow. You don't have to say that we're going to take this big explosive turn, but instead, I have the out to your body already. You have to have a Gorgon's Gaze, which just sets up for a later build tall. So I love the idea here of just going nice and simple of a champion Cyprong. We saw Dionysus as one of our top runes today on the play, which, you know, we haven't really seen divine usage like that since Zeus and Demeter.
No, and we also haven't seen the Dazed and Enraged mechanic employed as much as I think we all thought we were going to coming into Livestream. I really thought the Dionysus's Madness was going to be such a defining card, but maybe now is the time that we've gotten to this more slow game state where that kind of thing could make a difference. However, it looks like we are...
and using Hermes Trickery here.
Yeah, going to be using Trickery, bringing out that Aviolith that we saw sent on that first turn.
Not a bad option, then also opting to Nexus from the Spinosect going to the Underworld to the Aviolith. A big 7 defense is nice and plays around future Cyprongs here. This will allow Kreiber to heal back if this goes to the Underworld, which will feel great after expending so many spirits for these plays. Now, the curious option here is, where do you go? What's the option? What do you send off the Hermes?
I think that we are about to find out, and I am genuinely very curious if this is a Habufen strategy, if we are looking at that. Instead, we have something else coming out. Is that a carry-off?
Ooh, it looks like a full art carry-off here to expend and destroy the Cyprong as to the send. I thought for a second Kreiber is playing cards no one's ever heard of in places we've never seen before. But instead, it looks like we're just going for a simple Earthquake if you squint.
Yeah, it is in fact one of the 8 trillion carry-off arts that we have in this game. I wonder who could be responsible for that. There's real carry-off conspiracies going on here. But it looks like instead we are just going to be utilizing it, like you said, as an Earthquake if you squint. With Aviolith here saying, you can do something about me if you want, but I'll be healing back up if you do. Bareku opting to just go for Cyanectar. I wonder if we're going to see another one of those Artemis's arrows. Are we going to see standard PTA?
Ooh, yeah, Artemis's Arrow coming down here. This is the perfect combination to have Artemis's Arrow being a proactive tool inside of the arsenal for this Cynectar. By the way, beautiful art on this one by Daniel Reyes. I love this inclusion from Shattered Stars, and I kind of hope that we see more art like this in the future. Kreiber here thinking about what to activate, because I think there is maybe a consideration of a second Hermes Trickery.
I don't know that I have ever seen Hermes Trickery happen twice in a game, which would be very, very cool to see. That being said, that Artemis's Arrow, like you said, a perfect card, suppressing the Aviolith, saying, I'm not going to let you heal back here. And also threatening, kind of, possibly those Champ Spectaruses. But it looks like that trickery is going to be coming out here. Aviolith or Aviolith.
Yeah, the other option here that I think we have, which is really nice toolbox position to be in if you're a Hermes player. You utilize the spirits off of the earth and the wind, specifically off of this Aviolith here. You get the heal from the Aviolith because it was properly enchanted. And now you can go into Spinosect as extra interruption to disrupt the ascension into the Wasp Ivy.
So there comes the Spinosect here, and it looks like we are in fact going to be pointing, which classic implies an effect happening of some kind.
Yeah, we'll see. Trying to say I'm going to target a card or like to bounce a card. There is maybe asking a question here on how this sequence works. Does the Ascension go through first with the cast of the poison-tipped arrow and then into the Ascension, and then the Wasp Ivy then gets bounced? Or are we going into our Synectar? There's a little bit of a learning curve when it comes to these cards. I think we saw previously that Law also fell victim to this in a previous tournament, trying to Nova Core a Spinosect and then getting trickeried themselves.
I think that was one of the most fun examples of interesting rulings happening on stream that we've seen. And it looks like we might be in the midst of a discussion about that. Lots of gesticulating going on, as we are wont to do when discussing these sorts of things.
Yeah, I'm glad that we don't just have a case of nah yaha inside of the game here. Instead, we, shout out to our judges working hard today to help clarify these complex board states like this. It seems very simple, right? You bring back an Elestral from the underworld, but due to its non-targeting nature, when Elestrals are cast, there's a little bit of thing called limbo inside the game of Elestrals, if you do not quite know. And so it does make interactions like this matter quite a bit. Is that Wasp Ivy going to be something that is still in the back foot and can remain? Does it get bounced back to hand? And there's even additional spirit that you have to utilize there. And we're in a game where every spirit matters. This is something that I think our players are heavily considering here in terms of their options.
Definitely shout out to the judge staff who always keeps things running smoothly, especially here on stream. It is always so nice to have them just here and making sure that things are running well. And as we continue to discuss, this is a fun learning moment for all of us where, like you said, this limbo that exists in Elestrals and what that means for sequencing and chains and whatnot. And me personally, man, I would love to see a Wasp Ivy, but we will find out.
Yeah, you in ridiculous hat. I think Wasp Ivy does cook quite a bit here, and especially the 8 stat line being able to swing over the 7 defense of the Spinosect does really matter. The suppression, though, on the targeting of the Aviolith does mean that they bounce around that. Kryber gets the heal, puts Kryber back in a really nice spot. Though they could opt to go and re-enchant their Hermes here for more sending plays later. I think we're resolving our turn after some clarification.
It looks like there goes the Artemis's arrow with that Kissimmee Alloon, by the way. Shout out those glasses.
Yeah, the shades never look so cool. The shades never look so cool. I used to rock a pair like that back in the day.
I can see that. Yeah.
No, absolutely. That was a lie.
They were prescription, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you could only see out of the one slot looking like LeVar Burton from Star Trek, but no. If that's a better indicator of my status during the 2010s, was that reference?
Well, it looks like we are moving forward with the gameplay here, and Cyanectar not bounced, but oh no, it is bounced. We had another situation where it had to go, Underworld? Oh,
yeah.
Just getting hand.
Looking to bounce on a crazy style, the Cyanectar back to hand, and instead of the Ascension. Well, I think this puts Kryber in a really nice spot. Ireku still has some options available to them as far as this game state goes. Again, being up in spirits is incredible.
Yes, and because we were bouncing on it in a way that was non-targeting, that did open us up to some interesting rulings there. So as we are waiting here to see what happens next, it looks like we are just going to be going back over to Kryber, at least discussing it.
Maybe there's also a consideration of the heal. Nice and simple Earthquake. Do we see a third trickery?
I swear I saw the hand go to that back row. I really thought. Okay. Looks like Earthquake is going to be going through here.
But Rise from the Shadows coming in from Kryber. It's the other utility card.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, here we go. Gonna be coming back Lunar Enchanted, which I don't know. Hey, what does that mean? Does that mean that we have more carry-offs in our future? Does that mean that we just had carry-off there to get Lunar Spirits in the Underworld? I don't know. Who's to say?
I think just the big body alone is worth it, but you're right. This could be another ascension for a large body of Water Enchanted to play around a Tsunami. There's a lot of options now that are open to Kryber. There could even be a splash package of Viserys, or even worse, something that the Australians love to say is that where there's a will, there's a Pharaohgeist.
I was going to say, I think that, I don't know, if I'm looking at our drops here, I don't know if they want to put a whole Solar Spirit in there. Maybe it's just Posthumous?
Yeah, Moose mentions up to 1 for sure on the day. You and Andrew cannot keep getting away with them.
Oh, you saw that?
Oh, I heard it. I was devastated to know that it wasn't the other Stellar card.
No, unfortunately, but it looks like we are going to be sending that Aviolith with the Hermes once again, extending our gameplay here, healing back up. And Kryber, who was in a bad position spirit-wise just a few turns ago, is now sitting pretty comfortably at 10 spirits here. And it looks like we are having that ascension.
Ooh, you're right.
And, yep, looks like it is the carry-off coming through.
Yeah, spot on there. We have the 3-drop carry-off champ, which can shuffle back Elestrals into the deck, which is a very nice thing to have whenever you are on this Hermes list. Give you a lot more options available to you. As a Poison Tip Dare coming down from Bareku to help maybe control this board just a little bit. This full artwork is just beautiful, by the way. I love the little Floor Mine Spirits.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, lots of beautiful cards happening at the moment. Lots of flexing going on. And we do see the little carry-on that could being sent here. Looks like we are setting up for potential ascension plays moving forward with this Hermes, and going to be doing what we can while this PTA has not yet taken down our carry-off.
Yeah, you're taking a lot of spirit damage too from this carry-off, which, your 3 that you're taking directly to the face, and then your additional 3 to expend. Unless you have Dionysus Madness, hey, coming back in a real way.
We were just talking about you. And so this very expensive play only turns into an expensive play. And we're able to get rid of this carry-off, which was moved into defense, actually, because the Dionysus is active on the board right now. But in fact is just going to be going down because of that poison tipped arrow.
Yeah, speak of the Dio Wablo. If I work there. Reiku's going to draw for turn here, and I imagine to bring back out that Synectar, though often go for a Hopperoo.
Hopperoo! Okay, going to be going in, getting some direct to the spirit deck damage. Going to get some foretells going on, hopefully setting us up for some Earth cards in the future. I did not see. Okay, there we go. Ooh, okay.
Yeah, we had Synectar, OG Synectar, Equilinx, and then an additional card. I think there's an option maybe to take the third card as an Earth card in there, which opting to go, I think, for Equilinx to start, but Synectar might be the way to go to really get your engine online. But Hopperoo is really great here. This is Hermes often is a hurry up and wait kind of deck, right? Where you are constantly getting to a board state where you are up in spirits, everything's on the board, you have a big defensive body. But Hopperoo, being able to skirt around that, is a great tech option to apply pressure to Kryber and say, hey, you're going to be on like 5 spirits. How about 4? How about 3? How about 2?
Mm-hmm.
How about...
Although, as we know, we did have that carry-on brought back into the deck, although it looks like we're going to be using Hermes to go for Aviolith again, saying, actually, I think I'd rather be a little more up in spirits than I am right now. Going to be healing that back to, looks like the spirit deck instead of Hermes, and we still have our normal cast available to us. Curious to see what we're going to be doing to deal with this little Hopperoo that could that remains to be seen. Ooh, a Lunar Spirit and Navi coming out. Hey, we did see Navi represented on the top 12 Elestrals. So here he is coming out.
That's our data nest there for this one. As a Dynastis Madness coming in here, and while Dio's enchanted to, the Earth Spirit from the Dio, re-enchant and to put the Navi in defense, I imagine, to make this Hopperoo a little more threatening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this Navi, especially with Equilinks coming out, possibly going to be getting rid of any back row options. Very scary, although it looks like Navi has in fact moved back to attack here.
Opting maybe not to turn it to defense instead, just to saying, I'm going to daze it because I can take care of it faster than we think might be the option here. We'll see what Breaku goes for as another Earth Spirit coming down, and there is the Equilinks being able to take care of, well, the Hermes is a prime target. Out of the two, the back row with the Hermes here, which might only have one Spirit. What do you think you're taking?
I mean, that Hermes represents so much, including that carry-on, including any number of removal, anything, but are you going with the fear of the unknown? Who's to say?
Kryber's asking the same thing. Like, hey, do you want to hit the shield of Achilles that's back here? You know it's there.
You know it never resolves. Come on.
And it looked like it was also similarly a card that never resolves. It looked like a Demeter almost.
Was that it looked green, but I couldn't quite tell.
And full art could be an earthquake, but and if you ran out of Earth Spirits, I completely understand. Kryber happens to the best of us all the time. It's not a performance indicator. It's just something that just occurs. Okay, it's all right.
Listen, as long as you had those Earth Spirits to lose in the first place, am I right?
Yeah, right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Although,
sure.
as we are taking some Earth damage here, makes me wonder what's going on exactly there. However, it looks like we have a concession. This feels like we are at the end of the line, and we are now showing a bunch of cards.
That'll be the foretell off the Hopperoo.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we traded the Nabi with the Equilinks, deal 1 damage, and then a Hopperoo direct for 1, foretell 3, the Poison Tipped Arrow, and a couple other cards for good measure. We saw the Synectar Champ on top 2, or the OG Synectar, excuse me, and a Moss Station Champion of Demeter. The other card to take.
I looked back, and all of a sudden there were cards on the board that were spread everywhere, and it's like, I'm sorry. Huh?
Happens to the best of us. You look back at it and just throws you completely off. Wind Spirit coming down for Kryber, and gonna drop the Carry-On Champ, which can contest the Hopperoo 1-set card. Maybe just say I crash and up in the spirits, and you go from there.
I think that's exactly what's going on here. There goes Carry-On, and looks like he will not be carrying on.
A wayward son, even. I think that if you're Bareku, this is not a bad position. You are consistently saying to yourself, oh, I can now drop a consistent Elestral on the board. I even have a threat to ascend. There is that Synectar that we saw previously bounced back to the hand, coming down here in a real way. And I think it's also limiting Kryber's options. You know, Poison Tipped Arrow in this game state is a really effective tool, but now you cannot cast that card with the Synectar.
And it looks like, I mean, Kryber here at 7 spirits, there are still so many utilities, so many tools that are available to him. And it looks like we are in fact going to be going for Navi once more, which is going to be immediately hit by the Poison Tipped Arrow that we know was searched. Here we go.
Poison Tipped Arrow on the top. Then we can also now ascend into a Wasp Ivy if this Synectar is true, and it looks like that's going to be the case. So not only does this Navi not have enough attack to then deal with this Wasp Ivy, the immune Wasp Ivy can potentially help contest the back row even and put Kryber on the back foot.
Yeah, Nabi, more like Wasp. So looks like we are going to be going in here, getting the Wasp Ivy. That is regular Wasp Ivy coming out here. That 8 attack stat that, as you mentioned, is very important, specifically into this matchup with those Aviolists, the 7 defense body coming out. And I don't know that there's much outside of Carry Off that can deal with this.
Yeah, Carry Off would be the way to go. Then you'd have to put back spirits onto that Hermes with maybe a divine healing of some sort. So this is now very scary. 0 spirits from Bareku, though, means that if there is a way to out the Wasp Ivy, and there is no Ambrosia in tow, then Kryber can maybe sit pretty on just these 5 to 6 spirits. And there's still a lot of options for Hermes, despite the fact that it is so low that most decks can't operate on that access.
Yeah, and with this Wasp Ivy, of course, you have the ever-looming threat of you better be able to deal with it not in battle, because you're going to be burning for 3 if you knock it out. So we'll see how Kryber intends to deal with it here. Bareku down to 0 spirits. So if Kryber can get anything going here, like you mentioned, this could still be their game. Which Ambrosia coming out, going to be getting rid of that Hermes and bringing back 3 spirits. We have 2 wind and an earth.
Yeah, trying to maybe stay a little more comfortable. We saw the expended draw from Kryber coming in, so just trying to pad the damage a little bit. Bareku is limited in options, but can swing for 2 over the course of a couple turns. So if Kryber has maybe 1 extra Earth Spirit in there off that Ambrosia, maybe an indicator of an Earthquake as you're out to the Wasp Ivy, and you say, I will draw it. It will be there.
Bareku, of course, not completely out of options. We do have those 2 spirits still on the Dionysus, whether we need to use those to activate some sort of counter rune to protect this Wasp Ivy, or possibly if we see an Ambrosia off the top, is able to pay for it that way. Bareku not out of options here. And again, remember, this is a newcomer. This is Bareku's first ever premiere. We're in this position against Kryber, who is such an experienced caster. Very, very cool to see. Incredible gameplay from both of our casters in what is, by the way, only the first game of round 5 still.
Ooh, and this is something that will come up using the Spirit off Dionysus for Fully Forest. That is not an action you can take. Though understandable, like you said, we love to see a newcomer, but I think this is something that as the plays go on here, just kind of refine a little bit. It's not going to matter too much, I think, in this instance, because the Wasp Ivy is still large enough to deal with most of the bodies that are on the board, but the Wasp Ivy won't get that attack boost from that Foley here. And it's just going to swing for 2, a modest 2 option, pass back to Kryber.
For those of you who are unfamiliar as to why that was not able to work, we are looking at a difference between continuous and instant runes. You can use spirits on the field to play instant runes. Those are things like invokes. However, anything that's going to stay on the board, like that stadium there, you cannot use those spirits to cast those sorts of things. This is something that I myself learned in a premiere once, and hey, it could happen to anybody. And like you said, I don't think it makes too much of a difference at the end of the day. We do have that champ Spy Nymph coming out here, searching out another Hermes.
There it is.
Ooh.
Hermes coming in here, sending 2. We know that they play 2 champ carry off. Is there a third to deal with this? It looks like it's going to be Spy Nymph or Spinosect. Spinosect sending here to then Nexus onto this Spy Nymph, and this would give Kryber an out if there's an additional Spinosect in the deck.
We will see. It looks like we are, in fact, going to be going into a Spinosect. If that card that said is Gorgon's Gaze, we could be in an okay position, but outside of that, this might be pretty tough.
Yeah, both players down to the lowest of low spirits here. Kryber putting themselves on the brink of destruction, bouncing back to that Wasp Ivy, crazy style even, swing for 2, and that's going to be game 1 to Kryber. That was only game 1, by the way. So many actions taken. That was crazy.
This was very cool to see. You know what? I can't believe you got your second prediction. And since, you predicted it, you know all there is to know about wind. Tell me what you're thinking going to this next match. Bareku needing to really go into that sideboard and find tools to help in this matchup. What are you going for?
Well, I think that's the one weird part, right? Is if you are Bareku and you're not on some sort of Antitan package, that maybe would be the immediate answer I have. It's clear from one end that Kryber has some tech options, right? We saw the Fin Dust in the very early stages of this game, but that wasn't necessarily an indicator of Habufen. We then saw the Hard Ascension into Spinosect, which was the direct answer there. Maybe if you're Bareku, you're playing the Dionysus Chalice You know, we saw Kryber get down to very low spirits. Again, Hermes is a very hurry up and wait kind of deck. And so, yes, I'm going to take my time. Yes, I'm going to sit there while you have your big bug. That's cool. I'm going to burn you with Dionysus Chalice, expend 2. That could be the way to go here. But what about you? What do you think that Bareku has option-wise against this win strategy?
Well, I think that your call out of possibly switching into an Ant-Titan list is very good. I think that a lot of the things in Kryber's list do not want to get eaten, but in fact could get eaten. And that does not require too many cards to switch out. Waspivy being a card that I think if we had seen it a little bit earlier in the game could have made a lot bigger of a difference. And instead having it be sort of that last ditch effort sort of thing, I don't know, that made it a little bit more difficult. So this could also just be a matter of, hey, maybe you'll see it earlier. There were lots of opportunities where there were poison-tipped arrows flying around. We almost had things activating, but then we had trickery. We had all sorts of other circumstances that mean no Waspivy. And, you know, I gotta say, I saw trickery activated more times in that game than I have through entire premieres even. So who's to say that that's going to happen again?
Yeah, I think that's one thing that's odd to kind of predict with a deck like Hermes, right? Is that you do have so many tech options and tech cards you can go for, and Hermes Trickery is native in there. A card like Hiboof, or a card like the Findusk, excuse me, can search the Trickery even to set you up for these sort of intricate board states that we saw kind of take a pause inside of that game 1. Both casters are seemingly ready to go here. I was going to say Kryber. I don't know if Kryber even wants to swap anything in. The Hermes deck might not have anything against this deck to say, yeah, I have my option targeting you. Bareku's going to opt to go first here, setting 2 cards, and then opting to pass to Kryber.
Interesting. We didn't see an expend to draw. We didn't see anything like that, which, I mean, with this deck, it is more reactionary, but if we did see a Cyanectar Champ in the opening hand, going ahead and getting that set up immediately, threatening a possible Waspivy on turn 2 could have been good, but instead, looks like we are going to be Pandora's boxing this Spy Nymph and saying, no, you can't go get that, and instead I'm going to mill 2 of your heals, which is an interesting hit there, both the Ambrosia and the Champ Aviolith.
Yeah, you love to see it. Honestly, that's going to probably make a difference here as the late game grinds out. Surprisingly, though, and this is always something with the Hermes players, they usually have the Hermes. You hit the Spy Nymph, they had the second one, but Kryber's going to set 2, pass back to Bareku, and we're going to see an expend to draw from Bareku, maybe opting just to keep some solid counter runes and wait for a combo setup. I think could be the line here, though I think having just the board presence on board could be worth it. What do you think?
I mean, expend to draw is kind of nectar of the gods if you squint. So it looks like maybe you're right. We are just trying to get into this strategy, trying to get ourselves set up to be able to do something big, whether that be the Waspivy, whether it be, like you mentioned, Ant-Titan, who knows? But Bareku clearly feeling comfortable playing it a little bit slow instead of opting to have mulligan. So clearly there is some play in hand, but we don't know what that is yet.
Yeah, Kryber's opting to spend a draw here and pass back over to Bareku. And we'll see if we get some plays going now. Both players could just be bricked up now and staring at each other. So that's a possibility, considering both decks do play a sizable number of large dudes, large Elestrals even. You know, we got the 2 drops from the Waspivies to whatever else they're playing inside the main deck. There's the OG Cynectar coming in here.
Ooh.
And Kryber, of course, playing the Spinosect and etc. That's this could be the action. This could be Artemis PTA.
And it looks like there we go. We are in fact going to be getting Phaloi Forest going here. Of course, helping out that Spy Nymph a little bit, making it a 5 defense. But here we go. We have the Thyrsus of Dionysus coming out here.
Ooh, interesting. This is a nice attack stat boost to this Cynectar, as it now becomes a 5 body, but the Spy Nymph being a 5 defense is a little bit goofy. Gonna pass back to Kryber. I guess just having the big body on board and saying deal with it is the idea.
Very interesting. That, or we have set up some sort of trap in these counter runes that have been set, and we are just daring Kryber to swing into us. I'm not sure what Bareku is cooking here, but Kryber probably is similarly wondering, and I imagine we're going to be finding out here before too long. Now, we mentioned this slower gameplay style, and as you said with Wind, it's one of those lists that does like to hurry up and wait. Do you think that Wind in this position is a little more comfortable playing this way and therefore is able to maintain this longer and have that continue out, wait out Bareku if this does turn into sort of a siege type battle?
Yeah, I think there is definitely a lot more tools in the arsenal of Hermes, right? I think we have not only the heals of the Aviolith champ, possibility of divine healing in there too to really extend the plays further. On top of that too, we have the aggression that you can have with the carry-off champs in terms of offense. And the more and more that Hermes sets up with more trickeries, and we saw Rise from the Shadows, the stickier it gets. And I think that's something that Bareku is going to have to deal with, is not only being able to put on their own onslaught, but deal with more of the defensive onslaughts that we know Hermes can handle. We have a judge review here, just as a quick exploration into maybe what's happening. I did see that Kryber did draw a card, potentially mistaking Bareku's turn ending. But I don't know if that's the clarification or if we're getting that Bareku is enraged that this nectar didn't attack is the idea here. But
okay. So I guess it was just a matter of you do have to declare the attack, even if it's not going to be able to do anything, given the 5 defense stat of that Spy Nymph under Feloy Forest. So looks like we are just getting that sorted. Kryber having already drawn, I imagine it is just going to be a brief conversation.
Yeah, typically in something like this, the enrage to attack can matter. You know, even if you have no counter and set back there, it's usually just proper play to declare the attack anyways, show that 5 defense who is boss, and go from there. But you might have an option for a shield. There could be something like a tsunami. There's a lot of different reasonings here that would allow Kryber to respond. And so we want to give each player the proper time to do so, to make sure we can maintain an accurate game state. And again, happens all the time. You know, Enrage is one of those tricky mechanics that you do often forget. When it does nothing, you're like, oh, well, I'll just pass there. Drataya, even, you know, you enrage a Drataya and sometimes it gets stopped. And you're like, no, that Drataya has to go to attack here, even if it's Gorgon's. So small things like that.
And exactly like you said, having the opportunity to respond, just having these specific moments. And it looks like we are going to be coming over here to our lovely faces while we continue this judge call. Now, based on what we've seen so far in this clash, I think it's been a whole lot of not too much. Do you think Bareku's cooking something up? Do you think Kryber is loving this sort of slow gameplay style? What are you thinking? Yeah,
I mean, like kind of like we discussed, I think that Kryber is uncomfortable. You know, 2 back row and a defensive body is right where Hermes wants to be, whether it be the big 5 booty of the Spy Nymph or the even larger booty of something like the Aviolith or the Spinosect. So you give more time for Hermes to set up, that's just more options they have available to them. One thing to help counter the Hermes deck is to try and swing on them. Try to make sure you're applying that pressure, because if you can do so consistently, it does make it a little harder for them to manage their spirits. So you don't want to give them an inch, because they will take the entire mile high.
Yeah, and as we know, we have some interesting tech on Kryber's side, that Rise from the Shadows, the Hermes trickery that we kept seeing. So Bareku is really having to sit and think about what each turn, each attack could be answered with, what that could mean, and what that means for their next turn as well. So having to think multiple turns in the future, not just saying, because of when you're playing Hermes, it's never just simple. There's always an option. Yeah. If they have Hermes, that means they can go and find basically any tool that they need, whether that be removal, whether that be non-targeting removal, whether that be something to ascend over, something to heal with. Hermes is the quintessential Wind toolbox, and it's really cool to see it have so much play.
Yeah, that's one thing about the Hermes deck that I could never really wrap my head around. You know, I think that as much as I play Solar and I can foretell the future, one thing that a lot of decks do struggle with is how can I position myself in a way to win not only this turn, but 4 turns from now. And that's a lot of variables. It's a lot of things that we've only been able to see Kryber and Y Rebellion consistently pilot to success. So that also could be something that's keeping a lot of players from the strategy, but it's very rewarding when it pays off. Conversely, the Wasp Ivy deck, and something that we've seen from kind of the Earth low to the ground strategies, is it's very nice and simple in terms of, hey, I'm going to get my big guy out. You got to respond to my big dude. And sometimes you can, but ultimately that 8 body is going to be swinging on Spirit decks, swinging on Elestrals for turns after turns, and get very scary.
And out of curiosity, I know that your prediction was, in fact, Hermes. Did you foresee the Hermes deck changing much at all in this new meta? Have you seen anything from Kryber that seems particularly different, particularly tailor-made for this new meta? What are you thinking? What have you seen so far?
Hey, I wouldn't put past Kryber to put in a Phosphocell in there. I've seen that a billion times over trying to put those things to work. I think I don't quite know what the Hermes players could be innovating upon. That's something with the Hermes collective, the Hermes hive mind, is that in general, the deck is just so tight. You know, you have to be playing your 3 Hermes. Potentially you're playing 3 Trickery, playing your 3 80 lift champs. And so your deck space for tech options is pretty limited. The cool one I did see, and we saw in the first game, was that Fin Dust. You know, Fin Dust is a great way to get your engine online, and you can afford to take a turn to do so. But overall, I mean, we've seen an excess of Lunar Spirits inside the deck, potentially for that Rise, but even for maybe stuff like Gambit. It'd be kind of cool.
Hey, you know what? We were just talking about you know?
Oh, it's, Matt. Did I incite the Matt?
Hey, Gambit mentioned, yeah.
Absolutely.
Hey, you know, I gotta say, speaking of Hermes was one of those decks that I was personally terrified to possibly go up against in that regionals, and good to see that it is still a terror happening out here in the wild, even in this new banless format.
How many times are we going to have you fold and unfold that mat today? Do we need to have another counter for it? Is that what's going on?
Oh, did you not already start one?
Oh, the counter? No, absolutely. I have no more counters today. In fact, it's just a countdown for one specific one.
Oh, and what one is that?
Oh, that hasn't come up yet, so we cannot know, surely.
Ooh, a mystery.
I really should start one for the mat, though, every time that it's brought up, for sure. And hey, I'm just saying, well-deserved, too. Out of the casts on the desk, again, we talk about the mythical 9th place that started Nexus as a whole, right? I don't think when we discuss that the Gambit mat heard around the world, or the I Wooly foretold around the world, that's could be another one.
Hey, you know, they let me loose from the desk every now and then, and it's always a fun time, and this is always a very fun game to play. And no matter how the meta shifts, no matter how it develops, I'm having a good time with it.
Yeah, no matter how it shifts and develops, K-Cray will win, and K-Cray will walk away with the W for sure.
Hey, you know, I was trying for that top 16 foamy. Those of you out there still playing today, win it for me one day. Hey, you know, if I had won that foamy, they knew that I would be too annoying. They're like, we can't add a third thing for her to keep showing. So
the third thing, so we have the first being the moose.
Huh?
I don't have the moose counter. You're safe here. Listen, you're absolutely safe here.
Wow.
Oh, no
rules.
way.
No rules.
Okay, we have the moose. We have, and the second would be the mat. Okay. Third would be then.
Yeah, this is where I'd keep my top 16 foamy if I had one. Yeah, exactly.
Incredible.
Yeah.
No, I think for my bits today, as far as that goes, I don't really have any sort of large counters or anything going on. You'd be surprised to know this is a very normal day for me, in fact. I'm not competing today in this one. I'm happy to be on the desk with you and Andrew today, and I'm loving what we're watching for sure. In fact, I've been loving it so much that it's been making me reminisce and miss some of the things that happen in these tournaments often. One thing particular, as long as we're talking mats, is I remember at Kissimmee, I was playing in my top 16 against Rybot. And one thing, speaking of Dionysus Madness, a really cool thing to do is they went Dionysus Madness into, I think I had a whale to turn my defense whale to attack to swing in their 5 attacker. And I went Gorgon's Gaze on my own whale to stop the attack. It was amazing. In the top 16 and Dallas, you know, we had against Danny, Luke Von Karma, first top 16, 1-for-1 conversion, by the way. going in there, utilizing a card I know you're familiar with, which I think is the Waning Gibbous, to turn back a Nabi to attack to clear a board.
That's Waxing Gibbous.
Waxing it. See, I didn't even know.
Waxing the Gibbous, yeah.
Waxing the Gibbous, absolutely. And I completely forgot about that. It's been so long. I cannot wait to go back, and I would love to go back, truly. Additionally, too, hey, you know, I don't know if we told like this. I've never seen Earth Spirits in my life. I think I've seen too many today to count, and I just can't understand why players are going for it. I've seen more Earthquakes and Earth Spirits than I even know what to do with or my mind can comprehend.
Hey, judges, can we hurry this up a little bit just before he pulls out the fourth mat? Can we?
Oh no! I mean, hey, if talking about a fourth mat here, this was from a store set championship too. Speaking of our store local, shout outs to Lone Star Pack Breaks on this one. I think it was still back in Firestorm format. Or no, this is Hurricane. Maybe it's been Daybreak. I couldn't quite remember. It's been again so long.
Yeah.
Near and dear to my heart, truly.
Hey, Hurricane, I haven't heard that name in years.
It's truly. Did you know that it can only destroy opponents' runes? There's many a mistake here, in fact, and not only these mats and not only these stories. So, you know, hey, we brought out the fourth mat. I don't know what to tell you.
And I know that there's another mat there.
I'm so glad you mentioned it. So shout outs to Bo and my absolute goat. And as long as we are talking about it, yeah, the Dallas mat. I cannot wait for the 1 year anniversary coming up on the Vegas Championship, by the way, and I'm hoping to see a lot of y'all there for it. So this is a walk down memory lane for sure, as we've gotten our judge review back from the desk.
Okay, and we do have our judge update, and it looks like we had Bareku, because of that missed Cyanectar, who was enraged, not declaring the attack. Looks like there was a warning issued, but as it was the third one, that is going to result in a game loss. And that does mean that Kreiber does win this match 2-0. Bareku, who again, this is their first tournament that they have played in, has been playing so well and been doing super well up to this point. And as we saw on stream, incredible performance as well. Congratulations to Kreiber and Hermes for taking this one. Going to be winning round 5. And meanwhile, my co-commentator is still absolutely just covered in these mats. How are you feeling? What are you thinking about this Hermes win here?
A little cozy, I'm not going to lie. The temperature did actually go up a couple of degrees. But yeah, congratulations to Kreiber here on this victory. It's unfortunate when these things happen, but they do happen quite often. As many of these accolades as I can point to, there is at least one mistake in either of them, whether it be in deck registration or also in sometimes just saying, oh, that was not necessarily a play that I should have made or otherwise. And again, Bareku, I hope to see further on to this tournament as well, potentially refining some of those things that they are a little bit more inexperienced about. And that's one thing that in the game of Elestrals that we love to see, is that it's just as easy to take those games knowing the most complex board states imaginable, but also to come back and say, I learned from my lessons. I've learned time and time again how this works. And now we're going to come and try to go for those top 8s, top 16s, those championships. So, you know, Bareku did play that one really well. Putting Kreiber, an experienced player, on the ropes like that is no small feat. And hoping to see them as the day goes on.
And huge shout out to the judges who have been able to keep things running smoothly. Thank you so much for all of that and making sure that games are running smoothly. And by the way, if you are ever wondering about any sort of ruling, you are always able to call a judge, ask them. We encourage it. Elestrals is all about learning, all about making it accessible, even if you are new. So shout out to the judges. They're really doing the most. And with that being said, round 5 has come to a close. We're going to be getting ready to get into round 6. I will be stepping away. Swole will once again be joined by Andrew, and you all sit tight because we will be right back.
Swole, I don't know what kind of trickery you have pulled today, but it looks like you have aced your predictions already. Kay and I, nowhere to be found on the leaderboard for commentators today. How are you feeling about your prediction showing in the last match?
Vindication is sweet. I'll say that. This might sound a little more of the evil Swirl Axe as my double horns curl out here on the day. But the fun part about, I think, seeing these big shifts in the meta, and one thing that I loved doing ever since the ban list video drops and we had all had our big reactions to it, we had a lot of time, the 10 days until its legality, to sit there and kind of think and cook up certain strategies and certain decks. And I remember thinking to myself, I'm like, you know, again, combat's back in a big way, and decks like Hermes weren't necessarily taken out and they weren't necessarily given anything big, but they've always been right there on the cusp, and it's always just kind of taken either players or a certain type of environment to make sure that the deck's good. So I'm happy to see these decks succeed, though I am kind of sad. You know, we saw Moss Station Champ be foretold in that last round, and I'm a little bit sad in touchdown on the board. You know, we have a lot of those Earth decks that might be teching and stuff like that, and the Champions of Demeter are right there. So I'm hoping that you and Kay get on the board sometime here soon. And we did see them. Does that count as scoreboards?
You know, we'll take it at the end of the day if we get nothing else.
Yeah, it'll be what's the consolation in there? We gotta tally all of them up.
Yeah. No, I feel like I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I feel like crabs kind of need to be their own deck anyway.
Yeah, it's been a while from it, right? Crabs used to be this really prevalent deck inside of Frostfall and a little bit inside of Daybreak, where you use the big 6 stat lines to help you contest the rabbits or the big 5. So I do like that idea a lot. And Moss Station is a third crab in there. When are we getting our Fire and Thunder Nexus forms of the crabs, you know?
Yeah, there's maybe a third Nexus. I'm trying to think here. Is 3 about what you top out on Nexus forms? Because we got like Lustragon, Latagon, Locagon, right? Besides the Liths, I'm not sure if there's any card that has more than 3 Nexus forms. So third Nexus form win. What was that?
That'd be a good piece of little trivia. What are the highest Nexus forms and which cards have the highest Nexus forms? I'd be curious to know.
Yeah. Where's our champ?
Lavagon.
Yeah. We're missing our solar champ of the Gon.
Lustragon.
Lustragon, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure that with the Lunagon, we'll call it the Loon one there. We'll just toss out some of these names that are equally as ridiculous.
Oh, yes. That'll be good. No, yeah, another crab would be good. Although I think Champion of Demeter crab is good enough. I mean, who doesn't love the rush of hitting for 7 spirit damage in a turn?
It is kind of insane too. You know, one thing that I think this format has kind of taught us, despite the fact that both, I think the kind of decks we've been seeing either build tall, build wide. Sometimes it's not even about building tall or building wide. It's about having a quality Elestral on the board. And the Moss Station Champion of Demeter is pure quality. The spirit advantage, you can utilize the spirits on board for Nexus Scene, or using for your runes and your counter runes. And additionally, like I said, hitting for 7 or 8 sometimes is just good enough.
Hey, your opponent can't stop you if they don't have any spirits. I mean, that's how we played the game.
True. You know, one thing that I think the Krakatuga and the Burn players would know best, for sure.
Yes. Oh man. And I don't know if you've had your eyes on the leaky faucet of Sunstrike. You know, Mr. Dan A Drive and you know, LGSs and distributors leaking some pictures. It looks like Hephaestus and another turtle might be in the future. Not technically confirmed, but like, I mean, it's pretty out there.
I know PK is currently popping off for a Vesuvatuga of some level. I've always thought the Vesuvatuga package was so interesting to me, right? Because Earth in itself is such a strong package. We talked about crabs, but also OG Viscerus has been good for a long time. We had Mudlet, which is such a nice little piece of the Earth engine. And so can Vesuvatuga, maybe Boltuga slot into that really well? I think players were experimenting for a long time. I hope that Sunstrike is its day in the sun strike, so to speak, as well as a lot of their strategies and decks. Is there something that in the future that you think Sunstrike could boost up in a very similar way? Another spirit type, another deck type? What are you hoping for?
Well, staying in Earth for just a second, Demeter Searcher win. Give us Demeter Searcher and Champions of Demeter will be absolutely crazy. Pandison Champion of Demeter being able to heal for 2 every turn as long as Demeter is on the board, just as an active effect, absolutely crazy. That you combine that with Moss Champ and you have a heal stall deck unlike anything we've ever seen, I think, as long with Demeter's stat control. On top of Scythe of Demeter already healing you, I think that would be crazy. I'm over here though. Just come on. Every single set we say it. We're like, okay, we need like 1 or 2 good suppression cards. We have all these cards that do things when things are suppressed. We just need like 1 or 2 more suppression cards. Artemis's PTA, absolutely amazing. The poison tipped arrow, Artemis's arrow, that's so wonderful. Give me like 2 or 3 more of those and I think we'll be good. I believe in us, Outloon. We can get there.
Yeah, every single set, just more lunar to the fire. We thought we could get back Like a Void. We weren't responsible with it. They took it away from us. Understandable. Rise in the Shadows is a tech card that I'm happy that gets to see play. And the entire Artemis's sweet line, with the Artemis's Deadshot, I'm a little bit sad is underrepresented. I think those cards are really keen in certain strategies and can be backbreaking inside of board states. But one day, it'll have its turn in the sun, I believe, along with the Theraheart too.
Deadshot and Poseidon are cut from the Poseidon's Fury are cut from the same cloth, which is a rune that reads crazy. It's like, you get superpower removal as long as your divine's on the field. The problem is it requires disenchanting from that divine, which usually gets rid of it. And both the Poseidon and Artemis strategies really kind of want their divine on the field. So it's an interesting balance you have to play there with those cards. I mean, Artemis is Deadshot with Theraheart being able to search it is technically like an even more potent combo. You have the OG Faunlet, which could go into either half of it, but I could waxing crescent all day about the lunar deck, but I'll withhold.
Hey, based off my knowledge gaps, you could have said waning crescent, and I've been like, yeah, of course, that's the one. I think that overall, talking about the impacts of the ban list a little bit, you're mentioning how some of these divines love to keep their spirits on board, but they also hate to see something like a Lavalith coming. Talk about so far. Let me know your thoughts on, in these games we've been seeing, have you been noticing the impact of the ban list at all? What have been the changes that we've been seeing our players play, or has it business as usual? Does this look like normal Elestrals to you?
Well, I think it looks like normal Elestrals. Nothing crazy has happened. But I think what I have noticed today, and in my own playing of this format, is we had Firestorm, which was a big step up from what came before. And then we had Livestream, which is another step in the same direction. And now it feels like we're playing Firestorm 1.5, so to speak, where it's like, okay, well, we're going to take down the potency of some of this live stream stuff and some of the other cards that have been potent for a while. And we found what I think is kind of a nice middle ground between the Moonrise and Firestorm world and the live stream world, where we're still seeing potent Ascension strategies. We've seen Antitan today, we've seen Wasp Ivy today, we've seen Hermes doing their thing today. But it's not so much the fill your board up with multi-drop Elestrals that Livestream had been featuring a lot of. So it feels like a return to form in some ways, with some fun new toys that make it even more diverse than it was in the past. How are you feeling about it, Swole?
I can agree with that a little bit. I would like to say we're still firmly inside of live stream at the moment.
Yeah.
The consideration that I'm always thinking of is that every deck wants to play, or used to play rather, on a very similar axis, which what is the most amount of high quality Elestrals I can play with my counter rune suite. We saw that from base set. We saw that from Firestorm, from Frostfall, Daybreak, Moonrise. And I think for Firestorm, like you're mentioning with this kind of 1.5 we're seeing, is that it was supposed to be this big explosion of more spirits on the board, more tools for the meta. And talking to A-Drive about this a long time ago, 4 months ago, this is a set that will age very well, I think. And the more that we see strategies pop up, more tech cards and tech options from Firestorm might find their way into decks eventually. Though, I do think that Livestream brings its own little flavor, its own little swagger to Elestrals that I love seeing. The big thing for me is that though we see a lot of fish and a lot of individual low-end strategies, the high ends getting their chance to shine, I love to see it. You know, some decks are even playing 2 high-end strategies, some 2 high-end variances to make sure they're getting one thing off to put their opponent in an advantageous position. And so I think that's one thing I've been loving to see is that sort of exploration of both, if not all 3 forms of deck building: low, high-end, low, high, low, low. However these builders and cooks want to come into the kitchen for, it's been really cool to see.
I agree with you. I think, to summarize it, Livestream has finally brought us enough good cards that you can't just put them all in the same deck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That was starting to go away in Firestorm, but you go back to Moonrise, you could basically just say, like, okay, let me pick the 5 best cards. I've now built most of my deck, and let me put a couple tech options in here, right? Firestorm started to take that away some. So we're having enough options where it's like, well, if you want to play Hephaestus, you got a bunch of other stuff you have to fit in. You're going to have to sacrifice some other good cards for that. Livestream is like, okay, look, there's a whole bunch of good things now. Do you want the Aphrodite searches? Do you want the Cyprong Dio search pops? Like, what do you want to put in your deck? So, you know, ultimately deck building will always be about the amalgamation of good stuff you choose. But we have hit a precipice where there's enough of that stuff that it's not all 2 or 3 of the same deck going at each other.
Yep, we love mindful choices and mindful considerations. That's kind of the thing is when Elestrals really is a thinking man's game, you know? I think that's kind of the, you know, as I can be as waxing prosaic about it as possible. But I cannot wait to see for our next match how we are going to unfold here a little bit. I know we have 2 chefs cooking in the kitchen that have been around for quite some time, and between the 2 of them, I think we've seen a lot of interesting deck options and opinions from one specifically. We've got Brulok versus El Cubalo, and Brulok is a very seasoned, decorated player, while El Cubalo has a top 32 under Premier as well, so no slouch at the game either. Brulok, we know we've been seeing a Lunar Caster at some point in time, Necrolith's strongest soldier, a Fire Caster on top of that too, and Fire seemingly is also well positioned on this ban list from what we've been seeing. And so this will be a really nice indication, I think, of what we can see potentially into these later rounds, as these players are starting to sharpen their swords. Both players at 4-1 too, by the way. So this is a maybe a key indicator of these changes in the meta that we've been talking about.
Yep, an important game for both players being at 4-1 here. It will be exciting to see whether Brulok has brought back some kind of fire shenanigans today. We've seen them on that a couple of times in recent tournaments. I'm excited to dig in. Maybe we'll see what Hephaestus looks like in this new format, or maybe it will still be Hestia. I mean, Hestia as Leonite champion of Hestia, has shown up previously in tournaments pretty well, done very good, strong things, and besides losing some copies of Eruption, nothing has really hurt the fire deck strategy. So there's a whole artifact and special casting field with Hestia wide open to burn the lands, I think.
Oh, Andrew, and you'd be so proud. Wait a minute. So a couple predictions ago, this is maybe a prehistoric for some of our audience here. You predicted it was champion of Hestia, Majursa, coming in as one of your predictions, stating that, you know, there's still a world where you can go into the Baby Bear champion Earth Scout to search and then pop off Ascend that way. I'm happy to let you know I've been experimenting and cooking with this strategy. And it works, and it's sick. It's so fun to do. You were so right.
It's a good one. Maybe we'll see Brulok pull it off today. They do have the Bestia Bear combo sleeves on their cards here today. So maybe that's an indicator of what we're in for.
That would be so cool to see. And it's interesting, too. I think in some capacity, there is the Leonite that can also be splashed with this the bear package as well. Kind of this nice fire engine going. So yeah, Hestia Bestia, we'll see if that pops off, or if El Cubalo can stop the fire onslaught. Brulok's gonna be starting going first here to show us what they got as we hop into our round 6 of our Elestrals Premier here. Seems like this day is going by pretty fast.
Yeah, let's get cooking and cast and swole. I think we're going to know in just 2 ticks what exactly Brulok is on. But El Caballo looks like they are going to be mulliganing, though, with Flurmine? Frost?
Like Frost.
Yes.
Ooh, if this is a more Frost engine, maybe trying to ride back on the tried and true.
It's very possible. No expansion from Brewlock, so no hints. They've got the Bear sleeves and the Barabas playmat and the Eddie sleeves on the Spirit deck, so based on their paraphernalia, who really knows what they're playing?
Yeah, repping that Chicago lifestyle, hoping that, you know, maybe their snow and snow day here is returning some dividends there. You know, I haven't seen some sleeves in a while from the Atlanta Astrabbit. Shout out to Millmaster Mike and of course our previous champion Julian too, who I think are in attendance today. So maybe we'll see some Astrabbit representation here in the future. Brewlock starting off here, and like you said, maybe with 2 ticks, but maybe even a spider. Well, another type of bug: spiders, ticks, and a Viscerus.
Okay.
What kind of bug is Viscerus actually? Mantis?
Praying mantis. I believe so. That's the only bug I know of that has like scythe hands.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you know what? That would work out and make a lot of sense for Spectrus. I never studied bugs. I was a philosophy major, if you will.
Gotcha. Not up on your entomology.
No, absolutely not. I was more up on my means to an enzymology, specifically.
That makes sense. So that is going to be the full turn from Brewlock. There is a set back row there, and we are going to see, is that a Brumalinx?
The Brumalinx champ coming down here, and a Gorgon's Gaze coming in from Brewlock saying that's valuable enough for me to hit.
Okay. Not going to be able to get the wide out to protect the Brumalinx, but there is 2 back row. So we see an expend to draw from Brewlock, and now they are just going to try and go in with Viscerus. If that connects, Brewlock is going to be able to get a second Viscerus from the deck, making both of them 6s. The second one will be in defense, but Brewlock has some back row to defend it potentially. El Caballo gesturing here. It looks like they are probably going to flip a back row. They're thinking about it heavily.
Yeah, this is a kind of a difficult decision because such a simple board state with a Guardian of Light coming in here to stop the attack. Frost and Solar. I only know one archetype by that name.
Nyx?
Ooh, well, wait a minute. I thought here El Caballo was coming in with the Texas weather and the Frost freezing over the battlefield, but looks like we have potentially an indication of something deeper, as I think another Brumalinx coming down here. That might be the Stellar Brumalinx.
That does look like it, and we are going to get the Mountains of Boreas. So that's going to buff them up. That's not going to be enough to quite get over the Viscerus safely. They could crash a Brumalinx, let them get a second Viscerus, and then run over the second Viscerus, but that is a scary proposal into a piece of back row.
Yeah, I think it depends on if you're El Caballo here. I think if you have the stadium and 1 set back row, you might just say, I'm going to go for it. Alternatively, you can have the very expensive spirit play of Gorgon's Gazing the Viscerus on attack declaration. Though it looks like it's not going to happen, and the Viscerus goes down, trades the Brumalinx, and Brewlock is going to bring out a second Viscerus, just deck thinning at the very least.
All right, and we're going to try and get over it with the second Lynx here. I feel like Brewlock must have protection.
Shield of Achilles.
Shield must feel bad here, because that just means the Brumalinx is going to come back down for more value later.
Yeah, it can potentially search out those Blizzard whiteouts, or potentially even though some players are considering just the OG Blizzard to help deal back row a la Thunderstorm. But if you're Brewlock, you take that trade because you want to protect this 5 body, expend a draw coming in here, and hey, similar board state, just a set 1, go for an Ambrosia off of the Viscerus. This is again very simple board state, but still very complex, as El Caballo now has to respond to this bug yet again.
Yep, the third Viscerus really comes in handy for making sure it ends up in your hand, and Brewlock is going to be able to search it out, presuming they're playing all 3, which I imagine they are.
We have a Solar Spirit being taken by El Caballo. I think this is an indication the back row could be nothing. Alternatively, setting up for another Guardian of Light for a heal on the crackback could be quite nice. Brummelings coming down here would be a perfectly fine trade, though now because you are behind, maybe the value is nice just to sit on the Elestral. We have a Cryoling coming down here. Wait a minute. Here's a meta shift.
Oh. Now, you can only have one Cryovern in your deck now, so El Caballo is going to need to make the most value out of this Ice Dragon they can. Of course, water enchanting it. Who among us has not water enchanted a Cryovern to protect it from Tsunami, the classic Melty Dragon?
Yeah, this is one thing, too, that I think now limits Brewlock's options to specifically either a PTA or a shield, and both don't feel great. I guess with one Cryovern, it's a little bit better, but you'd rather just that Cryovern go under it into the underworld and never have to deal with it again. I was curious to know if players were going to be on this sort of Cryovern package, considering it is very strong, but just the one time is nice. A second Shield of Achilles. Wait a minute.
Oof. That will be a pricey shield, but Brewlock valuing that Viscerus, I wonder what they have in their hand to combo with it, or if they just really want to keep the body on the field. And we see a Cyanectar, Champion of Dionysus, come out there. So Brewlock will be doing a search off of that. We see a PTA from El Caballo. And we see a original PTA from Brewlock that's going to make it a lot harder for El Caballo to get a board established here.
Yeah, that's one thing that's really nice about like the bug strategies is that you have so many high quality Elestrals that can set up a board like this. You know, Brewlock consistently for one turn was going one back row, one Elestral, one back row, one Elestral. And a Champ Cyanectar is exactly what he's looking for here to still do some damage. A lot of spirit damage here. In fact, the 3 is going to add up here soon and still maintain a board state very similar to what we've seen before. So no longer can the Brummelings trade and try to propose value. Even a Cryovern is really risky.
Brewlock being a man of consistency here, ending every single turn with one back row and one Viscerus on their field.
Yeah, if back in base set, you would kill for a board like this. Absolutely.
The Brummelings does come back down here though, and the PTA we knew was set comes in. The question is there a whiteout there? Nope, the search seems to go off, but the whiteout does come through. It's not going to be able to do much now that it can't protect the Brummelings, but hopefully it can set up protection for whatever the next stage of El Caballo's plan is. This has been a really interesting game so far from the standpoint that I actually still have no idea what either of these players' decks are. We've seen a couple of bugs from Brewlock, we've seen a couple of Frost Staples from El Caballo, but there's a lot of unanswered questions for me about what the main strategy of these decks are.
Yeah, well, there's that back row once again. We're still back in it. But Equilink's coming in here, I think just for a little bit of damage, and if that card can stick, that's going to be very hairy. And I don't even think is worth a PTA. It might be that's just extra spirit damage you're taking. That is, you're still kind of low. This is such a tricky board state, especially now that the board is now heavily in Brewlock's favor. Just the board presence alone of the Elestrals is very tough to deal with. Frost, one Cryolink could turn it around, but we'll see.
It looks like they are going for the PTA, though.
Ooh, just taking out the Aqualink, saying it's good enough for advantage. Maybe an additional Guardian of Light to help heal back some spirits and deal with some damage.
I certainly hope there's a Guardian of Light there, or otherwise I believe El Caballo is going to be on one spirit after this round.
Yeah, that's
2
scary.
From the PTA, 2 from the bodies on field.
Yeah, this is going to be a tight game state. Frost has a lot of Elestrals that can deal with this Viscerus, a additional Morphrost Chimera even, back up to a 6. And is that an Armadon? Let's go! Armadon!
El Caballo saying, your Viscerus may be a 5, but have you considered a 6?
My goat! It might be a 7 if that's a floor mine underneath there. That's ridiculous.
True. That is so true.
When is Champion Armadon? Let me have it. I know it's there in the vault next to the Stellar Cryoscourge, excuse me.
This has got to be a Nyx deck, right? Like, what other deck do you put this much Solar and Frost together in?
I've heard of Sunburn before, but Frostburn? Freezer Burn. Wait a minute. We're cooking.
Freezer Burn.
Freezer Burn.
Maybe. Both opponents staring down each other with big bodies in opposite directions and lots of back row. Brewlock, unfortunately, though, has a major spirit advantage against El Caballo here. El Caballo's going to need some Guardians of Light, some Ambrosias, something to get fuel in the tank to be able to come back from the spirit differential.
Yeah, major spirit advantage. I think we have some consideration that an Altar of Stars, which Brewlock to be in favor of, could also be a game ender as well. That's one thing with these defense position Elestrals like Armadon, is that yes, changing position is scary, but if it's not properly enchanted, you're not gonna get the burn off. As Brewlock drops down a second Viscerus, it's a 6, but not quite there yet.
A 6 is not a 7, unfortunately.
Yeah, despite what the kids would tell you. So we have here now much slowed game state from the previous. We were swapping spirits back and forth in this cage match while Brewlock sits there off of 2 Ambrosias already used. So that's all of Brewlock's copies gone. It might be a way where Caballo's waiting for their own Ambrosias, or potentially to have a larger body on board. Very risky though, because 1 PTA is just lights out, I think.
And it looks like we just have a pass back here and a Psyprong coming down from Brewlock there. Psyprong not doing anything too interesting in this position. The Armadon does not have a large attack stat.
No, I think this is the key here. So Dionysus enrages till the end of the next turn. Yeah. You enrage the Armadon, you pass back to the opponent. They have to swing at the Armadon.
Yeah, you're right.
So unless there's specifically a card in the back to Gorgon's Gaze yourself, a la, Rybot, Swolax, Top 16 Kissimmee, I think this is going to be an Armadon fighting for its life, swinging on something.
Hard to send into second Armadon?
Ooh, hard to send second Armadon would be really cool. Wait a minute, now we're cooking. Let's see what we got for options here. 3 back row is... well, hey, look, here we are ascending into a Frost. I think it might be that Cryovern. There's the Cryovern coming back here. There we go. All right, we're back in the driver's seat a little bit and gives us a little more options to go off of. That Cryovern's gonna be sitting at a 9, which is very comfortable. No poison tipped arrow from Brewlock.
Yep. If there is a shield or a tsunami back there, though. Oh, that's just lights out.
It's the third. It's the third shield that gets you. That is absolutely the classic case of Elestrals. That looked a lot like early Elestrals, I'll tell you. We had the poison tipped arrows destroying some defensive Elestrals, getting the stat boosting off. We have the Shield of Achilles bouncing back your big Cryoverns, looking like Frostfall out there. This is pretty crazy. Loved the inclusion of the Dionysus there to effectively stop the defensive walls. That was a fabled thing that we were talking about early inside of Livestream was, yeah, Psyprong is the rabbit killer, right? It can ensure that your rabbit's not going to be able to sit there and stall out turn after turn. And while Armadon couldn't quite get its burn going because of its Frost Spirit, put in a lot of work with its 7 defense. That was nice.
Hey, big shields on little guys. Sometimes that is all you need. I mean, where's the Gardon in the deck? Hard to send into Gardon in defense position, right? That's what we're all here for.
Yeah, now we're cooking. Wait a minute. I cannot, again, champion Gardon, champion Armadon. Give them to me now. I know they're lurking. It's such an interesting tech option to see, especially in the game 1. And I'm curious to know, do you think that Caballo's on Nixamera, a Solar, and Frost mashing together?
The logical part of me says absolutely they must be. The illogical part of me says, please just let this be some absolute insanity. Is this secretly like Frost Pharaohgeist or something? The world needs to know.
Yeah, again, Australians losing their mind, and absolutely true. I think there is a consideration to be made that there are maybe techs of uncertain nature inside of the El Caballo collective. And at a 4-1-2, I'm happy to see an Armadon succeed, but they're going to have to climb their way back up the mountain for this second game. Brewlock's simplified game state and game plan there, just having the Viscerous, having the counter runes every single turn for the responses, seemed to do enough. That was interesting, I'll say that, though, because Viscerous, while being very scary, seemed very manageable for El Caballo first. Do you think that we're seeing inside of those that side deck Cryoblast, or what other tech options do you think that we'll see for the Earth matchup?
I assume there's Cryoblasts in that side, if not in the main deck, that are going to eat those Visceruses for dinner. I mean, welcome back to old school Elestrals. It's the third Viscerus that gets you.
Yeah, absolutely.
I am curious to see more of Brewlock's deck, though. I'm undecided right now if this is just a generic bug box. You know, shout outs to when like Ardbud was first released and people were like, I'll just play all the good bugs and like toolbox into all the good bugs. That's kind of what it looked like from Brewlock there. Is this a Wasp Ivy deck? I don't think we saw enough. We saw 3 Viscerus, a Cyanectar, and a Cyprong. That could still be a lot of things.
Yeah, it could literally be anything is kind of the crazy part. The engine is very consolidated. In terms of runes, too, we only saw the shields and the poison-tipped arrows, so no crazy tech options. They're definitely not on fire, but I can't think of any sort of Earth Spider that we have yet. But I'm happy to say that regardless of what it is on the high end, even on the low end, still very impressive. And it kind of shows you that a seasoned veteran like Brewlock can utilize these cards. They're like, yeah, I'm going to dust this off real quick and then go from there. And we'll see if they can dust off even more from their deck as we go on to this game 2. El Caballo, I'm assuming, will be popping off first here, getting that advantage going. One thing that we didn't get to see early was the Brummelinks into maybe searching the whiteout to help insulate from PTAs and from Gorgon's Gaze. That could be a key indicator here of a pace change for them.
I think it very well could be key. I mean, we know there was a whiteout in that back row from El Caballo. I think if they just had one more spirit to be able to protect that cryover, and it would have been a much different game. We're going to see here the Bunnix. So the mystery is over. This is Nixamera.
I love it. I love to see the Bunnix into Nixamera. This is a perfect combination for this. You sit on the big defensive of the Gardon, maybe do some burn damage, and then also now we have the big scary Chimera coming in here. That is so cool to see. And a 4-1 record too. This is unheard of unless you're perky, I guess.
It is interesting to see the Bunnix come down in attack position. Being a 4-4, you would normally think you'd want to play that in defense position to say have a 5 or else. But with 4 back row, I guess it doesn't really matter what position you put it in.
Yeah, 1 Viscerus might still not be enough. And we saw from Brewlock's game plan last time is, you know, and hey, here's that 1 Viscerus, is that you have to be able to keep the pace here and answer El Caballo's onslaught of defenses now. One thing about the Frost deck that is very keen is there's a Tsunami coming in here from the attack from El Caballo, is that the Frost deck can snowball. Right, classic pun and meme, but no joke. If you give Frost an inch, it will take miles with more Frost. With the Brummelinks champs, it'll just out advantage you. So now on the back foot, Brewlock has to be able to have probably the perfect responses.
And we're going straight into it here. The Nixamera has hit the field.
That is very risky in a lot of ways. Gorgeous full art though. I love that. Being able to expend a Solar Spirit, targeting, popping a back row. Let's see which one it is. Oh, it's going to be chained for a Gorgon's Gaze here to stop the attack, and then the attack, the pop, and then also the Ascension, I believe.
Yes, the Risen is now going to be stuck on the field. This is kind of a curious choice from Brewlock. Unless there is like an Earthquake in hand, they are hoping to use next turn. Letting the Gorgons get popped would have just given you 2 spirits. I guess they must not have had a back row to defend the Viscerus, is what this was signaling. And now there is a bug, another bug, but Nixamera Risen is a 7, so 2 6s does not threaten it.
Yeah, not quite yet. And with a 4 back row, you know, that is one thing that I think I think it's a little tricky, and it's not even really worth dazing here necessarily, because well, that would work here, but say dazing the Nixamera, but instead you can still daze it with the Dionysus Madness, changes position to defense, that tiny little 4 booty against these big strong arms of the 6 Viscerus, and re-enchant to the Dionysus. That is a solid combo and a half.
Into 4 back row, though. I gotta imagine El Caballo's got something going on.
Yeah, we can hope so to protect the Risen form, but it looks like we actually enraged the Viscerus here to ensure protection from Tsunami. One coming down here, I think you'd have to utilize a Tsunami and then a shield specifically, but it looks like that's going to be a Shield of Achilles for one of them.
Okay.
Let's see if we have the answer for the second.
We shall see here. Now, if you're not familiar with the Nyx engine because it's less played, you have Bunnix, which can send 1 Nixamera to the Underworld and add 1 to your hand, it having 2 variants, the Risen and Fallen form. A Guardian of Light here coming out, which will be able to negate the enraged attack, which is excellent. But the trick about Nixamera is that every turn during the end phase, the Risen and Fallen form swap between each other, the Risen form being able to pop runes on your turn, and the Fallen form getting invoke protection on your opponent's turn.
Yeah, this is so crazy too. Like, we were talking about the Psyprong in the last game, being able to search the Dionysus and enrage the Armadon for the win. But Nixamera Fallen form is a 4 attack. And so El Caballo has to stay a little bit cautious about Mountains of Boreas now, because that would be a real threat. That is native protection against this Earth strategy after Nixamera Risen form can take care of the Viscerus even.
Yep, and you're going to get to add a spirit to your Nixamera every turn since it is a proper Ascension, which means you will be able to stack up spirits and hit for big damage.
Yeah, huge. Potentially even use those spirits for stuff like Ice Age as well. There's a lot of really interesting things beneath the surface on the Nixamera engine. I do hope that we see this deck rise again, and maybe this is the way to go. This is, I think, clarifying here on the Enrage mechanic on the Guardian of Light, I think is the idea, as it negates the attack of the Viscerus after it's been declared.
Correct. So that should still work.
Yeah. I think because it's enraged. Pass back to El Caballo here. Thinking about what to cast. I think this is a very interesting position. If you're going for a Cryoblast, okay, I guess that's the consideration, is you want to just fire that off immediately. Very interesting that you couldn't just attack or save that for a different turn.
Shouldn't the Nixamera have ascended? Isn't that mandatory?
On your end.
Oh, because this is Risen form that is on the field right now.
Yep. Shoutouts to Risen on this one.
Yep.
And gonna go ahead and do that now, for there is the Fallen form, the little sheep, the little sleepy sheepy. Onto the board, enchanting itself. Brulok now has to contend with the big booty. And it's an expended draw, hoping to dig into the Earthquake, potentially.
Yep, dazing and enraging, the Nixamera is going to do nothing now because it will swap out and not carry the status across with it. So this is a very advantageous position for El Caballo to be in. There is a water spirit on the Nixamera now as well. The nice thing about being able to ascend it is you can put these text spirits on it every turn it does the ascend. And with only 1 back row, that better be a shield or something, or Brulok's about to take a whole bunch of damage to the face.
Yeah, shield never quite works here against the
it's a
one
chalice.
card.
It's Dionysus's chalice.
And we got the Sippy Cup here in to draw cards and discard your champion of Dionysus to do so. Not a bad inclusion to try to dig deeper for things like Earthquake. As our Brumlings goes down here, you got to grab that whiteout. You got to grab the whiteout, protect against this big body. This is a very different game than the last one we saw. This is kind of that high-end Ascension plays that we saw from the from a previous decks. Not the low end, I'm going to bring out a 5, I'm going to bring out a big defense. Instead, this Nixamera is stacked high.
Yeah, in this position, Brulok is going to have to show us what the high end of their deck is. I don't think any amount of Viscerus is going to get them out of this situation now.
Yeah, this is the trouble, right? I was talking to some players about this specifically because it's like, what do you do against the fish? You know, fish are fives, fish are big, fish can hit in, fish can go wide. It's like, yeah, but if the fish can't out a big stat, then what do the fish do? Hence Argo for sure, we saw previously. And I think a lot of players sort of assume that the 5 is the end all be all and don't necessarily try and play into a much different wavelength, which is, hey, maybe my high end has to be an Ascension. Maybe Chrysor and Chrysbor are the way to go for Earth. Viscerus can get to a 7 for sure, but now we are dealing with the 7 defense. This is harsh.
And that is, sorry, that was an Ambrosia? Yep, an Ambrosia from Brewlock there. That's going to help keep them in the game. But that Nixamera is urgently getting big. It's going to be hitting for lots of damage each turn here. Brewlock opting to go for just a defensive play here.
I love this plan. It is we see the high end now. We see the top end that potentially can out the Nixamera. This is the Centarbor of all Centarbors coming down here. Shouts to Helen on searching out and nexting itself. If this baby boy can be protected, that is going to be so dangerous because now we then have an out to the Nixamera.
How is Brewlock going to protect it is the real question, because if there's only one back row, it is going to get popped by Nixamera. It has to be like a Gorgon's Gaze or something to be able to stop the attack preemptively.
Yeah, I guess you could daze the Brumalinks or force and rage the Nixamera. This is not quite working here, I think, in that wavelength. But it's got to be Dionysus Madness. It's got to be Gorgon's Gaze. There's definitely options here to stop it, but we'll see if this pans out. I think in general, even just maybe you're trying to deck thin for something of an Earthquake. Yeah, this is a little bit challenging, and I think Brewlock there, maybe even trying to daze the Nixamera Fallen, maybe try to put El Caballo on a call and response saying, hey, does this bait out the whiteout? You know, like maybe that's the thought process here. Very scary.
With the whiteout in the back row, yeah, I mean, Madness is not going to do anything against Nixamera. I guess Gorgon's Gaze isn't either. I actually, with only one back row, I don't know what Brewlock can do.
It's gotta be specifically Dio's Madness. Save me, Dio's Madness, save me.
That's true, because Madness doesn't target, right?
Yep, that's right. It just changes position. A little tricky, actually. Honestly, I kind of forgot that comes up.
Yeah. So whiteout protecting you from targeting, but Madness, not a targeting card. If it doesn't say the word target, it doesn't target. A fun piece of trickery we all have to deal with as casters.
I can now see why 9 was afraid, or 6 was afraid of 7 here. 7's on the Ascension. Okay, now we're going to utilize that Madness. It was Madness, in fact, as we have 2 7s on the board, staring down this Sprouter, turning the Cryver to defense. Nixamera is still going to be able to swing in, hit over that. That was the last-ditch effort. If there was not an Ascension over that card to threaten the little baby Sprouter, I think this potentially could have been a Centarbor v Nixamera game.
Wait, why wasn't Madness enough to fully defend there? Couldn't they have dazed the Nixamera and put the Cryover into defense and then no attacks would have happened?
Ooh, I think so. Maybe that was potentially on Brewlock for forgetting. Maybe thinking that they targeted? That's possible. You're absolutely right. It can deal with both cards. Wow, interesting. Yeah, I don't quite know.
Okay, well, I mean, hey, who among us has not been in a heated tournament scenario and absolutely just eaten your foot in a misplay? So
yeah, you're telling me, Argo can cast from hand? There's Viscerus on the board here, which I think can help contest the Cryovern, hoping to take this Prey Mantis and turn it into a Predator Mantis. Let's see how it works out.
Luckily, Brewlock still very up on spirits compared to El Caballo. The expense of ascending the Nixamera every turn does really eat into you. So it is not over for Brewlock by any means. They have plenty of spirits to flex into something here. I think we got a concession from Brewlock, actually.
Yeah, it's going to be going on to a game 3 here on our round 6. And wow, what a showcase. again, talk about these low-end strategies that are just consistently putting out dudes. That sounds great, but slap in a big body every now and again, you're good to go. Though, Brewlock almost dropping down a big body of their own. The King of the Forest, Centaur, almost touched down. That could have been very scary.
It could have, and it might have just been one madness out of reach. We'll see if they get to pull it off again this coming game. We got to see the champ Centaur do some things. We've seen it in one feature match in a premiere, all of live stream, I believe. A couple of premieres ago, someone playing crabs teched it in. I'd love to see it do some more.
Yeah, I think not from experience, my play testing, shout out to PK here, whipping my butt consistently with Centaur, but the idea here that's much scarier, I think, is if Brewlock is on something like they say Timber Champ. Because I think for Brewlock's board, it's able to build wide and kind of handle a little bit of Elestrals here and there, but they said Timber Champ is really scary. You can use the Dionysus Madness and also the Dionysus to then enrage opponent's Elestrals, bounce them back to hand. Those are free shields. That is very challenging to deal with, and it's a 5/8 stat line, so it's pretty big and can wall out the Nixamera Risen form. I wonder if we're going to see that inclusion inside of Brewlock's deck come in here as we're going into game 3.
I imagine we will. The Centaur can search the Timber, so if you're playing the Centaur, I imagine you have at least one Timber to search in there.
Yeah, I think there is a... I imagine so. The combo being that, you go into the big Centaur, bring out the Timber, and that alone is probably lockout in itself. But in a deck like El Caballo, your main course of getting to that Nixamera as fast as possible also could be the game plan. I'm scratching my head a little bit at trying to think of the state in which when Centaur drops down, because now that's a quantity to look out for. How does Nixamera deal with that?
I don't know that it does, if I'm being honest. I can't think of anything in a Nixamera deck that gets that strong outside of having a Nixamera that lives enough turns under Mountains of Boreas to just become a huge statted dude.
Yeah, I guess, and under threat of the Dionysus, the Psyprong is kind of crazy. I think there's definitely, I was definitely thinking that same thing. I'm like, can it get big enough? Can he get that big to hit over the other guy? I don't know. We see a Champ Nectar coming down here to grab out PTA. It's a pretty decent start from Brewlock.
Yep, going to make it a real tough decision for El Caballo to decide what exactly they want to put on their field, especially into 3 back row.
Ooh, yeah, we're back to this 3 back row and a well-statted Elestral. Sometimes it's all you need. But if they can get off to the races here, El Caballo has some options available to them, especially with a Galaxy Champ on the play.
That does it. Because of the way stat math works in Elestrals, even if Brewlock chooses to use the PTA on this, it would still have 5 attack and be able to get over the Saya Nectar.
Oh, but Dionysus Madness does give Brewlock the upper hand here. You can't PTA a whale, but you sure can drive it insane.
That is true. Saya Nectar gets to live a turn now, and we get to see the return. Is that the return of the Sproutier?
That's right. Sprouter's coming down here. Do we have a Nexus target, or are we just going to sit on a big body? I think it's just trying to have the turn to wait for it. I think it's not a bad option here to say, I don't necessarily need to commit the spirits. I don't necessarily need to deck thin. What I need now is maybe 1 turn for setup. And this could be the speed that Brewlock's going for their top end.
This is looking like an entirely different deck from Brewlock, honestly. We're seeing a much more kind of build to Centaur strategy versus the onslaught of Viscerus we saw in the first 2 games.
Yeah, that's kind of the weird part about, these decks, right? They kind of have these good stuff pile cards in them, but ultimately when back to the wall and from tech options show up, you get to see where the deck really shines. And also, in addition to that, how players adapt. Maybe this is a play pattern from Brewlock saying the last game, game 1, and it's just good enough for me to go this, but now game 3, time to take off the brakes and go full throttle. Nixamera gets PTA'd here. That's pretty brutal.
Was that a Morfrost Chimera form that was on the field?
No, it was Nixamera or Bunnix. Oh, actually, you're right. That was a Chimera. That's right. They kind of look similar, actually.
It was a Chimera, so there's a Morfrost engine hiding here that we haven't seen yet.
Wow. And we were just talking about maybe one engine is good enough. Maybe Alcabayo was like, yeah, no, the Bunix engine's good enough here for the last one. That's crazy. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I mean, that means that El Caballo will have an answer to Centaur if they can Scorpio it.
Yeah, that'd be actually really nice. Guardian of Light coming down here. Brulok opting not to go for a re-enchant Nexus to search, again, to deck thin, but instead try to put on just a little bit of damage. And this is, I think, a little risky, but could telegraph potentially an Altar of Stars.
Altar of Stars is there. If nothing else, they are fully set up for a Centaur search. And I believe Sproutir can also search Madness instead of Centaur.
Yeah, and that's going to give them a little more defensive options. We have an Anthrostix coming in here to help bring back a Morfrost Chimera form. This will put Brulok on the option to, first verse, same as the second. We have the PTA coming in here, protect on stats, but now an extra body could be nice if Alcabayo has the ability. Instead, going to just go for a set card pass, and that's going to be Morfrost Chimera gone again.
Okay, Brulok has the threat of Centaur, but once again, the slow, simplified game plan is really working here for them. Elechick was banned. Elechick would find Zeus. Zeus would do its -3 and make it a 7. Little did they know, Elechick was reborn as a bug. Cyanectar gets to come down and be an effective 6 with either PTA that you choose. And that seems to be doing wonders here for Brulok today.
If I had a nickel for every time that a king has been reborn to some bug in a chimera-shaped fashion in my life, very specific reference for like the 10 of us out here, I'd be terrified nonetheless still. That net impact is felt around the world. I think that it's so interesting to hear how Brulok is enabling spirits to be kept on board with the Cynectors being the offensive sword to the Sprouter's shield. This is going to be a lot of damage when it comes down, and maybe able to search the side prongs here to deal with maybe some low end. Brulok is walking away with some mad advantage.
Is going to be low on spirits if they don't have a good response here. A shield on the 2-spirit Cyanectar would be very critical in this moment, I feel. But instead, we're going to hit a Tsunami, which probably just as good. The problem is that Alcabayo has not been able to get bodies to stick. Those PTAs are keeping the board clear. Even if a body sticks this turn, there are 3 bodies they have to handle.
Yeah, this is the Elestrals classic of when you are able to establish a couple bodies and you cannot establish one on your own, that is just going to be more and more advantage that snowballs in the favor of, ironically, Earth here. As Cypron comes down here, being able to search out a Dionysus potentially, I think that you might have to allow that to go through. Even if you have a Gorgon's Gaze in the back, you have to keep that for a key moment whenever you're ready to make your push.
We do see in a little bit of the flashing of Brulok's deck, there's a Drataya in there. So this has been like a Dionysus champ pile all along. We just only saw the Viscerus the 2 games.
Yeah, again, the Prey Mantis turned to Predator Mantis. You don't need that anymore. The bugs are doing quite the work. Cynectors into the Champ Sprouter. This is the Earth deck that A-Drive intended. Look at how we are keeping spirits on board and how we're Nexusing, we're Daze and Rage. Is that a Drataya?
It is a Drataya.
Did PK pay you, Brulok? Did PK pay you? What's going on?
The Latagon cometh, I suppose. If we get that far, there's going to be a massive amount of damage dealt in this turn. What is that? 6 total?
Yep, 6 spirits on board, and that is going to put Alcabayo down to 4. You might have a Guardian of Light to sponge one of the hits, but this is still a very rough position to be in. This is exactly like, Brulok tends to skew towards these decks like Fire and like Earth, apparently, that like to keep spirits on board and keep the pressure in while putting Alcabayo on the back foot. Looks like going to be a shield here to bounce back Cynectar, just try to manage the board a little bit.
Which is fair. It's kind of a free shield because it was going to do 2 damage anyway. Now there's 1 less body to deal with, but Alcabayo now on only 4 spirits to Brulok 7. A big spirit advantage to Brulok there. Alcabayo going to need a big swing in this turn to get back into it, I think. And a Chimera might do it if there's a bat in hand. There is another Chimera in Underworld, right? So they could get a conga line of Morfrosts built this turn, potentially.
This is so funny to see the second time that we've had Morfrost on the broadcast that it's a yes, I was very scary before with my ability to build wide, but now seemingly so, staring down another wide board in itself. I think it was, Kay bringing up the watery, icy reflection put back at them. And this is definitely going to be that case. I think that's going to be a contestation from El Caballo. That is going to be enough pressure from Brewlock to maintain advantage and take game 3 inside of round 6, moving on with a 5-1 record with seemingly Champions of Dionysus deck, the Centaur Cometh. And hey, there's no slouch on Nixamera too. That was super cool to see. Love the Nixamera swapping itself back and forth and snowballing back and forth. That was really, really interesting stuff. I haven't seen a deck like that happen since, well, Perky, inside of their championship match. That was really, really, really sweet.
Yeah, I mean, that Nixamera strategy was really potent. I wonder in that game 3 if we saw some kind of smoke screen into Morfrost, or if the Morfrost was there all along and we just never saw it. I'm trying to do the deck math in my head and figure out based on like what we saw the first 2 games if the Morfrosts were always there or not.
Yeah, that's also something that I think the Nixamera and some of this Frost Ascension deck can take advantage of, right? Is having the extra bodies from the Morfrost package to put on a lot of pressure to make sure that your Nixameras can go off pretty much regardless of which one you're going for. It does take a little bit of setup, though. That's maybe the problem that we can see is that from the decreasing of speed from the Morfrost, you have to have the Bunnix inclusion, Bunnix to Nixamera, Morfrost to have the bat. It's a little less consistent with Lycangon, so maybe we're seeing some cracks on the iceberg starting to tip over there. But I think once again, though, with El Caballo can easily be climbing back here with those big 7 bodies. You see him put them in a lot of work today. Did you expect to see Cryovern at all?
Yeah, I mean, losing a Cryovern. I mean, traditionally you played 2 Cryovern basically, so it getting limited means you've lost 1.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the worst thing in the world. I myself, when Nixamera came out, actually played a Nixamera deck that only had 1 Cryovern because it was more like a late game, like last minute option if the Nixamera didn't work out. It wasn't part of the main strategy. So seeing the 1 Nixamera, the 1 Cryovern in the Nixamera deck, I'm like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's what I did back even when I had more I could play. So I think that makes a lot of sense as a fallback option. A 7 is still a scary number. It's not as scary as it used to be. I mean, you got your Latagons running around with an 8, and you got your Nova Cores under Temples of the Sun these days. There's a lot more 8s than there used to be back in the day.
Yeah, back in my day, the highest number we could count to was 5. Exactly. I think, and as as the story usually goes, a shield on the Cryovern is typically going to be the answer. And so if you have multiple Cryolings coming down here, Cryoling into the Cryovern again, just from hand, it hurts a little bit to do so, but it's still very much possible. It just now depends on if those Pandora's boxes, those solar mills, those PTAs can now more effectively deal with the Dragon Onslaught. I do hope that we get to see more Nixamera ride, because that is something that is very underexplored in terms of having that many spirits on board for your counter runes, for your Ice Ages, for your Cryoblast. And very cool to see so far. Champ Centaur, we didn't see a touchdown. How was that impact in the last couple games? What did you think? Did you think we were going to see it in the game 3?
I wasn't sure. It was interesting to see that there was a Drataya in the deck too, because from where I was standing, it kind of looked like Brewlock didn't need any Ascensions. It kind of looked like his game plan was, I'm going to drop 1 well-valued body and 1 back row every single turn, and you're going to have to deal with it. And I'm going to interrupt your game plan. And, maybe that's the way to do it. If you have a good stuff engine with your high end that you can fall back into, if you run into something like a Celestlio or something crazy that you got to contest, great. Maybe that's the way to go.
I agree. I think there is something to be said about, and specifically the Earth package, right? I was thinking about this a while back where it's like, yes, base set, yes, Frostfall, even Daybreak to an extent. We saw a lot of Earth and Thunder All-Stars throughout these lists, but I think it just speaks to the depth and the volume that the Earth, Thunder, and even Water package have, is that we're still seeing them in today's meta, today's card game, because ultimately speaking, when you're looking for decent value, decent stats, a lot of it is in the past, right? And so we have a lot of these game plan decks that have a little bit more consideration in terms of, okay, this is a 3-body or this is a 4-body. But Earth has a massive mountain to search through, to rummage through, if you will, to search out the tech options, search out the consistency pieces. And so, yeah, Champ Centaur slapped onto a 3 Viscerous, 3 Cyprong, 3 Synectar Champ package. That could be the way. I guess you had a Drataya in there too. I forgot about our late game Drataya inclusion. Wait a minute. Jump scare.
You were talking about going to the past for old value bodies, and I was just thinking about it. Did we get a new 5 in Livestream that wasn't conditional on something that wasn't itself? Like the closest thing to a 5 we got in Livestream was Magnaros plus Aepharos, right?
Chimera.
Well, Chimera, of course. Frost got its 5. How could I forget? I got so used to more Frost existing, especially in, okay. Of course. Silly me. Yeah, Frost got its 5.
And to be fair, too, this is the first raw stat 5 that didn't freak everyone out, to be fair. Alternatively, though, I swear this is the deepest Elestrals theory, if you're following me on this one. It's not that Stellar Cryoscorch exists. It's not that it's hidden inside of a deep basement in Connecticut. It's not that the champion Armadon and Gardon will be delivered at January 31st at 12:01 p.m. It's that 5s aren't the issue. It's the 4s. It's every 4-stat body is the problem. Name me a Aqualinks, Cyprong Champ. Viscerous is a 4. It turns itself into a 5. Brummelinks is a 4 as well. Elachik back in the day, the 5s aren't doing our laundry. It's the 4s that are doing the dishes and cleaning the housework too. We have to stop the 4s.
You gotta stop the 4s. The 4s went undetected. Everyone was on the 5s. There was a fringe theory about the 3s.
Mm-hmm.
But no, the 4s slipped by.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big movement by Big 4 to keep the 5 stat down. No longer are we seeing Sorlets. No longer are we seeing Necruffs. Coincidence? I think not.
We'll see, but we'll see more after this lovely break we're going to. I believe you get to go take a nice little sit back, Swole, much deserved. I will be back here with Kay on the other side, though. Thank you all for tuning in, and stick around for the other side. Kay, welcome back. It's so great to be back at the desk with you. We have seen yet another showing of Frost today, and well, I think they're having a rough time out here, Kay. I mean, Frost is a deck that coming into this new ban list, many people were in the streets saying Frost will still be the best deck, more Frost everywhere, and that does not look like it's come to fruition. How are you feeling about the games we've seen as a Frost player yourself, Kay?
Okay, well, first and foremost, I would like to say that my feelings are a little hurt as Nixamera was selected to be a feature match on one that I was not commentating. I did take that a little poisonally, and that's okay. I think we can move past it as a collective. That being said, a little interesting to see where Frost is right now. It's a bit of an awkward place, in my opinion. It's like suddenly you take away the cryover and you take away Iwoli, and it's looking in the mirror like, who am I? Who have I been all along? And you know, I think that Frost still has legs. We just haven't quite built them out of tightly packed enough snow for it to be able to stand on them. So we'll see how that develops. But that being said, incredible Champion of Dionysus list that we saw. That was very cool. And I swear, Elestrals just kept coming that I was like, no, there's no way. They fit that in there too. That too, in addition to that. And I mean, I was watching baffled. How are you feeling after having commentated that?
You know, after this event, I'm going to have to go pull up Brewlock's deck and figure out what that cook was, because I'm trying to do the math in my head and I'm like, what were the ratios on those Earth Elestrals? There's a Sproutier and there's a Centaurber and there's a Drataya, which means I assume there's Latagon in there somewhere. How did you fit this all in? How'd you fit this all in and see a back row every turn?
Yeah, that was it too. Incredible and really, really cool to see. And that being said, we have seen a lot of really amazing decks. I know our casters have cooked insanely today. So if you have been watching or you have been playing and you have anything fun to report, any exciting matches, any favorite moments, be sure to tweet it out. #PlayElestrals or any socials. We would love to hear from you, love to see your experience, the things that you love, and hey, maybe even some requests that we can keep in mind for the future.
Absolutely. Get on there and #PlayElestrals on your favorite social platform. I have been excited for the #PlayElestrals we have been seeing today. We're going into our last Swiss round here, and I think after this round, it's going to be the most exciting to see what makes it to the top 8 today. I mean, we have such a variety of decks. We've seen a few different fish. We've seen a couple Frosts. We've seen a couple Earth cooks. But like, what is actually going to make it to the top today is what I'm really excited to see. I'm betting we're going to see at least one of these Earth decks that's doing well and at least one fish deck. I don't know. What do you think we're going to see that makes it into the top 8 today?
I am with you. I think that fish is almost guaranteed, not just in pure numbers, but also from performance that we've seen today. It was just one of those decks that it's like, yeah, this feels very strong right now. It has answers for a lot of things. That being said, I'm with you. I think it'd be very cool to see Earth represented in some way. I think that there are a lot of things that it can do. We're going to have, hopefully here before too long, some data, some interesting information that we can look at. And that'll be as the day goes on, we get more and more information to share with you and get a better idea of what this meta looks like. Because that has been what I've been most excited about, is just learning what's going on. Obviously, we saw as we started today, we got the top 12s, we got the deck representation. I am curious to see, like you said, what ends up converting and what ends up really showing as solid contenders in this new, mysterious, undefined, anyone can take it, anyone's game kind of meta that we're in right now.
This data will be particularly important for players who want to go to Worlds, because this will be your first big data dump to really get an idea of what you need to start preparing for. And there's not a lot of time left before you got to go to Vegas, baby.
Yeah, exactly. One more premiere after this before Vegas. Of course, there's that last chance qualifier. But, gambling may be the spirit of Vegas, but do you really want to hinge your entire world's experience on it? Play while you can, get those points while you can. And you're right, that does mean going into the data, going in and building out new side decks. There may be new threats that we need to be siding for. And we've certainly seen that today.
We have. It's going to be really interesting to see if the top decks in numbers are what actually converts, or if it is something fresh and new. Come on, that one's a frog player. Get to the top. I believe in you. I believe in you.
Yeah, we've done the wellness checks on the Zephrog and Starbit Supernova players because we gotta know. We have personal investment in this.
I mean, hey, once again, I've said it many times today. Shout out to number one Elestrals community leaker Dan A Drive, showing us Starbit Champion of Aphrodite as a leak. Starbit has a real future. If it's not today, it's coming, Kay. It's coming.
Hey, well, as soon as we saw the Starbit on the Coastalith Champion of Aphrodite, I was like, wait a minute. Could this be a sign? We always have these little clues, little bits and bobs that whenever we find things out down the line, you go back and look at old arts and you say, wait a minute.
It was there. See, I feel this about Havocub and Pulveror, Champion of Artemis. There's nothing that really confirms they exist, but if you look at Dionysus's Madness, there is a Havocub and or Pulveror attacking that has like the Artemis bracelets on it.
Interesting. And with that, it does look like we have our top 16 updated. And I gotta say, we mentioned him earlier. Justin T coming back after a long hiatus after winning 2 back-to-back premieres. And my goodness, is he going to do it again? He's undefeated so far in Swiss.
Well, at this point, I think they're almost a shoo-in top 8. Looking at the board here, there's only a handful of people with 1 loss. So even if he loses this round, I think he'll get it. But we have lots of interesting scores here, actually. Very few people with only 1 loss here today. So it's going to be a real interesting top 8, I think. This round is really going to shake out who's in and who's out. We have Stellar Kristoff still up in the top here. Perky still holding out. Adam. I'm excited to see how this shakes out, Kay.
Yeah, and of course we have Shuret, who we saw earlier on this broadcast, still staying in strong in that number 2 seed. This is, even just in this top 16, look at that. Why Rebellion, a previous champion? If that doesn't tell you how stacked this top 16 is, we have a prior champion in that number 16 slot, as well as Dooms, another previous champion. Bo, as ever, still present in this top 16. And like you said, there are only a few people with the X and 1 stat going into this last round of Swiss. So this really does determine it all. I wonder if we're going to be hearing from one or more of these casters for our our next Swiss round.
Well, it might be a preview. We'll have to see. And man, we've had so many good card teases today that haven't hit the field. A Chronodial that didn't hit a field, a Centaur, and a implied Latagon that didn't hit the field. At least the Nixamera actually hit the field. That was good. So there's part of me that feels like we're going to see more weird cards that aren't going to hit the field in this next round.
Genuinely incredible that 2 of those teases that you just mentioned came from the same deck. That's not 2 different decks playing 2 different strategies. No, in fact, that was all in one package.
Oops, all champion of Dionysus. Who would have known?
Hey, apparently PK Sparks, he's been talking about it for a while. So
PK may not be here, but he is pulling the strings.
That is seemingly always the case. He cannot keep getting away with it, and yet he does.
It's okay. So somehow he gets people to show up with fun Earth stuff. Swole, I guess, pays off the staff so that we see the streams with his cards in it,
Yeah. Meanwhile, I've been sitting here asking for someone to bring foxes since Moonrise. I just been shouting into this mic about it. And you know what? Bo has done it. Bo, I love you. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Bo topped with it once or twice, I forget.
Bo got to semifinals with Foxes. So, hey, it was a bit of a dream come true. And it was one of those moments where I was like, this might be the best I get here.
No. Champion Foxes at some point, assuredly.
Surely, yeah. Hey, I'm with you. I think that Lunar and Frost, those are the two elements that we have left. So, because we have Sunstrain, and, who knows? Who knows?
The final set is just called Cold Shoulder.
And there's no Foxes and just no Lunar at all to also hurt your feelings. And instead, they just put, all Starbit and
No.
Armadon.
I mean, honestly, not getting another Lunar Divine is fine with me. That terrifies me for that reveal. I already have one Lunar Divine obsession. I'm not sure I need a second one.
Yeah, I think that primary blank plus Artemis, that's a bit more of a mouthful.
My wife has gone by secondary Artemis for a while, but maybe I'll have to get her on primary, whatever the other divine is, so that we can balance it out.
True couple goals. And by the way, for those of you who are watching, let us know your predictions for these future sets. If there are cards that you want to see, if there are certain divines that you would like to have represented, let us know. That hashtag Play Elestrals doesn't have to just be about this. Let us know your dreams, your hopes, your predictions, because I know I certainly have a few things that I want to see.
Oh, yes. What are you hoping to see from this last Swiss round, though? For me personally, come on, there's got to be a crabs game here somewhere. You can't tell me that no one brought crabs to this event.
Okay, so a little self-serving here, apparently. No, I would love to hear from an archetype that is apparently very represented, but just silent. Champions of Zeus. Where have they been all day today? Maybe this last round, maybe one of these X of ones is playing Champions of Zeus. Maybe we can see what they're up to. And, I'm curious. Are they playing Jolton?
The Shattered Stars Reverse Stellar Jolton is certainly in the deck.
It's gotta be. And if it's not, I'll send you one. Just let me know.
Yeah. I mean, because you have to get the Mount Olympus so you can use the 3 Race to the Top you put in your deck.
Well, I'm saying Jolton is in the Race to the Top art, and you're not playing it? No, I think not. So certainly we could hear from a Champions of Zeus. You said you'd like to see crabs. Are there any other decks that we know are represented that you would like to hear from, see from, wonder what they're up to?
Man, I don't think we saw officially in the chart that it was represented, but I gotta imagine Fire Artifacts and or Hestia is here somewhere. I would love to see what someone cooked up with fire in this format.
Well, we know that Win the Scent is currently X and 1, and I have heard in legend that is a particular burn caster. So, hey, if anyone's on it, that's an X of 1. We could see that happen. I don't know.
I mean, hey, I know Krakatuga lost 2 eruptions, but Smoltuga, champion of Hephaestus, can search it, so...
It can search it, and, one of the Krakatugas is just an eruption itself, so do you need the card if you already have it on the board? Probably not. Probably fine.
It's probably fine. It is interesting, though. One thing I've noticed today with kind of the bannings and the slowdown a bit is how much longer the players get to hold on to their spirits. There's a lot less dumping spirits on the board turn 1 and turn 2. I mean, at the start of live stream with some commentating, we talked about how if you do the Locagon combo turn 1, you spend 8 spirits. And that just doesn't really exist anymore. There's not a Tadpuff to do the Locagon combo turn 1 with anymore, and has thus kind of ratcheted down the speed at which you're expending spirits, which probably makes the burn strategy a bit worse than it was previously, but
I think that's a fair assessment. And also, the new speed of gameplay has been felt, I think, all around, from even just here on the desk, from last tournament where it was like, oh, we've been playing for 10 minutes and we're already 2-0 and we're here waiting for the next round for the next 40 minutes. Versus today, I feel like games have been going down to the wire. They've been very back and forth. They felt very fun to watch, very engaging and dynamic. And I think that honestly, more than anything to me, speaks to the success of the ban list and what it was trying to do, which is slow the game down.
I'm in full agreement with you there. I think this ban list has been such a joy so far. I mean, here's the truth. As someone who likes to just build weird decks, whenever a ban list drops, it doesn't really matter what's on the ban list. I'm like, fantastic, an absolute excuse to pop open the deck builder and just start doing weird things all over again. This was the excuse I needed to waste a weekend on this.
Exactly. Even though you're Nectar of the Gods to enable the bad decks to happen, you're like, we have to really reconsider how we're doing this. I understand. And I'm with you on that. I think that this is the perfect time to be playing fun things when the meta is wide open, no one quite knows what's going on, and everyone's a little confused. But with that being said, we are going to be getting ready for round 7 here. I'm very excited to hear from these casters and see what we are gonna be watching.
Yeah. We'll cross our fingers. We'll hope that it's Crabs versus Champions of Zeus. That'll be the dream. That'll be the dream. We'll cover all of the bases.
Yeah, surely production can pull something like that and make everybody happy. It's what dreams are made of. I always say dreams do come true in the world of Elestrals, right? And with that being said, we do have our top 7 match here. And oh my goodness, this is bound to be an incredible one. We have Stellar Kristoff versus Adam, both storied casters in their own right. Adam, of course, the previous premier champion. So Stellar Kristoff, no slouch himself, being top 16 in a premier, top 64 at Dallas Open, and top 32 at the Cards HQ event. You know, you got to take down the Titan from last time. This is really a Goliath type story here.
I think so. And I mean, look at these playmats. We have a Fulgury's Champion of Zeus playmat. Is that a prediction of what Stellar Kristoff is on today? Are you giving us Champions of Zeus, Kristoff? And of course, the Fox on Adam. There's a chance it's not just for style.
Are you playing foxes? What's going on? Do you have a Voldusk in there? Oh, he's smiling at us. So I maybe if he turns it to the side and makes it wink, maybe we'll know. Like, it is foxes. Just let us know, Adam.
Yeah, just let us know, Adam. I mean, hey, look. Voldusk is a 5 that both draws cards and heals depending on what you need. It gotta be a good card, right? Like, come on.
Always saying this. And, you know, lunar phases, I think, are so overlooked. There are so many of them that have effects that I'm like, can you do that for that cheap? And
half of the lunar phases actually do something, you know?
Hey, you know, hey. Oh, wait a minute. No, listen, they have their utility. One day I will see a full Volclipse of the board wipe of the heart happen again. I have dreams, and whether that's going to happen with Adam or if Adam is just playing a cute little Stellar Voldusk Dallas Open playmat, no one knows. No one can know.
No, we'll hopefully know soon. Hopefully we get to see some cards from Adam.
No. No cards, just secrets. And our casters are getting ready for us here, so be sure to stay tuned, because Stellar Kristoff, I have to imagine the Stellar Kristoff actually has some Stellars in his deck this time. Cannot run it back after last time, because, you know, listen, I'm just saying, one more time, we're going to take that Stellar out of your name, Kristoff.
Oh no. I mean, I think you have to check his place on the Stellar leaderboard. That might not legally be possible.
Hey, listen, I finally got my Stellars registered. Be sure to register them on the Collect Elestrals website. And I was like, I might stand a chance of being pretty high up there. I was mistaken. I did not realize how much our casters in our community have been popping off with these stellar hunts. That being said, our judges are now ready to get into round 7, which means we will be starting here imminently. Let us get into this final round of Swiss. We have Adam, our previous premier champion, versus Stellar Christoph. And we will be finding out what these two casters are playing here momentarily.
We're seeing a Frost Thunder Mulligan from Adam, which confuses me deeply. I'm not sure
Rice
what deck
Ridge?
plays Frost and Thunder.
I think exactly the Frost Rice Ridge, right? No way.
It could just be Ast Rabbit and like Nixamera, or
No.
Morfrost. Ast Rabbit and Morfrost.
Let's do as deep of a poll here as we possibly can, as unlikely as it could possibly be.
Racer Ridge, you're absolutely right.
One can dream.
Hey, in a format where no one is playing Thunder, dropping down Raceros and saying, you actually can't attack me.
Yeah. Hey, could be good. And I believe that, so for those of you who are watching at home, just so you know, the winner of this will be making top 8. So really everything is on the line in this game, and the loser will not. I have been told that if Stellar Christoph wins this one, this will be his very first top 8 ever. So this is truly a huge and important game. Adam here to defend his title. Stellar Christoph here hoping to secure a place in top 8 for the first time. No matter who gets this win, it is going to be exciting.
And we are back to the races here. It looks like we missed a turn. Stellar Christoph opening up with a Stellar Viscerus, it looks like. So he does get to keep his name. And Adam does have the Ast Rabbit in the deck. The Thunder was for the rabbit.
Hey, it could just be, it could be a fake out rabbit, all right? There could be more spice in there. But, that being said, a Viscerus and a rabbit, if I had a nickel. But we do have Hopperoo coming out here from Stellar Christoph. Not a Stellar Hopperoo, but that's okay. Here he comes regardless.
We're getting a Foretell into an Ambrosia, and I didn't quite catch what those two Elestrals were.
It was an Equilynx, was one of them, and I didn't see the other one. So probably, I would say grabbing that Equilynx, but who's to say?
I would imagine, and Adam going to have to handle the fact that the Hopperoo can punch them in the face, or simply just drop fish on the field. Luckily, the fish will not be coming. Stellar Christoph has the Gorgon's Gaze to defend their position, and that fish is looking like a mighty tasty snack for the Viscerus now.
Yeah, and I think that was a perfect Gorgon's Gaze to deploy here. Do not let this strategy get off to the races. And this is another reason that we've been talking about, hey, is Aephros better on its own, or is it better with the Magneros? And this is something that can happen if you are doing the Magneros version as opposed to just pure Aephros. But, that being said, if that had been able to go off, we'd have a search and an additional 5 on the board. So who's to say?
And we got a Stellar Champion Cyanectar there. So Christoph going to get a juicy search here. We'll be curious to see whether they are going for Artemis's arrow or the original poison-tipped arrow. Artemis's arrow could be good in this position as a way to sink the bunny stats and be able to get over it this turn.
So it does seem that, in fact, what I thought was Equilynx color-wise was actually a Stellar Cyanectar. So there we go. The more you know.
The search will not happen. A Pandora's box is going to come in here, but Stellar Christoph is still going to be able to punch over for one with the Hopperoo, continuing to apply the pressure for Adam. They are in a similar place spirit-wise, but Stellar Christoph having the board advantage here.
With that Foretell going off from the Hopperoo effect, we saw 2 full art Floy Forest and the Sprouter Champ. So it looks like we are going fully Floy Earth even.
The Feloy makes me wonder if Original Centaur is here, which gets extra protection when Feloy Forest is deployed.
Especially with the double stadium. You usually see one in there, maybe an additional one in the side, depending on the matchup. But to have two in the main deck, I think you might be right. That might imply something about the actual strategy at hand here. However, we see an Aphros coming out, Aphrodite going in to search out the other Aphros, which will be special casting himself, and we are fish gaming.
Fish gaming. That's going to be able to clear up 2 of the 3 bugs on the board, unless Kristoff has a shield here.
A shield would be good, and that would also take care of the stats of the other Aphros. That being said, we know that there's a Sprouter imminent, so we might be just setting up for something big here. As we see Adam sort of checking that back row there, and we go in for the swing. Going to be targeting the Hopperoo here. And as we're a few turns in, we get a little bit of a better idea of these decks. The prediction is now live over on Twitch. So be sure to let us know who you think is going to take it. Is it this Earth build? You think it's Electric Fish? Electric Eel? Who knows? What could it be?
The Feloy Forest coming down here from Stellar Kristoff after getting his bodies cleared is going to be massively helpful. It's going to make Viserys a 6. Now the question is going to be whether or not they value that, or if they want to do the Nexus for the search here. They're going to have to decide what they want to do with the Sprout here.
It looks like we do have an additional back row set, and it seems we are thinking on this attack here. And Adam possibly looking to activate a back row. And it is a Gorgon's Gaze, possibly going to stop the Nexus, I'm not sure, or just the attack from the Viserys.
I believe that was a signal for an attack. And goodbye, Feloy Forest, Atlantis?
Woo-hoo. Interesting, because we know that that second Feloy Forest was queued up there. So this Atlantis, I don't think is long for this world.
I imagine the second Feloy Forest is actually in hand for Stellar Kristoff right now.
Mm-hmm. We do have Atlantis coming down, which means, are we going to see Rise from the Depths? Are we going to see some spice like that? Or is this just for Stadium Wars, saying, I know that 5 is a big stat line. I need the ability to make my fish 6.
Speaking of fish, we see Adam adding the Constellation OG Aphoros to hand. They're going to cast that now, and they will have the ability to Nexus. So the question is, do they want to keep their stadium, or do they want to get rid of it and draw more cards? The Aphrodite only has 1 spirit on it, so if they choose to Nexus off the Aphrodite, I believe that means they will be losing that here.
I think with the knowledge that Stellar Kristoff does have the additional stadium, that it would make sense to go ahead and get use out of the spirit on the stadium. However, it looks like we are just going to be Nexusing off of the Aphrodite here, putting that on the rabbit, which gives it a big 6 defense stat. Going to be setting 1 here, and thanks to that stadium, we will be able to comfortably swing over this Viserys.
I can't think of any individual back row from Stellar Kristoff that gets him out of this situation, unfortunately. 2 Aphoros champs is tough to deal with because a single Gorgon's Gaze cannot get rid of the stat boost they're giving each other.
And especially under that stadium, that is just, those are too big of a stat line to deal with handily. And of course, playing a water deck Tsunami is not an option.
I think these fish are bigger than whales. What's going on here?
This cannot keep coming up. Although, speaking of Feloy Forest, the one that we knew was in hand, has now come out. That Atlantis has been sent to the depths, and Hopperoo comes out in defense.
Hopperoo has 4 defense, right? So I think the plan here is to try and stall out with a 5 defense Hopperoo under Feloy Forest, maybe?
I think that would make sense, unless we are somehow able to get an additional Atlantis. But we see the Nexus happening here and the draw effect from that Aphoros. Maximizing value here and getting that water spirit off of the Astrabbit.
Oh, Ascend.
An Ascension in 2?
What is it?
Water? Lightning. Oh, whale.
Into a whale!
I'm sitting here like, what Elestral is water and apparently whale. Apparently Champ Galaxy is a water thunder Elestral.
That is going to flip the stats of the Hopperoo, allowing Adam to get over it here. And that is a lot of fish damage that Kristoff is going to take to the face here, just absolutely getting smacked by slippery tails right now.
Yeah, these fish are schooling, and I feel like we are being taught a lesson right now in this fish school. That being said, we have Kristoff coming out here with the Viscerus.
Now, it will be interesting to see what their choice is for attempting to go over with Viscerus. Adam only on one spirit here, which does put them in a bit of a tricky position. They can't exactly shield this Viscerus. They would need exactly... Well, no, they could shield the Viscerus if they pay off a field. They could shield the Viscerus with one off the field and one from Spirit Deck. So they have some options, but it will put them on 0, and then a second Hopperoo just kills them.
We have a lot of spirits represented on field. Yeah, here goes the payoff of the whale and from Spirit Deck or the additional Aphoros. Adam may be wanting to keep the additional spirit on the Aphoros to keep the Aphoros Nexus draw live, but it does seem that we are... Okay, so the secret third option is paying off of the Aphoros that is single enchanted, getting rid of it, and using the Gorgon's Gaze. And now we still have the Nexus option available for this Aphoros, and we have room for a normal cast. Re-enchanting this Galaxy is going to allow us to swap these stats once more.
Yep, and we have not seen Kristoff do anything with that back row, so I'm kind of doubting it's going to help them in this situation here.
It might be like Dionysus's Madness or something like that that just hasn't made too much sense and wouldn't have made that much difference, especially with the number of spirits of damage that Stellar Kristoff has been taking each turn here. And it seems like this is going to be the end of game 1. Adam has taken game 1. Of course, as we said, only one of these casters is going to be making it to top 8. Stellar Kristoff needs to win the next 2 games in order to ensure his place in his first ever top 8. So with that being said, going into the side deck, what's going to help him get there?
First off, any tsunamis across the room, they're gone. Always throw those out of your deck immediately upon seeing fish. It's going to really depend on what exactly the brew Kristoff is on. We have a situation like Brewlock's games here, where all we really saw from Stellar Kristoff was Viscerus. Sprout here showed up, but that still doesn't exactly tell us what the bigger strategy was. I think here you maybe reach for some dense fogs. The fish, the fish tensegrity of the fish holding themselves up to be 5, so you couldn't turn off the stat boost by taking out any one fish was quite difficult. Yeah. But if you have a dense fog, you can take care of that for the whole field, I think. What do you think Adam is going to do here to try and continue their winning position into this Earth deck?
I think that this was a pretty solid matchup for him. I think the only thing that if he has an additional stadium in the side, if he's assumed that this stadium is key to Stellar Kristoff's game plan here, if it's really important that he have Phalloid Forest active, go ahead and get that second stadium from the side deck. But with that being said, I think that game 1 went well enough for him that there isn't too much that really needs to change.
Why do you think Adam has an Atlantis in their main deck?
I don't know if it's just possible Nexus fodder for the Aphoros, the base of Pharos, or if there is some Rise from the Depths shenanigans that happen there. I would be curious to see and curious to talk to him about it if we have the chance.
Yeah, I mean, there is the simple logic that 6 is bigger than 5. That might just simply be the case. Nexus Father, maybe. I mean, I would imagine you would choose Argos and Artifacts over Atlantis for that, though. I don't know. Maybe I like to believe there's a Globby hiding in there somewhere. Globby, Champion of Poseidon, is going to drop down and add a Rise to the Depths to the hand.
Hey, I mean, we saw that there were some Caprigal builds swimming around in there. There could be something interesting going on here. Hopefully we see a little bit more, but instead we just saw the most electrifying whale that there ever has been, and whale re-enchanting to be a whale again, and whale, and it does seem that no matter how far we go, the whale always catches up.
Whales are kind of scary, fearsome creatures. Who knew? Who knew? But we're going into game 2 here. I presume Kristoff is on the play, and no mulligans. We're going straight at it into a turn 1 Sprout here with a Feloy Forest. Immediate Nexus. Okay, Stellar Kristoff saying, I'm hitting the gas pedal right now. You better have something turn 1, or this madness is coming down? Question mark. I was expecting a Centarbor.
Yeah, okay, we're grabbing Dionysus's madness. You know, maybe Stellar Kristoff has a plan here. Maybe there is something more that we do not know.
Maybe the plan simply is to normal cast a second body next turn and Nexus to it for another surge. Doesn't matter.
Immediate resting on your laurels. Unfortunately, little baby Sprouter was not long for this world. But hey, maybe he did his job. Maybe we just needed that madness.
Is that a top 16 foamy?
It sure is. Look at that. Wow, I'm only a little jealous. But not only that, here comes the Aphrodite from the Search of the Champ Foamy. And wow, what a turn we've already seen. We've gone resting on your laurels, Champ Foamy. We've already got Aphrodite. And it seems that the leak has started and the flood has begun.
Oh, well, I mean, there's only one back row on Adam Adam's side. Maybe there's a Viscerus in hand from Stellar Kristoff to really start threatening this game state. No, it is a Spectrus.
Okay, all right. So, listen, you mentioned those dense fogs. We know now that there are lunar spirits available to support those. So, hey, could be an option, could be something that was sided into. And, well.
well, here we are again.
Ooh.
There's that madness coming in handy.
It is madness indeed. Going to be dazing that whale, saying, you can swap my stats, but you can't attack me.
Spectrus is kind of a rough pick into Champ Aphoros, though, because if there are 2 Champ Aphoroses on the field, Champ Spec doesn't actually stop the stat boost.
Oh my, and then the earth. Okay, resting on your laurels, turn 1 into the earthquake, your next turn. Adam.
Oh no. The 2 1-ofs.
Really putting the move in removal because we are schmoving with this. And the Aphrodite comes down, going to be going and getting another whale saying, well, and even in addition to that, whale.
You know, trigger discipline for activating counter runes is an important thing in Elestrals. Stellar Kristoff chose to activate the madness in the main phase, which means Adam can continue to do plays, right? Mm-hmm. If he had allowed Adam to progress to the battle phase and then done the days, Adam wouldn't have been able to go backwards and say, oh, let me play this earthquake now.
Well, maybe it was all an elaborate ruse, a trick even, as we have Viscerus coming out here. And, you know, if this Viscerus is successfully able to swing over, we know that Viscerus casting from hand, going to be in defense position. The stat swap from the Galaxy actually would keep one of them safe.
Yeah, now we have to see what Adam's back row is. It's going to just be a Gorgon's Gaze. Adam has all of the runes all of the time. And Stellar Kristoff now going to have to really consider what their options are for this coming turn. One of those back row I really hope is like a Pandora's Box or a Gorgon's Gaze to prevent an imminent second whale. Well, there it is.
Yeah, we have the whale coming down. Stellar Kristoff not immediately reaching for that back row, which to me, I mean, hey, could be this is the one situation where a tsunami would work.
That's true. That's not what's happening, sadly.
I saw that water
just
spirit.
Goes down.
Yeah, it's like water spirit. Hello. That was simply damage taken, it seems. As we
tsunamis were indeed thrown to the wall.
Yeah, I think you're probably right on that one. As we see immediately another back row set from Stellar Kristoff, and I think just a pass back to Adam, who has now cast out a Magneros. We're going fishing again.
I believe an Aepharos. Oh, this is a normal Aepharos, not even going for the champ Aepharos here.
I wonder if that says that we already have regular Aepharos.
It does say we already have regular Aepharos, K.
Yeah, so there is the champ Aepharos, and coming out here, special casting itself. There goes the other Aepharos. We have simply gotten all the fish in hand. If we were to be playing Go Fish right now, if you Go Fished for Aepharos, that'd be a big hit. I'm just saying.
Okay, 2 fish and 2 whales. Kristoff with 3 back row, though. I'm surprised we're not seeing any activations here. It makes me wonder what they're sitting on.
Yeah.
Hopefully something really good for this coming turn.
Yeah, hopefully this is all in service of a game plan that we are unaware of. Possibly a Centaur coming out. Oh, okay. It is another Viscerus. And, hey. And an Earthquake. Hey, okay. You know what? Feels a little more fair now. Adam got to see an Earthquake. Kristoff gets to see an Earthquake. Here we are. We are so back, ? Targeting one of those whales. Interesting.
I think the goal is to clear out the whales so a reenchant or a search doesn't happen to flip the Viscerus stats again.
I think that would make sense. And we see Adam reaching for his spirit deck, and it is an Argo. We were just talking about this.
Ooh.
And in fact, it does seem that Argo is in this list.
Well,
So-
now it doesn't super matter, but what I was about to say was that if they can Viscerus over something and get a second Viscerus, if they have a face down Madness, they could enrage it and also make it attack the turn it was cast.
That is true. And that's something that we've been talking about since the beginning of this format, and I have yet to see happen. And it seems that is going to continue to be true, at least for the time being, as this Viscerus has now crashed into a necklace-laden whale.
I believe whale, yes.
Yeah. And has gone down.
And I believe we're about to see an Aepharos quickly dispose of a necklace in place of 2 cards.
Yep, with that built-in Nexuser available to Adam, probably grabbed it knowing, well, and I think that we have a scoop here. All of this conversation that we had about, hey, games have really slowed down. Things aren't going super fast. Well, with that being said, we've gone fishing, and we weren't there for too long.
Well, that's the thing about Nexusers like Equilinx and Aepharos, and even Sproutier if you get it going. And the thing that also makes Champion Mostation such a threat is that the average Elestrals player has geared the math in their head to 1 damage per body on field, basically.
Mm-hmm.
If you change that math and you're like, well, actually, this fish is going to do 4 damage when it attacks you because I put a bunch of spirits on it. Suddenly, all of the things the player has, planned in their head start going wonky real fast.
Yeah, and I think that we are seeing that. We've seen it from Fish now twice today. Nexus is an incredibly strong strategy that we have in Elestrals. There is a reason that a lot of the Nexusers have been limited. It is because they do have that effect, like you've said, where it does quickly get out of control, because not only do they get the benefit and the value of the effect of that Nexus, but then you have those spirits represented on board to wreak havoc with. And I think that that's exactly what we saw in that match.
And it's really interesting to see, Viscerus, a real boogeyman, boogie bug of old Elestrals, so to say, where Viscerus hitting the field was always scary. And now, Viscerus seems real manageable. I don't know about you, but it hits the field, maybe it connects, maybe it doesn't. We saw Stellar Kristoff drop Viscerus, 4 or 5 times total, and it just was not able to match up to the onslaught of Fish and Whale.
Yeah, and it's one of those cards that it seems like it would be good into a matchup like that, being able to bring additional cards out. But one of the first things that I learned in Elestrals, having been originally an Earthcaster, is Viscerus into any back row feels terrible. And as soon as you have a clear board, that's when Viserys really shines. But if your opponent is just able to keep, I mean, not even back row, but just resting on your laurels, Earthquake, and then into Gorgons, there is not much that you can do, unfortunately. And with that being said, we do have Adam moving on to the top 8. So that is our first caster that we have 100% confirmed is going to be in Top Cut today. So huge congratulations to you, Adam. The fish domination has continued. We've both said that we really think that fish is going to be in Top Cut, and we already know that at least one example of that is present. And as we are looking at the rest of our top 16 here, this will be changing as we get more results, but shout out to Adam, who is going to be taking his place in the top 8.
Do you think Adam is on Lockagon? We saw the champ Foamy, so there must be a 2-drop to search in the deck somewhere.
Hey, could be the case. Again, we were speculating about that Atlantis. Is it truly just to have advantage over other 5s? Or is it just there to be a Nexus bank? Is it there for a secret 3rd option? I don't know.
The one of Globby champ is in the deck. I believe. We didn't see it, but my telepathy tells me it must be there. Why else would you have Atlantis and Champ Foamy together in your main deck?
You're speaking some truths here, and it's making a lot of sense to me. Adam, what are you hiding in the depths of your deck? You gotta tell us. No, you don't. You can tell us after.
Well, I mean, hopefully we'll get to see it again in our final rounds. And this has been a very interesting day, Kay, because we have a whole new format we're seeing, but with cards we're really familiar with already.
Yeah.
So it's been super interesting to see, we've seen so much Aphrodite, but to really see the fish Aphrodite take over in this event, before that was kind of like a fringe strategy. You had Bo and some other people being like, no, fish is the best part of Aphrodite. And everyone was like, okay, but how about Forlockagon? Well, Forlockagon is a bit gone now. We're back to kind of fish world, water world, if you will. It's super interesting to see them do that. And I really wonder if there just isn't Lockagons out in the water today and people just said, I'm playing 5s with fish, or if the Lockagons are simply hiding and there just hasn't been a reason to drop them yet.
That is definitely a possibility. And, unfortunately, with the fish that we've seen thus far, we've at least had confirmed that there was one Chronodile, but we never actually got to see the tech. As it turns out, fish on their own are strong enough to I guess, swim against the tide and take games. But, that's could be interesting to see as we shape out the top 8. And hey, even if we do get flooded with fish, we'll be able to answer the question of which fish build reigns supreme. So there are some remaining questions, certainly.
Well, I have a question for you, Kay. Have you gotten a 6 stellar recently? I heard you went quite in on the BOGO sale. Have you had a chance to dig into that? Did you get any awesome stellars?
Well, so this is a question with multiple answers. Before me, none of you can see it, but down here is just an alarming array of all. I have Pandora's boxes. I've got Frostfall. Could have the Cryo Scorch in there. Who knows? I've got my Moonrise starter decks. I have a bunch of these because I'm still going for the baby. I'm trying to get the Stellar Baby. I've got all kinds of Shattered Stars. I have truly just an unfathomable amount of nonsense. And from that unfathomable amount of nonsense, I did, in fact, just the other day, pull this new serialized Stellar Moralith from one of my Shattered Stars orders. This is brand new. I just pulled it. I haven't even gotten to register it yet. But it has been added to my stack. My Stellar stack. Yeah.
That's very good. Yeah, my sort bin is right over here off the side of my desk. It's almost emptied out. Oh, let's see if I can get it on camera there. There's not a whole lot left. I got to laminate some TP Stellars and some Premier Pack Stellars. But most importantly, I got my playset of Champ Fawnlet Stellars. Days since Moralith mentioned 0. Thank you, Swole. Always keeping us
I made it
on track.
Almost top cut. I feel like that's gotta count for something. Well, you know who I am? I'm a regional champion, for goodness sakes. I pulled an X of 10 posture. How far can I go with this?
Yeah. Gotta get all the mooses out, show everything off.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. What? Oh no. Oh, there's an official graphic for it.
Yes.
Put that over Andrew. All
Yes. Right. Moose.
Hey, you know what? And I'll do it again. Okay. Oh my goodness. Well, with that being said, I feel that I've been properly bullied on. Put that down. It's okay. We don't need to talk about it. I was very excited about this Moralith though, and he's beautiful. I did not get a chance. I didn't get a chance to pull it back when I believe this was from Taurus, the Taurus month.
That sounds right.
A little more of trying to get the Nixamera Fallen.
Ooh,
but I pulled the Exo 99 instead.
Okay, but which number is it though?
It is the 87 of 99.
That's so nice. That's so nice. That's so nice. No, I traded into some Artemis Champ Fawnlets myself. I have a playset of every Champ Artemis Stellar I try to keep up to date with, and I just finished getting it updated for live stream. I mean, minus the mooses. I have not been able to get my hands on an X of 25 or an X of 10 moose, sadly.
Well, hey, you know what? I believe in you. I think it could happen for you. I'm rooting for you. And hey, you know what? That being said, we do have a little bit of time right now. With permission, we could open up a little something. Like I said, I've got all kinds of stuff here. I have Pandora's boxes, which are always super fun. And you know what? I think it is Pandora's box time.
You should do a P box.
Okay.
Here, I'll go grab my Voldusk from the background to give you Fox luck.
Okay, yes, please. Thank you. All right. I have my huge stack of them here. One of the big wins that I'm hoping for in these Pandora's boxes, one of my favorite things about them is that this is one of the only ways outside of going to a local that you can get organized play. And I am currently working on filling out my organized play series 3. And we will see if I manage to hit one of those. That being said, from Pandora's box, my promo is this. Man, the
has gone upside down. Rest in
peace. Ooh, that Pandora's box did not age too well. That being said, let's look at everything that I've got in here. So I have 1 Shattered Stars, 2 Shattered Stars, and I have, okay, it's Tournament Pack 2, okay. Which, to be fair, that one I still have some missing from. I've got 2 Frostfall, 2 Daybreak, a base set, a Moonrise, okay, and a Firestorm.
Ooh.
I gotta say, Firestorm, I still have yet to open a Divine Pack. I've only gotten 2 from Livestream and 0 from Firestorm. What's going on?
Wow. A true travesty for the aristocracy.
Can't pull anything in this house. Yeah, all right. So I personally like to start with the tournament packs. I recently got to do a Pandora's box battle with A-Drive over on his channel, which was super fun. Y'all will have to check that out and see how it turns out. But this is sort of my biblically accurate way of opening Pandora's boxes. You start with the guaranteed stellar serotonin. We have the smoky art. Love that. Ooh, Ash Rabbit, that's my baby. And our stellar is... Ooh, okay. Draco Ray, a card that we have talked about already a bit today. And, you know, could be the future of Solar. Who's to say? Now...
Solar Heal Stall.
Andrew, I have 2 Shattered Stars packs here. What do you think? Left or right?
Let's get that Constellation Caprigal opened up. You know, we've been seeing a lot of fish. Let's see what kind of goodness we have with the Constellation Caprigal.
Okay. I think that is an excellent idea. We do have... Okay, see, these are the cards that I'm never able to properly pull apart without pulling multiple at a time. So, my favorite Eddie! Oh, shout out my boy. Oh, as we have now skipped 3 cards, gone all the way to our reverse holo, which is the Starbit. Shout out that one Starbit Supernova player who's lurking around. And we got... Ooh, okay! The Constellation Rare Caprigal.
There it is.
Again, we were just talking about you. And of course, I got the stained glass Leviathan, which is so gorgeous. Which now leaves us this Shattered Stars.
Which I believe has your Jolton in it.
It does. Hey, wait a minute. Do I get a point? Do I get a point if I pull the Jolton? Surely. Wait. Hold on. It's scripted. Trust. We've got the Platypulse. We've got the Larva Cell and the Titana Strike. We've got the reverse holo Platypulse and oh, it's a Constellation Rare. It is the Toxeon. Okay, we've got double Constellation Rare, which, you know, based on the A-Drive point system, those are full arts. Those are pretty good.
Yeah. They're technically... What are they called? Borderless or something? They don't have a frame on them.
They are the frameless. Now, we have all of these to choose from. Andrew, do you think that we go in order, or is there a particular one you've got your eye on to start with?
You know what? Let's open them in order of release, honestly. I did this the other day with Pandora's boxes. I basically ended up with a couple packs from each set, and I just kind of went through the mini history of Elestrals and all of the wonderful manufacturing partners they've had over the years and stuff. And it was quite a fun experience to kind of relive going through all of the packs in order.
I do the exact same thing, and I was going to be a little bit perturbed if you were start with Moonrise, but I would have let it happen anyways. But I'm so glad that we are of the same mind. Also, to those of you watching at home, I want to announce that our producer has been opening a Pandora's box along with me, and he just pulled a reverse stellar lunar phase new moon. So hopefully we can get some of that luck. The Voldusk is blessing someone. Hopefully it's
Voldusk stocks.
It's also me. Starting with base set here, which by the way, I have never pulled a stellar from base set. Oh, no way!
Nice.
Okay. Tadpuff.
Rip Tadpuff.
Rest in peace. And Puff. All right. Okay. Ooh. Okay. We have the Blazerus, the Titana Stock, the Barabog, and our pull is.
Ooh. Second Nectar. Ooh.
All right. Okay. 2 Nectars of the Gods. Listen, I'm getting them out of the pool for everyone else. I'm taking this on myself. Next, we have Frostfall. Oh my gosh. And you're saying this girl needs a little bit more help. We have now been joined by the Fawnlin.
We'll get all of our stellar friends to give all their stellar luck.
Yes, please. Okay. All right, save me, Frostfall. Save me. Ooh, Cryoling. Okay, go Cryo Scorch. All right, Nimisail. Love Nimisail. We have, the Tower of Winds. Oh, I've already spoiled it. Our poll is, in fact, hey, shout out Crabs. Shout out Crabs. We've got the Hollow Moss Station back there. Hey, not necessarily the crab you're rooting for, but it's the crab we've got.
Hey, Frostfall is always exciting to open. I one time got 2 full arts out of a single pack in Frostfall.
It was a set of all time, is what they say.
Yes.
And in fact, we're not even done with Frostfall. We have an additional one to open. Woo! Okay.
Let's get an air watt.
Please. What I really want is I have one reverse stellar Urscote. That one was a gift. And I love it very much. But I would like to pull one myself, as that is my favorite of the bears. Okay. Ooh, we have the Waspivy. We have Forge, Stoking It. Rise from the Depths. We've talked about you a little bit. We have the Race to the Top. Also talked about you. And our pull is... Oh.
Crabs!
Oh, they're crabs. Oops, all crabs. Okay. All right. I feel like you had some influence over my packs here.
We're going to have a crab boil.
Apparently it's going to go great with the fish. And we have 2 Daybreak next. Daybreak contains my #1 chase card in the entire game of Elestrals right now. That being the Serialized Stellar Ash Rabbit. I need her so bad. I've also, somewhere in this pool of product, I've got a little bit more Daybreak because I gotta pull it. Oh gosh, we have Andrew running off to go, no doubt, flex. Oh no!
We need the Stellar Rabbit luck.
Hey, I got one of those right back there. She's cheering us on. Okay, please. Just how many plushies can you even hold? This is a fun experiment. All right. Okay. Shout out Pulser. That's PK's favorite. All right. We have the bow, First Light, and ooh. Okay.
Cyclovenom.
All right. Get a 4th plushie. Get a 4th plushie in here.
You're right. You're so right.
I knew that Aloon had to be lurking. Okay. Our next Daybreak, please. After this, we've only got Moonrise and Firestorm left. So all our hopes lie with these final 3 packs here. We have the Glimbat, the Nebuleo. Hey, some of these are looking familiar. P-Gleam. We have Lumaru. Cows. Hey, cows. That's the strategies that maybe we should be looking at. I'm just saying, cows undervalued. Anyways, we have the Anisel. Oh, Fulgaris. And the Javalucan and Califeros. Okay. All right.
All right, well,
get a 5th
we need
plushie.
the extra power here. We need
Yeah.
the Kickstarter plushie.
Oh my gosh. The absolute shape of this boy. I love him so much. Please bless us. We have Moonrise here. Okay. Lots of incredible hits in Moonrise that I would be very happy with. Even a full art. Let's go. I need to fill out my Moonrise full arts a little bit. Okay, we are lunar phasing, Temple of the Mooning. Oh, there you go. There's your girl.
There's there's your girl.
That's my girl. I love her. Okay, Hypnosum and Divine Healing. Hey, listen, it's a hollow.
You'll need some divine healing after your hits so far.
I know. Some divine intervention as we only have 1 more pack left. It is the Firestorm. I'm just saying this could be a divine pack.
Last pack magic, let's go.
It could be one of the 99 divine packs. That being said, I'm not even going to look at the top card until we show it on camera. We've got... Nope. All right. So it's not a divine pack, but we could still... Okay, so I've spoiled it for myself, but I won't spoil it for anyone else. Nothing has happened. Don't worry. This is a test of my acting skills. When it shows, I will be just as shocked as all of you. Onyx, that's my bunny. That's my baby. Okay. All right. Usuroko. All right. Monsoon.
Yeah. Some divine win for that divine healing.
Oh, wait. That's why I spoiled it for myself. It's because we... Hollow spirits. I pulled the carry off with getting the spirit out of the way. I was like, oh, guess I already did that. But we did get a hollow Taratless. Hey, you know what? Not nothing. We went, we gambled, and we came away with, you know, a handful of hollows. We got the Hollow Spirits and my Stellar Draco Ray. And of course,
a Stellar Nectar of the Gods.
True. Catch me playing that. Maybe someday.
Judge.
Ooh. All right. Well, listen. Sometimes you gamble and you win. Sometimes you gamble and you make your co-commentator hold. What's the final count of plushies over here?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I think that we could have added more. Honestly, I
do have a few more on the couch I didn't go grab. I'll try harder next time.
Yeah, this might be on you, Andrew. I don't think you wanted it enough. I don't think
you're so right. You're so right. There was more room in these arms.
That's true. That is true. Always room for more plushies. That is sort of a motto in this house, as you might be able to tell.
Hey, you got a wonderful background of plushies there. Mine just live on this this couch, and they hang out with my cats when they come in here.
Hey, that sounds like a great time. Meanwhile, we have my poor little floor mine down here who keeps trying to get eaten by my dog. I've been fighting her all day. So if you see her shifting, it's because my dog seems to think that that's her toy.
Hey, I mean, that is a squirrel. You can't get down on a dog for going after a squirrel.
Actually, it's an ermine. Yeah, no, that's fair enough. Fair enough.
Wait, is it not a squirrel?
It's an ermine.
Oh.
It's like a whole... I also thought it was a squirrel, and then a Canadian corrected me, and I was like, you know what? I've been humbled.
I'm so sorry. I had no
Whatever
idea.
you say, Canada. Cool.
Yeah. I mean, there are easy mistakes to get made. Your average caster also doesn't know that Centaur's a lobster, so...
Yeah, a lot of you don't know that, and it shows. So do your research, know the facts. Andrew's going to hold these for the rest of the day. That's actually in his contract, so...
It's very true. It's very true.
And hey, a huge congratulations to our producer, Silver, for being the one to actually pull a stellar, being the reverse stellar lunar phase new moon. So hey, we can't say that no stellars have been pulled this broadcast, just not on camera.
Yeah, shout out to the Elestrals Discord. They posted it over there. Go get over there and give it a fire emoji reaction or something.
Yeah, or it should have been me. Oh wait, that's just me. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
That's my reaction there. But thank you all so much for indulging me opening that Pandora's box, as we are still here. We are imminently going to be getting our information for top 8. As we know, the only caster that we have confirmed for top 8 so far is Adam on this fish list. So far it's a little fishy in top 8. I don't know. Little fishy.
Maybe some fish mirror matches, maybe some frost to cut through the water. Probably some Earth going to make it to the top. We've seen a lot of Earth today. I'd love the Zafrog player to make it. They're there. They gotta be. Zafrog and Starbit, top 8. Let's go.
Trust. Yeah, the fish are carrying them to victory. We must believe. Listen, I'm saying we know that Chronodile is performing well with Shurit. I think that's the only information that we have.
I'm still not convinced Chronodile's a real part of that deck. I'm standing by the fact that I did not see any solar spirits out of that deck.
There's a world where it's just there to be water enchanted and be bigger than a 5 and funny. I don't know. I'm not positive.
I've heard of aura farming, but chrono farming might be the new strategy.
Yeah, I'm thinking so. But hey, with that being said, there's only one way to find out, and that's to continue watching. We are getting to the end of top 7. When we come back, we will unveil the top 8 to you. I will be joined by Swole. Andrew, go put those plushies down. Enjoy your much needed break. Thank you for cheering me on. Thank you for trying to help. But that being said, we will be right back. Welcome back, casters. We are here for top 8. I'm so excited to be getting into Top Cut. So excited to see what this new meta has in store for us. Swool, how are you doing? How was your break? How are you feeling about being here for top 8?
Ooh, I think it's been an interesting day of Elestrals so far. I'm excited to get into the final bits of rounds for this one. You know, the meta is shaping up. We've got a new ban list, new format, new us, and a lot of new decks. We've seen fish and whales everywhere, and so I'm not surprised if we're going to be seeing that later on. But so far, that's been kind of the big standout for me, is how many players are gravitating towards this fish engine. What are you feeling after commentating that last match?
Well, I'm with you. The fish do seem to be everywhere. These different builds of fish represented as well. And with some of them seemingly having other things to offer, but not actually showing much outside of exactly fish and whale. So hopefully if we do move into top 8 and we have multiple fish represented, I imagine that those other tech options, those things are there for the mirror match to give you an edge when your opponent is also going fish, fish, whale, 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 fish, whale. And that means that this will be a little more exciting in that case. I know that we do have our top 16 bracket here to look at, and hopefully soon we will also have our top 8 to share with you guys. We were able to see this develop throughout the day. One thing has remained consistent, and it is that Justin T, who has come back after a long hiatus, has gone undefeated for Swiss.
Ooh, yeah, return of the king indeed, showing us that, you know, old dogs can in fact learn new tricks, unless they're on whale, then it's the same tricks. But Shirt as well, taking in that second slot here. I know we saw them previously on the broadcast. We know for sure playing whale, and same with the Adam, our previous champions too, like Perky in here. Brulock, as we saw previously on that Centaur build, making it out this way as well. Some really exciting stuff overall across the board. And we see Stellar Kristoff, Y Rebellion, some names, and there's Bo. Do you think they're on boxes?
Hey, a girl can dream. And, you know, I've got to message Bo after this and be like, hey, I'm just wondering, were you on boxes? Or have you continued cooking with more frost? Or did you, like many people, decide that fish are so back? And, you know, we've seen a lot of our current top 8 casters throughout the broadcast today. And with what we know of at least a few of them, we have some variation in our top 8. It is not just a washout from the fish. Like you mentioned, we have Earth present. I believe that was Brulock, and I'm trying to remember what Perky was on. I feel like it was either Earth or something. Maybe it was just water.
Frost.
More Frost. Oh, of course it's Perky. It was going to be Frost. And Win the Scent, who's a caster who I know you've mentioned quite a few times, possibly on Krakatuga Burn, possibly has pivoted into a different strategy though.
No, don't say it ain't so. Win the Scent coming back in for an undefeated legendary run. Most of you kids don't know this. You were too young to remember when Win the Scent would queue up with Krakatuga, go undefeated inside of Swiss for Elestrals tournaments, and for like 5 in a row. Absolutely ridiculous. Hey, and Brulock on those two was back on the burn strategy as well, so a little bit different out. Astronite is a player that we've seen every now and again on some different strategies, and I'm really curious to know what they are cooking up here. I have a small idea just based off of their maybe previous play patterns. And Ribble, a name that I don't quite recognize either, taking these top 8 slots. For even our 9 through 16, though, a lot of familiar names, even Doom's previous champions on the Elestrals tenet here, and such a wide range of decks across the board, which I know is so funny to say, considering a lot of casters sat here and said today, yeah, this is going to be the best deck. We're going to go fishing. But I don't know. Maybe once again, some of our casters are missing the pond for the forest, or mixing my metaphors here, but you know, the Centaur for the forest. How about that?
Yeah, there we go. Hey, one can dream. And you know what? Speaking of dreams, I'm looking at Ribble there, and I'm like, Ribble, that's almost Ribbit. Zephyrog?
Yeah, we haven't seen our Zephyrog inside of this at all. I wonder if they'll turn out in top 8 a little bit. You know, sometimes these big strategies can surprise us and really jump scare us awake after a good long day of Elestrals. I'll say that.
Hey, I am very much ready for a top 8 match. Like you said, there are some casters here who we haven't heard from. I wonder if we're going to be checking in on Justin T on this undefeated rampage that he has been on today, apparently. or if we're going to hear from one of our other casters here, we will know our bracket and we'll be finding out our feature match here before too long. But this entire day of casting has led to this top 16 and of course top 8. Now, of course, as I say that, it seems that we do in fact have our top 8 bracket here for you all. And there we go. We probably, those of you who know how brackets work, could have put this together on your own, but now here we have it in a nice graphic, all nice and pretty for you. What are you thinking here? Who are you hoping to see in one of these feature rounds?
Ooh, I mean, watching Justin's undefeated run would be pretty killer. Could be a Lunar Argo shenanigans where we're back inside of Moonrise format, kind of the originator of some of these strategies. Of course, we know Shuret being on the fish against Astronite, some known quantities could be pretty interesting. And Win the Scent, maybe Eruption on the play again. I think there's a lot of really great variation across the board here. Even the players that we do know what they're on are facing up against certain decks that I'm sure can provide some more context. And again, there's a lot of really strong players. If I'm inside this top 8, I'm shaking in my boots. This is an absolute force to look at. Look at these names. How many previous champions we got on here? 1, 2, 3, and Win the Scent undefeated in many cases. Brewlock, consistent top 8s. This is insane.
Yeah, this is going to be one of those top 8s where it's like we could peek in on any match and it could be finals material. And I think that that's what makes top 8s like this so fun. Because, no matter what we watch, it's going to be incredible. And, if I had to guess, considering there's only one of these tables who we haven't heard from either caster today, my guess would be we're going to be checking in on Justin T and Ribble. So that will be very exciting, seeing our top seed versus the bottom seed here in top 8. And guess we'll just have to wait and find out while we get set up for that.
I'm always excited to watch Justin play. As someone gets my butt kicked consistently by this man over and over in practice, it's always really interesting to say. I had this really big meme about the Josh board state, and most of you casters out there watching this will know what I mean. You'll look down at some point in time and there'll be a 14 Spirit Chivalry, and you're like, Josh, Bean Soldier TV, last name insert here. You cannot keep on doing this. Justin T is one of those individuals, but instead of these insane spirit swings where it's like, yeah, I've got 14 spirits on board, suddenly you're just in a losing position, and they're like, yeah, I've always played this Champions of Zeus deck like this. Yeah, it's tier 1. What do you mean? No one's really playing it. Sun and Moon is the greatest deck inside of all of Livestream. What are you talking about? It's incredible, but happy to see some high caliber play sometime soon. And I will be curious to know, what is this 7-0 deck? It's been a while since we've gotten undefeated.
I know, and we only have one today, so I have my hopes, I have my guesses, I have my I thinks about it as well. But there's only one way to be sure, and that is to stay tuned as we get into our top 8 here. With that being said, we have an entire top cut ahead of us, and going to be crowning our it's not the first Premier Champion of the year, but it is the first Premier Champion of this current meta after the biggest ban list, the biggest meta shakeup of all time in Elestrals history. Now, after going through this entire day with this ban list having been in effect, how are you feeling? Is it looking about how you thought it would? Is the world really changed all that much?
I mean, my predictions of Hermes and Argo seem to be holding out very well so far. A little bit cheating on that one too. Argo is maybe a little bit too generic. It's like saying, yeah, players are going to play Gorgons this time around. That'd be a really fun one. Production allows us to be like, yeah, I think players are going to play P-Box for this next event. Hilarious. But I passed this question on to Andrew earlier, and I think it's shaping up about what I thought, but I am also very surprised. For me, the big surprise is how many players are gravitating towards the Magneros and Aphros engine. Yes, it's powerful. Yes, it's good. But is it the boogeyman? I haven't really seen that. We've seen tons of players break boards constantly and admittedly have made their own boards with the fish, but it seems like a very interesting back and forth, a lot of considerations to take. What about you? What kind of impact from the ban list have you been seeing on the day?
I think the biggest one that I have personally felt here on the desk with my own personal way that I experience this game is that it has in fact slowed down. We have had longer individual games as well as longer matches as a whole. We've been going to game 3s more consistently, and we've been going down to the timer, which, considering Andrew and I were talking about this, considering that was the goal of this list that came out to slow the game down a little bit, go back to our roots, to sort of like re-identify what Elestrals is and how we want to be playing. I think that was an incredible success. And again, we have seen a lot more long games today. I think multiple times, even just between us two, we've said, wait a minute, that was just game one? Wait a minute.
A lot of particular ones of those. It's funny too, because I think to that end, this might just be new format syndrome a little bit, right? These known quantities like whales coming back into the picture, Side Nectar Champ obviously being this really big value pick. But I think over time, we have one more big event, one more premiere before Worlds, and then we have Worlds itself. And so as our players cook deeper and deeper, is there a reality where we see the game speed back up? Is there a strategy under the surface? Are these testing groups seeing something that we're not? Are they even just having fun this time around and holding those strategies close? I think that we might end up seeing a speed up eventually. Probably not to the same speed that we saw before with double Lockagon into, I know, more frost, I willy, but that's probably a given considering a lot of those are banned.
I think that you might be onto something there. I have a feeling that our casters are cooking, and some of these, especially all of our casters who have already qualified for Worlds, who are sitting very comfortably, they're probably going to be keeping some of these strategies under wraps, keeping them to themselves, testing certain other things just to get an idea for the rest of the meta, to see maybe even how small mechanics are working, to get an idea for a greater picture kind of deck. And, I think that having Worlds happen at the end of what has been a very long format, but a very differing format in terms of we've gone through a few different lives with Livestream. We've had the beginning, there was the, of course, now with the ban list, but I think that even the middle part, the climax of Livestream there was its own identity as well, very different from where we were at the beginning. And our casters started to get very comfortable, started to explore these strategies, and we had our established things that were happening. We had our Frost, we had Lockagon, we had the decks that people were playing consistently and really playing them to perfection. And now we've had a big shakeup, and it's now Act 3 for Livestream, which I think is very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, to that end too, it's only been 3 months since Livestream came out. Kissimmee was the first big event, and I think was the 1 week after Livestream even came out. And so a lot of players rushing to get their product there, and in some cases got their product at the venue. And only 3 months later, here we are. I mean, we're going deep into the 4th month, really, but it's both been several lifetimes over and also almost no time at all. It feels like I've blinked, and then suddenly from October to now, I'm sitting here on this premiere saying, wow, so much has happened. And I'm excited to see the future. I'm excited to see what can happen, even just within the Livestream meta itself, and what kind of different relationship we can have with this specific chapter of Elestrals. Really cool, though, to see. Even if it was short with Like a Void for a split second. I don't know.
Yeah, that was a fun chapter, certainly. And I'm with you. It seems like things have been going by in really a flash. And here now we are, only one more event after this before Worlds. And I'm very excited. Right now, we're in what kind of feels like, in terms of what I can compare it to, like the end of Daybreak format. I think that that's the closest thing that we've had to what right now feels like. And of course, what happened after Daybreak was the wild, wild west of Moonrise, where it was like, yeah, we have our established cards. We're doing Whale, we're doing Argo, we're doing this. And then all of a sudden Moonrise hit. And for that entire format, many people are saying it was still never figured out. We had a different deck on top every single premiere. Someone was cooking with something different every single time. And, I feel like that could be where we're heading with this as well.
Yeah,
just looking at the history.
Hot take on Moonrise. I know people love Moonrise. We had a Moonrise throwback event that happened on Thursday. A lot of casters joining on that one. My big hot take with Moonrise. We had a lot of our known quantities take it out, right? Everyone's like, oh, there's different decks every single time. That is true. That is very true. I think over time, though, we would see and start to see the absolute best deck of Moonrise almost uncontested over time. Like you said, underexplored, and plenty of things are under the radar. There's definitely more and more. We could sit here for like 10 more years, and I'm like, we're probably getting close. Probably getting very close to the absolute best strategy. I don't know. We'll have to see. Maybe it is heal stall.
Yeah.
It might be foxes. You know, some people were saying you don't explore enough with the foxes.
Me, I'm saying that. And probably a few others, right?
Many are saying, in fact.
Many people are saying that. As we are getting geared up here for our top 8, our quarterfinals match, which is going to be Justin T versus Ribble. Very excited to see this. We have our number 1 seed who's gone undefeated all day. Is this where his run is going to end? Who knows? Is Ribble going to be the one to take him down, or will he continue this tirade to the top, honestly?
Yeah, this is kind of an interesting little plot line here with Justin specifically. Again, someone who had taken a long break and has not quite been here since I think Firestorm, almost the entirety of Livestream skipped out on. Back-to-back Premier Champion, by the way. Not just 2-time, but 2-time for the 2-time. Almost a 3-time for the 3. Several Premier top 4s and top 8s. Very seasoned veterans here. And while Ribble is no slouch in this game either, to 2 top 16s. I think last time playing a lunar strategy against, I think it was the Vol Tempest that I recognized the mat from specifically as these players are setting up. And so it is a big question of learning from the mistakes of the last tournament and the last Premier, converting it all the way in top 8. Can you go the distance? Can we take it there? Or is Justin the greatest player alive and just has been absent from our lives? Who knows?
Yeah, we talk statistically. I think that this is a pretty insane... I mean, we're going to add another top 8 at least to this lineup here after today. Even if he goes no further, this is continuing to be incredibly stacked. So yeah, excited to see. And I imagine, considering he's our number 1 seed, that Justin will be starting us off when we get into the game here. Hopefully we pretty quickly get an idea for the strategies that our 2 casters are on, because I know that is the question that both of us surely and all of you watching at home are asking. What is our top 8 really looking like?
Yeah, and I was really impressed by Ribble's play last time. It's kind of like bringing it back to kind of, we know Justin to be this very big dominant force, but I think Ribble as this unknown quantity is someone that I think faced down these kind of intricate strategies and was able to kind of navigate those in a very interesting way. I think a lot of players and their play styles change pretty drastically over time, and so maybe we'll get to see that kind of methodical play again, or maybe this will be a change of tempo and there'll be a lot more to it. And very similarly, maybe like an elephant you never forget, and Justin will just be Viscerous with Equilinx, with Nabi, and it's just Lunar Argo. Wait, this is just his Moonrise deck. It's his Moonrise deck. Well, there it is for sure.
Yeah, is never unsleeved it. It's actually just the same thing. We're here.
Actual layers of dust, yeah.
Yeah, had to off of it a little bit. But hey, you know what? We do know Justin will be starting us off first whenever we get ready to get into this. Very excited for our quarterfinals as we start out our top 8. And it looks like we are ready to go. So let's take it away and see how our top 8 match goes.
Ready to rock here. And hopefully we can get a big glimpse on what Justin is on. It's going to be really funny when it's just Magnero search Aphoros. That's going to be hilarious. The best punchline inside the entire day is the 7-0 is truly fish. Thinking on keeping the hands though, and I think this is one of the most important things in Elestrals to get good at is the mulligan game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've kept many a mulligan or many a hand that should have been a mulligan and wasn't. And ooh, okay, so we do have stained glass spirits, and it looks like a Leviathan to me, but it's often hard to tell.
Oh no, he hates us. Justin, making the lives harder a little bit. It's the spirits are really funny here on the stained glasses. I imagine those are water spirits.
Yeah, they are the Leviathans.
It's they are truly beautiful. I only know one caster to play with those, and it is Justin T. Even myself playing like the common cards I pull out of bulk, I can't bring myself to bring those stained glasses. What about you?
I have a few different ones that I love. I'm really excited as we continue to get the borderless, the ethereal spirits. I think that those are so gorgeous. I love the thunder ones that I have. I love the celebration spirits, both of them that we've gotten. And Oh, as we were so distracted by trying to figure out these stained glass spirits. And it looks like Ribble is on what appears to be Frost over there.
Frost on, and oh, wait, we weren't wrong.
Way.
You're telling me a rabbit enchanted this board? Justin, I know you might be a dinosaur like me, but we can't keep on doing this to the kids.
It is the same deck, same sleeves, had to blow off the dust. We knew it. We called it. We're running 3 Argos. Unbelievable.
Yeah, get your rabbit counters ready, I guess, if you're really truly up in arms still about this one. Setting to back row, rabbit here used to be the premier way to play Elestrals, but is this too slow for Livestream?
We're undefeated in top 8, so I think that question has at least been somewhat addressed. But as we look here, it looks like there is an expend to draw from Ribble as he expends another Frost, which tells me maybe we are playing Cryoling despite the limit on the Cryovern, possibly not minding getting additional Frost in the Underworld, setting 3 and simply just going to be passing back to Justin.
Justin has the funniest opportunity alive here to re-enchant the Rabbit, which I hear from most players is, in fact, a good play. And it is a strategy and a kind of a little tactic that we haven't seen in a while. A lot of players opt to just develop board here.
No way.
And he'll do it again.
Okay, so we have a re-enchant on the Rabbit. As we were going to be going, hey, listen, if your opponent just expended and is seemingly in no rush, why not just continue to get value to stack your hands, stack your back row, whatever it is. Justin.
You'll love to see it.
Let's go. What's going on?
Big fan. Attacks to Rabbit coming in here, trying to deal 2 damage, bait out a classic Shield of Achilles if possible. This is when Astro Rabbit truly becomes a P-Gust, and we fly into that Spirit deck here quite quick. It's so funny to think about this too, is that I used to be scared of a board like this, right? You'd stare down a Rabbit, you fear a Tsunami. This is very kind of interesting game state, but there's so many decks now that can just say, sure, Rabbit again is fine. I'm going to develop even more.
Well, if we're really looking at possibly this being the same deck, I'm going to say right now that in years past, a Rabbit in attack left out for bait was the biggest Argo tell of all time. So if you see this, be sure to be careful. However, speaking of classics, we have Ribble casting an Astro Rabbit immediately getting met with a Poison Tipped Arrow paying off of that Thunder Spirit that was re-enchanted onto the Rabbit.
Love the throwback. And also excellent call on the Argo too. Baiting your opponent into either a Tsunami play, into the Rabbit goes in defense, having them waste the Whale, or into a proposition of trade with a Galaxy Champ, or like you said, a nice Argo target. And I find it once again so funny is that we're back in base set. The throwback event was days ago, y'all.
This is really, truly incredible to see as we see the payout on that PTA, Ribble's Rabbit going down. Are we going to see a 3rd re-enchant of this Rabbit?
Be really quite funny. As a note, the Synectar Champ coming in here, the beautiful Stellar that we saw from Stellar Kristoff before. And this is kind of what I mean as the kind of decision to re-enchant Rabbit or go for a more developmental play. And Ribble's going to Gorgon's Gaze this Synectar. Is that valuable enough?
I think it really depends on what you think the Synectar is going to do and what it's going to enable. If it is just a matter of Ribble saying, I need to get something on the board and I can't have a PTA hit that back row, fair enough. We need to start developing things. But if you think it's telling of a greater strategy, meaning if you think it's going to be PTA Artemis's Arrow, possibly. However, we see that Tsunami coming in here, like we were talking about, possibly to prevent an Argo coming in and doing a bit of a battle trick.
Yeah, that's quite the back row advantage from Justin being able to have the Gorgons being eaten by the Synectar and the Rabbit eats the Tsunami. This might be Ribble's chance to say, I need to start clearing board, and that 1 defense is enough. But now you have to have 2 established Elestrals to deal with this.
Well, we are on Frost, so I don't know. That Synectar is looking very defensive and cryoblastable. So very interesting to see what might happen there. But hey, that cryoling that we've been talking about with all that frost in the underworld has come out. That means that we are imminently going into that one of Cryovern.
Cryovern would be pretty big here. And also really interesting to know the impact of the Cryovern, as we've seen it before, and it got shielded, the classic. And this would be kind of a similar swing. I don't know. They're not reaching for the deck immediately. I don't quite know if there's maybe enough spirits in the underworld. Is that correct? There has to be.
I feel like we've been spending frost spirits since the beginning of time. There's gotta be enough. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So maybe a consideration on if you want to Gorgon's Gaze this. Sometimes they do be like that. Which, fair enough. However, we do have the Cryovern coming out here. I think with only one Cryovern available in the list, it makes sense to let it go off if you're able to deal with it and comfortably that it can happen and you can just get it out of there and say, cool, don't have to worry about this anymore. However, at 7 attack, this Cryovern is threatening the entire board right now. It looks like it is water enchanted, so a tsunami is not going to answer this. Yeah, and I think even then, Justin has to have the shield. Dionysus Madness could help out too. Not Justin to be one to hold Earthquakes for a while, but it looks like that's attack's going to be good to go after swinging on the rabbit instead of opting to take out a Cyanectar. Okay, so we are simply leaving Cyanectar there to possibly be ascended over if we're looking at a greater Earth strategy going on for Justin, or possibly just an additional body. 4 attack isn't, especially in an Argo meta, anything to turn your nose up at. Oh, and that's a Spynymph, Champion of Hermes, on the list. Okay, so we have another strategy possibly revealing itself here. I can't believe that we're going to go get Hermes, and I cannot believe that you're going to get another point. Just kidding. You don't get a point. It got Gorgons. Ah, come on, this counts. We know it's in there. Just show us. You can at least show us, put it back in the deck, and then shuffle it on back. No, it's okay. If I know any sort of Hermes player, Justin has one in hand right now. Right now. I think we passed. So we'll let it go. Justin's turn was 15 years ago. It wasn't your fault. What'd you say? 15? I saw a rabbit here yesterday. Yeah, did they re-enchant that rabbit too, Grandpa? Let's get you to bed. It was a good play. Many people are saying. All right, we do see an Ambrosia coming out here. Has it even been limited? I can't tell you. We've seen it so much today. I know. It is a laughable amount of Ambrosia that we've seen today. This is such an interesting position to be in, I think, if you're Justin. Your playmakers have been stopped. You're facing down this big bad dragon, and you have to do something, but maybe you are just holding those counter runes for a bigger time. Yo! Coming out, it's Cryo Rhino version 2. Oh my goodness. Okay. Ribble's been waiting for that Spynymph so he can say, hey, you know what's cooler than a Rhino? Spynymph? Dang it. Spynymph? Rhino. There we go. Nailed it. There you go. Nailed it. The nexus of our Spynymph coming down here, taking a page out of Contractor's book. Moving to the Rune Row, becoming attaching itself to probably, I don't know, the Spynymph. I think that'd be cute. Just kidding. Definitely got to be the Spynymph. Ooh, and that's going to pull out the Spynymph for a Gorgon's Gaze onto the Cryovern, protecting for one more turn this board. Honestly, I think this is such a heads-up move from Justin, being able to both get rid of bodies, free removal, and stop a Cryo Rhino Ascension, or a special cast, excuse me. Crazy. You know what I also want to point out is that Gorgon's Gaze has been set. Justin could have used it to protect the rabbit, but Justin chose to wait for the right moment, which it's like, is he psychic? Is he just this good? And it really shows you why this caster is undefeated in top 8 right now, because you talked about known to hold Earthquakes, apparently known to hold Gorgons as well. Yeah, I mean, listen, we hold the gaze close, and that's always going to be true. The thing that I keep on coming back to with the best players in this game consistently, one thing I'm most fearful of all for all these players, when they say,
yeah, that's good to go. And they have like 3 back row, and you're like, huh? And they say, yeah, that's good to go. And they have like 4 back row, and you're like, huh? As we get an ascension for the Aviolith champ here. But the idea is that some of the best things to be doing in this game, and one of the best skills to accumulate in this game, is threat identification. When is it time to pop these back row off? Because at the wrong moment, in the wrong time, your opponent can definitely take that foothold and climb the rest of the mountain away. And Justin here is sitting on a 7 body as another Rhinymph comes down.
Ooh, okay. We are simply going to go again. Does Justin have the second Gorgon's Gaze to be able to answer this? This Aviolith was a pretty good answer to post up in front of the Cryovern with the 7 defense stat. However, with Rhinymph coming back out here, attaching to the Aviolith, will we see the special cast of the Rhino portion of Cryo Rhino?
There it is.
There we go.
Cryo Rhino coming in here. It looks like it's double Frost Enchanted, which means that it can get its effect off to target to destroy and a suppressed Elestral, with the Rhino takes care of. And Aviolith not being proper enchanted, Justin's not going to get that heal off. This is a lot of damage that Justin is facing.
Yeah, this is very quickly going to, not to do this, but snowball out of control for Justin if he can't answer it quickly.
So funny to think about this too. I remember Justin last format was like, Frost is looking kind of nice. And I think he was absolutely right. This Cryo Rhino has been a deck that we saw someone like Cobalt take to a top 4 finish, I want to say, in the last Premier, and Star Tractor take to a Premier win before. And so I think people sleep on some of these strategies that are a little bit more high commitment, but when they pop off, they do in fact pop off.
And that is what we're seeing here. However, an Ambrosia activation, hey, you know what? That'll buy you a little bit more time. Was it ever limited? This is the question that we keep asking ourselves. Going to be going ahead and bringing back, I see at least 1 Zaptor there. So, hey, we may be looking at more Bunny. And there was a Water Spirit in the first one. No one could know. The mystery of a Stained Glass Spirit.
There's Rabbit digging us deeper. Hopefully we can find out to this Rhino sect. I think that's your biggest op right now. The Cryovern, maybe being limited, is not as big of a threat as once you take care of it, it's over. But Rhino sects being able to pop suppressed Elestrals is, or Elestrals with the artifact attached to them, is quite scary over time.
Absolutely. And we do know that there could be another Rhinymph coming. We've only seen 2. However, we do see Champ Brummelings coming out. If that decides to go and grab a Blizzard Whiteout, I think that might just be game, as Justin won't be able to do much of anything at all about this. However, it looks like Mountains of Boreas coming out here, going to be going ahead and activating it, meaning that everything on board is incredibly strong. And
I'm with you on that one as far as the whiteout goes. I'm curious to know the decision on Boreas.
Yeah, it didn't seem like we were trying to get over the 5 stat line as both Cryovern and Rhinosect were able to deal with that, but who's to say? There could be something in the works that we don't know about. This is a commanding position from Ribble, so it might not ultimately matter that much.
Maybe the other idea here too is that if they want to sit on another Aviolith champ, then Justin can definitely do so, but Ribble can contest. This is a very wide board, and not a whole lot can deal with this. Even the native whiteout answers are immune on the Frost side. Justin's got 6 spirits left, has already used 1 Ambrosia so far, to my knowledge, and so a second one here could buy an extra turn, but you have to have Earthquake, Laurels, and like a shield here on the crackback for this. That'd be a very ideal scenario, but what lines do you see here from Justin?
Well, I do see a Tyratlus coming out here, and it looks like we're going for Spy Nymph. So, hey, you know what? If we're able to go in, it looks like we will get that Hermes, which I think that now we can give you a point. I'll allow it. Hermes does open up a lot more possibilities. It opens up removal. It opens up healing to be able to extend this game a little bit. but we are sort of looking at that spirit count, getting to the end of what we're able to actually afford to do.
Yeah, this is something that Hermes is not too uncomfortable with, truth be told, where it's like you have 5 spirits normally, but usually at this point you have a setup underworld, you have trickeries going on, you also have another Hermes on board. One
Looks like at least currently only 1 spirit is enchanted to this Hermes. I wonder if we're just going in and grabbing others here. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay. Yeah. Gonna be fully loading that Hermes. And going in and grabbing possibly Aviolith here just to get some spirits back next turn. Start getting some action going. There's the Aviolith. Gonna be healing back some of those wind. Okay, there we go. We see those wind spirits. And we're now in a slightly more comfortable position. Okay, going back over to Ribble here. And it looks like, I mean, we have the Spy Nymph. We have 3 back row set. We have Hermes, and we have 4 spirits left. I feel like Justin has got to be cooking something here. We haven't seen a concession yet.
Yeah, this is something that I think is, honestly, is one of those Justin T game states of I'm going to be on such a low spirit count that it's going to feel unwinnable. And it looks like it actually is this time. A concession from Justin coming down after a Narpoon is dropped. I wonder if the idea is if you have 1 more body, I think I can't do this, but maybe they could have made it work with what seemingly was an insurmountable mountain of Frost Elestrals. I didn't think I'd see Cryo Rhino today.
Yeah, and I mean, goes to show, hey, you know what? Even with the Cryo portion of that being down to 1, it still is incredibly strong. Rhinosect being one of those cards that, when it works, it is incredible, especially when you see multiple Rhinosect being cast off of just 1 Rhinymph. Yeah, we've all been there, right, guys? Right, casters?
It's terrifying, honestly. And what's funny is that I think Justin had the right call and the right read to Gorgon's Gaze off of the first Spy Nymph to prevent the Rhinosect from touching down in that way. But in a lot of other ways too, we didn't see a second or a second Rhinosect come down from Ribble. So there might have been a possibility even to hold that one and say, if you have a second one, you got a second one. And that's going to be it. But again, very tricky scenario as Justin was able to get off the Hermes plays in itself. You know, we've seen Hermes do really well with something like Kryber, Wire Rebellion, who've seen take to a top place before. What do you think that Hermes can do here against these big bodies?
Well, I think that if we actually see Hermes happen early enough, it is one of those, I mean, it's a toolbox, right? It's able to do removal. It can do non-targeting removal. You can have Ascension fodder, you can heal, you can do all kinds of things. And especially against a Frost deck with that card that we were talking about, Blizzard Whiteout, I think that the Spinosect is actually a huge card there because it is non-targeting. So if we are actually able to see Hermes work, then that could be great. That being said, I think what we will need to see going into this next game is instead a playstyle shift. We saw Justin starting out very slow, allowing Ribble to just gain advantage to then being able to snowball into all of this happening. However, if Justin is able to establish early enough, I think that it could be a different game. What's your thought there?
I could not agree more. I think that the playstyle shift has to be the way to go here. Maybe instead of taking rabbits, again, the tried and true MVP of Elestrals, maybe trying to go for those Spy Nymphs earlier. Maybe that you are trying to establish the Hermes and just go for a little more risky plays. That's typically not Justin's play style, but I imagine knowing that you're staring down potentially on one turn a couple 7s and 8s, you might have to take some of those risks. So I think that is probably reading into the minds of the player here. That regional experience coming in clutch now. I think you're right. It's definitely a player kind of play style shift in this. Less of the tech cards and more of the person handling.
As we already see a mulligan from Justin here saying, probably identifying I need a very specific set of cards in my hand in turn one. I need to be able to establish things early and not being afraid to mulligan to get there. That being said, Ribble, we also know, is playing a deck that it really doesn't mind mulliganing with that Cryoling Cryovern line. And if you don't have the perfect hand, which considering we haven't seen a mulligan yet, I think that this hand might be pretty good. Looks like we are just going to go ahead and get started with... Oh!
Hard Bud! Let's go! Wait a minute.
Hold on.
This works on so many levels. Okay, Justin, you might be if this is just a Spino Searcher, shame on you. But if you are citing an Aardvarm package, you now have outs to Rhinosect and the Rhinoth. You're insane.
Yeah, I mean, they may be cold, but they're still bugs. Many people are saying bugs on ice. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and you're using the Hermes on the carry on into the Aardvarm line. Here it is, the immediate threat. That is... This is what I'm talking about. This man cooks a deck and it's like, yeah, I'll just make this concoction pile work. What are you talking about?
Sure. I mean, why not? Antitan Hermes. Why not? Yeah, there we go. And there's the Cyanectar coming out. And now we're looking at an Antitan any second now going into this next turn.
You know, the real winner of this format has to be Log. Log is sitting there somewhere, seeing Antitan on Aardvarm on Ardbud and being like, you know what? This is the game for me. This was made for me.
Hey, you know what? Starting in the first game that we saw today, what did we all agree on? Actually, you know what? I think that Antitan is great this format. And you know what? Went undefeated in Swiss. It wasn't the Antitan that we thought we were getting, but it's the Antitan that apparently we needed.
And deserve. You know, Rabbit's coming down here, which kind of hilarious and a weird start that we're staring down a 6 body. Actually, you know what? This is just like avoid if you squint. Never mind. I understand why Justin's playing this.
Yeah, he's actually still just doing Moonrise stuff. Yeah.
Disgusting.
Interesting to see Astrabbit turn 1 and then have no back row. We were talking about, Astrabbit set 2 pass, classic. Astrabbit set nothing pass, a little less classic.
Yeah, it could be really scary as Ribble kind of mulls over the hand. I think you're right. If it's a counter rune, you immediately snap pick that and say, this is now my defenses. But Rhinosect can also be clogged up a little bit with Elestrals. You know, you might want to keep a hand that's 2 Rhinosect because you can pop off and have the 2 8 bodies.
Oh, okay, so, there we go. Hey, okay, listen, set 3 pass. Never mind. Okay.
There we go.
When we didn't see that quick pick, I really thought we were experiencing something never before seen. But instead, we have something that I imagine is going to be able to deal with this Antitan as Ribble goes into Justin's next turn here, knowing that we're about to heat up.
So the Hermes disenchant too to play into some stronger boards as another Spiniv coming down here to just hammer on advantage with these Hermes, being able to play with spirits on board and to ensure that as the plays get later on, you have a second option available to you. If Ribble did Gorgon's Gaze this on Once Upon a Time, I wonder if it's worth a second one.
No, it is actually a Pandora's Box coming out here, and we're milling. Ooh, the Spinosect, and I was focused on the Spinosect. Did you catch the other card?
It was a carry-off champion of Hermes. It's the Marble Border. Can Spinosect activate its effect here because it was sent to the Underworld to Nexus? That's my curiosity.
Does it have to be with Hermes effect? I know that some of the Hermes champs specify with Hermes effect. I don't know if that's one of them.
Yeah, I think it's interesting is that we saw it previously before with Kryber that it was sent to the Underworld with the Hermes Trickery and able to Nexus. And I think that's Justin's option here is maybe thinking if they want to activate the effect, P-Box would effectively enable another Spinosect to come down here, but you'd be taken away the Hermes is maybe the consideration.
Yeah, and without the ability to have searched that other Hermes, that would be Pretty devastating, as we saw when this strategy isn't able to actually utilize the toolbox and it's cut off from those resources. Has a lot of trouble getting going. That being said, there's an Aardvarm on the board, so I don't know.
Now, Varum could also eat the Spinem for breakfast and then say, I'm going to ascend now, but I imagine wanting to hold that for a much chillier type of board, unless that's the way to go.
Haha, lest.
Less.
But
Let's
I mean,
see.
this does swing over the Strabbit, so Justin probably not in too much of a rush unless we think that there's maybe a shield set, maybe something. Not sure.
Yeah, if I am in the driver's seat of Justin right now, it's to put Ribble in some sort of two options. The first is to try to squeeze out available plays by limiting board presence, either by Astro Rabbit or these counter runes. And that way you can use this one set back row to really hammer in and be really effective, decreasing the amount of variables. Otherwise, maybe you go for some sort of explosion. Another Pandora's box, though.
Pandora's box. Cool, let's see. Did we already mill? Justin, that was too fast.
Yep, we got a rabbit and then one other card that was milled off the top there. You don't even need that rabbit anymore. The thing is not there.
Yeah, we already discussed our opinions of Rabbit going into this particular deck that we know Ribble is on. So out of all the things to get hit, I don't think that's too bad. It's not a bug, also.
Too bad or a bug, as Rabbit goes down to the big 6 body. Just an interesting little counterplay here, maybe even sort of an incidental synergy, is Aardvarm targets and destroys the bug, but it's an if you do. So P-Box, you don't have to disenchant like you would for Ardbud to get the big body. You keep the Spine of Presence.
Ooh. Okay. We love an if you do, and we also love Lycan. There is apparently a Morfrost package here. Lycan going to be going in and grabbing, I don't know, probably, I would say Scorpio if you know that there's a bigger body coming in and you don't have anything that deals with specifically Ant Titan, just to go and get that since you only have the one Lycan available. Hey, we're getting Bat. Oh, okay, Chimera probably. No, Scorpio. Never mind.
Yeah, trust your gut the first time. I think you were absolutely
Never
right.
mind. She was right.
Yeah, this would be a way to bait out the interaction if Justin's looking to keep this Aardvarm on board. Alternatively, too, this does set up an interesting line for Ribble to have an early set for Cryovern. Small Morfrost package is interesting in a deck like this for Cryo Rhino.
I think it makes sense when you aren't as bogged down by the extra Cryovern. I mean, you have so much room for activities in Morfrost, apparently, which, speaking of, Cryoling coming out here, going to be going into Cryovern, and hey, I'm just saying, 7 is bigger than 6.
Ooh, 6 is afraid of 7. I think we can see why here in a moment. We have 2 properly enchanted. This is properly enchanted. Don't love the sound of that. That is going to be a massive dragon on board if this back row is not real from Justin. Alternatively, too, a Mountains Boreas would push this thing to the absolute brink of destruction.
Yeah, and it looks like, we are going to be getting a Shield of Achilles here. I wonder if Ribble is on multiple Cryoling to be able to enable this again, but who's to say?
Yeah, I do like the idea of the multiple Cryoling for sure, right? Because the idea is that Shield is maybe your worst enemy, but at the same time, now doesn't feel too bad, and now the onus is on Justin to have more defensives to hit over. So one more back row from Ribble. This could easily have been a held Gorgon's Gaze for this perfect moment to stop the Ant Titan.
Yeah. And instead, we are simply going in with, looks like one back row set. Hopefully it is potent. We have a Zaptor coming out, and Justin cannot keep getting away with it. We were just talking about this. He can't stop using Astrabbit, and here we go.
Yeah, bringing out Astrabbit. I feel like this is just Justin's card. If Justin could fit in a Lunar package and Astrabbit into everything, probably would. Setting 2 back row now, that's a lot more formidable. And Spine now to attack as well, going to swing in with the little guys.
It looks like we're not opting to go into Titan yet. I think you're right that Justin is waiting to be able to say, I think I will eat your bugs and leave my bugs alone. Thank you.
Sardvarum has got to work at least once, and it does also keep Ribble off of the Rhino Sect and limits the options to either the Morfrost Scorpio form or the Cryovern. So that is a very interesting like threat that Justin can just pop off at any time, especially if this other back row is real. But I don't know. We saw for a couple turns there in a row, Justin would just let things go. So maybe that's another pattern of play we'll have, is just Scorpio touchdown, and then Ardvarum's like, yeah, you can let the Ardvarum go.
I mean, at this point, we've gotten pretty good value out of it, but I think that those back row have to be real. That Astrabbit, surely it was searching for something specific, right? Surely.
It has got to be, and I don't know how Ribble's gonna be able to come back from this one entirely, though. It looks like gonna fire off the Scorpio form. That's a good start. Going ahead and activate the effect, discarding a bat form to bring back a little bit more of a defensive options.
Yep, we're gonna go in and grab that Lichen form. Special casting it out, at least that is, like you said, a defensive option. If nothing, it is a wall to say I'm going to mitigate some damage coming in this next turn.
Thinking about it just a little bit, Ribble is maybe contemplating a spirit underneath this Morfrost Lichen form. And, you know, the Spy Nymph and the Astrabbit only have a 2 attack. So if this Scorpio form does end up destroying the Ardvarum, then the wall is still pretty effective here. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I mean, who knew that 3 defense was actually just enough?
It's 5 when you squint or add 2, I guess.
Yeah, that's math. We're really thinking about this Lichen form cast here. And it looks like we are going to go ahead and do it. And you're right, it is in fact in defense. I wonder if the debate was attack or defense, or if it was, do I special cast it at all?
Ooh, yeah, definitely. I think you're right. It's got to be attack or defense. Do I trade in with the Spy Nymph for Rabbit, Water Spirit here underneath for potentially the setup alley-oop for the Ascension of the Cryovern on the next turn, potentially? This is that, again, kind of more methodical gameplay that I've seen from Ribble before in the last premiere. And you're once again staring down a very intricate game state. And still, Justin has not quite fired off any sort of larger extreme combos, sitting on the Ardvarum for a couple turns. Do you think that he's even playing in Titan?
I wonder if it's just the threat and just the ability to eat other stuff. That would be honestly very funny. We do have the Gorgon's Gaze on the activation of the effect of the Scorpio form. And instead, we are going to be Blizzard whiteouting. Hey, what did we say?
Ooh.
It's a good card. There we go. That Gorgon's Gaze is Gorgon's gone. And so is Ardvarum.
Oh, taking that down just a little bit. And now Ribble's back in a pretty commanding position. 2 bodies on board. You're walling out the small little guys and your Spirit Tide, which is very expensive for Justin. This is a 1 back row set too. This is not a bad place to be in after staring down such a wide board.
No, I mean, with the biggest threat gone, I mean, like you said, this Lichen form essentially walls everything that is on the board right now once we have dealt with the Ardvarum. So that being said, Justin does have options. We have that Hermes still with 1 activation left, and we've got, apparently we're looking in the underworld here to see what we've already used, what is available to us. And I don't know, I think a trickery could have been really cool there. I was honestly kind of hoping to see that, but I'm sure Justin has plenty up his sleeve still.
And one thing that I was very curious about too is after maybe the P box of sending the Spinosec to the underworld is, would you have Nexus to put on pressure to put the 2 drops in and have 2 big 2 drops available? But maybe the idea there was that Ardvarum can now threaten the Spy Nymph, which is much maybe less of a advance than a Spinosect. Champion Synector coming down here, that's gonna be able to take care of one thing.
Okay, yeah, that's a 4. and being able to come out and get a PTA as well. That gives us a little bit more back row. We're still pretty even in spirits, and so this becoming sort of a more lower to the ground game, I gotta say, we know that Justin is comfortable in that sort of play style. So even though the big threat of the Aardvarm is gone, honestly, he got a lot of value out of it. Was able to get rid of multiple Elestrals, do some damage, and this might have been the plan all along. I don't know.
Yeah, one of these more live stream unique things here is you have the high-end gameplay that you can do, absolutely, as Hermes comes down here. But the other side of it is you do have to manage these sort of low-to-the-ground states, either one, where you're trying to slow down the tempo, it's a more comfortable pace, or two, when it's your only option. And I think if you're Hermes, you're never really truly out of options, but, oh, looking to go for a carry-on champ here to put on some damage and to keep the board presence around. 3 back row, too.
Okay, so we are really going for it. We know that one of those is likely that poison-tipped arrow. A mystery what the other one might be. So there goes the carry-on. Yep, there goes the Cyanectar. And then we'll be doing 2 damage. And suddenly, Justin's got a full board, ahead in spirits, and 3 back row set. That was a pretty quick swing in Justin's favor here.
This is what I'm talking about. This is the Justin state where you're sitting there and you're like, and it looks like that's a concession from Ribble too. Once you think that you're down, your big body's out, Justin pulls out let me think about this play for a second. And the next thing you know, we're going into game 3 of our top 8 here so far. First round going into a game 3 already. I can't tell if this is the format or the players at the moment.
Hey, I think it might be a combination of both. I think that was also a smart concession. Looking down at the timer there, we don't have that much time. And as far as Ribble is concerned, if we go down to a situation where it depends how many spirits you've got, how many spirits on board. If we go to time, Justin has the advantage there with Hermes, the ability to get Aviolith, the ability to recur spirits. We've already seen Ambrosia in the list. So we know that is going to be something that Ribble will struggle with. Ribble saying instead, let me try and get this 3rd game over and done with quickly. And hopefully I can snowball. Hopefully we can get some Rhino Sex going. And going first does have the advantage there, getting to start a little bit sooner.
Yeah, and I think for the Frost deck specifically, you do ultimately want the option to either load up your graveyard early and to apply the pressure, maybe an expended draw to take a turn and some damage, or alternatively, to set up the Brummelinx champ and go for the early Blizzard Whiteout to have that looming in the background to put Justin on the, like we saw last game, that Gorgon's Gaze, which they could not activate until the right moment. And even then, Justin didn't quite have that big explosive turn the next time. That Blizzard Whiteout came in really clutch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Blizzard Whiteout, incredible card. It's one of the reasons why I think Frost has done so well in this format. And it's so versatile. Anything that targets, you can say, no, which has also led me on a journey of finding out what targets in Elestrals, which is a huge question, folks, by the way. If you don't know,
the answer is
does not.
Everything that says target and nothing that doesn't. That's our quick Professor Swole accent for the day. As my back breaks a little more and my old man accent can come back out. Yeah.
Hey, the only one that I was ever outraged over was Solar Burst. I was like, what do you mean? That feels like that targets. It's happening to me right now. It's feeling targeted, feeling like a targeted attack, and you're telling me it doesn't? Interesting. Very curious.
Does the sun target us? The sun is
As someone who, as you can imagine, has suffered many sunburns in her life, I know, yeah, shield your eyes. I feel like it has targeted. Anyways, enough about that. Going to game 3 of our top 8 match here. We already talked about if we get into a timer situation, Ribble is at a distinct disadvantage on Frost. Justin probably going to want this to go to time, honestly, and not let Ribble get this game out of control. Are there any siding patterns that you would look at here? Anything that you would look at in your side deck to bring in to possibly help that happen or prevent that from happening in Justin's case?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you have your native heal inside of Justin's engine, which can help out. I think if you are trying to, and your maybe consideration is worry for time, if you're both Justin and for Ribble, it might be that you are foregoing Aardvarm again, going second, just because of the kind of risk you run into the Gorgon's Gazes, into the P boxes that you know are absolutely there. Justin had the advantage the first turn of having that go off, but going second and trying to get that off again, very risky. So if that was in the main deck to start, it's probably getting sided out, and I imagine might not be coming back in for game 3. Ribble, though, I don't actually really know what you do play into this. You put into the option select. Do you keep Cryo Rhino? Do you go more Frost? Or more Frost? Looks like we're going to expend a draw here is maybe the option, but kind of crazy.
Yeah, it seems like for Ribble, you just want to get things going as quickly as possible, possibly trying to load up on the cards that we need for Rhino Sect. I'm not sure. Hopefully we can stop an Ardvarum from happening. I know that Ribble does not want to see that. Speaking of, here comes Ardbud from Justin, going to be getting this engine started. I wonder if we're actually going to see Antitan this game.
And maybe just a start to help pick apart the back row. Gorgon's Gaze just to start, saying, I'm not going to allow you to get the advantage almost immediately. And I think that's not a bad option here. Maybe you want to keep Justin off of deck thinning and hitting those bigger cards. A Hermes coming down here to start loading that thing up and putting 2 back there. Idea here to go for a carry-on as well to get some extra damage just to the start.
Interesting that Justin is playing so quickly right now. As we were just talking about, like, well, one of these players wants to go to time and the other one doesn't. But actually, it seems like we're both speeding right now.
Yeah, I think this is, if you're Justin, you have your lines ready, you're good to go. You're saying to yourself, I'm pretty sure I can do this. Like you said, Spirit Advantage on board could play a factor into this with just so little time left into the round. And now call and response to Ribble. See how Ribble goes in here. Against 3 back row, that's going to be kind of risky. Even a Rhino Sect coming down here is scary, but a Blizzard should help clear that up.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, apparently we are actually playing regular Blizzard, not just Whiteout, which is very interesting. I don't think that that's a card I've seen in years.
Blizzard Whiteout is the old school hit.
The Gorgon's hit is huge.
That is going to be pretty important here, as Justin no longer has one of the strongest cards in the game. And absolutely, I think there is a high concession that will come into play later as a Cryo Vern coming down here. That should ultimately take out another back row as well. If Justin got the shield like the first time, then we could see an Ardvarum again. This is now a setup play where Justin has that option.
And yeah, we are going in, grabbing that Cryo Vern. I wonder if we're going to see it Water Enchanted or if Ribble just says, I'm thinking that this is not long for this world, so Frost, save the water. I'm not sure. It is properly enchanted.
There we go. Also, maybe signaling the Cryo Scorch coming in here.
I don't think we've seen fire from Ribble. I'm trying to think back, but that might be something that, I mean, Ribble conceded pretty early last game. Maybe trying to keep that a secret.
Roja coming in here early to make sure that they're not playing into that time with only about 5 minutes left to go. This is those considerations where I think firing off here makes sense. You're still pretty high up in spirits to where this could be really early, but maybe their idea is that you are having to need these spirits back for the Cryoling, maybe even for an Earthquake if possible. I don't know if I saw Earth Spirits back there.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I mean, hey, now that you have the Cryovern out, it's not like you really need the Frost in the Underworld, so could just be saying, I'd rather have it back. But we have the Shield Classic coming out, answering this Cryovern, eating this back row, which, like you mentioned, I think was its destiny from the beginning.
This is now back into position where Ardvarum can touch down, and the question will be ultimately, does Justin have Antitan 1 and 2 go into Antitan, or are we just going to take it nice and slow, build wide, put pressure, and go from there? It's effectively an open board state, but the one back row from Ribble has got to be impactful here. This could be the turn of the game.
And we will see how it goes, because as you said, I feel like every single turn matters here. Every single turn is calculated, even down to Justin choosing to get that extra bit of damage with the carry-on. And we are down to only one back row set for each of our casters. That means that there's very little answers for whatever strategies we might be trying to employ right now, whether that be Aardvarm into Titan or something else.
I think it's going to start off here with an Ardbud. Ardbud Ascend, looks like that's good to go. Gonna go into the Aardvarm to start. Search any bug you need. Can potentially get into like a Synectar champ, which would be maximum value here.
Mm-hmm. And being able to get another back row as well, keeping Ribble off of anything on board.
Still have the Hermes play available too to potentially even get more bugs out, which will be kind of crazy. I imagine this Hermes is going to be saved here for maybe a heal. Do you think that's maybe what Justin is leaning towards?
I think that it is smart to save it if Justin doesn't have another Hermes in hand, which, considering this is such an interesting list, I don't know how many Hermes he is actually playing. It could just be this one. I don't know that we've seen more than one.
You know, that would also be such a Justin classic to be like, I'll just see the card I need. He picked it up from Josh. This bad habit shared all around.
Yeah, I would be curious to know that one. But we do, in fact, see the Cyanectar, like you said, champion of Dionysus here. And we haven't had our normal cast yet, so that one could be coming out here to enable the Aardvarm.
Hermes going down here. Disenchant 2. We'll see if it's going to be an option to heal or option for damage to push. And it looks like it's going to be heal champ.
Yep, and looking at the clock, we are now under 3 minutes. I'm keeping an eye on that there. So we are, in fact, going to be healing, making sure that we're in a good position, and possibly going into Titan as well. We know that we have the Cyanectar. We know we have that option. Yep, looks like the Cyanectar is going to be going down here.
Your champ on the board, going to search off for a PTA. This should help Justin control the board while Ribble is mulling over what to do with this board state. It is very threatening, very similar to the last time, but we know Ribble has answers. We know that Ribble carries the Morfrost package for some quick destruction. We also know that as the 6 body is large and 8 bodies larger with Rhinosect, let's say that you just go, sure, I'm going to pop this Titan with my big body. Justin also seemingly, Justin has some more back row to set here too. Only 1 back row might be a little tricky.
Even with that, I'm not sure if we're going to set that PTA. We did go ahead and go and grab that from the Cyanectar. Looks like that is it there. Just kidding. Who knows? It could be anything. No one is sure. It's a mystery. We are, instead of going into Titan, just going to be swinging for 3 with the Cyanectar champ staying on board here. And there we go. There's the 2 damage from the Aardvarm as well. I'm so curious if there is actually an Titan in this list.
On a 3/3 spirits on the board, and I this could be just the threat of it. I think that's maybe the other idea. It's to help bait out Gorgon's Gazes or P boxes. But both players are currently tied spirits and on board as we go into this time. We only have so short to go. Ribble's got to make a play and make it count. I think if you're sitting here, the Rhinosect line is almost closed off from you, as that is a Rhinymph expend into a Rhinosect, and that would be 1 extra spirit that you can't quite deal with. As well, a second Ambrosia would be nice here. A Narpoon's going to come down.
Okay, Narpoon possibly to go and search Lycan. We have seen that already today. Justin debating on this one. We know that PTA is set, or is it? Question mark. No one can be sure. But opting to just let the Narpoon live its little life, go in and search a Frost, although it looks like we might be still debating it. Justin doing quick math of, okay, so if I PTA this and I get rid of it, will that cost me 2 and you're only -1?
Yeah, I think we're under consideration here of time, as if you activate this Gorgons or PTA, that's going to put you at a lower spirit deficit, and you might even want Ribble just to trade you and say, yeah, we can trade to Cyanectar and leave it on board. This is now going to get a search of a Lycan form for Ribble.
Yeah, we have officially gone to time as well, which means that when we pass back over to Justin, that will be our turn 1.
I think we have the option to expend the spirit from the Lycan form, but we have to have something explosive from Ribble here within the next couple turns, or else this back and forth kind of trading value is going to end up hurting in the long run. 14 spirits to 10. Gonna expend for the Lycan form to search out, I imagine will be that Scorpio and Bat for those answers.
And I am doing the math here, and it might just be a little too late. Ribble only having one more turn after this, unfortunately. However, yeah, there is the Bat, and I would imagine that the Scorpio was grabbed. I didn't quite see, but I think you're probably right there.
This is such an interesting position to be in if you're Justin as well, because yes, you are in time until every spirit counts. Can you let some of these plays go while Ribble sets up and maybe has a jump scare surprise for the last turn to make the push over? I'm going to see a trade of the Synectar coming down here as Narpoon goes in, and pass back to Justin. Now back in the driver's seat on their first turn of time. In Ribble's turn 0, Justin's turn 1, and it's Rabbit.
Okay, Rabbit going in, possibly looking for an Ambrosia, something like that, something to be able to protect this Ardvarum also if it's not already set currently, if we're not looking at a Gorgon's Gaze. And Astrabbit doing Astrabbit things in attack as well, which I think makes sense at this point, just trying to do as much damage as possible. You know, if they're going Scorpio, that's not necessarily a threat to the Rabbit, rather just the Advarum. So might as well get value out of this Rabbit in terms of damage.
Yeah, and in the expense of those 2 Frost Spirits from a Scorpio is going to be a little risky at this time period, because we're going to pass back to Ribble for their final turn. I imagine after taking maybe 3 damage here, unless that's a Tsunami in the back.
It looks like we are just taking this damage and going down to 6 here on Ribble's side to Justin's 13 with 3 represented on the board. I don't know if there's any play that you can do in one turn here that's going to take care of all of this and take care of the spirit difference as well.
It's hard to say. You have to have a second Ambrosia. We saw the previous one before already in the Underworld, and then one big push on some sort of destruction to even out spirits. But you now have to do roughly 7 to 8 points of damage here, and Ribble's going to look over their options and see what to do. It's
on top of that, we know that we have another turn for Justin as well, but it just might not be enough time for Ribble.
Go for the Scorpio. That's the first move, first start. Scorpio effect.
It looks like we are going to be discarding that Bat. Yep, there we go. And we know Lycan is in the Underworld. Seems that we are going to be going ahead and activating the effective Bat, grabbing the Lycan and special casting it to do damage, which okay to the Rabbit. Okay.
There we go. This is, you have a taxed Rabbit, you go out swinging. Not a bad option at all. You're down to your final spirits. You might as well go out big. And that's a Dionysus Madness here.
Oh.
To daze the Lycan form.
Okay, so Rabbit is hanging around, although I think that just is a net neutral for Justin in terms of spirits, unless we're going to re-enchant the Rabbit.
And attempting to use the Blizzard Whiteout here, not knowing that does not target.
So, okay, listen, we were just talking about this. Learn what cards do and don't target. It's not the ones you think. Solar Burst, I'm looking at you.
Seems like it's completely fine. They're going to take 2 points of damage here from the Scorpio and put them on 1 spirit left in the Underworld, 1 spirit on board. That's 2 spirits total to Justin's very nice and comfy 12.
I think that this might be game, considering Justin could pass right now and win. So my thought is that, in fact, the rampage to the top has not been stopped.
Justin continuing to go as we're closing out this game here with Hermes on board yep, there we go. Dump an additional copy of Carry On Champ on the board, expediting this board state a little bit. Showing the Cryo Scorch in the hand from Ribble, and that is a concession. Justin T moves on as your undefeated player, 8-0 into top 4 of this tournament.
Oh my goodness. Congratulations to Justin. And Ribble, congratulations to you as well. Incredibly well played. That was such a close, intense game. On top of that, going into that game, we said Ross doesn't have the best time when we go down to time like this. And that was what we saw happen there. Is anyone going to be able to stop Justin T's run today? Or has he come back from this hiatus only to reinforce, in fact, that he can, in fact, keep getting away with it?
Yeah, you're telling me. He said, y'all forgot what some of the best cards in this game were. I'm talking Earth, I'm talking Lunar. And
apparently Hermes.
And apparently Hermes, yeah.
Hey, you know, I don't know. If any casters out there, if you've been cooking Herm Titan, let us know. Antmes, we'll work on it.
Antmes? Antus.
Antmes? Yeah. Who can say? But wow, really, really cool to see. And also makes it very clear how Justin has gotten to this point undefeated, as we already had said, and Titan feels great. And also on top of that, we have said Hermes has so many options, a toolbox of things, answers to everything. And Justin said, let's put it together, glue it with some Astrabbits, and we've got magic.
Apparently, who knew that would be the sauce and the special way? I also wasn't sure about Ribble bringing out Rhino Sect in there. That was such a big jump scare and showed a very commanding lead early on, being able to have this big presence on the board. And as Justin T moves on to face off against Brewlock, let's take a look at our top 4 bracket here. Ooh. After that, with some exciting Elestrals action here. Astronite took down Shurit, and Adam, our previous premier winner, hoping to make the run back and become Justin T themselves, the back-to-back win over Win the Scent. This looks like stacked. Yeah,
that also means that we have Earth moving on with Brewlock. So very cool. We know what Justin is on. We know what Brewlock is on, which means that in the north over here, we've got Earth on Earth violence. We are guaranteed to see it in finals.
Down south, we got some fish on something, depending on what Astronite's on here. Someone quickly yell to Brewlock, you can't play those Viseruses. They won't work here. You have no domain here. This is truly a bracket of ages. Are we going to see the three-peat of Justin becoming a 3-time Premier Champion, or is Adam going to be stealing the magic and going off for 2? Alternatively, can Brewlock move on to their first win or Astronite's first win? And this is pretty killer.
And I think that we are going to be getting ready to go to a break, so find out when we come back. Swole is going to be joined by Andrew, and I will see you all in finals.
And welcome back to our top 4 of the Elestrals Premier 2026, January 24th. I forgot what year it is. I was taken back so far with those rabbits back to back. That was crazy to see one of Elestral's most infamous cards being played in a style like that, in a Hermes and Titan, or Hermes Ardvarum list. No confirmation of and Titan, but I'd love to hope and see. I'd love to wish. Andrew, what did you think of that crazy concoction?
Hermbud, beautiful, absolute cinema. It's entirely possible the Ardvarum was like a side deck option, but I was talking to Kay earlier when I was at the desk here about how I was excited. We know kind of what we expect, but what are the crazy things that are actually going to make it to the top today? Because what's popular is not always what's topping. And our first showing of what's topping is Hermbud and Cryo Rhino. Fantastic. What year is this? Just an absolutely crazy pairing of decks to see Rhinosect and Cryoscorch hit the board at the same time. A board state that would make Sir Tractor Trenton themselves weep in joy. Just what a wonderful, wonderful way to kick off our top cut today.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is just showing how electrifying this format is so far, right? I think once we saw, Fish was the big boogeyman in the room, but a lot of these decks we're seeing in Top Cut, we've seen Earth, we see Hermes. We know that Adam is on Fish for our top 4, and we know that Brewlock is on that Centaur list, so a little bit of other known quantities. We haven't quite seen Astros play yet, and so I'd be curious to know how the other side of the bracket is going to be doing as we move on into this tournament later. But before we get too far ahead of ourselves, we have Adam versus Astronite. Adam, previous Premier winner, hoping to recreate Magic and have the two-peat back, bring it on home to the penthouse once again. What can you tell me about this player and about this run, about their previous runs? Give me some insight.
Well, they came in last time for a victory with the iWooly pile, which is sucked straight down to Tartarus. And sorry, we're getting to that. They are playing Morfrost today as well, right? Or was it something else?
We know they're playing Fish.
Fish, that's right. Sorry. So Fish today. It'll be interesting to see. Yes, I remember the game now. It'll be interesting to see what kind of high end they pull in. I think the one big thing about Fish that is sticking with me today is they've all been more low to the ground games. I haven't really, as I recall, seen any of the Fish go into a high end yet. So as we're in the finals here, I think the real question on my mind is what, if any, is the high end Adam is hoping to pull out today?
Yeah, I think there was a line where a rabbit got ascended over Thunder and Water Spirit into the biggest, the baddest, an ascension of some form, and it was truly the largest of Elestrals, a whale.
It was.
Sometimes that is just the best ascension that you can have is your high value 1-drops. And I think to Adam's point of using the Atlantis to gain advantage, yes, really hammering the stadium runes early, because 5 is a big number, but 6 is a little bit better.
So, and what I was saying after Adam's match last time, clearly there's a Globby in that deck. We're going to see Globby, Champion of Poseidon, hit the field. It's going to happen. Why else would you have Atlantis and Foamy in your main deck?
I am hopeful. I know that you are a fan of this Globby deck with Rise and with Atlantis. I faced you on Clash before. I got my butt kicked with it. And I myself also love this strategy, and that would be sick to see. I would love that. Now, from Adam's collection here, again, we take a look at the tail of the tape. We have a Premier Champion, Premier Top 4, a bunch of Top 16s and Top 8s, and similar with Astronite going over with the Top 16s as well. So 2 players who are more than familiar with this competitive scene of Elestrals, and very similar case to the last one with Justin and Ribble. We have both players who are familiar here, who get to show their skill, and we get to see exactly what kind of sauce they're hoping to take to the top.
And what a sauce it will be. No idea what Astronite is on, but I'm hoping it's another match of absolutely crazy picks here, Swole.
Yeah, that's one thing that I love seeing the unknown quantities inside of our top our top 8 matches, right? We have some people that we've known, we've watched throughout the tournament. We're like, wow, that was really great. That was a smashing of a time. And now, meanwhile, we have some people sneaking in here with some decks that you wouldn't be quite sure about, right? And Astronaut could be one of those players. In previous tournaments, we've seen things like Krakatuga Burn. Hermes, at one point in time, was that sort of unknown factor kind of sneak in under the radar. Cryo Rhino as well. We get to see some more of these niche actions play through. So if Astro is willing to show us and to have the sauce be early, I would love that. But I think with Adam here, I think hoping to stop that with just the low end after low end. That Aepharos Nexusing to draw 2 cards every turn, to kind of maintaining that value, having the fish on board. This is a refined list, if I've ever seen it.
And Adam will be going first here. So the question is, how many fish will hit the board by turn 2?
Full board. We'll go full board and full hearts here. We'll go, how many fish does it have to take before this mat turns into blue and yellow? Hopping in here now to our top 4, our semifinals of this premier tournament. Adam's going to look at the hand and say, that's not quite good enough. A Frost and a Water Spirit out of there, saying, I don't need Cryoblast in here. We're going to pop in and get the mulligan. Perfect hand over. Astronaut, I think, is signaling they're going to keep the hand.
Yep. Casters often putting spirits for their side deck into their main spirit deck so they have more room in their side deck. Then you end up in situations like this where you're going to mulligan anyway. It gives you an easy first expend target.
And I think if you're the fish deck too, you often have a very forgiving, couple turns where you can utilize and expend those 2 spirits anyways. And so, previously before, there's certain decks that want to expend, certain decks that don't really want to. And I think we're now seeing a collection of decks that have no problem mulliganing over as a Magneros comes down.
Magneros will go get the fish. As long as we see an Aphrodite or another Magneros, I think your prediction of full board of fish turn 2 might be coming to fruition here.
Yeah, we see the champion Aepharos coming in and special cast out, making these 2 big 5 bodies. And Aphrodite coming in here. We saw a play previously where Adam searched out the OG Aepharos, and this is a play I do like to have. There it is. It's a constellation rare coming in. The idea here is, before in the past, you might have searched an additional champ Aepharos as almost like a Tadpuff pseudonym, rest in peace. But now you have the option to normal cast this other Aepharos, gain value, and still search a second 5 body.
So we're going to see our first turn from Astronaut here, and we're going to see a classic defense position Astrabbit. Those fish might be 2 5s, but 5 does not beat 5 when that 5 is taking a nap in defense position.
No way. And no PTA from Adam, the other classic of PTA and Rabbit, name a better combination. We know that Adam is not on any sort of trickery here, but an Atlantis enchant could mean that this 5 becomes a little bit more easy to deal with. And that is the concern here. I think that Adam's got native outs, and so even this 5 is scary, but 3 back row might be scarier.
3 back row is quite a lot. You gotta imagine one of those is probably a Gordon's Gaze. So the question for Adam now is, what kind of bait moves are you going to do to try to get Astronaut to spend those on less valuable moves?
It looks like to start out with, trying to see if there's Pandora's box back there. We have the search of another champ, Aepharos. Just go ahead and rip it off the start. And you already know that's coming. Even if you normal cast the other Aepharos, you have the option now to maintain advantage and have the special cast out. Alternatively, a Galaxy champ coming down here from Adam. About to say that could have been the perfect play.
Galaxy champ is quite interesting. The classic swapping positions or stats of an Astrabbit to get over it, but Astronaut does have the Gorgon Gaze to stop it here. The third fish comes down. It's going to take a PTA. You were very close with your prediction. We ended up with 3 fish and 1 whale, not 4 fish on turn 2.
Oh, I saw something from that spirit deck. I peered into the orb and the eye stared back at me. It said evil, and I saw a Lycaris Wind Spirit from Astronaut in the main deck. Uh-oh.
What does that tell you? Thinking Voltempest or something?
We have Thunder for Rabbit. It could be Voltempest. This could be our Champions of Zeus deck that didn't get voted on in the first round. Wind could also mean Hermes, I guess. But alternatively, too, this could also mean that we haven't seen a Wind tried and true deck in a long time. That could be also equally scary. Shout outs to Ari.
Yeah, I guess a Hydrake into this board would be pretty scary. But we're going to Whale the Whale instead.
Ooh, Galaxy Champ on Galaxy Champ is also really nice. 2 5s with the Rabbit is really killer. Rabbit to try to swing over potentially the Magneros and clear this Aphoros here. That could be kind of nice. Whale to crash in the Magneros, and that says A-OK from Adam. Once again, we were sitting on a full board of fish, now broken apart by Astro.
A Whale, a Rabbit, and a Dream is going to do it. The Aphoros does come out here. That's going to allow a Nexus onto the Galaxy. But I'm not even sure you want to do that here because that just makes the Rabbit a 5 again.
Yeah, I think the concession is that you have the ability now to Nexus for damage after you have special cast out this third and final Champ Aphoros, getting them all out early and going from there. This is the fish deck at work.
So that means we will have seen all 3 of the Champ Aphoros from Adam then?
Yeah, that's right. That'd be after this one. We only have the OG Aphroses left. Adam is putting full pedal to the metal and just saying, I'm going to use my Galaxies, use Whales, use Low to the Ground, try to clear this out.
You know, we saw the Wind Spirit. If there's a monsoon back there, you know, Astro Knight can enchant an extra water to the Galaxy in the battle phase to prevent their board from getting broken apart here.
Ooh, that could be pretty killer. If Adam's on the read there and maybe was paying attention to that, there could be a Nexus to the Galaxy to stat swap, and that's going to be a little tricky, but it's like a second Aphrodite coming down here to maybe have another Nexus bank for the Aphoros to draw 2 here. Could be pretty valuable.
The Aphrodites can now effectively just trade Leviathan. Oh, moving all of the spirits to the other Aphrodite here. That's going to allow draw 2, but that does make that Aphrodite a juicy target if Astro Knight has any form of rune removal.
You know, Adam was playing Blizztrix before and was bleeding spirits like crazy, just saying, I'm going to expend all of them to win. And this is looking pretty similar in that Astro has 14 to Adam's 7, just saying, I'm going to let that go. But both Rabbit and Whale down.
That back row did not do anything for Astro Knight here, so might have been, I don't know, an Altar of Stars or something that couldn't be activated in this situation. We'll have to see what type of move Astro Knight has to get back this turn. But they are staring down a board of 5s. You know, they broke apart literally a whole board of fish last turn, and now they have their own fish, actually. So let's go fish.
Ooh, Aphoros OG battle here. And I think now, after Astro Knight has been dealing with fish this entire time, saying, yep, it's my turn to sit at the lake and go out. There's Aphrodite coming in here, full board for Aphrodite. Searching out the Champ Aphoros, I imagine, to gain value.
Searching absolutely nothing except Shades of Prometheus.
Coming in here, you dust off the animation. The P-Box going in to try to negate the search of the Aphrodite. And that's why it makes sense the battle went through so far, but it chains. Who's expecting that? Whoa, out of my seat there, almost fell off. Whoa,
so Astro Knight is on water, wind, thunder, and fire?
All the elements combined in harmony to create a monstrosity of a deck. This is crazy.
Okay, now they are going to be able to make some good headway into Adam's board here. If they can crash onto the Champ Aphoros, we know Adam will be out of Champ Aphoroses, which leaves Astro Knight in a pretty decent position even if they lose their own.
Yeah, this is one where the spirit count is now back to being a little more even. Astro Knight had to expend a lot there to keep board presence, and there's an Ambrosia down, utilizing spirit off of the the Aphros here to be a little more manageable about that. And that's going to lead a little more, which is quite nice for comfort. And a back row set here from Astronaut could mean a more commanding position than we thought. Though Adam does have this full board to contest.
All right, some serious thoughts from Astronaut here. It's going to be a resting on the laurels. What a critical move here. I believe that should be good. There's 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, no.
6. Yeah, that's 4 to 6 and taking out the whale there.
Yep.
Oh, maybe not taking out the whale, I think is the idea. Maybe taking out one of the fish.
I would think you would take out the fish, yeah, to drop their attack.
Yeah, you take out the Aphros champ here, unless you're just trying to raw trade value. Might have been a misspeak on Astro to say, as you now can't clear board, and you have to instead trade board here.
You can crash OG Aphros into Champ Aphros, and then Champ Aphros has higher attack than OG Aphros, so you can still get over it. Like, you do still come out on top, but not as well as you might have otherwise.
Yeah, and honestly, too, this is a pretty decent position for Astro to be in, as we know that was the third and final copy of the Champ Aphros, meaning that we cannot do Aphrodite into Aphros into shenanigans, unless maybe there's a Champ cracking back there, you know, to add back waters. For casters doing that nowadays.
Aphrodite meets Champions of Poseidon, it's going to be a good deck. It's going trust. You got Lobby, you got Cracking, Champions of Poseidon. They'll do things.
Yeah, we've got Hera and Zeus, Aphrodite and Poseidon match maids in Olympia, in Elestria for sure.
Yeah, if you're not familiar with what Cracking Champion of Poseidon does, it basically just allows you to add a water card back to your hand every turn. So it's a very interesting way to try and recycle sources in a water deck.
Roja comes down here from Adam with the 3 water spirits coming in to help stop the bleeding a little bit. I think they have a hand of 3 cards, which is still quite a good amount of value. And one Galaxy Champ can really turn this whole board around. That's kind of the crazy part about the situation.
Yes, one whale and then search another whale. So there's another whale in your hand for next turn. The crazy thing you can do with Aphrodite is you can drop Champ Whale, then search OG Whale and drop OG Whale and then still have 2 5s. It's kind of just like Aphros in a whale costume.
Yeah. Ooh, they have a Foamy in attack position here, which is very interesting for Adam. As going to go and search out the Aphrodite, and I imagine trying to deck then a little more here to get out a second Foamy, just showcasing out that beautiful marble rarity. This is a big flex on us.
We're going to get the search here for another top 16 Foamy, of course.
Got the playset for sure.
Now, go ahead and discard that Foamy and search Globby Champion of Poseidon, which is definitely in your deck. Come on, Adam.
Absolutely. There's a Necklace of Harmonia here.
What the heck?
Whoa, that's going to be very expensive spirit-wise. It'd be worth it here, and going to leave the Thunder Spirit in there, I imagine, for maybe an extra Magneros of some sort, or Rabbit that we know that is lurking there. But this is a huge Foamy. This Foamy is a nice 6 body, and 4 spirits left, burning for 2 after this. That's right.
Okay, that was a scary move on Adam's part, I feel. The one back row could have been a shield or something to really punish you for the spirit investment. But, that's one thing about top players in Elestrals. They have no fear.
They really don't. It's actually it's scarier than you think it is, because every time that you hear, yeah, that's fine, your heart is like, oh, great, that worked. And then the next turn, you're like, oh, wait, you were holding that for this moment? You're insane. The part that I think is very scary now for Adam is that, yes, you only have one more turn that this Necklace of Harmonia can be played off of. The idea, I think, if you have an OG Aphros, you can Nexus that off and do more damage, draw more cards. But Astronaut going in here with a Rabbit in defense position, and that could help them stall for a turn and put Adam in a very tricky position. Do they keep the necklace around, do you think?
I gotta imagine this turn you do the Foamy expend and Ascend to get rid of the necklace. Like, otherwise you're burning yourself to 0 to go over a rabbit. That doesn't seem like a good trade.
Yeah, that's the really scary part about this kind of spirit deficit, right? Is you're not quite close enough to where you have options available to you. Spirits on board, spirits in spirit deck, but so does Astronite. Spirits on board and the 6 left's a lot to play with.
Astronite does still have a few. We do see the foamy discard though. So what is the grab?
Waylance! Holy!
What?
Main deck Waylance taking a note out of Pope's book and saying, yeah, that actually sounded pretty good to me. Why not? It mills a bunch of fish and Aetheros. In addition to that, Morfrost. In addition to that, As For Of and As For Go. Set 1, and now you have a natural contender with 0 spirits left.
All right, mill the last rabbit out of the deck if it's still there, I guess.
Yeah, I got to confirm just a little bit, which, let's see what we got here. That's Capregal. Let's go.
Now, this is one of the fun parts about Waylance, if you don't know this. In physical play, you actually get to pick up your opponent's deck and look through it to take the stuff out. In webcam, that practically means you just get to see your opponent's deck. It looks like there was no rabbit in there, though, so Astronite is either on 2 rabbit or the 3rd one is in hand right now.
Yeah, I saw... it's like I saw the future, and I saw the cards spread through that deck, a couple copies of Chains, a couple copies of Aphrodite's Soulmates, and I also saw a very interesting Wind Water Elestral in there. Many of you eagle-eyed viewers might have already seen it.
Well, we'll have to see if it gets there. Astronite is going to have at least a couple of turns to deal with this Waylance before they're in danger.
Yeah, and one Earthquake could also do it. You know, we saw Resting on Your Laurels already be used here inside this game, and additionally, we have a Aetheros coming down here, going to help build up a wall of defense. And yeah, this is a little bit tricky because now Waylance can go in here and mill again and continue to mill. I think we've only seen 1 Ambrosia from Adam so far.
I believe so. We've seen most of the Aetheros from Astronite, though, so I imagine this is them building a defense and saying, I actually don't care if you Waylance this because I don't have more fish for you to hit.
Yeah, and you also got to be able to clear both bodies, which you can't accurately do without that Ambrosia back. Back down to 4 spirits again. That's enough for a Shield of Achilles if you're holding it for just this moment, but I imagine it would probably be on the last one to keep your opponent off of everything. Waylance try to swing over. Waylance good to go. And Waylance effect to show and get into the underworld. Every other copy. There's that card.
It's just draw it, Astronite. Just draw it.
There goes an Aetheros OG. And this deck is looking thinned out. But there are options here available. I think we saw the foamies in the deck too to help get into a win condition. We saw.
So it looks like Astronite is playing 9 fish then. Based on what we saw, it looks like they have all 3 Magnaros and all 6 Aetheros.
I think this is... I can't quite tell if those are sent to the underworld already or if they're being shuffled back into the deck. I think it's a you can search is the idea. And for any number of cards. Uh-oh. There's Foamy.
Oh.
I think we know what's coming.
I think I know.
There it is!
The wellness check is here! Wellness check confirmed!
The one fish Zephyrog player, Astro!
Yeah! No, don't scoop! Let
What
the Zephyrog swing in!
No, let it swing in! Let it go! Adam, be cool. Be cool, Adam, be cool. Crazy! Holy! Wait a minute. Yeah, what a Chekhov's Elestral here, showcasing off we had Starbit, which wellness check over. We know where Starbit went. We were asking all day, where is Zephyrog? And as our Frenchman answers, it's here. in top 4. Top
We
4.
went to go check on the frog, and Astronite said, call an ambulance, but not for me. Get the other players out of here.
Welcome to the swamp. You know, we've been seeing bugs. We've been seeing fish. We just forgot the one part of the ecosystem, and that is truly frogs. Crazy. There's a chance that this deck moves on to finals. Zeph Frog finals? Are you kidding me? This is, I'm losing my mind.
Besides Weep, if you're Adam and now the Zefrog reveal has happened, what are you doing going into game 3 to try and protect yourself?
I don't know, because that's the crazy part, is that you might be siding out of those Atlantises, right? Because the Atlantis does also boost your opponent. Maybe you're also putting back in Cryoblast, because that does hurt the deck a little bit, taking out those Champ Aphroses. I don't know. There's like small things here and there you'll have to shift by your deck, but for the most part, you're playing effectively a mirror match into a jump scare frog. If you're Astronite, we saw some Caprigals in there. We saw those chains in there too. What do you think they're taking out and keeping in?
Well, I don't know. I guess I'm even more scared if I'm Astronite, because now I know Waylance is a possibility. And I guess you put in as many counter runes as you possibly have to protect yourself from attacks to stop Waylance from milling all of your fish turn like 3 or something.
You know, I hear the whale, I hear Waylance, you know, both Galaxy and also the big frost body. But that sounds great. That's just getting you closer to Zephrog. You know, that's really the thing I just saw there was a additional draw and getting you closer and closer to the frog. That's insane.
I guess that's kind of true. What are you ascending the frog from, though, if all of your fish are in the underworld?
That's true. You know, I guess you're foamies. I guess you're doing something there. And I'd like to believe there's some sort of extra tech as we're going into this game 2 of our top 4 here. I'm sure Adam is sitting here like, what do you mean, Zephrog? What are you talking about? This is the Plucky situation all over again.
I was simply 2 premieres too early with my Zefrog prediction. I'm going to go back in time and give myself a point for that.
Andrew, this is you. So there's a pause back. And if you go into the other VOD, there's a pause specifically. Andrew's through the portal talking to his past self at that point.
But we're off to the races with an OG Aphoros and Aphrodite. I imagine we're about to search a Champ Aphoros. We're going to have a full board of fish all over again here, I think, Swole.
Absolutely. Okay, listen, I've been advised against specifically an action like this, but I hear fish sticks and frog legs. That's an amazing name for this deck. Holy.
Delicious.
What a hype.
Delicious. I don't know. What I wonder, Swole, is how do I be Adam? How do I always have Aphrodite turn 1, you know?
Also true, and the Aphoros. OG Aphoros into Aphrodite is such a strong deceptive opener, right? In the past, you go Magneros for the Aphoros, but this draw 2 is continuing to pay dividends, and you love to see it over time. Draw 2, but set 1 pass to Astro, and now there's a Magneros on the board to help clear.
Now, fish is funny because fish clears fish. If you sequence right, you crash with your lower stat into their higher natural stat, and then you use your higher natural stat to go over their lower natural stat once it's no longer a 5.
Oh, here's the P-Box dilemma. The P-Box problem is that you P-Boxed now. Do they have the resting for the Aphoros to now be able to hit over this? I was going to say if they have the other Aphoros to cast, that also does it. But set 3 on the Magneros, swing over this Aphoros. Adam is left defenseless here. And that's so many spirits gone.
That's so many spirits gone, and there's no longer a fish target on field for the Aphoros search. So Adam is going to have it in the top deck here.
Kind of like that. Adam has got to have it. He's got to use that sometime.
Oh, that's a water spirit.
Extend out the water spirit into an additional Aphoros. That's a start. That can get you into a little more advantage, but you've already used so many spirits from the Aphrodite. That is, you have to either have a second one or have some sort of fish in hand. Oh, there's your Nexus Bank.
It's so rare to see someone just raw cast a necklace like that. Adam here, already solo on Spirit, saying, I'm going to spend even a couple of more to keep getting over. Actually, never mind. I'm just going to Nexus and draw.
Yeah, honestly, this is a lot of good value here. You go for the Nexus onto Aphrodite. Aphrodite to search out the fish. You get the draw 2, you get the fish on board, potentially even some back row here. I love watching players make some of these plays where it's like seemingly they have all the options available to them. It's part of the reason why I loved watching players like Caleb on the Morfrost list, or Bo on the Morfrost list, or even Josh on the Morfrost list. And I think this is giving very similar vibes to that.
The Aphrodite search a jerk every turn was a deck I theorized with people in early live stream, which didn't turn out to be too good. I think after this ban list, I think it looks like it's real good now.
Yeah, keeping the train going here, and opting to, in the damage or the battle step, take out the effect of the Aphros to now have the other Aphros crash into this Magneros, keeping this board position alive. Am I seeing that right? Is that what, 17 spirits to 8?
Yes. Adam just expending all the way down to the bone here, and Astronite barely a scratch. They got many extra turns, but if you win the game, it doesn't matter how many spirits are left in your deck.
Reaching for the back row could be PTA signaling, but in defense position is kind of risky because it's also saying that there might not be an option for Aphrodite, and it could be a little spooky to give Adam a turn here. Despite how low Adam has on spirits, there's plenty to play with, and we know that there's tons of more Aphros shenanigans back in the deck.
Yep, and that is a pass, so there was no Aphrodite. Adam essentially guaranteed a second fish here. All they got to do is disenchant from Aphrodite, and they're back to Fish Town.
Yeah, not to forget, too, that Adam is playing Ambrosia, as a lot of players are opting to do today, and it's really the second Ambrosia that gets you. So we know that this spirit deficit is here now, but I guess in the last game, too, we saw Astronite commit a good amount of spirits to try and overtake a Waylance, and so that spirit differential can come down nice and pretty as a Magneros coming down here to search out an Aphros. This is the fish classic, the fish board Adam wants.
It is. Astronite would need even a Gorgon's Gaze doesn't really get them out of the situation. Gorgonzing the Magneros still leaves the Aphrodite open to a disenchant and search.
Yeah, searching the OG Aphros here, get out of the deck, Aphrodite disenchant to grab the other Aphros. And I think that would also mean then now, once again, all 3 Aphros is out of the deck.
So or you're simply Adam, and the other champ Aphros is in the hand like always.
Oh, and you have a PTA in the back to help insulate here, making that just a 3-body. So maybe one Gorgon's Gaze can do this, in fact.
Well, one Gorgon's Gaze can't do it because there are 2 champs on field.
Oh, the other one is PTA'd, so you'd be protected on some level, right?
You get a little bit of protection, but both the Magneros would still be a 5/2.
Oh, yeah, you're right. And there's Shield of Achilles coming down here. Was that sequenced in that way for have the Aphros hit and the Magneros to crash? Magneros hit over and go. I imagine maybe you wanted to crash the Magneros there.
Yeah, that's quite the interesting play. Did we just...
I think that was a concession already.
Did we get a concession from who?
Astronite, right?
I'm just confused because of the number of spirits they had left.
You had so many to play with, unless the hand was just all Ascensions and maybe like an extra chains or something that you had.
The hand was the frog, Caprigal.
Yeah. You're just saying to yourself, well, I'm going to be behind for a couple turns here. Very interesting overall, unless that might have been Adam's way of saying, I'm out. I know I saw Zeph Frog. I'm in there, but it looks like we're going to a game 3 of our top 4 once again. Yeah, normally when you're up that much in spirits, you just wait it out, but I'm curious. I really am. That was what is that hand? Not a lot of hands make you say I'm done, but that's one of them.
Yeah,
maybe.
I mean, I guess if your hand is that bad in a final scenario, going to game 3 and giving yourself the maximum amount of time possible and not having to worry about going to time might be advantageous.
Yeah, and I can only imagine too that if the hand was oops all big dudes or oops all runes or something of that nature, then you are kind of gaming out that you're taking one, the Aetheros that they searched can maybe hit for 3, and so you're taking 3 to 4 damage per turn. And maybe I can see it from that point of view that spirit deficit now gets much wider, knowing that back row could easily just be that one crucial copy of Chains of Prometheus. That is kind of crazy. I love this list so far, and this has been so interesting to watch, this little mirror match to in the intricacies of how the fish splash on each other.
Is it really a mirror match though? I mean, they kind of both have fish and then like entirely different decks. Astronite kind of playing like an interesting Ascension pile, and Adam on like Waylands. I mean, I guess they are kind of mirror matches, just their high ends are completely different.
Yeah, the high end of Aura in Zephrog and the high end of similar Aura in Waylands. It is very curious. Looks like Astronite's going to go first here inside of our game 3 inside the top 4. Whoever wins this one moves on to finals. We either will be seeing Whale, Adam, or Astro shooting for the stars here and trying to take it with Zephrog. Searching Aphrodite soulmates here, by the way.
So Magnaros, champion of Aphrodite, just searched to soulmates. I don't think I've literally ever seen that happen.
I think in this sort of game state, that makes a lot of sense, right? You're constantly keeping the pressure on, and there's your Aphrodite. You have your fish engine online. Here we go.
The move makes sense. I guess I'm just shocked because I don't think I've literally never seen it happen.
Yeah, that you don't see that every day. Yeah, kids take notes. Dan and Hat, when talking inside of their ban list video podcast discussion, we're saying that we hope this opens up the door for cards like the Aphrodite Soulmates to be taking place. And someone said, yeah, that sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah. Magnaros, search the soulmates. We know Astronite's going to have protection of some form now.
And this is already a very commanding position. Having the OG Aetheros for the next turn means that now you have threatened drawing and the additional damage. And we see that Adam is playing only one counter rune at a time. So this can be very scary if you're Astro to deal with. As a Foamy Champ coming down here, taking the defensive option.
Yep, defensive Foamy Champ is going to eat a Gordon's Gaze, which means no Aphrodite search. If there's not an Aphrodite already in hand from Adam, that means they're going to be looking down the board of a lot of fishes. Luckily, the Aphrodite was just in hand anyway, so Adam, they got the Aphrodite. It's always there. It's always there.
I like the idea here, too, that, you're stopping the potential additional for Nexus banks or for the searches. It's probably fine in this scenario. It's kind of like keeping Hermes off of Hermes. It makes the whole deck go round. And so Adam, though, taking the slower start is a little bit crazy, but with the Earthquake, even crazier here to take out the champ Aetheros. And there's the Soulmates. Yep. Bait out the Soulmates early.
Yep, we knew it was there. Adam likely just trying to get the soulmates out of the way so they can go into a clear board on future turns. With 2 back row, even though Astronite has another fish in hand, possibly a scary position. Maybe a shield on the champ Aetheros, but if Astronite sequences correctly, they will attack with the other 2 fish first, and even a shield shouldn't really be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, no, Adam, save that Earthquake for Zephrog. You know it to be true. Search your heart. And we have the Aetheros search down for champ Aetheros now, which I think makes sense. You have the immediate value with the normal cast of the OG Aetheros, and now you have the other fish engine online here. And 2 back row, though, to set in. Adam's been fond of Pandora's boxes. I imagine one could be back there. And now there's normal cast, special cast Aetheros, normal cast Aetheros back to Nexus now.
So a board of 5s, an extra card to draw for Astronite here. Hopefully they get into some back row. A board of 5s would have been life-ending in early Elestrals, but now a board of 5s unprotected can get picked apart pretty quickly by yet another board of 5s.
I just had a biggest excuse me moment. They went Nexus onto the Magneros to put the 2 spirits on there. Now Foamy to search out, I imagine, could be a Zephyrog, but the Caprigal could come in clutch. There's Zephyrog. Yep, there it goes. I guess that is such an interesting kind of 50-50 to put Adam in. Do you take out the Magneros, or do you which is you're imagining could be Zephyrog fodder, or do you take out the 5 fish package? Weird option select here. What do you think you're going for if you're trying to take out this package?
Geez, I think I'm trying to dismantle the whole board. I mean, nothing else feels safe.
Yeah, you gotta. There's a frog looking at you.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is it doesn't really matter what you take out, because the Zephyrog is imminently coming. Now, Zephyrog can, 1, attack directly, and 2, it is one of these old school cards that just gets to rip something from your hand with full knowledge of what's going on, which makes it really scary, especially for a deck like Aphrodite that really cares about maintaining resources in hand.
Yeah, I actually heard once upon a time a player asked Zephyrog, hey, what do you do with those cards there? And Zephyrog responded back with, rip it. Rip it. That's to translation.
No, I got it.
Okay,
it was
cool.
good. It was good before you explained it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. My froggies is a little bit rusty.
So we'll see what Adam does here now.
Staring down the board with 9 spirits left and a Zephyrog staring you in the face. I hired this frog to stare at you. Foamy Champ coming in here in attack position. We've seen Necklace before.
Okay. The question would be, does Adam play more than 1 Necklace?
Ooh, and a Gorgon's Gaze coming in here to stop the Foamy. And even if they have the Necklace out, it's not gonna be going off. I think maybe you let them if that's the case, right? You say attach the Necklace, get the search of the Aphrodite again, make them use the spirits, because your Zephyrog becomes a lot more threatening there, right? Attacking the spirit deck directly.
Yeah, I mean, I think the scary thing here is that Astronite has the potential to siphon as many spirits as they would like to onto a Zephyrog that can just punch your face directly.
Yeah, and I the absolute madness that would be. I guess Adam hasn't shown shield yet, so you may just rip it. But that is ooh, do you go for that? That seems risky.
I don't know. It's tough to say. You gotta hope that there is some good back row there for Adam to protect themselves this turn. I mean, even if they can shield a frog, there's enough spirits on board to just keep dropping the frog again every turn or so.
And we're gonna send here with a Siphon of the Spirit, just 1, and a Wind Spirits. There's Zephyrog online. The frog has touched down. I repeat, the frog has landed. And Adam's sitting on 8 spirits left. This is a very interesting board state. Zephyrog can hit for 1, attack, or to hit for 3, attack directly. There's Ambro in to insulate a little bit of this big push.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage Astronite has on the board. Astronite also a bit lower on spirits though, so I don't know. Maybe Adam has their own Zephyrog to drop down. We know that's not true though. We know literally only 1 Zephyrog was in this tournament.
You know, in the side deck, I just let him sneak it in there, get a little bit of the frog mirror in. Going over to the combat now, we have an Argo paying off of the Aphrodite onto the Foamy to try to swing in here. This gets really expensive because now you're putting on yourself down to 4 spirits. That Zephyrog's gonna dome you for 3.
Oof. Yeah,
Adam.
So you kill a fish, Zephyrog hits you for 3, you paid 4. Don't you just die?
Oh, hold. There's got to be some shenanigans here.
Okay, they paid off the Aphrodite. That's the part we were missing.
Yeah, you pay off the Aphrodite, then you enchant 2 water from your spirit deck. leaving you on, I think enough spirits to guard a little bit of damage. Your foamy can now wall out the rest. Zephyrog going in. There's the Shield of Achilles. You're still doing 2 damage, 1 less you don't get the hand rip, or 3 damage. You're still doing the hand rip, which I guess is the only difference. And that doesn't feel too great at all. 3 spirits left if you're Adam.
No, even if we go foamy to search Waylance and ascend this turn, you can kill 1 fish and the other fish can just ascend into the frog and win the game, basically.
Yep, 2 spirit deck directly back, and you burn on this turn unless you ascend specifically. I think you're right. This is the line. This is the way to go.
See, here's the thing. If you ascend, you go down to 1 spirit and the frog just kills you.
Yep. Adam going out in style, maybe?
Maybe.
Astro looking at the card in the back saying, do I Gorgons here to stop the Waylance coming in here with 2 fire spirits in, and Adam looking at their spirit deck saying, I guess I have to use these spirits or burn. We saw OG Aephros, I think.
Yeah, what do you... Because you can't ascend anymore. I guess.
Yeah.
You play a Misenchanted Rune to get rid of the necklace? I don't know.
I think I'm with you here that the line could have been to let Adam ascend or let Adam have action, because now you would give an option to potentially go into like an Aephros, draw into Ambrosias, and keep you in this game longer. But seemingly, I think if you had that play, if you're Adam, you'd go for it. But this is now very tricky again. You're once again staring down the frog.
The frog, is it the frog going to clinch 2 victories for Astronite? I really hope so.
Yeah, I mean, this is a little bit crazy. Like, does this, so most notably too, that was potentially a 3rd Gorgon's Gaze. Would that have mattered here, right? What kind of counter runes? If that was PTA, if that was shield, that could have been anything back there.
Yeah. Okay.
Burn for 2. Adam saying so. Burn for 2, draw for turn. Astronite says, well, there's a line straight to your spirit deck and straight into the finals, and that might be just ascending this frog.
You don't even need to ascend into frog. It's just the funny thing to do. You could just attack with fish.
The necklace is still on board here from the phone. It hasn't gotten away from the expend. So they have to wait 1 more turn, giving Adam the option to use the spirits and still have something. I guess this close off Adam into the rest. Zephyrog over with another wind spirit. That's direct. And Frog in for 2. That's going to be game. Zephyrog attack directly into the spirit deck to win the game, going into finals. We have a frog finals. No way.
Wow.
No way!
The frog to finals?
These are some of the games that you see the giant smile on my face. I am ridiculously cheesing at this. The goofy stuff these players come up with, Waylance in the main deck for Adam and Zephyrog in the main deck for Astro. This is stuff that I can only hear about on locals on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. at twitch.tv/adrive. This is ridiculous.
Yeah. Oh, that game just put such a smile on my face to see the frog do the thing. Oh, what a treat.
What a treat. Frog to do the thing. Talking about the impact of Adam's deck there too. Adam showing off a dominant force inside of the Swiss rounds, and even there too, the Waylance tech is insane. Master of the Fish, the Penthouse crew really are, and Adam showing once again their acumen here with bringing a deck that, I thought for a while would be almost too low to the ground, but that was crazy. Talk to me about Waylance, Andrew. That was wild.
I will have to look at Adam's deck when this is all over, because I'm not sure if Waylance was simply the side deck option, seeing they were going into the Fishmere, or if Waylance was always the plan.
The plan is simple. Whale. Yeah, I think this is also really an interesting thing to talk about with the fish engine, right? Like, we see so many of the fish decks represented. We see so many variations of the fish deck. represented. And truly, it is kind of about like, what are those close tech options to cinch out the game? And I think this game could have gone either way, truly. The pace and the sort of control that both players were showing here, I think it's a very valid take on either end. Do you deal with the big body that's milling, or the slightly smaller body that's swinging for 3 to 4?
It's really interesting to see the Waylance come in. People always talked about Waylance mill fish. We didn't get to see it today, really. It only milled a couple of fish. But the frog hitting in, I'm sorry, I was just reeling from the frog victory in 2 out of 3 games. That's such a crazy outcome, Swole. I don't know I couldn't have asked for anything better in finals today.
I really cannot believe it. No, it's exciting. This is the type of stuff that makes me want to play Elestrals more. I mean, if you haven't had a chance to hop on, so to speak, in our froggy sense of nonsense, this is first and foremost, congratulations to Adam for making it top 4, especially after trying to have the run back for your previous Premier run, qualifying for Worlds and showcasing again why you're still one of the best players inside of the game, period. Second, first time the Zefrog hops their way off the lily pad and into finals and into our hearts here inside of the day. Late game live stream meta is showing off why this is just insane. I love it here. Finals with Zefrog, you kidding me? And on the other end too, the undefeated 2-timer or a Centaur deck. What year is this?
Hey, no matter what happens, this finals is going to be delightful. Absolutely delightful. We have Astronite moving on with Zefrog, and we will see which of either Justin T, the undefeated, or Brewlock Earth Nexus Brew gets to take on Zefrog.
Yeah, this is oh man. I think as we're waiting on results to roll in, by the way, we're on the edge of our seats with you, seeing if we're gonna have a return of our previous champion, or are we gonna see the Centaur take down an event to take a Centaur of their own, or God forbid Zefrog swings into Spirit Deck and rips the hand. You gotta be kidding me. This is the stuff that I think that we only really ever dreamed about inside of base set, being like, here's some cool things you can do in Elestrals. And sure enough, this is the stuff.
I believe Zefrog is that base set or is that Frostfall?
Absolutely base set, you know it.
Okay.
That's right on the time. This one is I remember old man Swole story. I remember going to, I believe it was Austin, Texas, where there was a Frostfall local turned for some players out there for an event. And I said to myself, Zefrog sounds fun here. And I almost lost to a Snow Waddle. So that turned me off the card almost completely. I'm gonna be honest with you. It did not quite work out in that way. I think Bean Soldier ended up winning that one too. So some things never change.
Hey, Snow Waddle is a name I haven't heard in a long time.
That's what I'm saying. I'm hoping that we can see it again sometime soon. I saw that crown.
Yeah, well, hey, I got news. I think the results are in. I think we know what we're looking at, and what we're going to be looking at is the Frog versus the Centaur in the final, Swole.
We cannot pit Frog versus Lobster against each other. Our legs too juicy, our lobster too buttery. What is going on here? Brewlock taking it down 2-1 over Justin T, our previous undefeated into this game with the Centaur is kind of crazy. What's going on in this tournament?
Only good stuff, Swole. Only good stuff. The crazy thing is, I was like, it's going to be hard not to be biased in favor of Zefrog, because what a strategy. But hey, Centaur, I'm actually just as excited about. So I'm really going to be happy no matter who walks away today. I just want to see Zefrog and the Lobster go into each other.
It'd be beautiful if they truly do kiss. I think that I'm happy to be interviewing whichever insane winner that we get to see on today. But I am even more jealous of you and Kay getting to hop onto this final, getting over to commentate Brewlock on Centaur versus Astronite, the fish Zefrog player, the lone Zefrog that could. We're going to go to a quick break, and we toss it back to you and Kalen for this finals. I cannot wait for the action. Holy.
Oh, and you're sure? Yes, I understand. Okay, I have heard back on the wellness check of the Zafrog player. And they are here in the finals today. The lone Zafrog player has made it all of the way. And it's not just the Zafrog player to get excited about K. They're going against Earth Nexus and Tarbur, piloted by Burlock. Kay, how are you feeling today? I am just so stoked to the moon for this finals.
This is going to be incredible. And honestly, like, we are the Zefrogs of the Tadpuffs that you couldn't send to Tartarus. This is incredible. I cannot believe that this is the finals that we are looking at. It's going to be so fun every single turn. It's going to be cool stuff happening. And me personally, I would love to see Centarbur and Frog, lobster versus amphibian at the same time. And I believe our co-commentator did in fact say would be cool if they kissed.
That would be really hard for Zafrog because it's going to go over the Centarbur into the face of Burlock, but you know.
Yeah, maybe that was Zefrog's goal all along. It's just trying to give a kiss. It wants to turn into a prince, but in fact it just keeps missing and going right for the spirit deck. Ah, finally we're getting answers. Yes. I think Zafrog is here for a vengeance today. All of its children sucked to Tartarus. It had to show up and really let us know what's what. I am so excited. Earth is so back. Frog was it ever here in the first place? I don't know, but it's here now. By golly. And oh my goodness, this is shaping up to be an incredible finals. And I also want to say that no matter the outcome of the grand finals, we are going to be leaving today with a brand new premier champion who has never won a premier event before. So this is already history in the making. Zefrog and Centarbur, two casters who are brand new to winning a premier event. This is what they write stories about. It's like in the old stories, Mr. Andrew.
Everyone would be happy about a Zafrog victory. I think everyone would be happy to see Centarbur win a Centarbur as well.
That one would be truly poetic, and the part of me that's like, oh, I love a good story. It's like, yeah, give the Centarbur player the champ Centarbur. But that being said, I am so excited about both of these decks. I would be thrilled one way or another, and one way or another, we're in for some incredible casting, some really exciting games, and never before seen plays, because what do you do when a frog and a lobster fight? I don't know.
Burlock, the Centarbur has to hit the board this time, okay? We gotta see it. We gotta actually see it. And you have to show us whether or not, say, Timber's in there.
Wait, true. There's so much that we need revealed here. And I will say, while I was able to watch the match with Burlock, it was one of those that I wasn't commentating. And so, while I was out doing my dog motherly duties, I wasn't able to fully watch. So some of this is new to me. All I know is that every time I looked back at the screen, it's like, and I can't wait. I can't wait to be here for the action.
It's very interesting. We effectively have two players on really interesting fives engines. Burlock on Viserys, Astronite on the Fish, both of which have some Nexus shenanigans, again with the Fish on Astronite side, Sproutier on the Burlock side, both with just high ends that are going to do amazing things no matter what with Zafrog and Centarbur. In a weird way, it's almost like a mirror match, except for two different elements that are doing similar things.
They're actually calling it Fisherus. That is what they're coining this combination of five.
Fisherus?
Yes, Fisherus.
So you're saying that Viserys, the thing that existed first, is now getting named after the thing that just came out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Such instantiations, unfortunately.
Okay. I did not know that the Aphorists were conquistadors. I will keep this in mind.
The more you know, there are frogs hopping around, there are fish that are going in and plundering the mantises, and oh my goodness. Now we actually have some actual information to share with you here, despite our clearly like fantasy world that we're living in here with the excitement of this next round coming up. Both of our casters here, very storied, very experienced. Burlock, no stranger to top 8, having made it to top 4, as well as top 8 twice, top 32 in the Dallas Open, which is absolutely nothing to turn your nose up at. Astronite, twice going to top 16, but this is their first time in Top Cut. Imagine first time in Top Cut, you win the whole thing.
With the frog.
Yes. What a beautiful story we're preparing to tell today for all of you.
When Centaur wins, yes.
Yes, or frog, or Centaur, or frog, or Centaur.
We'll flip the Gambit coin and determine right now.
True! You know we have to do it. No, I cannot wait for this match. I'm so excited for these finals. Also, I gotta say, it's been a long time since I've gotten to be here for a finals. I've been doing the interviews, and so I get to watch it on my couch, and the whole time I'm like, oh, I gotta ask about that later. Oh. But now I actually get to be here with you, Andrew. I'm so excited. We're in the action. We're getting ready to get this going, and what an exciting one to do.
This is going to be one of probably my favorite matches I've ever commentated with two casters on decks I'm just so excited for. There might not be much Lunar, but Owloon is just shaking with excitement over here. Also just very excited to watch this in the background. It's going to be a good game for your Water and Earth Spirit fellows today, Owloon.
Yeah, I've got the Sluggle here.
Oh,
and the Terratlas. They are ready for the action. They've been
how did
watching
you know?
along.
How did you know? Who told you?
I've got the Astrabit here too. My real predictions are actually in the background. Forget what I said on stream. Fox and the little bitty baby over here. That's what it is. The fawnlet.
Oh, we love it. We love it. We're excited to get into it. I gotta say, Burlock, please land the Centaur. Astronaut, please land the Zafrog, and just have them kind of like run into each other. Just make it happen. I know the Zafrog dies in that scenario, but you know.
Hey, listen, he could prevail. You never know. That is always the dream going into finals like this, whether it be the times that we've had two giant dragons on either side and we're like, they gotta both hit the board at the same time and the dragons have gotta fight. But now it's like, what if a centaur and a frog fought? Have we ever thought about this? Has this ever been animated? I'm not sure.
This is true. Certainly someone has animated it. I don't know. Someone in the Elestrals community who is skillful can get us the Zafrog and Centaur animation of them at the bar after this match.
Oh, that would be perfect. And with that, it looks like we are getting ready to get into the finals. Brewlock versus Astronaut, Centaur versus Zefrog. Brewlock will be starting us off. Let's get into it.
All right, Brewlock, show us that Viscerus you love to play turn one.
Are you already familiar with Brewlock's playstyle and how this deck looks? So that will be very fun.
Oh, no, we're going Cyanectar here. A wonderful
Switching it
opening, going Cyanectar into PTA will be quite the move here. Even if Astronaut gets to land a fish, one of them is going to be able to get ripped away so that they're not a 5 on Brewlock's next turn.
I think that in this case, if we see Astronaut go Magneros, you wait, target the Aphoros. If not, then you just try and target one of them. But either way, these fish are not long for this world. However, we could have Whale Arrow ? Nope, just Aphoros.
We're just getting the fish into the Fisherus, as the kids are saying, I guess now.
They are calling it that. Absolutely.
Okay, we get the Champ. I expect we're going to see the poison-tipped arrow onto the Champ once it comes down.
There we go. Exactly what we thought that was gonna be. And the fishier of the fish has been harpooned. We'll work on it.
Ooh, but the Aphrodite was in hand. I imagine searching another Champ fish here to be able to replace it on the next turn. Although if Brewlock can clear the Magneros on their turn, they're going to prevent Astronaut from building too wide of a board here. But Astronaut actually opting to go for the original Aphoros there, maybe hinting at the fact that a champion is already in hand.
I think that's usually what that would imply. That or Astronaut's got some crazy back row in hand and feels absolutely certain the next turn is guaranteed. However, There we go. There we go. Set 2. And it looks like we are going to be swinging for 2. Brewlock going to be paying out that PTA, and the Cyanectar goes down as well.
Okay, the Magnaros is only a 3 now, so basically any body does it here.
And that body is... Oh, okay. The Cyprong.
Now, that's actually pretty good, knowing that Astronite is going to go back into fishes. If it wasn't PTA'd, rest in peace, Cyprong. Assuming it wasn't PTA'd and Brewlock had some protection, it would have been able to stick around for a turn and then use its ability to pop the fish and prevent too much of a board getting built up. Unfortunately here, I think the Cyprong is going to just not do much, head off to pasture, and Astronite is going to have a multitude of fish on their board next turn.
Fortunately, despite arrows flying all over the place so far this match, Cyprong does get to use its effect. We went in and searched the Dionysus, so we will at least have that available to us. Going to be going ahead and simply going down. Astronite paying out that PTA, taking the Cyprong out. And as we know, we are ready for more fish. You were right. We did, in fact, have the other champ in hand. And there goes the special cast. And we know that we have that base Aphros available to us if Astronite so chooses.
Yeah, and he so chooses indeed.
So we have chosen. Okay, meaning this Nexus is live, meaning this draw power is live, and Brewlock very quickly looking at a board that he needs to do a lot with, as this is about to be big damage as Astronite has chosen to Nexus 2 spirits onto that champ Aphros.
If Brewlock has a shield, they can get some big advantage by clearing the spirits off the champ Aphros. It will just be able to special cast itself again, unfortunately, but Brewlock can buy off some damage. We're not going to see a shield. It looks like, though, Brewlock gesturing, preparing for expending. Astronite appears to opt to not attack with the champ Aphros, not wanting to risk that there is a shield there.
Ooh, very interesting.
And the second Cyprong was in hand all along, Kay. What does that mean for Astronite's board?
Well, it would mean a lot, but I think that was another poison-tipped arrow that immediately went and hit this Cyprong. However, we know that Dionysus was already in hand. We went and searched another. We will still get the effect, which means that champ Aphros is not safe.
I imagine we're going to see the champ Aphros go here. Unfortunately, with Aphrodite still with spirits on field, Astronite can just search the third champ Aphros.
And I imagine that is exactly what we're going to be looking at doing. However, there goes the Aphros that was fully loaded with 3 spirits. That's a huge hit for Brewlock, getting some of that value back. Astronite having to just say goodbye to that and then still pay out this PTA to get rid of the Cyprong.
We saw... Oh, okay. So what happened here? Second Dionysus was played to enrage the Cyprong that had been dazed, allowing it to attack and crash with one of the fishes. Aphrodite now cannot search another champ Aphros because Magnaros is not a water Elestral, but Astrabbit will simply find an Aphros off the top of the deck.
It is just another fish, actually. You thought that was a bunny? Think again. Don't trust your eyes. And it has been swimming with the fishes all day. I really liked that play from Brewlock, utilizing the 2 Dionysus that he had to be able to get maximum value out of that Cyprong, despite knowing that the PTA was imminent, saying, if I'm going down, you're going down with me.
Now, it's been so long since I've seen some good attack rabbits, and we've seen so many good attack rabbits today, Kay. Doesn't it just bring you back to yonder years of Elestrals? And by yonder years, I mean like 6 months ago.
No, it was years past. Again, we've been talking about it, where if you see a rabbit in attack, you are not safe. There is probably an Argo set. But, you know, hey, this could just be Astronite going in for damage at this critical juncture in the game. Who's to say?
Who's to say, indeed. We have not seen a Sproutier or a Viscerus from Brewlock, though, so there are some good options available to them for this coming turn. It will just depend what they have in hand. And what they have is apparently an Ambrosia, which is going to help them build a bit of a spirit differential here. Maybe stay alive if they don't have something to contest this strange Thunder Aphrodite board with.
Hey, you just need something that can beat a 2. And oh my goodness, speaking of 2, both Ambrosias have hit the board. Was it ever limited? Was it ever going to get hit? I don't know. We haven't witnessed such a thing today, as it has been more prominent than ever, almost in defiance of the new ban list.
It does appear that there are no Elestrals for Brewlock, though, but there is a fully loaded back row, so hoping to just be able to prevent Astronite from going too far here. Astronite does have a whale, which probably seems totally fine to Brewlock. A whale into an empty board doesn't really hurt you at all, and will be easy to hit over on your turn if you need to.
Yeah, and this is one of those rare cases where if Brewlock happens to still have Tsunami, you could get some value out of it, or you could just choose to take this damage from the rabbit and the Magneros, leaving the rabbit. In attack there, we are going to go ahead and use Aphrodite to grab the other whale, as the kids are saying, and we simply will continue to cast Champ Galaxy.
The whales will continue until morale improves, sadly.
And there goes the 3 damage for Brewlock. Thankfully, we did see those 2 Ambrosia, so despite the fact that we've been taking a lot of damage, we haven't been getting a lot on the board, we are still pretty tied in spirits. And we don't have too much to deal with here. This Galaxy is a threat, as the re-enchant could challenge anything that Brewlock wants to play out, but everything else is sort of benign right now.
We unfortunately see another pass from Brewlock here. With 4 spirits on board from Astronite, that's going to put Brewlock pretty low, even if they do manage to get something like a Viscerus on board and attack over now. It's going to be hard to come back from the spirit differential they're going to be at after this turn.
You know, I have to say, from what seemed to be a deck just packed to the brim with Elestrals, and only Elestrals, we haven't seen a lot of those from Brewlock in this first game. It makes me wonder what that opening hand looked like, and if Brewlock said, you know what, I'm playing 38 Elestrals, I'll see him. Surely.
Well, we saw 2 Psyprong and a Cyanectar from Brewlock, yeah. Right? Like if I had a Psyprong and a Cyanectar in my hand, I would have been like, yeah, that's good. But then you draw no more Elestrals the rest of the game. That's rough.
That is quite rough. We do see the Cyanectar running it back here. However, Pandora's Box going to be coming out, and we're milling an unknown 2 cards, as that has happened off screen for us. We'll never know.
Cyanectar is going to be able to contest most of this board in this state. The problem is that we know there are whales in hand that can just kind of flip the stats and flip the script on Brewlock here. So they're going to need some juicy back row, I think, to not get overtaken on this next turn.
Yeah, I think exactly, Gorgons. That's probably it. Swinging over this whale, hoping that Astronite has nothing to be able to prevent this from happening. There we go. We see the swing, and the whale goes down. But as you said, we know that Aphrodite searched the second one, so hopefully Brewlock's fully loaded back row here is full of valuable things. However, Ambrosia coming out once more, going to be putting Astronite even further ahead in this spirit differential.
Yeah, it's a tough position for Brewlock to be in. Even if they have the Gorgons now, it's going to put them to 0 spirits, and Astronite's going to be far enough ahead that just a Cyanectar and a Dream is probably not enough to come back from it. Normally, I'd say this is where you top deck Ambrosia to get back into the game, but we already saw both Ambrosia from Brewlock.
Very true. So we know that there aren't any lurking in this deck, and there goes the whale that we knew was foretold, added to hand. And it looks like we have a scoop from Brewlock, which, fair enough.
Absolutely. You know, variance is a real thing in card games, and sometimes you draw runes 5 turns in a row.
Mm-hmm. Hey, you know, we've all had games like that where it's like, could I draw a guy? Would that be okay? And unfortunately, Brewlock was not able to see that until the end. And even when he was able to see it, it seems that Astronaut just had all of the answers in that game 1. Now, going into game 2, as we know, the side deck is an invaluable tool that our casters have at their disposal. Andrew, what are you grabbing to go against Fish? Do you think Brulok knows that there's a Zephrog?
I don't think anyone expects a Zephrog. I don't think anyone sees that coming. I think that will be a rude awakening should it drop on Brulok. I think you get a Cryoblast here. Cryoblast deals with Champ Aetheros, right? You chuck the Tsunamis to the wall, you grab your Cryoblast, you put it in. I've been saying all day, Dense Fog to stop the Champ Aetheros attack stats, but I've never seen anyone do it. I really don't think Brulok has that in their side deck, so I'll stop suggesting it.
I was going to say, I don't know that we saw any spirits from Brulok that weren't Earth. So that would possibly be questionable.
Yes, so, yeah. I don't know. Or maybe you just run it back and go, that was a mistake. I'll see the Viserys this time.
Hey, statistically speaking, it is bound to happen. Brulok going to be able to start us off here. It looks like has already started us off here.
Indeed, we have a pretty juicy back row set up already with a Dionysus and 2 face downs. I assume that is,
I think it's the
projecting a madness. The Sproutier has already Nexus and done a search. So we're off to the races in game 2 here quite quickly, Kay.
Yeah, we are already looking at what appears to be a very different deck. Immediately shooting this bunny with its arch nemesis, poison tipped arrow. Astronaut starting off a little slower than last game.
And Brulok with the search is going to have a body in hand. I believe, did we see the Drataya get searched off of that? So I think we're going to see
in fact, a very strong 2-drop here in the Latagon. And this is exactly what Brulok wants, is to be able to get ahead of the flood, ahead of the fishes. And I think starting off.
Yep. Now we see 1 back row from Astronaut. We see 3 back row from Astronaut. So that Drataya is praying that's 2 Ambrosias and a Chains of Prometheus.
Hey, it could happen. Oh, it looks like we are seeing another Nexus from the little bitty baby back to Dionysus, grabbing the Dionysus's madness. So setting that up for the future.
That is a powerful card when you have Dionysus on field because it can re-enchant from the underworld onto the Dionysus. It can change the position of an Elestral, and it can daze and or enrage something.
Oh, it looks like we are simply going to be going Viserys, which unfortunately there isn't anything for Viserys to swing over here, but a Viserys nonetheless, which, hey, I hear 5s are pretty good.
Hey, Fisheris doing its work today, earning its keep. If it wins this match, it gets to be called Viserys again.
The Victorous, I think.
The
is
Victorous. There we go.
Him.
Okay, you are so right. Speaking of Fisheris, here is the one true fish, champion of Aphrodite, and an Aphrodite on field. So I expect we're about to see a few fish hit the board.
I think that you're probably right about that one. However, we at least know that little bitty baby Sprouter with its big 5 booty over there is safe for the time being. There we go. We've got 2 fish, and we have an Aphrodite on board as well as a Nexus bank if Astronaut wants to go ahead and go for the Nexus, which, hey, I don't know why you wouldn't. There we go. We see 2 spirits being Nexused on to the champ Aetheros, which we saw this last game. Brulok looks at that and says, ooh, that is a tasty Cyprong target.
That is indeed a tasty Cyprong target, which they can just add to their hand with Sproutier next turn if they want to.
So unless Astronaut is able to do something about the Sprouter right now, I think that this Aetheros is in some trouble. Looks like we're really thinking about this one here. I have often said that one thing the Viserys doesn't want to do is attack into back row, but I think if you've got a fish fully loaded with 3 spirits, that also does not want to attack into back row.
Yeah, and we are just going to get the pass to Brewlock here, who I assume is just going to go Drataya and try to bait out the back row, and that is indeed what is happening here. Drataya, Champion of Dionysus, when it gets enraged, has the ability to ascend to Latagon. If they choose to ascend to Latagon, Champion of Dionysus, it is enraged from the ascension, and when it is enraged, you get to pop a back row. So potentially a very explosive turn here. We do see the Champion Latagon from...
And the textured full art, too, which is gorgeous. Listen, Brewlock, where's the playmat? You had to do the double flex, but hey, you know what? I love the Barabbas. I gotta show love to him too. We do have the Latagon on board. Not only that, but we see the coins being used to show the enraged status. We love to see it. And we are going to be going ahead and targeting a back row. It was a shield!
Yes!
Andrew, does it ever resolve?
No, apparently not. Never.
Not even one time. Okay, and there goes the Nexus of the Sprouter. Gonna be going in and searching.
Maybe another Madness in this position? Yep. Yeah. So we got 2 Madness in the back row there. That means Brewlock could, in theory, stop a full board from attacking with 2 dazes and 2 position swaps to defense.
That's madness. Okay. Been waiting on that for a long time. Anyways.
Guffaw. But the second shield was there all along. No. It didn't matter.
Some of them do resolve, I guess. No,
very interesting. Now, what I'm curious if Brewlock will value trying to crash with a Viserys. You can crash with Viserys here, use Madness to enrage the other Viserys you get from the crash to then attack again.
Okay, so that was a Gorgon's Gaze to attempt to get rid of the effect of Aphoros, and the Gorgon's Gaze was Chains of Prometheus. So instead what we now have here is madness. Utter madness.
Correct. The Madness could put something to defense. We could crash with a fish and still do the Viserys move I was talking about, where you enrage your own Viserys and have it attack again. And then you'd still end the board with 2 Viserys. So that might be the play here, I think.
I think it depends on if we had another Madness set, as that first one was set face down this turn as that was searched. But it looks like we did, in fact, have all of the Madness. We are ready to go.
I don't think we are in Sparta. I think we are in Madness Town.
Population Viserys, I guess. Anyways, so Viserys going to be going out here getting the 3rd Viserys. It's the 3rd one that gets you. And you know what? He's free. I love to see my boy living his best life out here with all of his friends. No offense to Firestorm Viserys, but you just weren't doing it like the OG.
It's hard to pass up the original.
Hey, sometimes it's good to go back to base set, I've heard.
Quite often it is.
Okay, so now we have double Viserys on the board, and notably, no fish.
Notably no fish. That is correct. But you're always only 1 fish away from a full fish field. So
1 fish quickly becomes 2 fish, and depending on if you've got the stellar, red fish quickly becomes blue fish. Is that something?
1 fish,
we'll
2 fish, yellow fish, blue fish.
Yeah, we'll work on it. If we're going to be fish metagaming, we've really got to work on our fish material. Oh, resting on your laurels, coming out, getting, the poor baby Sprouter who's been around since turn 1 finally gets taken down.
I'm surprised the target wasn't a Viserys, because the Viserys is now a 6 still.
Well, when they're calling it Fisherous, I imagine you are able to swing over the defense position 1, and fish comes out on top and is able to crash if you want.
Well, but we know that's a madness back there, right?
I think we do know that.
Maybe I'm
Madness
misremembering. I thought that
indeed.
last set card was a madness, in which case a daze and a swap to defense is going to nullify the fish onslaught this turn.
Yeah, well, speaking of, there goes fish and Aphrodite for fish. Whoo!
Going fishing.
Yeah.
Some vicious fish sticks.
Well, they're really biting today.
Is Aphoros 1 fish or 2 fish, Kay? What do you think?
Ooh. Listen, we've two parts of a whole, two souls become one. I don't know. They should kiss. I don't know.
Okay.
Speaking as a Pisces, I feel like I am an authority on this matter, personally. Oh, and there's Ambrosia again. Sure, why not?
We do see some Ambrosia that's going to be key from Astronite to keep up the spirit differential. Brewlock getting low here. As long as Astronite can get one body to stick, the frog could sweep this up.
And I'm always saying that. Yeah. And we have the swing over. I imagine the defense position Viserys going here pretty quickly. Although
we see some hand gesturing. I think our players are confirming something real quick. And yep, that's the madness.
Madness going to be switching this Viserys into attack position, bringing that earth spirit from the underworld, putting it on the Dionysus, and we in fact just have a crash.
No, that would have been a kill. You would have swapped the Viserys to
very
attack.
true with the 6.
Yeah.
I saw them leaving and it's like, okay, but in fact we have a concession from Astronite, which means that Brewlock has won game 1, which means, what's that, folks? Centaur is 1 win away from becoming a premier champion.
We're almost there. We're almost
One
there,
more
Kay.
win.
We can do it. 1-1, the all-important game 3. Both of these casters doing their stuff. Sproutier there just giving massive value to Brewlock every single turn. Just every single turn, doing a Nexus, doing a search, going off to the races, finding all 3 of the madnesses. Was just a beauty to see the Sproutier really go off like that. You know, Nexus searchers are always something that's very interesting. They have fantastic search targets. I love myself a Kamalis, you know, a Nexus searcher in my personal heart. The tough part is getting the Nexus banks you need for those Nexus searchers to go off to the races, but Dionysus with its side prong to search it out, you know, you can make it pretty consistent, and Brewlock here expertly piloting it today.
I mean, it goes to show the exact weakness of 5, and that is when the 5 is in the defense stat, it just kind of sits there unless you find removal. And Astronite happened to find the one of resting on your laurels, but before then, Sprouter was pretty content to just post up there and, like you said, get value every single turn. So this final game, I love when a finals goes to game 3. Both of our casters have been able to show why they are here, how they made it to this point, to show off what their decks do, although we still haven't seen the Centaur, gotta say.
Brewlock, search the Centaur. Search the Centaur.
Just go for it. Aura points. We will award you an Aura win. It's not the same, but it is something.
It counts for nothing, but it is a redeemable coupon for a bowl of chili.
You're going to have to take that up with Andrew. I have nothing to say about that particular one. However, I cannot wait to see who is going to be our premier champion for today. Will it be Zephyrog? Will it be Centaur? Let's find out. Oh my goodness. Astronite going to be starting us off here, I assume. Which means that we could see fish flood the board, which I think is exactly what Astronite needs to do on this turn 1.
Or a whale.
Or a whale. Classic.
Brewlock's whole deck kind of revolves around 5s as well. So, you know, like an OG whale in attack position is just kind of a threat.
Very true. You could just plop that down. Hey, we've been talking a lot about Champ versus OG Whale today. And in fact, yes, it is still an excellent card. Astronite going to be starting us off here, Looks like we've already got our first play ready, and it is fish. Shocking.
The fish is just simply always in the opening hand, Kay.
Well, when
Who
you
needs
have
Peliquarius? You just always have Magnaros.
or you just play 6 fish, and statistically speaking, you're probably going to see one of them at least. And the real question here is, are we going to see Aphrodite to be able to get the next fish for next turn?
The pre-fish catch.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also very interested to see the number of back rows going to be really important. If it is less than 1, then, you know, Viserys is going to have a real juicy time munching on some fish.
Although we do see the 1 set, so there is something, I don't know. I think we would have seen the Aphrodite go down by now. Yep, we are simply going back over to Brewlock, who immediately casts that Cyprong, which eats these 5s for dinner. There goes the Dionysus search. We didn't see a Gorgon's Gaze on the search, so I'm thinking we're not going to see a Gorgon's Gaze on the effect either.
Sometimes even if you have Gorgons, you let them search the Dionysus just to get them to waste the spirits. But in this deck in particular, you should absolutely never let that happen because you know Sproutier's hiding somewhere.
Dionysus is far too valuable for that, certainly. And there it is, fully loaded, going to be going for the effect and popping. There we go. We're dazed with that beautiful coin, popping the Champ Aphoros. Oh, Soulmates was said.
Oh, nope. Sorry, Cyprong, no fish snack today.
Hey, you know what? We were talking about Soulmates earlier, and very cool to see this card actually doing something here. That makes me very happy. It makes my little heart made out of water, like in the picture, very happy.
And we see Magnaros number 2 for Champ Fish number 2. That's going to be a full fish board for Astronite.
Or another, okay, I was going to say, or another Soulmates. Left.
That's true. That would have been an option.
But that does tell me that we probably haven't seen the Aphrodite yet. So I understand. We got to get the fish going. I did love the Soulmates play. Brewlock here in a very tricky position with this Cyprong. However, 2 back row might be able to defend it.
Look, you just need exactly 2 Madnesses.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's all. And or an Argo.
An Argo for what I imagine is a Scythe of Demeter?
Or Fiercest of Dionysus is also an option. Oh, it is Scythe of Demeter. There we go.
It would have to be Scythe because Thyrsius does not give you defense.
Oh, okay. Okay, Madness. I see you, not Madness. Okay, there we go. Boosting up the defense. Does this mean that there's a Demeter lurking somewhere in this deck, or is this just a tech for this exact situation? I don't know.
There's no Demeters. Scythe is just a good card.
Hey, let a redhead dream, all right? You didn't have to, that was an immediate no. You didn't have to hit me with that. Anyways, we see Cyanectar Champ coming out, going to be going ahead and
searching something, I imagine.
Yes, searching something. There was something else happening there. But now we are back to it. It looks like, oh, that is the Wasp Ivy coming out here. Ooh.
Oh, that was an OG Cyanectar, not the Champ Cyanectar. I mistook the art there.
I did
so
too.
We are going. Wait, are you telling me Brewlock has Wasp Ivy, Latagon, and Centarbor all in the same deck?
Was this did we get it from the side deck, or were they all in there? What's going on? Where
Brewlock,
how
what is
are
this
you
brew?
Most importantly, how did you not see any Elestrals in game 1? That's what I need to know.
Oh, how did you hide this Wasp Ivy from us for 6 games, Brewlock?
I have no idea, but she's here and she's gorgeous and she is threatening a burn. Oh, there goes the resting on your laurels. Goodbye, Cyprong. Goodbye, Scythe of Demeter. Well, well, well.
That does deal with the Wasp Ivy potentially. They will have to deal with the burn for taking out the Wasp Ivy. But that might be all you need to win. If Brewlock doesn't have another comeback this following turn, you have a full watery board to overtake with.
Yeah, simply saying, I would rather this thing go and I will burn and then still do damage to you. And I think that that about equals out the value of me taking these 3 spirits of damage from you. However, we do see Ambrosia coming out here. Again, it's like it was never limited.
And Brewlock here appearing to have the opposite of their game one. Game one was Oops All Runes. This game seems like it might be Oops All Elestrals with not very much back row from Brewlock. But they do have yet another Cyprong. So that is going to be enough to, well, actually not pop a fish because there's no Champ Aepharos on the board right now, is there?
It looks like we don't have any 5s. So I think that this Cyprong is simply just an attacker here. You know, I never thought I'd see the day that Cyprong was just a 4.
Hey, you know, just a 4. That's totally cool. Taking the whale out is a good option here to prevent the re-enchant, although it is really scary to think that a single champ fish does just do Brewlock in here now.
Yeah, we have really gone down to the wire at this point. Will it be Centaur? Although I think that that's generous. We've seen a lot of Viscerus. We've seen a lot of Cyprong. Or will it be Zephyrog, which is also generous? We've seen a lot of fish and a lot of whale.
Oh.
And expend to draw.
Foamy search.
No. Oh, it was foamy.
Foamy
I was like, I didn't see the foamy. I said, are we doing the Swolax special at this point in finals? No, okay. We're actually getting value out of this card. Cool.
We're getting a Capragol.
Oh,
is this just a deck then? Because that would be, well, even Misenchanted, ascending it would let you hit over the Cyprong, right? So I guess that does provide sufficient value.
6 is a good stat, and it looks like we are, in fact, going to be just ascending. I said, I was going to say maybe we have a special cast Aepharos, and maybe we're going to send it over, but no, we are just relying on that 6 attack stat.
We've seen 2 Cyprongs from Brewlock this game, I believe, but there is a chance the third one is right around the corner to deal with this Capragol. It is not. Instead, it will be a Viscerus handling the situation.
Well, you know what is also a 6? Viscerus, when there's 2 of them.
That is correct, but the one in defense is not long for this world.
Unless, hey, we have a set card, could be a madness. We could see a run back of the last game here.
That is absolutely true. I think, did we see a days of the Capragol there or no? It looked like they were gesturing to the Capragol with a disenchant from Dionysus, but maybe I missaw that.
Hey, if we could get a coin on the board here to make that more clear. Oh, a water rabbit. Okay, we've got a thunder Capragol and a water rabbit. There are no rules. What's the animal kingdom? I don't know.
Okay. It looks like we get a pass to Brewlock here. And a hard ascend into Ladagon.
And we do have the ability to enrage it with the Dionysus still on board. There we go. So we see the enrage of the Ladagon, who is going to be able to now destroy the Capragol. What? And then...
Well, so
question mark?
I think Ladagon just pops back row, right? I
Does
don't think
it? Okay, then we enrage for no reason. Cool.
Yeah.
But I trusted Brewlock on that one. I was like, no, true icon, probably. So the enrage is interesting then. I wonder if that was for a particular reason?
So here's the thing to consider. There is one Zephyrog tack away from victory here for Astronite.
That is something to consider. We could ascend over the Astrabit. It is water enchanted.
Exactly.
Oh, wait. Oh, true. Do we see a wind spirit? Are we going to see frog for game again? Frog for tournament. We are
is Ladagon just enough? 8 is a big number.
8 with a 5 defense. Ladagon eats fish for breakfast, I guess. And
the move is Lots of decisions here in the final moment. I think we're going for the frog.
Oh, I think we're searching it. Okay. Yeah, we see the foamy going for the Zephyrog. There we go.
Now, here's the thing. I believe Brewlock has 2 spirits left. So unless there is an extra way to get a spirit on this Zephyrog, this isn't game winning right off the bat.
This might be just aura farming. We might simply be doing it for the love of the game.
But that could also be a tsunami.
Very true. We have... Oh, okay. I saw the reach for the spirit deck. What?
I think Astronite just aura farmed and then scooped.
Yeah, okay. All right. You know what? I respect it. And you know what this means. Brewlock is our new premier champion for the first time ever. Not only on Earth, on Centaur, he has won the champ Centaur, which he has been playing. Although we did see a lot of Latagon happen as well. So it was just truly, there was a Wasp 5e. Oh my gosh, so much Earth happening. I know that I am personally anxiously awaiting this interview to hear what is going on with this list, what the thought process was, how the brewing went, the brew locking went even. Huge congratulations to Brewlock. What an incredible finals match.
I believe this is Latagon Champion's first top as well, showing up many times in live stream, but never the victor. So, I mean, what a day for Earthcasters everywhere. Somewhere in the distance, PK is launching fireworks into the sky.
Yeah, PK is getting that X of 10 Latagon out and building this deck as we speak. Oh my goodness. Brewlock, absolutely incredible, has been sticking with Hestia his bestia, in his own words, for many, many tournaments at this point. And now decided to pivot to Earth, and it did him well. It really served him well.
Now, Kay, I have a question for you. Was this a pure Earth deck? Did we ever see a spirit that wasn't Earth?
I don't think that we did. I think that this was pure Earth. We might be so back. Earth is so back, baby. There was Centaur in there. We saw little Sprouter putting in work in that game too. And of course, Viscerus, which I have heard they are now calling him the Victorous.
The Victorous name, well earned by Brewlock today. Just bringing Dionysus to the heights unlike it has ever seen before. I am so happy for Centaur and Latagons everywhere today, really being shown that they too can be champions.
And I have to say, shout out to the Zephyrog Aura Farm at the end there. You say, listen, I know I don't have the answer, but boy, I'm gonna did. Very cool to see. And extremely exciting finals match. I think in a way, it was a lot of exactly what we expected, but not in the way that we expected it. That being Fish and Fives and Viscerus, but a little something extra to it to give them the edge to make it all the way here to the finals.
Absolutely. Dionysus is going to be throwing quite the party for all of his Earth friends tonight, I believe, just handing out overflowing chalices after this astronomical victory. I am so excited for Swole to do this interview in a little bit and really just hear what was going on in Brewlock's head while they were brewing this, because boy, did they throw something delightful together today.
Yeah.
You know, I was looking for crabs, but I will take this Latagon Earth victory instead.
We found crabs in a Centaur place, indeed.
Well, Centaur's a lobster, which is kind of a crab. I mean, they're similar, same families, so.
Very, very true. And I'm so thrilled for Brewlock. I'm so thrilled for Astronite. Both of these casters played out of their minds today. Brewlock now being the newest Premier Champion and his first ever Premier Champion win. Securing, I think Brewlock, out of everyone here, probably certainly had a qualification for Worlds already. but has done that a whole other time over now, having won today.
And now they're going to have a marble full art Centaur to put in this deck.
They've gotta. I think that there is no other answer than to run it back on February 7th, the final premiere before Vegas. You gotta bring the champ Centaur.
You gotta, and everyone has to go out there and go copy this deck down, and I expect to see lots of Earth on February 7th.
Hey, I would personally love that as an Earth lover myself. While I wanted to see Demeter there, we saw the Scythe Demeter mentioned, but you know, a nice in this. Maybe take a little look. Maybe take a little look.
I mean, you know, maybe they'll give us a Demeter searcher finally, so we can play her more effectively.
Hey, you know what? One can dream. And we are getting ready to get into this interview here. I personally cannot wait to hear from Brewlock. I know that we've already talked about it, but I gotta get in the mind that crafted this oops all Earth list. This oops, I'm gonna madness and then madness, and there's a third madness, and then I'm gonna also Dionysus, and I'm gonna Nexus, and it's still all Earth, by the way. And somehow it worked so well that he has won today's premiere event.
My prediction for the interview, Brewlock's going to show up and go, I don't know, man. I thought it would be funny to win Centaur with Centaur. I was already qualified. I don't know.
Hey, listen, considering his attitude towards bringing Hestia his bestia, you're probably not too far off, if I had to guess.
Inquiring minds need to know, Brewlock, where did this come from?
I know. I am furiously typing to Swole right now, like, ask these questions. I need to know these things, please.
Yes. Well, we will know sooner rather than later. It's going to be quite fantastic, and it won't be long until you all can get on the Play Network and see all of the wonderful decks that top today. Start getting your ideas ready for February 7th. You know, you may not be qualified for Worlds yet. You may not have any QP, but you can find a deck you really liked, cook with it a little extra, show up and just win on February 7th. Just show up and win on February 7th, and you are right on your way to Worlds.
A lot of people are saying that. And remember, February 7th being the final premiere before Las Vegas. And don't forget about that last chance qualifier. So you are running out of time, but it isn't over yet. So like Andrew said, get in the kitchen, start cooking. This current meta is anyone's game if that top 8 is anything to go off of. It was so diverse. We saw so many different things. We saw Frog for game twice, Frog for Aura Farm once, and oh my goodness.
Hey, it was one spirit away from Frog for tournament, so.
Very true. Hey, I love when a finals comes down to that close, truly by a hair or whatever frogs have. I'm not totally sure.
By the webbed footing of the frog's leg.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And we've seen a ton of different strategies today, including a deck that went undefeated up until semifinals, that being Hermes with Titan. We've seen so many different decks, a lot of fish. Yes, many fish. Fish were flooding, but on top of fish, we were seeing many other things too.
Many. And Dionysus threw a feast with all the fish he fried today, as it turns out.
Yeah, hey Dionysus, what's in that chalice? We gotta know.
Are you suggesting he's drinking chowder?
I think that's exactly, that's it. That's what's in the poisoned one.
A fresh chalice of chunky chowder for all of you.
Yeah, you think it's wine and nectar and mead? No. Okay, we have been told that we should stop talking about chowder and that we are in fact ready to finally hear from our newest winner, Brewlock. We're gonna send it over to Swole and we'll be right back after that.
I'm here at the winner's table with our newest champion, Brewlock, on what appears to be, well, Dionysus himself, absolutely, on this insane Centaur Champions of Dionysus list. I have to ask. Well, first, congratulations. Actually, I should say that first and foremost for diving into the absolute insanity that is this list. What led you to this strategy?
It's just got an extreme amount of consistency, right? Between Cyanectar, who's been prominent throughout all of Livestream, and then you just look at a slightly slower format and something like Champ Sprouter. I mean, it's a 2/5. 1, it has the number 5. 2, you can literally just search counter runes. You can search the exact guy you need. Like, Sprouter is that guy. So it just had so much consistency that I found it was just kind of the best option. Plus, it's a good answer to fish with things like Viscerous or Cyprong. So, 1, pretty simple to play. It's not super complicated, but it is fun for sure.
Well, and that's one thing that we kept on seeing, right, is like this value pick of the Cyanectar champs, of course, utilizing that Sprouter for the madness. We also saw Chalice in there too, and this is a true blue earth build. Some people have already pointed this out here, but do you want to, I guess show off and talk about the decision to play, is it 20 Earth Spirits?
So there are, some people don't know, but you kind of need Earth Spirits for Earthquake. So I made sure I had enough, and I put in 20 just to make sure I had enough for Earthquake, just in case I saw it. Like, that was the mindset. I just want to play Earthquake.
Agreed.
Some people forget about that, but it's okay. So yeah, it's 20 Earth. It was literally last night. I had a couple Frost in here for Cryoblast. I took the Cryoblast out of the side, and I said, I don't need other spirits. Like, even just spending them, I'd rather just have them to cast a guy. So just pure Earth.
And you were mentioning this kind of like this prep and practice, right? With using the feeling like it's pretty good into its advantage, pretty good to fish. Talking about taking out these Frost Spirits. What was prep like for this tournament now with the new ban list and a little bit of the shakeup in the meta?
Ironically, getting beat a lot at locals. That was just it. So luckily we got some good competitors at locals every week. Yeah, it's a bit of a gauntlet. I went through the ups and downs of what it's like to figure out Earth. I was on Hop Brew, I was on Rummagem, I'm on Argo at one point. And then, I took a look at, the banned card, Nectar of the Gods, except this time Dionysus Chalice, and it just kind of spoke to me. And I think that was, it didn't win me the whole thing, but it was definitely a good tech to have.
Yeah, and for your deck specifically, being able to, use that in an effective way to get into these bigger pieces, to see more runes, to see those side deck cards of options. When other players can't play Nog, but you can, that can feel pretty good. Yeah, after 7 rounds today, like, how are you feeling about this? Like, going the distance fully. This is your first Premier win. Qualifying for Worlds and getting that ticket straight in there is incredibly nice. How you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? Like, first tournament of a new format, and I take it all. Is this the deck that is going to run Vegas? I have no idea, but it's one that's really reliable. I like it a lot. Centaur, Latagon, all these cards are really cool and fun to play. Nog, the amount of times I drew 6 cards in one turn is crazy. And the side package is really fun too, where it's essentially just a smoke screen into 12 cards for Wasp Ivy, which definitely won me the last game there. So I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm feeling great though.
Yeah, I mean, talk to us about that inclusion of the Earth portions of this. It's all Earth. That's without going too much into it. The Latagon, the Wasp Ivy, the Centaur, Viscerous back at 3. Some heavy hitters in here, and you just said I want to play all of them.
This back to 3 is huge, right? You're no longer bricking on the Firestorm Vis, which is great. And plus the two defense does matter. Latagon, it is both a really big body and an 8/5, and it's reliable back row removal, which is super important. One of the big reasons I think any Earth deck should have it in there. You're still on links, right? If you see it, you see it. It definitely mattered some games when it hit the board, but just with, like, this deck itself is running 15 counter runes. I think most decks are running probably pretty similar to that. And having that ability to negate that interaction is really important. So that was kind of the mindset. But Centaur, I don't know. I just felt like I need a big body that can out other big bodies, and he was the guy for Earth. So that's kind of the thought process there of putting it together.
I heard of a legend of another big body that outs other big bodies. I'm surprised you weren't on the hero Necrolith for this one.
As much of a meme as Necrolith is, he's in his rightful place because he could have been so much scarier than he is. But I think he's balanced, and that's okay. Hopefully we get some more mass suppression cards in the future that are a bit cheaper, right? Mass and rage cards in the future.
That could be a little scary in your hand specifically. I don't know if I want any more enraged or dazed cards in the Brewlock hands at all. Even going into Vegas and for Worlds, I think we're set with these ones here. And again, congratulations on the victory. I'm hoping to see you at Vegas. I know we saw you at Kissimmee. I know we saw you at Dallas. I think the third IRL will be a good place to go. Before we toss it back to everyone on the desk, is there anyone that you'd like to shout out to that helped you practice or test? I know you got a team that are local, right?
Yeah, shout out all the Chicago Eddies, both the Eddies, Mike, Aldo, our GOAT, Ryerson, Judge, Trevor, everybody, Trish,
What?
and everybody there. So, shout out to all the guys, and, we're taking this one home, so.
Well, absolutely. Again, congratulations, Brewlock, on the first victory with Centaur. Really historic 20 Earths. We're going to toss it back to Kalen and Andrew at the desk here to wrap it up for the day. Again, congratulations on the win, champ. Well deserved.
Thank you.
And we are back. Huge congratulations once again to Brewlock for being the next Premier Champion, the newest Premier Champion. Absolutely incredible to see.
I think we got some good answers out of that interview, Kay. We now understand that the Wasp Ivy was a smokescreen all along. Brewlock was throwing us off the trail. There were not, in fact, just a bunch of multi-drops in the main deck. It was a smokescreen.
It is really, really cool to see that, you can, in fact, just fit all of these different Earth guys into one list. And also, hey, one of the biggest lessons that we can take away from that interview is go to your locals.
Go to your locals. Also play a Mono Spirit deck, apparently. Mono Spirit best deck.
I think a lot of people are, in fact, saying that. Okay, one person is saying that, but he won today. So I think that we can give some extra value to that, as we are once again going to be joined here by our third co-commentator. Swole, welcome back from your interview. Hello. I hope that that was enlightening for you.
Honestly, that was really cool. I know that I've seen Brewlock compete in these events over time. Great to get the insight of a champion here on the day. And that is also to say, too, congratulations to Astronite, too, for an amazing finals, showing us why Zephyrog is a threat and is real. But yeah, Brewlock taking it. 20 Earth Spirits. And maybe Elestrals rules was silly at one point in time, but it looks like they didn't go far enough. Maybe 20 extra would be nice.
Hey, we might be so back. And with that being said, it's been an absolutely incredible day of casting this first tournament after the biggest ban list ever to hit Elestrals. I have to know, Andrew, let me know what your favorite moment of today was.
Is the frog for game? Is the frog for game?
Okay, so you've taken one of the more iconic ones. Perfect. Love to hear that.
What are you picking, Kay, with what I've left you over with now that I've taken the best one?
Hey, you know what? I am throwing it all the way back to the beginning of the day, and I'm going to say Solar Mill singular. That was today. I don't know if you all know that, but that actually happened on this same day where Zephyrog for game and 20 Spirit Earth has won. And with that, Swole, you're the only one we haven't heard from. What was your favorite moment of the day?
I think everyone's excited for Centaur. I think everyone's excited for Zephyrog. And, I think one person particularly excited for Mill. I gotta shout it out to specifically the OGs. I'm kind of old. I don't know if people know this. And so seeing some familiar names pop back up for one of the largest premieres that we've ever had is incredible. You got Justin, Julian, Adam, even Win the Scent, Brulock, some really seasoned veterans coming in here. That's probably gonna be my favorite overall thing, is seeing these players compete at the highest level.
Now, if you've been watching all day today and you are feeling compelled to cast and participate, or you're looking at that ever approaching Vegas Worlds date and you're saying, oh gosh, I really got to win one of these so I can qualify from zero, never fear. On February 7th, we have another premiere event for you, but it is the final premiere event before Worlds in Vegas. Swole, what are you cooking? What are you looking at? Are you feeling inspired for February 7th? Are you excited about this one?
Honestly, I'm trying to find whatever other 20 spirit deck that I can. Apparently, that's the winning combination. It's not fish. It's not these crazy builds we've been seeing. It's saying, yeah, I think this 20 spirit deck works really well for me. And I like Brulock's advice. You know, some people forget about the Earth Spirits, but maybe that's something to look at. Now, February 7th, I think, will be a nice little refresher as we pop into the Worlds format and kind of getting this meta game a little more down pat, a little tighter, especially between those last minute qualifiers too that we're seeing at the Vegas Worlds here in a little bit. So I'm excited about it. What about you, Kay? What are you hoping to see?
I'm just excited to see more cooking. And speaking of that, and speaking of taking our newest champ, Brulock's advice, one of the things that I think that we have learned from this is that you got to go to your locals. You got to get those reps in. You've got to cook with your local people, find out what you're going to play. Andrew, do you have a locals near you? Do you have an experience with that and with your home brewing?
I don't have a local game store at the moment. I did when I started Elestrals. I've been harassing the game stores around me, though. Shout out Zero, who you can find in the Elestrals Discord to help harass game stores near you. And by harass, I mean lovingly teach them the beauty of Elestrals. But I have been teaching people around me how to play, and that's been a wonderful time to have people locally to play with. If you've got a game store, go support them. Go have fun. And if you don't have one yet, maybe you're the caster who helps introduce it to your area.
Yeah, be sure to scan that QR code. Who knows? You could have one right down the street from you. I know that us here in Vegas, we have a few different ones going. We're very lucky here. And I know that I have been enjoying going to locals and regionals and all that good stuff. And with that, we are approaching the end of today's event. And we have so many thank yous to send out here because we might make it look easy up here, but in fact, there is an entire crew behind us. We have judges, we have helpers, we of course have our production who is making things wonderful and seamless. And I want to take a second to thank both of my co-commentators here for a wonderful premiere. Thank you guys for being on it all day today. And hey, you know, maybe I'll see you all again soon.
Hey, thank you. And hopefully we can see you again soon. Hopefully it does an amazing job of our host on its exciting matches. Maybe a Fawnlet or two, maybe an Owloon or 4 as well.
Yes, 6 different plushies shall commentate the next event, I think. We'll just have 6 different plushies sitting at a microphone with voiceover.
I think that sounds perfect. And the final and honestly most important thank you is to everyone who has been playing today and everyone who's been sitting here and watching from home. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making Elestrals what it is. This has been one of the biggest premiere events that we've had, certainly in a while. And it's been so much fun. Remember, February 7th, that is your final online webcam premiere event before Vegas. So be sure to answer. And hey, with all of that being said, I think that that's all from us. So thank you again for being here and watching. And have a good night, a good time, and we'll see you on the 7th.